This kid has never held a real sword in his life. He's a slum-dwelling orphan who sells candles to drunk mercenaries for a few copper coins. But when he raises a wooden stick, the air itself seems to scream. A month ago, he was a nobody. Then, black lightning hit him. And now, a voice in his head is teaching him how to kill gods with a piece of scrap wood. He just moved so fast the camera couldn't even track him. And the scariest part? He's not even trying yet. But to understand how this urchin became a walking war crime, we need to go back to the beginning. The sky in the north is beautiful, but if you're stuck in the gutter, it doesn't matter how many stars there are, you're still covered in trash. Our guy is named Vlad. He lives in a world where you either shine or you get stepped on. And currently, Vlad is being stepped on. Welcome to Shawara. It's the crown jewel of the north, but under all that light, there is a shadow bigger than an OnlyFans girl's daddy issues. This is the Rose's Smile Bar, and typical of the slums, a customer is currently dragging a woman by her hair because he's a massive loser. This guy claims he's a mercenary with 20 years of experience. He sees Vlad walking in with a crate of candles and decides to take his frustration out on the candle boy. Big mistake. Vlad looks at him with the same energy as a cat looking at a cockroach. The guy is whining that his 5-minute candle burned out too fast. Vlad tells him if he's that broke, he should just go home and play with his wife's butt instead of wasting money. The whole bar goes silent. Vlad bets him if a new candle lasts 5 minutes, Vlad gets to beat him to death. The mercenary freezes. He's a grown man, being intimidated by a kid who looks like he was assembled in a discount bin. The candle is lit. Tick, tock. The tension is higher than a Discord mod's blood pressure. Vlad is just staring at him. The candle burns out. The mercenary checks the clock. He thinks he won. He thinks he's safe. Then Vlad hits him in the face with a stick so hard it resets the man's factory settings. Vlad isn't just swinging, he's hitting him with the precision of a pro gamer using aimbots. You're dead today, Vlad says. The mercenary is literally crying. He's getting bodied by a teenager. Vlad is out here doing combos while the guy can't even find his guard. Eventually, the trash is taken out. Next morning, Vlad is having breakfast. He realizes something. The candle actually didn't last 5 minutes. Jorge, the boss, is just eating his sausage while Marcella, the madame, casually admits she messed with the candles to scam the drunks. So Vlad basically beat a man into a coma for being right. Justice in the slums is a beautiful thing. But there's no rest for the wicked. Burley, a local thug, shows up to extort Vlad for the tips he made yesterday. Vlad is done with NPCs today. Burley tries to play the deal card. He's holding a kid named Ned. Ned was a pickpocket who failed, and Burley is selling him back for 40 silver. Vlad's eyes go ice cold. He asks if the kid's fingers are still attached. He pays the money, but you can tell he's adding Burley to his to-do list. He tells Ned to get lost before he tramples him. Classic tsundere behavior, he just spent his savings to save a kid he pretends to hate. Vlad heads to see Harbin, a guy who actually managed to escape the slums by using his brain. Harbin is the example. He lost a finger and an ankle just so other kids would learn not to steal. Harbin drops some heavy intel. The bar bosses are gathering money fast. In the slums, that only means one thing: war. Shawara is ruled by 5 bosses: Jorge the Knight, Captain Hoover the Whale Hunter, and the worst of them all, Jack the One-Armed. Jack the One-Armed doesn't do social calls. He's here because the balance of power is about to tilt. One of Jack's goons tries to flex on Vlad. He asks where the boss is. Vlad gives him the "I'm just a candle seller" routine. The goon loses his mind and smashes Vlad's table. Candles go everywhere. The bar goes dead silent. The women are terrified. Jamina is holding her breath. Vlad just looks at the broken candles. "Your foot," Vlad says. The goon is confused. "Get rid of your foot." The goon lunges, but Vlad doesn't even stand up. He sees the fight like a chessboard. He feints, ducks, and strikes. He bodies the guy in front of one of the 5 bosses. Everyone is staring. In the back streets, the winner stays on top. Jack's other goons want a piece of him, but Jack tells them to stop. He actually likes the kid. Vlad hit him with the "I don't discriminate against the disabled" line. Jack laughs like a maniac. But then the mood shifts. Jack looks at Vlad with those glowing eyes and tells him most people like him die early. Jorge walks down the stairs in full armor. The 2 giants meet. They head upstairs to talk business. Vlad is left cleaning up the mess. He's shaking. He almost died, and he knows it. Jack walks out and offers Vlad a job. Vlad declines because he likes his current "feed me and let me sleep" contract. Jack flips him a gold coin just for the candles. That's like a year's salary for a candle seller. The money grubber is definitely up to something. Jorge calls Vlad upstairs. He hands Vlad a dagger. It's not a gift, it's a warning. The meeting with Jack was a disaster. Jack is bringing in outsiders, specifically an ex-knight mercenary. Jack already has an army of thugs. If he adds a knight-level swordsman to the mix, the balance in the slums is cooked. Jorge tells Vlad he needs him. He's giving Vlad his first mission. Vlad starts practicing. He thinks about Harbin, the guy who escaped the gutter through effort. Vlad swings his stick. "Narrow down the angle of your elbows." The voice is back. A month ago, Vlad was hit by black lightning. Since then, every time he holds a sword, the devils start whispering. He tries to ignore it, to focus his mind. Narrow it, he strikes. It's different. It wasn't just a swing, it was a perfect execution. The way of the sword is carved into his brain. We open on the freezing peaks of the northern mountains. A man is calmly wiping fresh blood off a high-grade longsword. He sighs, complaining about how the winter wind is starting to seep into his bones as he gets older. He hears a sound behind him. Someone is approaching through the snow. He wonders if the person coming is an idiot or if they're just that confident. He watches the silhouette emerge from the tree line. The man tells the newcomer to stop right there because his guide is already dead. The figure stops. He asks the man if he's Stanga. The man confirms it. He realizes the kid standing in front of him is Vlad. He's surprised. He expected a street rat, but Vlad's blonde hair and blue eyes make him look like a lost noble. Vlad hands over a letter with a wax seal. It's the official request from boss Jorge. The man reads it and smirks. He finds it hilarious that Jorge actually wants his help after they had a falling out years ago. Vlad is all business. He tells the guy they'll arrive back at the city in 2 days. As they start walking, the man watches Vlad's back. He's genuinely confused. He can't figure out if Vlad is a genius or just a complete moron. Vlad asks him why he's doubting the directions. The man mocks him. He says anyone making summer bird sounds in the middle of a winter mountain can't be that smart. He gets dark for a second. He tells Vlad if they get lost, he'll kill him on the spot. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He just looks back with those cold, crystalline eyes. He tells the man to just follow him and stop worrying. He doesn't want to mess up his first official mission either. The man is actually impressed. He tried to create a vicious atmosphere to rattle the kid, and Vlad didn't even blink. He realizes why Jorge likes this brat. Vlad is a rough stone that's worth molding into something sharp. The title card drops as they trek through the wilderness. That night, they set up camp in a small cave to escape the wind. Vlad is staring at the man's sword. The man notices. He's used to being watched, but the kid's gaze is clinical. He asks Vlad if he's never seen a retired knight before. Vlad's response? He tells the guy that up close, he looks like a total country bumpkin. The man, offended, says he's from Dacia. Vlad laughs. He calls it a whole village, which is slum talk for nowhere town. The man tells Vlad he should lose his way, so he has an excuse to chop him down. Vlad pulls out some fresh beef jerky. He asks the guy why he's being so scary when they're just talking. The man's eyes lock onto the food. He hasn't had a decent meal in days. Vlad pulls the classic, "I didn't bring any for you" move. The man holds up a piece of dried, black mystery meat. It looks like a piece of a leather boot. Vlad starts roasting his high-quality jerky over the fire, and the smell is incredible. The man is literally drooling. He tries to play it cool by calling the smell bad. He offers Vlad a deal. He'll answer one question for every piece of jerky Vlad gives him. He tells Vlad a chance to pick a knight's brain doesn't come often. Vlad just keeps chewing, making him wait. He calls the guy out. If he wanted the food, he could have just asked like a normal person instead of saving face. The man crosses his arms. He claims knights only take fair compensation for their services. Vlad shrugs and agrees. He starts with the basics, name and age. The man says Stanga and 42. Then Vlad drops the real question. He asks if the man knows how to use aura. The man smirks. He thinks Vlad is mocking him. He explains that all knights can technically use aura, but using it in a real fight is a different league entirely. Vlad leans in. He wants a straight answer. Can you do it or not? The man's expression shifts. He realizes the kid isn't asking out of curiosity. He's asking to see the limit of his power. Vlad hands over all the jerky, every single piece. The man's eyes go wide. He wasn't expecting the kid to pay the full price up front. He repeats his mantra, a knight only takes fair compensation. But he admits that sometimes a man needs to cheer himself up after eating leather for a week. Vlad's heart is racing. This is his first time seeing a master use the power he's only heard stories about. The man stands up and draws his sword. The atmosphere in the cave changes instantly. He closes his left eye. Vlad asks him why. It seems like a weird handicap for a demonstration. The man explains the core mechanic of this world's power system. To manifest aura, a knight has to visualize their own world within their soul. It's about projecting your internal willpower onto the external world through your weapon. He tells Vlad to watch closely because this is the essence of knights. The blade begins to hum. A brilliant blue-white light starts pouring out of the steel. The sheer pressure of the energy makes the air in the cave vibrate. Vlad has to shield his eyes. The light is blinding, like a miniature star has been born in the man's hands. This is aura. It's not just a glow. It's the physical manifestation of a soul that has been sharpened into a weapon. We transition to 2 days later. They've arrived back at Shawara. The man is covered in dirt and soot. He says he feels like a complete bum. He's genuinely upset because he thinks he's lost his knightly honor by looking this disheveled. Vlad tells him to shut up. He's sneaking the guy in through the back streets to avoid being spotted by rival gangs. He promises the man a hot bath once they reach the Rose's Smile. But as they walk through the gutter, Vlad stops. It's too quiet. The man's instincts are screaming. He feels the lingering scent of blood in the air. He asks Vlad if the back streets are always this eerily silent. Vlad's face goes pale. He knows this neighborhood. It's never quiet. They turn the corner and find the street littered with bodies. These aren't just random thugs, they're Jorge's men. Vlad tells the man to head for the secret back door while he diverts attention. He sprints toward the bar, praying he isn't too late. He kicks open the back door of the Rose's Smile. The interior is a nightmare. Tables are smashed, barrels are leaking, and the floor is stained red. A familiar voice greets him. "You arrived safely. Good job." Jorge is sitting on a stool. He's bare-chested, covered in bandages, and looks like he just crawled out of a meat grinder. Vlad is shaking. He asks if Jorge is okay. Jorge sighs. He says it was his first time fighting someone of knight status in years, and it took a toll on him. He looks past Vlad. He wants to know if the man they went to fetch is here. Vlad confirms it. He sent the man to the back door, just like they planned. Jorge's eyes light up. He says with this new help, they can finally settle the score with Jack the One-Arm tomorrow. He asks Vlad what the man was like. Vlad smiles for the first time. He says the guy seemed like a good person. He notes that Stanga was magnanimous and looked nimble, even if he was a bit of a weirdo about his honor. He finishes by saying the man is a knight who can use aura perfectly. Jorge's face goes instantly cold. His eyes widen in pure terror. A floorboard creaks behind Vlad. Someone is walking up the stairs. Step, step, the heavy clank of metal boots. Jorge asks Vlad to repeat that. Did he really see the man use aura? Before Vlad can answer, Jorge grabs his sword and tells Vlad to get behind him. He drops a bombshell. "Stanga doesn't know how to use aura." Vlad freezes. The dots start connecting, and the picture is horrifying. The man from the mountains steps into the light. He isn't the retired guide Jorge sent for. He looks at Jorge and smiles. He notes that his senior has gone a long way since they last saw each other. He looks Jorge in the eye. "It's been a while, senior." The betrayal is complete. The man, whose real name is Godwin, calmly wipes blood off his sword again. He repeats the same line about the winter wind seeping into his bones. We see what was behind him in the mountains. The real Stanga is lying dead in the snow. Godwin had intercepted the guide, killed him, and waited for Vlad to show up. He was never the reinforcement. He was the Trojan horse. Jorge is breathing hard. He asks Godwin why he's showing up now after all these years. Godwin delivers the news. Count Gaidar, their former lord, has passed away. The public doesn't know yet because the succession is a mess. But Godwin's eyes are full of malice. He didn't come to mourn. Jorge grits his teeth. He knows what's coming next. Godwin pours a glass of expensive liquor from the bar's shelf. He raises a toast to the poor count. Jorge loses it. The disrespect to their former master is the final straw. He screams a curse and lunges forward with everything he has left. The impact is like a cannonball. Godwin doesn't even move. He watches Jorge's reflection in his glass as the sword comes down. The explosion of force levels the remaining furniture in the room. Marcella and Vlad are blown back by the shockwave. They can't even get close to the fight. Dust and splinters fill the air. Godwin adds one more thing. There's a new count now. Sir Sigmund. He steps through the debris, looking completely untouched. Jorge screams Godwin's name again, his voice cracking with rage. Steel meets steel. The sound is deafening, like a church bell being struck by a sledgehammer. Godwin is holding Jorge back with a single hand. The power gap is massive. He delivers an ultimatum. Sigmund has ordered the deserted knight Jorge to return to base and face execution. Jorge roars back that Sigmund is not his liege. He owes that man nothing. Godwin smirks. He says the new count knew Jorge wouldn't come back in peace. In fact, the count would prefer if Jorge died right here in the mud. The fight moves so fast the human eye can barely track it. Wall panels shatter as they trade blows across the room. Another massive impact sends Jorge flying through a support pillar. Vlad grabs Marcella. He tells her it's too dangerous and they have to move. He's trying to get her to safety while his world is literally crumbling around him. The bar is being torn apart. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a demolition. Burley and the other thugs are shouting from the floor below, confused by the noise. Vlad leans over the balcony. He screams for them to get up here and help. Jorge is thrown through the floorboards, crashing down into the main bar area. Vlad watches in horror. He's never seen Jorge lose. Not like this. Godwin leaps down after him, his cloak billowing like a shadow. He lands gracefully in the center of the room. He looks down at Jorge. He tells him he's still making foolish decisions. Just like always, Jorge tries to stand, but his body is failing him. The thugs are frozen in fear. They recognize Godwin's aura. This is a predator they can't fight. Jorge coughs up blood. He's reached his limit. Godwin raises his sword for the finishing blow. His eyes are cold and purple, devoid of any mercy. Suddenly, a small blade whistles through the air. Godwin tilts his head, letting the dagger graze his cheek. Vlad has jumped down from the balcony, his own dagger in hand. For a split second, their eyes meet. The elite knight and the slum kid. Godwin's response is a casual backhand strike that sends Vlad skidding across the floor. Vlad screams for Jorge to dodge, but it's a desperate plea. Jorge is on his knees, struggling to even lift his head. Godwin's sword comes down. Jorge manages to block, but the force drives him into the ground. Wood splinters and dust clouds the air. Godwin stands over him. He tells Jorge that he should have just followed orders back then. Everything would have been easier if Jorge had just stayed a good soldier. Jorge looks up, his gaze still defiant. He tells Godwin he is a person, not a tool. Godwin's expression doesn't change. He tells Jorge, no, you are a knight. In Godwin's world, a knight's only purpose is to serve their lord, regardless of the cost. The thugs try to swarm Godwin, but they're like flies attacking a lion. Godwin ignores them. He notes that this night has been too long, and he's ready for it to end. He closes his left eye again. The visualization begins. He prepares to manifest his world. Vlad is running. He doesn't have a plan. He just knows he can't let Jorge die. He screams at the top of his lungs, trying to distract the monster. Godwin ignores him. His blade ignites with that terrifying blue-white aura. Vlad's eyes widen. He recognizes that light from the cave. He realizes Godwin wasn't showing him a cool trick. He was showing him the weapon that would kill his father figure. "Don't!" Vlad screams, but it's too late. The energy builds to a breaking point. White lines of force start tracing across the air, marking the paths of Godwin's next strikes. Jorge looks at the light one last time. He knows what's coming. Godwin moves. He's not a person anymore. He's a streak of blue moonlight. The blue moonlight strike tears through the bar. It's not just a cut. It's a spatial reorganization. Vlad is caught in the peripheral blast. The entire building seems to explode from the inside out as the aura releases its pressure. Silence falls over the ruins of the Rose's smile. Vlad is buried under a pile of debris. He groans, his body screaming in pain. He pushes himself up, blinking through the dust and blood. He looks at the center of the room. It's empty. He sees something on the ground that makes his heart stop. He crawls forward, his hands shaking so hard he can barely move. He sees the blood. So much blood. He calls out Jorge's name, but his voice is just a whisper. There's a trail of red leading toward the exit. Vlad's blue eyes turn dark. The voice in his head is screaming now, but he can't hear it over the sound of his own pulse. He remembers Jorge, the man who reached out to a starving orphan in the back alleys, the man who was the strongest thing in Vlad's world. He sees it. Godwin is standing by the door, holding a bag. The bag is heavy. It's dripping. Vlad's world is destroyed in a single second. The grief turns into a white-hot rage that burns through every nerve in his body. He grabs a sword from the ground. He doesn't care about the voice. He doesn't care about the aura. He lunges at Godwin with a scream that sounds like a dying animal. Godwin blocks the strike casually, but he pauses. He notes Vlad's sword path. He's genuinely confused. How does a street rat from this gutter have the form of a master? He smirks. Excellent. Vlad swings again and again, but Godwin just deflects him like he's playing with a child. One kick to the stomach sends Vlad flying across the room again. He crashes into the wall, his vision blurring. Godwin stands over him, looking down with a mixture of curiosity and pity. He realizes Vlad is a natural. The kid instinctively twisted his body to minimize the impact of the kick. The voice in Vlad's head is shouting, "Breathe! You can't lose consciousness!" Godwin sighs. He says Vlad is a sprout. That would be a waste to cut down right now. He wants to see what this kid becomes if he survives this. He looks at the bag in his hand. He tells the dead Jorge that watching over things with potential is the only fun he has left. He gives Vlad one last, mocking smile. He reminds the boy that knights only take fair compensation. Vlad is gasping for air, looking up at him with pure hatred. Godwin drops the pieces of beef jerky on Vlad's head. He reveals the final truth. His name wasn't Stanga, and he isn't 42. The jerky was wrong compensation, so he's returning it. But he's taking the winner's right. Vlad snarls that he's going to kill him. Godwin just turns his back. He doesn't even consider Vlad a threat. He tells the boy not to try and pay for the second piece of jerky with his life today. He walks out into the night, leaving Vlad in the ruins. Vlad screams the name Godwin into the darkness. He swears on his own soul that he will find him. He'll make sure of it. He'll make sure Godwin dies by his hand. The escape is on. Jamina is literally carrying Vlad through the snowy streets while he limps, his internal organs probably still doing a puzzle after that kick from Godwin. Vlad collapses, coughing up blood. His body is hitting its limit before they even make it out of the district. He's gasping for air, the reality of Jorge's death finally sinking in. Marcella stands over him, looking down with zero pity. She asks him a simple question. Do you want to die here? Vlad can barely even look up at her. He's broken. Marcella's face goes cold. It's time for a reality check. She slaps the absolute soul out of him. She tells him to pull himself together because they don't have the luxury of time. She explains the fundamental law of the world. The people living in the high-end districts have opportunities. When they fail, they can afford to fall down and wait for someone to pick them up. They have safety nets made of gold and titles. But in the gutter, failure is a death sentence. Look around. The bodies are the only result of failing once. They were born without safety nets. She grabs him by the collar, screaming that he can't throw away the one and only opportunity he was given. Vlad's eyes focus. The haze of grief is replaced by the clarity of survival. He tells Jamina to keep going. No more taking it slow. He realizes his story can't end in a back alley puddle. Just as they start moving, a group of thugs spots them. Found him! Jorge's kid is here! Vlad doesn't even hesitate. Run! The nest is broken. The pursuit is relentless. Jack the One-Armed has put a bounty on Vlad's head that every rat in the slums wants to collect. No matter how young the bird is, it's time for it to take flight or get eaten. The thugs lose them in the maze of alleys. They're searching every corner, calling them rats. One of the leaders tells them to find the kids no matter what, because the compensation from Jack is massive. He wants to make them pay for the humiliation he received when Vlad bodied his men earlier. The guy is literally shaking with petty rage. They split up, sure that the kids haven't gone far. We see a heavy wooden door. The bolt slides into place. Vlad and Jamina are inside a blacksmith's workshop, pressing their backs against the wood, holding their breath. Vlad realizes they can't keep running forever. They're trapped in the city. He tells Jamina to stay here and wait for it to get quiet. He plans to go out alone to draw the heat, saying that moving together is too dangerous. Jamina isn't having it. She screams that they're going together. She reminds him that Marcella promised to help them reach the right place. Vlad tells her to go to the convent or Harbin's place, anywhere but with him. He's trying to be the hero, but his voice is cracking. He snaps at her. He asks if he looks like he's capable of protecting anyone right now. Jamina looks like she's about to cry, but then her face hardens. A voice from the shadows interrupts them. "Who are you?" Jamina spins around and grabs a knife from the workbench. An old man walks out carrying a lantern. He's stunned to find two kids breaking into his shop in the middle of a war zone. Jamina points the knife at him, telling him not to move. The old man is just annoyed. He asks what's wrong with them. Barging into someone's house like this. Jamina is shaking so hard the knife is vibrating. She threatens to stab him. The old man looks at her eyes. He doesn't see a criminal. He sees a cornered animal. Vlad watches them, his hand on his own dagger, ready to intervene. The old man tells her to put down the unsightly thing first. Jamina doesn't lower the knife. She demands a sword. She screams it. She needs a real weapon for Vlad. The old man is confused. She points to a sword hanging on the wall. She says it's not safe to go outside the town without one. She's dead serious. She'll do anything to get that blade. Vlad tells her to put the knife down, but she's reached her breaking point. The old man thinks to himself that this is the true nature of the back alleys, stealing just to live. He looks at her more closely. He sees the desperation that only comes when you've lost everything else. He calls it upsetting. He's seen this story 1,000 times in the slums. Jemima's eyes are filled with tears, but her grip is firm. She lets out a roar, and Vlad reaches for her, thinking she's about to attack the blacksmith. The old man flinches. The blade flashes. Vlad's eyes widen in horror. Jemima didn't stab the man. She grabbed her own hair and hacked it off in one messy, brutal cut. The old man is speechless. She holds out the bundle of red hair. She knows it's not enough compensation, but she swears she'll pay him back later. She's sobbing now. She begs him to give the sword to Vlad. The hair falls to the floor. In the slums, hair is the only thing a girl has to mark her as a person rather than a tool. She just threw it away for a piece of steel. The blacksmith stares at the red strands on the floor. He asks Vlad if they're really leaving. Vlad just says, yes. The old man realizes this young man is trying to do something he dreamed of doing his whole life, something he was never brave enough to do. He sighs, rubbing his head. He grumbles about how kids bother adults too much. "Follow me," he says. A few minutes later, a trash cart is rattling through the streets. The old man is pushing it through the snow, looking like a common laborer. Vlad and Jemima are buried under the trash. Vlad is complaining about the smell, and the old man tells him to shut up and push from the inside. A guard stops them at the checkpoint. "Hey, old man!" It's a group of Jack's thugs. They ask what he's doing out in the middle of the night. The old man starts sweating. If they check the cart, it's over. They ask why he's taking out the garbage at this hour. The old man goes on the offensive. He starts yelling about how they've been blocking the alleys and making a mess, so his shop is overflowing with junk. The thug is taken aback. He didn't expect the old guy to have a temper. He looks at the hooded figure helping push the cart. "Who's that? You usually work alone." The old man claims he hired a kid for a piece of bread because he was tired. The thug says he respects the only blacksmith in the district, but he still has to check the helper. He reaches for the hood. "Don't move if you don't want to be cut," the thug says. He jerks the hood back. Vlad is ready to draw his dagger and start a bloodbath. The old man holds his breath. It's Jemima. Her face is covered in soot, her hair is a jagged mess, and she looks like a generic street urchin. The thug is disgusted. He tells them to go. The old man asks what they're even looking for. The thug says they're hunting Jorge's kid, the one with blonde hair. The old man grumbles and starts pushing again, but there's one more thug, a tall guy named Otar. He tells his subordinate to check the cart itself. Vlad is looking through a gap in the wood, his hand on his blade. The thug grumbles about the dust but prepares to poke his spear into the trash. Otar tells him to go over there and check the other side. The old man thinks he's cooked. There's nowhere left to run. The thug starts poking around. Suddenly, Otar sees a silver coin glinting in the snow near the cart. He looks at Jemima. He looks at the cart. The silence is deafening. Otar grips his spear. He tells his subordinate to stop. He slams his own spear into a pile of junk away from where Vlad is hiding. The old man is shaking. Jemima is crying silently. Otar mentions that he heard Harbin is doing a vote on the river. Vlad realizes Otar knows exactly who is in the cart. Otar leans in and whispers. He's just letting them know. He tells them to get going. As the cart rolls away, Otar watches them go. We get a flashback. Otar is Ned's older brother. He's the one who was supposed to pay the 40 silver. He's paying back the debt Vlad covered to save his brother's life. In the gutter, a debt of silver is paid in blood and silence. They reach the edge of the city. The old man takes them to the trash disposal chute. It leads out of the city walls. Jamina tells Vlad to take care of his health. She's staying behind with the madam to help rebuild. Vlad slides down the chute. He lands in the snow outside the walls, free but alone. The old man watches the city from the ramparts. Jamina prays for Vlad's safety. The beginning of a legend is often brought by a girl's tears and an old man's lost dreams. We jump to the mountains. A new sword glints in the light of a campfire. It's the blade the blacksmith gave him. Vlad's face is different now. The boy is gone. He holds the sword and speaks to the darkness. "Can you hear me?" The voice answers. "Yes." Vlad asks who the spirit really is. The voice says it doesn't know. Vlad finds it hard to believe someone who knows so much about the sword doesn't know their own name, but he decides it doesn't matter. They have a deal. Vlad will be the voice's memory. The voice will be Vlad's sword. He doesn't care if the spirit is a demon or a ghost. He stands before the spectral silhouette of a master swordsman under the full moon. The only thing Vlad is afraid of now is becoming nothing. The spirit agrees. "All right, I'll teach you." The training of the star-embracing swordmaster begins. A month has passed. We're at a military encampment in the snowy north. The banner of House Bayezid flies high. These are the elite. Inside a tent, a man is moving pieces on a map. Meet Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the family. He's bored. He says the monster subjugation is too easy. His subordinate, Jaeger, enters the tent to give a report. Jaeger is a veteran knight, but even he seems wary of Joseph. He stands at attention, his eye patch making him look like he's seen some serious stuff. He asks Joseph why he looks so worried if everything is going well. Joseph explains that the lack of difficulty is exactly the problem. The subjugation is going too smoothly, very few casualties, and all of them were expendable mercenaries. If there are no variables or deserters, everyone will doubt his ability to lead a real war. His father and the vassals are watching his every move. And then there's Rudiger, his older brother from another mother. The competition for the count's seat is cutthroat. Jaeger stays silent. He knows better than to get involved in family politics. Joseph says at this rate, it'll be destruction for him. He needs to stand out. The Bayezid family glorifies military power. His father climbed to the top by stepping on his own brothers. Joseph laments that he doesn't have enough elite swordsmen, except for Jaeger. Jaeger changes the subject. He has something else to report. Joseph asks if his brother sent a spy. Jaeger says it's not that simple. He tells Joseph he'll only understand once he sees it for himself. We see a goblin corpse. Its chest is a mess of sloppy, jagged cuts. Joseph covers his mouth with a handkerchief. How dreadful. He guesses this was done by a child who just started wielding a sword. Jaeger leads him to a row of hanging goblin corpses. Joseph notes that these are also very poor quality work. They're all the same. Brutal, unrefined, and messy. But then he stops at a specific corpse. Wait, the traces are the same, but the result is different. He asks Jaeger if all of these were done by one person. Jaeger confirms it. There are dozens of them. He drops the bomb. The sloppy ones were from a month ago. The clean ones are from yesterday. Joseph freezes. It's impossible. No one improves that much in just a month. Who is it? Joseph demands. He realizes he's looking at the growth of a monster. Back in the mountains, the wind is howling. Blood sprays across the snow. Goblins are being slaughtered like wheat. It's a battlefield of one versus an entire tribe. A group of mercenaries is nearby, trying to tighten their formation to hold back the tide. Their leader is shouting for them to get the rest of the monsters, but they all stop in their tracks. A massive hobgoblin, looking like an ogre's smaller, angrier cousin, towers over them. It slams its club down, and the shockwave alone scatters the mercenaries. The beast is a nightmare. It's too strong for these low-level goons. They're terrified. They didn't sign up for this. The hobgoblin lets out a roar that shakes the trees. It starts swatting mercenaries aside like they're flies. The survivors are screaming that it broke through Group 5. They're retreating in total chaos. The knight in charge, a guy with a mustache on a horse, just watches from the hill. He yells at them to go forward, threatening to cut their pay if they don't fight. The mercenaries yell back. They weren't told there were hobgoblins here. They tell him to fight it himself. The knight is a coward. He's shaking in his armor. The hobgoblin is about to turn the retreat into a massacre. The knight gulps. He's useless. He's paralyzed by fear as the monster approaches. Suddenly, a pair of boots crunches in the snow. A figure walks past the retreating mercenaries. The knight is confused. Who? The voice, now calling himself Rahman, tells Vlad to get ready. Vlad takes a deep breath. I'll take it on. He launches forward like a bolt of lightning. The hobgoblin is surprised by the tiny human speed. Vlad's eyes are locked on to the beast's throat. He swings, a clean arc of steel. It's a shallow cut. Vlad is annoyed. Rahman screams in his head, "Dodgy!" The hobgoblin's club misses Vlad's head by an inch. Vlad skids across the snow, using his hand to stabilize. He's fast, but he's still not landing a killing blow. Damn it! I failed again! Vlad is furious with his own lack of precision. Rahman insults him. He calls Vlad stupid for not being able to do it even after being told how. Vlad just grits his teeth. He says he's just taking the long route. The hobgoblin charges, screaming for blood. Vlad enters the flow. He sees the white lines of the sword path again. He moves through the monster's guard. Everything slows down. The beast lifts its club for a final smash. The impact craters the ground, sending snow and ice flying everywhere. The hobgoblin thinks it won, but its club is buried in empty earth. Vlad appears behind the monster's neck. This time, I'll definitely cut it. The hobgoblin can't even turn its head in time. A single, perfect strike severs the beast's head. Back at the tent, Joseph is deep in thought. The praying Raman, huh? He tells Yager to investigate that person right this moment. Yager salutes. Yes, young master. Joseph looks at the drawings of the sword paths again. He notes that the swings are crooked and sloppy, but the fact that a beginner is already walking down the true path of the sword in just a month? We see Vlad standing over the dead hobgoblin, the blue moonlight reflecting in his eyes. The aftermath of the goblin hunt is basically a cleanup crew's nightmare. Gotha, the mercenary who's basically made a career out of talking, runs up to Vlad with a huge grin. Vlad isn't in the mood for fanboys. He tells the guy to shut up and make sure his kills are actually loaded onto the cart so he gets paid. Gotha starts fishing. He knows the contract is almost up and wants to know what Vlad's next move is. He tries to pitch a partnership, saying they'd be unstoppable with Vlad's sword and his brains. Vlad just gives him a look that says, I'd rather spar with a brick wall. He stops walking when Gotha mentions his mercenary plaque. The guy is being way too observant. He tells Vlad he can't keep using that fake ID forever. Then he mentions he knows a guy who's a master at forging documents. Vlad turns around, and the temperature in the forest drops 20 degrees. He tells the guy that blabbering is a great way to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Gotha's face goes pale. He realizes he just poked a sleeping wolf with a very short stick. He stammers out that he was just looking out for Vlad, since a guy this good shouldn't be earning pocket change as a low-level mercenary. Vlad doubles down. He tells him to finish the cleaning, or he'll be saying goodbye to his head next. Gotha books it. Some people just don't know when to quit while they're ahead. Vlad watches him go, already deciding that he's going to have to deal with this loose end eventually. As the sun starts to set, the camp settles into its routine. The other mercenaries notice Riemann heading off toward the tree line again. To them, it looks like he's a deeply religious warrior going off for his nightly prayers. They think he looks like a fallen noble and figure there's no way he was born into the same class as a bunch of slum dwellers like them. Inside his head, Vlad is actually just losing his mind. He's furious because he couldn't cut a goblin's head off in one clean strike earlier. The ghost calls him a fool. He claims the secret to a one-hit kill is all about surprise. Then he gives the most useless piece of advice in martial arts history: when the opponent goes whoosh, you go wham. Vlad is literally sweating from the mental strain of trying to decode this nonsense. He asks if he's actually supposed to understand that. He's sitting there mumbling, whoosh, wham, damn it, while the mercenaries in the background think he's reciting holy scripture. The next morning at the Bayezid camp, the vibe is a bit more professional. We see a bowl of mystery stew that looks like it was filtered through a muddy boot. Vlad stares at it, genuinely questioning if the chunks floating in there are actually meat. Gotha is sitting across from him, shoveling it down like it's a 5-star meal because, hey, it's free. The other mercenaries agree. Working for the Bayzids is a win because they actually provide meals, even if the soup is 90% salt and regret. Vlad leaves them to their salt soup. He's got better things to do. The guys assume he's going to see the priest again. One of them even wonders if he should start praying too, if it makes you that good with a sword. The other mercenary shuts him down instantly. He tells him he's never going to be like the captain. Vlad enters a large blue tent and is greeted by Father Andreas. The old man is delighted to see his favorite pious mercenary. He mentions he heard Vlad was out praying in the cold again last night. Vlad plays along perfectly. He tells the priest he doesn't feel the cold when he's in the embrace of God. He's actually just thinking about the damn whoosh-wham advice. Andreas is practically glowing. He tells Vlad he's more like a priest than the actual clergy. A young boy named Jean enters to announce that breakfast is ready. The priest insists Vlad joins them. Vlad tries to decline, but you don't say no to a man with this much grandfather energy. They sit down for a meal that actually looks edible. As they pray, Andreas sneaks a peek at Vlad. He thinks Vlad is the most honest believer he's ever met. In the priest's eyes, Vlad is a tragic hero, a young man forced to bloody his hands in battle who hasn't lost his soul to the violence. He decides it's his holy duty to lead this lost lamb toward a better future. He tells Vlad to eat up. This isn't the camp's mystery stew. This is rare wheat bread and actual soup. Vlad's eyes light up. This is the first real food he's had in a month. As he eats, Andreas drops some major news. Sir Joseph has heard about Vlad's skills. Apparently, Sir Jaeger came by 2 days ago specifically to ask about him. Vlad stops mid-chew. He realizes his low-profile plan has officially failed. Andreas beams. He tells Vlad he gave him a glowing recommendation. He told the high brass that he looks forward to seeing how Vlad grows. He explains that House Bayezid is the elite of the North, and working for them would put Vlad in a much better environment. Vlad's expression doesn't change, but internally, he's doing the math on how fast he can vanish. Later, Vlad is back in the snowy woods, leaning on his sword. This isn't good. He realizes he was too conspicuous during the last few hunts. The ghost tells him they had no choice. You can't learn real-world swordsmanship by swinging at the air. You need experience. Vlad thinks the bigger issue was being too friendly with the priest. He asks the ghost if he's finally certain the spirit isn't an evil being. He figures if a high-level priest with divine power didn't notice anything off about Vlad, then the ghost must be clean. Vlad suggests they just run off tonight before things get complicated. He knows eventually they'll find out he's using a fake identity and that he killed a mercenary back in Sawara. The ghost mocks him, calling him an evil man and an accomplice. Vlad decides they're leaving tonight. He figures if they take Gocha with them, they can even get a better fake ID. The ghost interrupts his plan. I think that may prove difficult. Vlad senses it too. Someone is approaching through the trees. He spins around, blade drawn, eyes glowing with that blue intensity. It's Sir Jaeger, the man with the eye patch. Jaeger is impressed. He was trying to sneak up, and the kid sensed him before he even got close. He tells Vlad that Sir Joseph wishes to see him immediately. Vlad realizes he should have booked it the second the priest mentioned Jaeger's name. He puts on his best poker face. He tells Jaeger it's an honor to be summoned. Jaeger asks if Vlad knew he was coming. Vlad lies smoothly, saying he heard from Father Andreas but didn't expect him so soon. Jaeger likes the kid's nerve. Most rookies would be shaking in their boots in front of a senior knight. Come with me, Jaeger says, turning his back. Vlad watches him, calculating the distance. He asks the ghost if he should try to run now while Jaeger isn't looking. The ghost warns him not to even attempt it. A knight of Jaeger's level would end him before he took 3 steps. Vlad grits his teeth. He's officially trapped in the opportunity Marcella talked about. They arrive at the command tent. It's massive and looks like a palace made of canvas. Joseph Bayezid is standing there, calmly reading a book like he isn't in the middle of a war zone. Vlad bows low. It's an honor, Sir Joseph. Joseph asks if there are any inconveniences with Vlad's work. He's being polite, which in a Bayezid usually means he's sharpening a knife. He looks at Vlad's blonde hair and blue eyes. He notes that the kid looks like the son of a fallen noble family. He asks if the kid's name is Rahman. Then he slams a book shut. The sound echoes through the tent like a gavel. In a flash, Jaeger has Vlad by the throat, slamming him against a pillar. Vlad's eyes go wide. He can't even draw his sword. Jaeger's green eye is cold. He's waiting for the order to snap the kid's neck. Joseph's voice turns to ice. He tells Vlad that he abhors liars. The atmosphere in the tent becomes suffocating. The mask has been ripped off. Joseph leans in and drops the name he wasn't supposed to know. Vlad of Sawara. Joseph has the receipts. He knows about Vlad's mother being an unmarried woman and that his father is a complete mystery. He asks Vlad directly, "Do you know who your father is?" Vlad's response is ice cold. He finds it very funny that a high noble is asking a slum kid about a father who never existed. Jaeger doesn't like the attitude. He delivers a brutal kick to Vlad's stomach. Vlad hits the floor hard, gasping for air. Jaeger tells him to remember his manners. You don't get sarcastic with a Bayezid and walk away clean. Joseph tells Jaeger there's no need for more violence. He actually finds the situation amusing. He explains that they already know why Vlad ran from Sawara. They know about the incident at the bar. But there's one thing Joseph can't figure out. Where did a street rat learn to wield a sword like a master? Vlad is staring up at him with those terrifying blue eyes. Joseph notes that those eyes are hiding way too much. Jaeger draws his sword and rests the tip against Vlad's neck. One flinch and it's over. Vlad is backed into a corner. He has to give them something believable. He tells them a half-truth. He says he had a teacher who came and disappeared like lightning. Joseph's interest peaks. Lightning? He knows the legends of masters who move like that. Vlad says the teacher never disclosed his name. He claims the man taught him a one-man ever-winning secret that he was sworn never to reveal. Joseph watches him for a long moment. He decides Vlad's gaze is unwavering, which means he's either telling the truth or he's a god-tier liar. Vlad is sweating. He's wondering if the lightning teacher story actually worked. Joseph pivots. He admits he's in a tight spot politically and needs talented swordsmen he can control. He makes the offer. Don't you want to rise to a higher place, Vlad from Sawara? He promises power, freedom, survival, and even knighthood. It's everything a slum kid should want. The image of Joseph standing before the Bayezid banner is imposing. He's offering a hand, but Vlad knows it's a leash. We jump to the training grounds. Wooden swords clash. Vlad is sparring with Jaeger. It's a complete blowout. The other mercenaries are watching from the sidelines. They think Jaeger is going easy on the kid. They wonder if Vlad is going to be Jaeger's official disciple. They're jealous, thinking the kid has a blossoming future set for him. In reality, Vlad is getting his soul crushed. Jaeger's wooden sword slams into his shoulder. Jaeger calls him an arrogant brat. He's offended that Vlad held his head high before Joseph with such mere skills. He's teaching Vlad his place by using overwhelming force. Vlad realizes Jaeger is on a completely different level. If he dodges, the follow-up is instant. If he blocks, the force breaks his guard. He enters the zone. In that case, he has no choice. The white lines of the sword path appear in his vision. He sees the opening. It's tiny, but it's there. He ignores the pain and swings. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity. He's channeling everything the ghost told him. Vlad's wooden sword actually makes contact with Jaeger's guard, pushing him back an inch. The spectators go wild. They can't believe he got him. Jaeger's expression remains stone cold. He tells Vlad that he should manage this much at least. Vlad is huffing, barely able to stand. He knows he didn't actually succeed. He realizes Jaeger simply allowed him to land that blow to see how he'd react. Jaeger delivers the bad news. They're going to spar like this twice a day, every day, morning and evening. No exceptions. As Jaeger walks away, Vlad watches his back. The man is a mountain he can't even see the top of yet. Vlad is frustrated. Jaeger didn't give him a single piece of advice during the entire beatdown. The ghost notes that Jaeger has remarkable swordsmanship. He explains that Jaeger was ruthlessly chopping away all of Vlad's unnecessary movements. Getting hit was the lesson. Vlad sighs. No matter where he turns, it feels like no one is actually on his side. Back in the command tent, Jaeger is reporting to Joseph. He confirms that the kid can be used. He says Vlad is at a point where he'd catch the Count's eye if he were a noble. Joseph smiles that predatory smile. He knew his judgment was right. Jaeger warns him that the issue is Vlad's arrogance. The kid doesn't know his place. Joseph dismisses it. He says etiquette can be taught, but talent is rare. He tells Jaeger that he has the right man for the job, right in front of him. Jaeger is hesitant. He says a disloyal sword can't be trusted. Joseph counters by saying, if Vlad had bowed his head immediately, Joseph wouldn't have trusted him either. He wants a wolf that has a must-do goal. He thinks a relationship where both parties want something from each other is much more stable than one built on blind loyalty. Jaeger nods. If that's what the young master thinks, he'll follow along. Joseph's thoughts turn darker. He realizes Vlad isn't just a wolf. He sees Vlad as cocky, untrustworthy, and full of himself. The perfect weapon for a dirty war. He tells himself not to rush. He needs time to build a huge cage. A cage so big that the wolf mistakes his captivity for freedom. This is the Bayezid way. We cut to the night. The winter fog is thick enough to hide an army. Gotha is on guard duty, shivering. He's complaining about the damn fog in the middle of winter. He's thinking about Vlad. He's annoyed that Vlad is already serving under Sir Jaeger, while Goti is stuck on sentry duty. He regrets not charming Vlad earlier to gain his attention. A shadow appears. It's Sir Roderick, a high-ranking knight of the camp. Goti salutes instantly. He tells Roderick there's nothing out of the ordinary. Roderick tells him to get his act together and do his job well. Roderick walks off into the fog to continue his patrol. Gotha rolls his eyes. He thinks everything in the camp is so solid a needle couldn't get in. He decides Roderick won't be back for a while, so it's time for some shut-eye. He leans against a tree and drifts off. A sound wakes him up. He sees Roderick still standing nearby. Roderick is talking to someone in the fog. He asks what they mean by looking for a kid. Roderick laughs. He calls the person a crazy woman and tells them he isn't their kid. Then silence. Gothi is confused. Why did the conversation just stop? He gulps, feeling a sudden chill that has nothing to do with the winter wind. He creeps forward through the snow, peering into the darkness. He sees Roderick's silhouette, but Roderick is walking in the wrong direction. That's not the way back to camp. Gotha's heart is pounding. He sees something behind Roderick, a dark, swirling smoke. He realizes it's not smoke, it's a presence. A massive, demonic face manifests in the fog, its mouth wide enough to swallow a man whole. The horror has arrived at the Bayezid camp, and Vlad's new cage is about to get a lot more dangerous. Our guy is currently feeling like he got hit by a literal truck. Sir Jaeger has been training him, which is just a fancy way of saying he's been using Vlad as a human punching bag for the last several hours. The voice in his head isn't helping with the sympathy either. It tells him this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to spar with a knight of Jaeger's level, basically calling him ungrateful for having all his ribs intact. Vlad isn't buying the educational angle. From his perspective, it looked like Jaeger just genuinely enjoyed the physical activity of beating the brakes off a teenager. He's standing there, sore and cynical, realizing that in the world of the high sky, even the training is just a more expensive version of getting jumped in an alleyway. Suddenly, a voice whispers to him from the tree line. It's Got, the mercenary who still can't decide if he wants to be Vlad's friend or just avoid being his next victim. He's acting like he's selling forbidden items in an RPG, beckoning Vlad over with a level of sketchiness that is honestly impressive. Vlad recognizes him immediately. Got is the guy who's been around since the start of this subjugation arc, mostly serving as the camp's resident professional coward. The subjugation team hasn't even returned to camp yet, which is the first red flag. Got looks like he's seen a ghost, or at the very least, a very large bill he can't pay. And then he drops the bombshell. He's planning to desert the camp tonight, and he wants Vlad to know. He claims he's only telling Vlad out of courtesy so they can see each other again with a smile. Translation: he's terrified and hopes Vlad will cover his exit. Vlad tries to get him to make sense. Deserting a noble's military camp isn't exactly a career-building move. It usually ends with a rope and a very short drop. But Got isn't worried about the law. He's worried about the forest. He tells Vlad that the very land they are trying to subjugate is actually cursed. Vlad goes still. He's lived in the gutters long enough to know when a man is lying to save his skin, and when a man is genuinely smelling his own death. Got points out that a lot of soldiers have been going missing lately. It's not just a few deserters. The numbers aren't adding up, even with the good pay and food Joseph is providing. The realization hits Vlad. These guys aren't running away. They're being taken. Got describes it as a ghost that abducts people into the tree line. He looks like a man who just survived a horror movie prologue and realized he isn't the main character. They stand in silence for a moment. Vlad is weighing the odds. He calls God a brat for spewing nonsense, but he can't ignore the logic. If people are vanishing, the predator in this forest is a lot higher on the food chain than goblins. God doubles down. It's not just the foot soldiers anymore. Sir Roderick, an actual knight, vanished yesterday. This changes everything. A knight being taken means whatever is out there doesn't care about armor or training. Got mentions he checked the records on the way back and found a terrifying pattern. Every single person who went missing had one thing in common. They all had black hair. God is currently having a mental breakdown. He realizes he has black hair, the missing knight had black hair, and half the comments section probably has black hair too. He is officially cooked. He's cursing his own courtesy and wishing he'd just run for it hours ago. Behind them, Jaeger and the rest of the unit arrive. Jaeger is watching the exchange from horseback. He's a veteran. He can smell the panic coming off Gott from 20 yards away. Vlad tells Jaeger that Gott isn't crazy, but he's also not exactly reliable. It's the trust but verify approach, mostly because Vlad wants to know if he's next on the menu. Jaeger narrows his eyes. He's not a man who believes in fairy tales, but he's also not a man who ignores dead knights. He explains that Joseph sees this weirdness as an opportunity. In the world of high-stakes politics, discovering a new supernatural threat is actually worth more than just killing a few monsters. But Jaeger is disturbed. The black hair detail is too specific to be a coincidence. It feels like a targeted hunt rather than random monster behavior. Vlad points out that there were 3 knights at that post. If an entire squad of elites can't handle one ghost, then the mercenaries they have are essentially just snacks. Jaeger sighs. If even Roderick is gone, he's the only one left with the skills to actually lead a search. He has to go in personally. They reach the subjugation team's forward post. It's quiet, too quiet for a camp full of armed men. A man named Aaron, one of Roderick's followers, greets them. He looks exhausted, like someone who hasn't slept because he's afraid of what's in his dreams. Jaeger asks for a report. Aaron confirms they've searched the entire area and found absolutely nothing. No blood, no signs of a struggle, no footprints. It's like a night, and his entire patrol just evaporated into the mountain air. Jaeger decides he needs to see the site himself. He's done relying on the reports of terrified mercenaries. He orders the men to disperse into groups of 3. The rule is simple. Stay within line of sight of another group. If you lose sight of your neighbors, you're already dead. The sun starts to set, painting the mountains in a blood-orange glow. In a story like this, a sunset is never just a sunset. It's a countdown timer. Gott is still whining. He thinks being assigned to Vlad's group is a death sentence, which, considering Vlad's luck, isn't entirely wrong. Vlad tells him to shut up and keep searching. He promises to give him something later, which is Vlad speak for, "I'll protect you if you stop being annoying." Jaeger catches up with them. He asks if they've found anything. The answer is a resounding no. Vlad gets honest. He's from the city gutters. He knows how you find people who vanish in the back streets. His strategy is simple. Catch someone at random and beat them until they start talking. It's the gutter way. Too bad there's no one to catch in an empty forest. Jaeger just stares at him. Vlad's pragmatism is bordering on sociopathic, and even a hardened knight like Jaeger is starting to wonder about this kid's upbringing. The light is almost gone. Jaeger suggests heading back. Searching a cursed forest in total darkness is a great way to end the series early. Then, he stops. His knightly senses are screaming. He looks toward the river. He asks if they searched beyond the frozen water. Gott says they didn't. The subjugation target was in the opposite direction, so crossing the river would have been a waste of time. Jaeger's gut says otherwise. If nothing was found in the forest, then the missing people and that unidentified woman he's worried about must be on the other side. He orders all the mercenaries to gather. They are crossing the river. Now. The wind picks up, biting through their cloaks. The atmosphere just shifted from unsettling search to imminent disaster. Jaeger tests the ice with his boot. It's thick, but it's not solid all the way through. Winter is ending. The ice is brittle. Vlad notes that if they scatter their weight while crossing, it should hold. The mercenaries are hesitant. They can feel the cold coming off the water, and it feels wrong. Jaeger doesn't give them a choice. They are moving in 3 groups. The sound of boots on ice fills the quiet valley. It's a rhythmic, hollow sound that makes everyone's skin crawl. Vlad looks at Gott. The man looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Gott says he has a bad feeling. Vlad mocks him, saying he's just scared. Gott doesn't deny it. He explains that people like him, the weak, the nobodies, only survive because they listen to their gut. And right now, his gut is screaming that they should not be on this ice. Looking at the sunset behind them, it feels like they're walking away from the last bit of safety they had. Vlad pauses. He doesn't believe in feelings, but he believes in Gott's survival instinct. He tells Gott one thing. If he runs away now, he won't have a graceful death. The logic is brutal. A witness running away from a scene where a knight went missing is a prime suspect. Even Vlad would hunt him down just to be safe. He tells Gott to shut up and follow. Crossing the river is currently the only way to stay on the good side of the people with swords. Gott keeps complaining, but he follows. They are halfway across now. Then, the sound changes. It's not just the ice creaking, it's a rhythmic thumping from underneath. Got panics, asking if the ice is going to break. Vlad threatens to break it himself and shove Got under if he doesn't stop babbling. Got collapses. He says he can't go any further. He's paralyzed by pure instinctual terror. Vlad grabs him by the hair and starts dragging him. They're lagging behind the main group, and being the last guys in a horror scenario is a guaranteed L. He's calling Got a bastard, completely fed up with the drama. Then, Vlad looks down. His blue eyes go wide. Got sees it too. Under the translucent ice, just inches beneath their feet, corpses. Hundreds of them. Got screams it at the top of his lungs. There are bodies under the river. It's not just a few people. The entire riverbed is carpeted with the dead, their hands reaching up toward the surface as if they were trying to pull the living down with them. The ice shatters. It's not a natural break. Something from underneath is punching through. Jaeger screams for everyone to cross quickly. A massive, pale hand erupts through the ice, grabbing a mercenary, then another, and another. These aren't just corpses. They're undead. And they're fast. The mercenaries are surrounded. The river has become a killing floor in seconds. The undead are climbing out of the water, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. They look like the people who went missing, but there's nothing human left in them. The soldiers look to Jaeger. They are waiting for a miracle, or at least a plan. Jaeger grits his teeth. He realizes the truth. This isn't a random haunting. This is a trap, carefully set by someone who knew exactly where they would be. He draws his sword. The sunset is gone. The night and darkness have officially arrived. And as the narration says, those aren't things the living are allowed to have. The horde of undead charges. We're officially out of training arc territory and deep into a survival horror nightmare. We cut back to the main camp. It looks peaceful, but the torches are flickering in a way that suggests the wind is carrying something heavy. Inside a tent, an altar is set up. A gold cup sits before a cross. The old priest, Andreas, is praying for guidance. Beside him is a young acolyte. It's a scene of holy tranquility that is about to be violently interrupted. The priest stops mid-sentence. He feels it. The young boy asks, "What's wrong?" Andreas is staring at the holy water cup. The water is vibrating. Then, it starts to turn black. Andreas gasps. A dark, oily aura begins to spill out of the cup, defying gravity. This isn't just a monster, it's a divine-level evil. Outside, the fog is rolling down the mountains like a tidal wave. It moves with a purpose, ignoring the wind. It's a sentient mist, searching for something. A voice whispers through the fog. "Watch out." A spectral figure appears. It's the Ghost Mother. She's walking through the air, her long hair trailing like black smoke. She is the source of the nightmare. The undead are screaming. One of them lunges at the camera, a rotting face of pure hunger. God is doing what he does best, screaming for his life and calling for his captain. The undead have glowing blue eyes, just like Vlad's, but their light is hollow and cold. Vlad moves. He's a blur of motion, his blade cutting through the first zombie before it can touch God. He's focused. He's not using sword path yet. He's just using the raw instincts Jaeger beat into him. The undead are relentless. They don't feel pain, and they don't have fear. They just keep coming, piling on top of each other to reach the living. Vlad is a whirlwind. He's cutting through 3, 4 at a time. This is where the training pays off. His movements are efficient, clean, and lethal. Got is nearly grabbed by a severed arm. He lets out a sound that is legally classified as a damsel in distress wail. Vlad yells at him to pick up a spear and fight. Got's response is a sobbing, "I can't," which is exactly what we expected from him. Vlad curses. He can't protect a literal rock while fighting 100 zombies. He tells Got to pick a direction and run. He looks around. They are stuck. The bridge of ice is gone, and the way forward is blocked by a wall of rotting flesh. He wonders if Jaeger is even still alive. Jaeger is more than alive. He's currently redefining the term one-man army. Aura flares around him. This is a real night in a real fight. The mercenaries are being torn apart around him. It's a slaughter. The high sky soldiers are realizing that their rank doesn't protect them from being eaten. Jaeger grits his teeth. Even for him, this is too much. The numbers are infinite. He realizes the trap's target. Whoever set this up didn't care about a few mercenaries. They wanted the leadership. His eye glows with a green, piercing light. He's activating his own aura. The air around him explodes with energy. He stopped holding back. He swings his sword, and a crescent of green energy obliterates the entire front line of the undead. He's a beast. He looks at the remaining soldiers and his voice booms over the chaos. The undead are momentarily pushed back by the sheer pressure of his aura. He carves a path through the horde, a cyclone of green light that leaves nothing but dust in its wake. The surviving mercenaries rally. Seeing Jaeger fight gives them the one thing they lacked, a reason to believe they might see tomorrow. Jaeger stands in the center of the carnage. He looks like a god of war, but his expression is grim. He yells for Vlad. He calls him by his true name, Vlad of Sawara. He tells Vlad to fulfill his contract. This is the moment. The training is over. The job has begun. Vlad hears him. He's currently mid-swing, decapitating a zombie. He asks Jaeger what he should do. He's ready. Jaeger tells him to retreat to the post immediately. His mission is to protect Joseph Bayezid at any cost. Jaeger will stay behind and hold the line. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He's a professional. He knows Jaeger is the only one who can survive this meat grinder. He grabs Got, who is now named Godin by the narrator for some reason, and starts sprinting. Got is just happy to be moving away from the teeth. Jaeger watches them go. He says a silent prayer, hoping his will reaches Joseph safely. He turns back to the horde. The undead are closing in again. His sword is a blur. He is the ultimate vanguard. But then, he pauses. He feels something new, something much worse than the zombies. A figure emerges from the fog. It's Sir Roderick, but it's not the man Jaeger knew. Roderick is now a higher undead, his eyes glowing with that same hollow blue light. He's leading the horde. Back at the main camp, everything is still. The fog has completely settled. Joseph is in his tent, reading a book by lamplight. He looks completely unbothered, like he's waiting for a late-night snack rather than a demonic invasion. Screams erupt from outside. Joseph looks up, his expression shifting from boredom to mild annoyance. He recognizes the sound of an invasion. The tent flap bursts open. It's Vorden, the plump knight. Joseph asks what the commotion is about. Vorden is panting, unable to speak from pure terror. Joseph's eyes go cold. He realizes Vorden ran straight to him without even checking the situation or trying to lead his men. Vorden stammers that Joseph's safety is the utmost priority. Joseph screams at him, "Then why didn't you even arm yourself with a sword?" Vorden freezes. He's a knight who forgot his weapon in his rush to save his own skin. Absolute clown behavior. Joseph tells him he's lucky. If it were anyone else in his position, he'd have Vorden executed on the spot for cowardice. Vorden begs for forgiveness, groveling on the floor. It's a pathetic display of high sky incompetence. The tent flap opens again. Andreas the priest enters, followed by his acolyte and a few remaining soldiers. Joseph looks at the priest. He knows if the holy man is here, the problem isn't just physical. Andreas tells him it is evil. He holds out his Bible of holy ink. Joseph looks at the book. His pupils contract. The ink on the pages is literally trembling. It's a physical reaction to the presence outside. This is a grand evil, something beyond their local monsters. Joseph asks if there's a way to stop it. Andreas admits he's not an exorcist. His power is meant for blessing, not banishing something this strong. He promises to try unleashing his divine power, but he warns Joseph that it might not be enough. Joseph realizes the stakes. None of the knights left in the camp are world creators, the top-tier masters who can reshape reality with their aura. He looks at Vorden and the other mediocre knights. They are his only options, and they are currently shaking like leaves. He stands up. He doesn't show fear. He orders everyone to move. They step outside the tent. The camp is a wasteland of fog and silence. Joseph stares into the mist. "Fog?" he whispers. Screams echo from the barracks. Soldiers are running out, clutching their heads, screaming, "I am not your child!" Joseph covers his mouth with a cloth. He realizes the fog is a hallucinogen. It's driving people delirious with grief and terror. Andreas confirms it's not a natural phenomenon. It's a psychic attack. Joseph feels it too. The fog is trying to crawl into his mind, trying to find a memory to twist. And then the voice returns. It's louder now. "My child?" The ghost mother appears at the edge of the camp. She is looking directly at Joseph's group. Andreas and the acolyte are frozen. They've never seen a spirit of this magnitude. The knights are backing away. Vorden looks like he's about to faint again. Joseph stares her down. He's the snake. He doesn't flinch, even when death is looking him in the eye. The ghost mother takes a step forward. Her feet don't touch the ground. She's distorted, her body twitching in a way that breaks human geometry. She asks, "Are you there?" Her jaw unhinges, letting out a sound that isn't a scream. It's a vibration of pure agony. Joseph realizes she's found what she was looking for. She lunges. Her face fills the screen, a mask of rotting teeth and glowing purple rage. "I finally found you, my child." Joseph is her target, and Vlad is still miles away at the river. The cage just became a tomb, and the second son of House Bizet is officially out of time. The ghost mother reaches out with claws that look like they were carved from nightmares. The atmosphere in the camp is pure static, that heavy, cold pressure that tells you your soul is currently on the menu. She lets out a blood-curdling scream that probably shattered half the glass in the province, still begging for her child. Father Andrea is doing his best, praying like his life depends on it, because it absolutely does. The young acolyte is holding on for dear life, his voice shaking as they try to keep the holy barrier from collapsing. It's a losing battle. The ghost mother is pressing against the golden light, and the barrier is starting to look real thin. Joseph is standing there looking calm, but his brain is doing 500 IQ calculations. He realizes that unless Jaeger pulls a miracle and teleports here in the next 5 seconds, they are cooked. He looks at his other knights, Cade and Maxim, who are currently lying on the ground, being less than useless. The ghost mother isn't stopping. She doesn't care about their ranks or their noble blood, she just sees targets. Joseph finally admits it. This isn't just a random monster attack. This is a targeted curse, specifically designed to bypass the knights and end his lineage right here in the snow. He's wondering who had the resources to set this up, but he doesn't have time to file a police report. The acolyte coughs up blood as the psychic pressure hits its peak. Andrea tells the boy to hold his position, promising that the sun will rise again, but the sun is currently nowhere to be found. The spectral hand punches through the barrier, the holy light flickering like a dying light bulb. The kid is at his limit, tears streaming down his face as the darkness starts to leak in. The barrier shatters in a spray of golden sparks. The ghost mother lunges, her mouth unhinged into a void of pure malice. Joseph watches the acolyte collapse, knowing the hymn, and their protection is officially over. For a split second, everyone in that camp thinks this is the final page of their story. Joseph grits his teeth, realizing they can't wait for morning. They need a miracle now. Then he hears it, the sound of someone moving at high speed through the snow. Out of the darkness, a figure comes flying in like he's trying to win a gold medal in the long jump. The ghost mother turns, surprised that someone actually had the guts to charge her. Her face is a literal jump scare, all hollow sockets and weeping shadows. It's Vlad. He's back, his blade glowing with a faint blue light, and he looks like he's about to engage in some serious ghost busting. The voice in his head explains the situation. This thing is a walking curse, not a physical being. That means normal steel is just going to pass through her like she's made of smoke. Vlad asks the obvious question. How do I kill smoke? Riman asks if Vlad can use aura yet. Vlad gives him a "are you serious right now" look because he's a low-tier mercenary, not a legendary hero. The spirit sighs. There's a plan B, but it's the kind of plan that usually ends with a hospital bill. The plan is simple. Riman takes over Vlad's body for a few seconds to force an aura strike. Vlad is skeptical about the physics of a ghost piloting a teenager to use a power he hasn't even unlocked yet. Riman warns him, using aura with a body that isn't ready for it is going to break things. Vlad won't be able to move for a long time after this one hit. Vlad looks at the ghost mother. It's either use the forbidden move or become a permanent resident of the forest. He grips the hilt of his sword. This is the way of the sword. Sometimes you have to break the tool to get the job done. He tells Riman to do it. The spirit asks if he's sure one last time. Vlad thinks about Joseph and the contract they signed. He doesn't have loyalty, but he has faith. And in the gutter, your word is your life. He has a duty to fulfill, and he's not about to let some spectral lady ruin his perfect 5-star rating. He walks forward, his posture shifting into something much older and much more dangerous. The narrator notes he's offering his faith instead of loyalty. Riman respects the grind and prepares the takeover. Vlad lunges, but it's not a human movement anymore. It's a calculated reorganization of space. The ghost mother screams, sensing the sudden spike in energy. Vlad feels his internal mana being dragged through his veins like liquid lead. It hurts, a lot. Riman tells him to close his right eye. Don't ask why, just do it. Blue lightning erupts from the blade, crackling against the dark fog. The air around them literally starts to hum with the pressure of a legend being reborn. This is it, the world of voices. For a moment, the entire battlefield goes silent as the spirit takes the wheel. Vlad's eye snaps open, and it's glowing with an ethereal, blinding light. The sword is no longer just steel. It's a conduit for the blue moonlight technique. The ghost mother realizes she messed up. She tries to back away, but there's nowhere to go when you're being hunted by a ghost master. Vlad leans into the strike, his body screaming in protest as the aura pours out. A single, massive arc of blue light splits the camp in half. It passes through the ghost mother, and for the first time, the blade actually connects. Father Andrea and the survivors can only watch in absolute awe as a kid they thought was a trainee just unleashed a night-level attack. Joseph's eyes are wide. He's seen aura before, but not from a candle boy with no formal training. The energy fades, and Vlad stands there for a second, looking like he just conquered the world. And then he collapses into the snow like a sack of potatoes. The price has been collected. His body is convulsing, blue sparks still dancing across his skin as his nervous system tries to reboot. Joseph runs to him, calling his name. He's genuinely panicked, which is a rare look for the snake of House Bayezid. Vlad is trembling, every muscle in his body feeling like it was just put through a blender. Joseph checks his pulse. He realizes that was definitely a trace of aura, and he knows Vlad had to pay a terrible price to reach that level. But the ghost mother isn't fully gone yet. Her spectral form is dissipating, but her hand reaches out one last time. She's crawling toward Vlad, still whispering about her child. Even in death, her grief is the only thing keeping her together. Joseph tells the priest to keep up the hymn. They can't let their guard down while she's still alive. He picks Vlad up, telling the kid to hold on to him. This is a big moment. The High Noble is actually carrying the gutter rat. The ghost mother's face softens for a moment, her eyes looking less like voids and more like human eyes full of tears. She reaches for Joseph's leg, but her touch is no longer burning. It's desperate. Joseph winces as the spectral cold hits him, but he doesn't drop Vlad. He's cursing his own fragile body, wishing he could just pull them both out of this nightmare. Suddenly, Vorden, the mustached knight who forgot his sword, finally decides to do something. He yells for Joseph and tackles the noble and Vlad away from the ghost's reach. They tumble through the snow, narrowly avoiding the ghost mother's final lunge. She lets out one last, haunting cry. She looks so small now, just a woman lost in the cold. They land hard in the slush. Father Andrea rushes over to check on them. Vorden is apologizing for his insolence in tackling a noble, but Joseph isn't complaining. They all watch as the ghost mother settles on the ground. She isn't attacking anymore. She's just there. The darkness around her is fading, and for a second, she looks like a normal woman again. She's weeping, her hand scratching at the frozen earth. Joseph looks at Vlad. For the first time, he's genuinely relieved that they're on the same side. He knows that without this kid, they'd all be corpses. Vlad tries to push himself up, his hand shaking as he reaches for his sword. He tells Father Andrea to bestow a blessing onto his blade one more time. He needs to release this woman from her misery. It's not about combat anymore, it's about mercy. Andrea nods, his kind face full of sorrow. He understands what needs to be done. The priest cuts his own hand, letting the blood, mixed with holy manna, coat the steel. He prays, his voice clear and steady. He's blessing the sword to be a guide for a lost soul. Vlad takes the sword back. The weight of it feels different now. He limps toward the ghost, each step a struggle. Joseph and the others watch in silence. He stands over her. She looks up at him, her eyes begging for an end to the cold. She whispers, "Please, help me find my child." In that moment, Vlad's blue eyes connect with hers. And because he just used Rimon's aura, he sees it. He sees her memory. A vision of the past flashes through his mind. He sees women, locked in a dark basement, crying out for help. He sees a fragile child, abandoned on a cold stone floor. He sees the ghost mother as she was, a human mother pleading with a hooded figure to return her baby. He feels her horror as her child died right in front of her, and her grief was so strong, it wouldn't let her pass on. Vlad closes his eyes. "May you rest in peace," he says. The ghost mother lets out one last tear. She stops asking, "Where are you?" Vlad drives the blessed sword down. There's no scream this time, just a quiet sigh as the spectral form shatters into white light. The dawn starts to break over the mountains. Vlad stays on one knee, his head bowed, as the forest finally goes quiet. The purple fog starts to evaporate, the dark mana losing its grip on the world. Somewhere deep in the forest, a hooded figure is sitting over a wooden box. He's smiling, his face hidden in the shadows of his cloak. He thinks everything is going perfectly. He's manipulating the dark remnants of the spirits, his hands glowing with a sick purple light. Then, the dark smoke in front of him suddenly dissipates. His smile vanishes. He can't feel the ghost mother's presence anymore. He's shocked. She was a high-level curse. Who could have possibly defeated her? He realizes his puppet has been cut. He's alone in the dark, and the hunter has just become the hunted. He thinks there was only one knight in the camp capable of using aura, Yager. He assumes Yager was the one who did it. He's wrong. Yager is currently standing right behind him, glowing with a terrifying blue-green aura. "So, you were the rat." The hooded man freezes. When Sir Yager finds you, your life expectancy drops to about 3 seconds. The morning sun is bright. Joseph is looking toward the horizon. He looks like he hasn't slept, but he's still got that perfect noble poise. Yager returns, dragging the hooded man's severed head by the hair. "Was this the one?" Joseph confirms it. He also looks at the wooden box Yager is carrying. It's a child's coffin. This was the focus for the ghost mother's grief. The rat was using her dead child to control her. Joseph tells Yager to give the remains to the priest for a proper burial. He'll handle the investigation once they get back to the capital. Jaeger admits the conquest was a total failure. They lost half their men and didn't even find any treasure. But Joseph says he's relieved. He looks at the medical tent where Vlad is resting. "How did that guy do?" he asks. He smiles. It's not the snake smile this time. It's the smile of a man who just hit the jackpot. "I think I found my sword." He realizes that Vlad is a diamond that just needs a bit of polishing to shine brighter than anyone else. 3 days later, Vlad finally wakes up. His eyes are bloodshot, and he looks like he's been through a washing machine. Rahman is in his head, telling him to be careful next time. The spirit is actually impressed Vlad survived the toll. Vlad is just glad they didn't pack him in a wagon like luggage and leave him in a ditch. He realizes Joseph actually waited for him to recover. That's a level of care that usually comes with a very high price tag. He pushes the blanket off and looks outside. The forward post is empty, the subjugation is officially over, and the mercenaries have all gone home. Suddenly, Got runs in, yelling "Captain," with enough energy to power a city. Vlad notes that Got was the first one to flee the battle. Got doesn't even deny it, he just wants to know about the extra pay Vlad promised. Got claims he carried Vlad back and risked his life. Vlad knows he's lying, but Got's persistence is almost impressive. Vlad tells him to shut up. He'll mention Got's name when they do the final report. Got tells him Yager is waiting for him, and Joseph wants to see him in the main tent. Got yells a reminder about the payment as Vlad walks away. Our guy just sighs. Some people never change. Vlad reaches Joseph's tent. It's a lot fancier than the medical cot he's been on. Joseph is pouring wine. He asks Vlad if he can drink. Vlad says yes. He mentions he worked at a brothel once, but he's never had the expensive stuff. Joseph tells him it's liquor for nobles. He's treating Vlad like an equal now, or at least a very high-ranking subordinate. He thanks Vlad for staying. He knows Vlad could have run, but he didn't. Vlad says they had a contract. He pledged faith rather than loyalty, and in the gutter, that's a binding blood oath. Joseph realizes he can't afford to lose someone like this. Vlad isn't just a soldier, he's a wild card with infinite potential. He looks at Vlad's intense blue eyes. He decides right then, he must make this kid his direct subordinate. He pushes a glass of wine toward Vlad. It's my turn to fulfill my end of the bargain. He officially invites Vlad to join the Bayezid family. This isn't just a job offer, it's a ticket to the high sky. They arrive at Varna, the religious capital of the region. It's a city of white stone and towering cathedrals. Yager and Vorden are there. Jaeger has finished sending the survivors home, and Joseph needs to write his official report. Vlad is looking around like a country bumpkin. He's never seen a city this clean or this peaceful. Jaeger asks if it's his first time here. Vlad says, "Anywhere is a first to me." Jaeger calls him a country bumpkin with a rare smirk. Even the gruff knight is starting to like the kid. Joseph tells Vlad he can take the day off and explore the city. Jaeger warns him not to get lost and to be back by dinner. He's acting like a worried dad, which is hilarious given he's a giant eye patch-wearing killer. Vlad watches them walk away. He's thinking about how affectionate they're being lately. Riman mocks him, saying they might kill him with all this affection. Vlad is just confused by the attention. He decides to go find something delicious to eat. He's got mercenary pay in his pocket for the first time in his life. Suddenly, someone grabs his sleeve. It's the young acolyte from the camp. He's smiling, looking a lot better than the last time we saw him. He tells Vlad that Father Andrea would like to invite him over to the main cathedral. Vlad is surprised. He didn't think the priest would have anything to say to a guy like him. They reach the cathedral. It's a massive, beautiful structure that makes the slums of Shawara look like a landfill. Vlad is genuinely awestruck. He's never been anywhere this holy. The acolyte explains that Varna is the heart of the region's faith. He tells Vlad to wait inside. The priest will be with him shortly. Vlad walks down the long carpeted aisle. The scale of the place makes him feel very small. He looks up at the altar. It's a masterwork of gold and light. He's never seen anything so resplendent, and it feels uncomfortable. He remembers people used to call him Reman of prayers in the gutter, even though he never actually prayed. He's wondering why he suddenly feels guilty about it now. He's scratching his head, looking like a fish out of water in his dirty mercenary gear. Father Andrea enters. He apologizes for keeping Vlad waiting. Vlad gives a polite bow. He respects the old man for standing his ground against the ghost mother. Andrea chuckles. He's happy to see Vlad recovered. He holds out a small, wooden object. "Here, take this." Vlad asks what it is. It's an identity tag. In this world, without a tag, you're a nobody, a non-person with no rights. Andrea explains that while Joseph prepared a mercenary tag, a church-issued tag is much more valuable. It's a blessing that carries weight across the entire continent. Vlad looks at the tag. It's not just a piece of wood. It's a legal identity. He flips it over. Under the guarantor section, it says, Priest Andrea. The priest tells him never to hesitate to visit if he's having a hard time. He's officially claiming Vlad as one of his own. Vlad kneels. For the first time in his life, he has a guarantor. He has a name that the world has to acknowledge. From today, he is no longer just Vlad from the alleyway. He is Shawara's Vlad. He's officially started his climb to the high sky. The Bayazid County is massive, consisting of 12 towns and 3 major cities. You've got Sawara, the distribution hub where the money flows. Then there's Varna, the religious center where Vlad finally got his legal papers. And then there's the big one. Joseph and Vlad are arriving at the heart of the family power, Sturma, the capital city. It looks less like a city and more like a fortress built by people who have way too much tax revenue. The architecture screams old money, but for Vlad, it just looks like a lot of fancy targets. Jaeger gives the guys a final warning. They aren't in the mud anymore. They are Joseph's guests now. He tells them not to run around like hillbillies and just stay put. He's basically giving the don't touch anything speech you get before going into a museum. He mentions that maids will bring refreshments, but then he pauses. Vlad and Gota look up, wondering what the catch is. Jaeger decides to be blunt. He tells them not to eat anything until they are told. If they eat like barbarians, they fuel bad rumors about Joseph's taste and associates. Vlad tries to argue that a little snack won't hurt, but Jaeger shuts it down instantly. He knows how the snakes in this house operate. The doors to the parlor swing open. The room is dripping in gold. Chandeliers, velvet couches, the works. It's the kind of room where a single vase costs more than a slum entire neighborhood. Gotha is impressed, admitting that House Bayazid is the real deal. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind the curtain. "I've never seen you two before." A silhouette steps out. Whoever this is, they aren't a maid. The footsteps are heavy, rhythmic, the sound of a predator moving through its own territory. A man steps into the light. He's tall, dark-haired, and radiating a level of confidence that borders on a physical threat. Vlad's blue eyes narrow. He feels it immediately. The man asks who they are. He's smiling, but his eyes are dead cold. Vlad realizes this guy looks a lot like Joseph, but the energy coming off him is on a whole different level. This is Rudiger Bayazid, the eldest son. In Vlad's vision, Rudiger isn't just a man, he's a towering, flaming wolf. This is the kind of guy who could cut you in half just by looking at you. Gothi is already shaking, stammering his name like a terrified NPC. Rudiger just nods, dismissing him instantly. Then Rudiger turns those predatory eyes toward Vlad. "I'm Vlad from Shawara," our guy says. No stuttering, no bowing, just a name. Rudiger admits it's the first time he's heard that name. He's actually surprised. He notes that Vlad has fierce eyes. He's not cowering like Gocha. He's standing his ground in front of a human meat grinder. Rudiger gives a sharp smile. He realizes Joseph actually found someone useful for once. He likes what he sees. He reaches into his pocket. Want some peanuts? He asks, holding out a handful like he's feeding a pigeon. Vlad looks at the peanuts. He looks at Rudiger. We were told not to eat, Vlad says. Rudiger is genuinely confused. He just offered a gift to a commoner, and the commoner just said no. Gotha is having a mental breakdown in the background. You can't just refuse the Count's eldest son's goodwill. That's how you end up in a dungeon. Rudiger is momentarily embarrassed, but he hides it well. This is officially Vlad's first deed in the house of Bayezid, turning down peanuts from the deadliest man in the building. He's already a legend. Meanwhile, in a much more serious room, the Count is writing at his desk. He asks Joseph about the name Vlad. The Count notes they haven't had anyone remarkable since Jaeger, who was brought in by Joseph's mother. He tells Joseph that if he can raise this Vlad into a knight as good as the family's elites, he will reward Joseph too. Joseph bows. Thank you, father. But the Count isn't done. He reminds Joseph that while he knows Joseph isn't a sword fighter, he shouldn't forget whose house he's in. Strength is the only currency here. Joseph accepts the jab with a calm face. The Count asks if Joseph is feeling better now. There's a strange underlying tension here. Joseph says yes, but his eyes suggest something else. The Count dismisses him, telling him to have a good rest. As Joseph walks away, he's limping. The Count watches his son's back. Every step Joseph takes is a struggle. This is a side of the snake we haven't seen before. The Count tells Ragmus, his advisor, that they need to get Joseph some medicine. He mentions that Joseph's mother, Lady Oksana, would be very caring if she knew about his condition. There's a lot of subtext here about family dynamics that are definitely not healthy. The Count shifts the conversation to Joseph's report on the mountain conquest. Ragmus says they must take it seriously. The Count's aura flares red. He's furious that someone dared to commit evil acts on his land. The report mentions a combination of necromancy and curse techniques. They suspect it's either a master dark mage or an entire organization. The idea of an organized group of dark mages is a massive threat to the region's stability, but the Count doesn't look worried. He looks like a man preparing to go on a hunt. He claims House Bayezid is unshakable, and they will get rid of anyone in their way. He hopes they find the culprits soon, because whoever endangered his son and created chaos in his land is about to find out why House Bayezid is feared. Night falls over Sturma. The moon is full, a recurring theme in this story. Joseph returns to the parlor. He's still limping, but he's keeping his poise. He sees Gotha and remembers his name. He tells Gotha they will talk about his reward tomorrow and to go get some rest. Gotha leaves, happy to be anywhere that isn't near Joseph's terrifying brother. Joseph sits down across from Vlad. Now, let's have a chat, shall we? He points out that Vlad saved his life and has decided to devote his sword to the future. Vlad simply says, yes, sir. But Joseph is sharp. He remembers Vlad said he had a mission to complete, which means he needs his freedom eventually. Joseph calls out the contradiction. How can you devote your sword to a master while planning to be free? He asks point blank, what exactly does Vlad plan to do with his freedom? Vlad is silent for a moment. His blue eyes glow with a cold, murderous light. The moonlight streams in behind Joseph, framing the conversation in ice-cold light. Vlad finally speaks about the man he's hunting, the knight who resembles blue moonlight, Godwin of Gaidar. Do you know of him? Joseph is genuinely shocked. He thought Vlad was just a talented kid from the mud. He never imagined Vlad had a connection to a high-tier knight like Godwin. Joseph confirms he knows the name. The man who destroyed the Rose's Smile Bar is a known elite. Vlad's face is a mask of pure hatred. Godwin killed his savior Jorge and destroyed the only world Vlad ever knew. Joseph admits that even though Godwin is a traitor, he's someone even a noble has to admire for his skill. He tells Vlad straight, I'm afraid I can't help you. Godwin and the people he works for are beyond Joseph's current reach. Vlad isn't surprised. He knows Joseph is just a Count's son, not the king. He already expected this answer. He appreciates the honesty. He's ready to change the terms of their deal. Joseph proposes a new contract. 7 years. Vlad blinks. Excuse me? 7 years is a lifetime in the gutter. Joseph explains that he's laying down his pride as a noble to make this offer. Vlad looks at him, trying to spot a lie. But Joseph seems completely sincere. Joseph's pitch, for 7 years, he will feed, clothe, and train Vlad. He promises to make Vlad into an outstanding knight who won't lose to anyone. Vlad's eyes go wide. A knight. That's the dream. That's the high sky. But there's a catch. There's always a catch with Joseph. In return, Joseph wants absolute loyalty. Vlad must only perform the tasks Joseph allows him to do. And the hunt for Godwin? That's on hold. However, Joseph offers a concession. He will help Vlad with anything related to Shawara and the alleys. Joseph reveals he already knows about Jamina. He knows she's safe in a monastery. This is the ultimate leverage. He's telling Vlad, I have your anchor. Stay with me, and she stays safe. Joseph warns Vlad that a sword isn't the only sharp thing in the world. Politics, influence, information, those are his weapons. He asks Vlad for his final answer. The narrator notes that Joseph is impressed. This kid has a goal that actually matches Joseph's ambition. After the meeting, Jaeger asks Joseph if he needed to be that desperate. He thinks they could just find another talented kid. Joseph smiles. He says talent is easy to find, but awakening that talent is rare. Jaeger is still skeptical. He asks if Vlad can really meet Joseph's massive expectations. Joseph thinks back to the fight in the mountains. He saw Vlad use aura. He saw a commoner boy reach into the realm of legends. He admits Vlad is irrational and rebellious. He knows Vlad will be hard to control. But he has Jaeger, and 7 years is plenty of time to put a leash on a wolf and make it obedient. Jaeger agrees to try his best. Joseph is actually looking forward to it. The harder the challenge, the better the result. He looks out the window, watching the moon. He thought Vlad was just a useful wolf, but he realized Vlad is one who chases the moon. The next morning, the Sturma sun is up. Jaeger shows Vlad to his new room. It's small and basic, but to Vlad, it's a palace. He's amazed that the floor isn't dirt and there's an actual bed. It's a sad reminder of where he came from. Jaeger realizes he forgot Vlad is from the Allies. Most trainees here are rich kids who complain that the sheets aren't silk. Jaeger warns him, stay out of trouble. No more turning down peanuts from the heirs. Vlad realizes he might have messed up with Rudiger. Jaeger just grunts. Vlad never listens anyway. He tells Vlad to get some food and then meet him at the military hall for training. Morning and evening sparring. The hellish training arc is officially back on. As they walk through the mansion, Jaeger suddenly goes stiff. A group of maids enters, surrounding an elegant woman in a green dress. Jaeger tells Vlad to pay his respects. This is Lady Oksana, Joseph's mother. Jaeger bows. He looks more nervous than he did when he was fighting zombies. Oksana looks at Vlad. Is this the child? Jaeger confirms it. He says Joseph took him in personally. Oksana's eyes are like golden glass. She's scanning Vlad for weaknesses. Vlad looks up. For a split second, he's caught in her gaze. Lady Oksana is giving off peak Final Boss mom vibes. Half the comments are going to love her, the other half are going to be terrified. Vlad actually blushes. He's a cold-blooded killer, but he has no experience dealing with beautiful noblewomen. She smiles and thanks him for saving her son. Vlad stammers that he just did what he was supposed to do. He's completely out of his element. She promises him a reward, saying he's accomplished something greater than he realizes. She reaches out and touches his hair. She tells him his hair complements his blue eyes perfectly. She's talking to him like a prized pet. She notes his broad shoulders and says he'd look fantastic if he added a bit of weight. She's already planning to dress him up. Vlad is paralyzed. He's survived sword fights, but he has no countermove for kind noble lady touching your face. She gives a gentle, knowing smile and walks past them. Jaeger breathes a sigh of relief as she leaves. Jaeger teases him. He didn't know Vlad had a restless side. Vlad admits it. He's never met a noble woman before. He didn't know how to act. Jaeger confesses that even he isn't comfortable around Lady Oksana. She's the real power behind the curtains. He tells Vlad to go get his meal. Vlad enters the trainee cafeteria. It's crowded and loud. A trainee named Sobanin is watching Vlad. He's literally drooling at the sight of an easy target. Vlad is eating his soup, trying to mind his own business. Sobanin and his goons surround Vlad's table. Sobanin spits in Vlad's soup. Oh no, my apologies. I mistook you for a trash can since you smell like garbage. The whole cafeteria laughs. It's the classic school bully trope in a high fantasy setting. Vlad's eyes go ice blue. He doesn't look angry. He looks like he's calculating the most efficient way to break Sobanin's jaw. He calmly puts down his spoon. He's thinking that these guys are acting up even faster than he expected. Sobanin is confused. Why is this gutter rat so calm? Vlad remembers Jaeger's warning. Any foolish acts will tarnish Joseph's reputation. He wonders how he can crush these guys without making Joseph look bad. It's a tactical puzzle. Sobanin demands to know Vlad's name. Vlad looks up. The aura in the room suddenly drops 40 degrees. Sobanin feels it. Pure murderous intent. He realizing he might have just spit in the soup of a monster. Sobanin stammers his own name. It's Sobanin. Vlad stands up. I'll remember that. The cafeteria is about to find out exactly why Jaeger spent the last month beating this kid. The gutter has come to Sturma, and Sobanin is officially first on the list. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the air is filled with the sweet sound of teenagers hitting each other with wooden sticks. The Count of Bayezid is taking a stroll through his estate. He's not here for the fresh air. He's here to see what his second son dragged home from the slums. He notices the trainees are deep into their sparring sessions. The Count decides to stop and watch for a bit. Father Andrea is with him, likely praying that no one gets their skull caved in while the boss is looking. The Count narrows his eyes, looking for a specific face, and there he is. Vlad is standing in the middle of the grounds, looking like he's bored with the concept of physics. The Count confirms it's the child with blonde hair he's heard so much about. Andrea notes that the boy looks sharp. The Count just stares, waiting for the kid to actually do something besides look edgy. Suddenly, the Count senses something. He realizes there's someone hiding and observing them from the battlements. It's Jaeger. He's lurking behind a wall like a protective, one-eyed gargoyle. He's clearly worried Vlad is going to do something that requires a legal team. The Count decides to see what all the hype is about. It's time for a live performance. Vlad moves. It's not a sparring match, it's a tutorial. Vlad is up against one of Sobanin's lackeys. He's not just swinging, he's playing with his food. He's landing hits with a level of precision that shouldn't be possible for a rookie. The lackey is struggling. He's realizing that the gutter rat has much better reflexes than anyone told him. The Count is actually impressed. He notes how aggressive Vlad is, despite his opponent being nearly twice his size. Andrea calls it reckless, but the Count sees something else. He sees guts. He realizes Vlad is taking everything he learned from Jager's beatings and putting it into practice with zero hesitation. Here's the lesson Jager beat into Vlad's head. Every swordplay starts from the feet. If your footwork is trash, your sword is just a heavy stick. Jager taught him that you can put fear into your opponent before the blade even moves. It's about the shoulders, the stance, and that I will end your bloodline gaze Vlad has perfected. The lackey lunges, screaming, "Take this," like he's a shonen protagonist who doesn't realize he's about to be a background statistic. Vlad doesn't just dodge, he controls the entire space. He's moving so efficiently it looks like the opponent is throwing themselves into his hits. The lackey's brain is lagging. He can't process how he's losing this badly. Vlad gets in close. Too close. One quick strike. It's over before the guy can even blink. The lackey hits the dirt, wondering why he thought he was aiming to the left when Vlad was clearly on the right. Vlad grabs him by the hair. He leans in and whispers, "Sobanin's lackey." He reminds the guy that they had a lot of fun laughing at him in the cafeteria yesterday. Try laughing again. Vlad is officially the scariest person in this zip code right now. He starts laying into the guy. It's not a spar anymore. It's a collection of a debt. The other trainees are frozen. They've realized that the easy target is actually a high-level predator. Andrea is getting nervous. He points out that they should probably stop them from actually killing each other during practice. The Count tells him to leave them be. He explains that becoming a knight requires a level of determination that most people would call mental illness. He glances over at the wall. He sees Jaeger smirking. Jaeger is satisfied with the result. The mad dog is finally off the leash. Sobanin finally steps in, yelling for Vlad to stop. He's furious that Vlad is ignoring his command. He thinks his rank among the trainees still matters. Sobanin looks like he's about to explode from pure main character syndrome. Vlad stops mid-swing. His fist is inches from the lackey's face, coated in blood. He lets the guy go. Vlad stands over the beaten trainee, looking up at Sobanin with a gaze that makes the entire courtyard go quiet. "I'm sorry. I got carried away." It's the most sarcastic apology in human history. Sobanin is actually sweating. He's never seen a look like that from a human. Vlad starts walking away, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Sobanin watches him, his ego taking a massive L in front of everyone. Vlad stops and tells Sobanin to send his regards to the lackey. He claims he just loses control when he's absorbed in something. He apologizes in advance for whatever is going to happen next. He leans in and tells Sobanin he won't let him off easily. "And I'll call you when I find my soup lacking flavor." This man just used a soup-spitting incident to set up a murder threat. King behavior. Sobanin is shook. He realizes he just invited a demon into his house. Vlad gives a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin. Joseph wanted a sword. He got a chainsaw with an attitude problem. Later, in the cafeteria, Gotha, the mercenary from the mountains, is eating with Vlad. He mentions that rumors are already spreading among the servants that Vlad is a mad dog. Vlad is busy vacuuming up sausages. He asks if Gotha is okay working in the stables. Gotha tries to act like working in the Bayezid stables is a prestigious career move, but then he remembers what's actually important. He's horrified that Vlad picked a fight with kids from every noble household in the building. He calls it a crime. Vlad looks at him with a deadpan expression. He reminds Gotha that he was born into a life of crime. Violence isn't a choice. It's his mother tongue. He points out that he beat them up discreetly, well, as discreetly as a public beatdown can be, and they started it anyway. Vlad notes that the bullying has stopped because everyone is now too afraid to look at them. Suddenly, a new challenger appears, a chubby trainee named Potri Kanor. Vlad asks what business he has. He looks like he's ready to fight again. Potri is hesitant. Vlad tells him to either grab a seat or get lost because he's ruining the vibe. Potri lights up. He's genuinely shocked he's being allowed to sit with the scary kid. Vlad's internal monologue, "I meant for him to get lost, but okay." Potri explains he's always eaten alone, usually in the toilets. It's a classic sad backstory moment that Vlad has zero sympathy for. Potri offers Vlad his sausages. He explains that his family, the Canores, supplies all the meat to House Bayezid. He's basically the crown prince of bacon. He saw Vlad asking for more food and offers his own portion. Vlad immediately suspects a scheme. He asks if Potri thinks he can be bribed with food. Then, he sees the meat. It's literally glowing. It looks like it was prepared by a god. Potri explains his father sent a variety of high-end meats, and it's too much for him to eat alone. Vlad looks at the other trainees, the rich kids who hate him. Then, he looks at Potri, the rich kid who has sausages. He decides it wouldn't hurt to form some connections. He asks Potri if they should eat together from now on. Potri looks like he just won the lottery. Vlad officially accepts the bribe. Gothi is in the background, looking like he's found heaven. The narrator notes, "It's definitely not just because of the sausages. It's 100% because of the sausages." We open on a pair of heavy boots, walking down a very expensive hallway. Jaeger is thinking about how hard it is to raise a whole human being. He's currently balancing serving Joseph and making sure Vlad doesn't start a civil war in the trainee barracks. He's waiting for his fellow knights, Cade and Maxim, to recover from the mountain mission so he can finally take a nap. He gets stopped by Sir Gregory. Gregory is the guy who looks like a Viking who decided to retire and become a bodybuilder. Jaeger's reaction is a simple, "Damn it." He clearly finds Gregory annoying. Gregory laughs, noting that Jaeger isn't hiding his displeasure. He points out that Jaeger must be busy doing all of Joseph's work on his own. Gregory suggests that Jaeger should be raising a vassal. He thinks it's not too late for Jaeger to take on a student. Jaeger tells him to focus on his own vassal. He's confused why Gregory is bringing this up out of the blue. Gregory mentions his vassal, my dear Portly, is already grown up and just needs to lose some weight. He then mentions he heard about Vlad. He says Vlad seems pretty good, manly, confident, and high-spirited. Jaeger is getting more annoyed by the second. Gregory finally gets to the point. He notes that Vlad has been warming up to Portly lately. Gregory admits that Portray doesn't have any friends and thinks he's better than everyone else. He asks Jaeger to tell Vlad to keep hanging out with him. He explains that Portray is his cousin's nephew, and he doesn't want the kid getting beaten up. Jaeger asks the important question, for free? Even Jaeger has caught Vlad's fair price disease. Gregory promises to help Jaeger out later if things go well. Jaeger just grunts, noting that Vlad doesn't really listen to me. Gregory is delighted, thinking Jaeger is just being humble. That kid's really going places! We cut to the stables. There is a very nice horse. Vlad is sitting with Gota. Gota points out that all the horses here are properly trained and shouldn't shy away from people. He asks why every time Vlad approaches, the horses freak out and try to leave the country. Vlad sighs. This is apparently a long-term problem. Back in the gutter, dogs, cats, and even the local rats hated him. They freaked out if he even went near them. Vlad is wondering if it's some kind of curse. Gotha points out that Vlad rode Jaeger's horse the night they fled the undead. He notes that Jaeger's horse is really expensive. Vlad jokes that maybe he can only ride expensive horses. It's a high-maintenance problem to have when you're technically a servant. A maid approaches. She tells Vlad that Lady Oksana has called for him. Vlad's face goes pale. He'd rather face the ghost mother again than go back to the mother of the house. He enters the lady's dressing room. It's even fancier than the parlor. Oksana is waiting. She notes that it's hard to believe he grew up in the back alleys. Vlad is standing there in his new clothes, looking stiff enough to snap in half. She tells the tailor not to fit the clothes too closely. She mentions he's only 17 and still growing. Apparently, Joseph had a growth spurt at this age too. She's smiling, promising him summer clothes later. She claims that proper clothing is a must to maintain physical performance. Vlad bows, blushing like crazy. She tells him that since he saved her son's life, she should be the one thanking him. She apologizes for interrupting his training and dismisses him. Vlad exits the room, carrying his old gear. He lets out a massive sigh. She's just difficult for no reason! He's realizing that noble women are a different kind of boss battle. He looks at the fabric of his new sleeve. He wonders how much it's worth. It's so comfortable it doesn't even feel like his own skin. Vlad is having a crisis of identity. He tried so hard to get into this family, but he still doesn't feel like he belongs. He describes it as gaining weight, flesh clinging onto the soul. He feels like the luxury is making him soft, or maybe it's just making him feel guilty about his origins. Then he hears it, the sound of a beating coming from outside the window. He looks down. Sobanin and his gang have cornered Potri. Sobanin is punching Potri, calling him a pig and asking if he forgot his place. He mocks Potri for his new friend, clearly jealous of the connection Vlad made. They are kicking him while he's down. It's a brutal, cowardly display. Vlad watches from the window. He thinks that everywhere you go, people are the same. People who are having the time of their lives, and people who just can't live. In the end, they're just rascals who prey on the weak. Vlad's eyes glow blue. The determination the Count talked about is currently turning into murderous intent. He throws on his new cloak. I guess I'll wear it for today. He's officially clocking in for work. Night falls on the barracks. There's a knock on a door. Potri is inside his room, bruised and shaking. He asks who it is. Vlad enters. He looks completely different in his noble attire. He stares at Potri's beaten face. Potri tries to play it off, asking what Vlad is doing here at this hour. Vlad doesn't do how are you. He says, I needed something from you. He points to a massive leg of ham hanging in Potri's room. Give that to me. Potri is shocked. Jamon? For free? He even mentions he cherishes that specific leg of meat. Potri looks disappointed. He was hoping they were actually friends who would smile at each other. Vlad looks at him coldly. He thinks Portly sees him as someone to leech off of. Potri gives in. He figures eating with someone is better than eating alone in the bathroom. He hands over the massive leg of ham. Vlad takes it. He tells Potri not to think of it as unfair, because I'm just taking a fair price. He remembers what Godwin, the knight who destroyed his world, said, a knight only takes the price that is rightfully his. We cut to a dark alley behind the barracks. Vlad is standing in front of Sobanin and his entire crew. 14 versus 1. Sobanin tells Vlad to shut his trap. He wants to see how long Vlad's spirit lasts when he's outnumbered. Vlad beckons them with a finger. Come on then, quickly. He tells them he quietly came all the way out here for them, so they should do the same. Sobanin screams, "Crush him!" and the entire gang charges. Vlad gives a tiny, dark smile. I'm glad I changed. He draws his training sword. The blue light in his eye is blinding now. The compensation is being collected in full. Sobanin's crew is realizing that bringing swords to a fistfight was a mistake because they're currently the ones losing blood. Vlad isn't just swinging anymore. He's breaching their formation like it's made of wet paper. The bullies are terrified because this isn't the same guy they saw in the training hall. 2 months ago, he didn't even know how to hold a hilt, and now he's moving like a seasoned killer. Sobanin tries to act tough, threatening to kill anyone who retreats, but his voice is shaking. Vlad ignores the barking and moves in for the bite. He looks Sobanin dead in the eyes and asks a very simple question. Have you ever actually killed someone? Sobanin calls him a lunatic, but you can see the realization hitting him. He's a student. Vlad is a survivor. The wooden sword moves in a blur that shouldn't be possible for a trainee. Back in the mountains, Vlad was just throwing everything he had into single, desperate blows. But now, the hours of Yager beating him into the dirt are finally paying off. He's not just hitting them, he's trapping them in the gaps of their own movements, exactly like Yager instructed. Sobanin is losing his mind. He's halfway through a curse word when the world tilts. Impact. Straight to the jaw. Vlad finally feels it. The space around him. It's not just a fight anymore. It's a controlled environment where he owns every inch of the air. This is his flow, his rhythm. The gutter brat is officially becoming a swordsman. Sobanin hits the ground hard enough to rethink every life choice he's made this month. He's clutching his leg, probably wishing he'd just eaten his soup in peace. But Vlad isn't done. He looms over him like a natural disaster. The absolute terror in Sobanin's eyes says everything. He realized too late that Vlad isn't playing by school rules. He raises the wooden sword for the final receipt. The sound that follows isn't something you want to hear coming from a human body. The rest of the gang is frozen. They came for a bullying session and walked into a horror movie. Sobanin is weeping now, physically broken and mentally shattered. Vlad stands over him, cold and surgical. He gives him 2 rules for the future. Don't look him in the eye, and don't touch the meat prints. Sobanin nods like his life depends on it, because it actually might. Under the moonlight, Vlad looks less like a trainee and more like a ghost of the slums. Sobanin finally gets it. This guy wasn't just winning a fight, he was legitimately prepared to end him. Our guy just walks away, satisfied that the ham he ate has been officially paid for through violence. He turns to the rest of the gang and asks, who's next? The silence is deafening. Nobody wants that smoke. He smiles, and it's the scariest thing they've ever seen. Since they won't come to him, he's going to them. They're practically trembling in their boots as he closes the distance. The sounds of the lesson echo through the alley, but someone is watching from the window of the mansion. It's Count Bayezid, and he's actually impressed. Morning comes, and it's time for the monthly meeting of the knights. This is where the family business gets handled. The room is physically divided. On one side, you have the traditionalists who support the eldest son, Rudiger. On the other side are the knights following Joseph. You can see Jaeger standing tall, looking like he's ready to fight the whole room. And then there are the neutrals, the guys just waiting to see which way the wind blows. Captain Anatalis reads the agenda, mentioning missions and schedule changes. The Count sits on his throne, looking bored but dangerous. The next topic is the distribution of holy items from the church. The Count notices the shift in the room. The air is heavy today. Rudiger's supporters are visibly angry, probably because Joseph's side has been gaining too much momentum lately. Meanwhile, Joseph's knights are looking remarkably smug. The Count smirks. He knows exactly why they're happy. Joseph's side has been the underdog for a long time, but the rumors about a certain blonde trainee are changing the narrative. The Count closes his ledger. He's finished with the formal stuff. The knights are confused. Seeing the Count smile is usually a sign that someone is about to have a very bad day. He dismisses the meeting and tells everyone to get back to work. The knights file out, but the tension doesn't leave with them. One of the older knights stops Jaeger to talk trash, calling Vlad a rabid dog and complaining about his commoner background. Jaeger just gives him a grin that says, keep talking and see what happens. The other knights are fuming. They hate that a gutter kid is making their own trainees look like amateurs. They decide to leave before Jaeger loses his patience. They know Vlad is Joseph's vassal, and that makes him a political target. Another knight approaches Jaeger, laughing about how much the traditionalists are seething. He asks Jaeger why he's playing innocent when the whole estate knows what's up. The word is officially out. Vlad performed a huge exorcism in the mountains, and the drill instructor said he's beyond the standard. Jaeger plays it cool, calling Vlad a pain in the ass, but you can tell he's loving every second of this. The knight offers Jaeger his help with any future tasks as a thank you for the entertainment. Jaeger waves him off and starts walking. He's got business with Joseph. Internally, he's beaming. Vlad made him proud. And as far as Jaeger is concerned, it's only natural since he was the one who did the teaching. In Joseph's office, a new set of armor is on display. This isn't standard issue stuff. The Count himself sent this as a gift for Vlad. That's a massive statement of approval from the head of the house. Even Joseph's other associates are shocked. This is way too nice for a simple vassal. Joseph points out the material, gray orc leather. Gray orcs only live in the frozen north. Wearing this means you aren't just a knight, you're a northern warrior. It's basically a high-tier legendary item for a trainee. Joseph realizes his father has taken a serious liking to the boy. Getting the Count's approval in just 1 month is a speedrun record. The rumors are widespread now. There's no vassal in the estate who can rival Vlad's potential. But Joseph isn't just going to sit around and celebrate. He pulls out a sealed letter. This is the next step in his plan to consolidate power. Jaeger reads it and realizes this is no ordinary invite. It's a call to action. Joseph asks Jaeger if he can handle the response. Jaeger is already in. He's been itching to move after all the cleanup work he's been doing for Vlad. The decision is made. The Bayezid pieces are moving onto the board. Their destination is Diarmar. And from the look on Joseph's face, they aren't going there for the scenery. The journey begins. A full carriage escort through the rolling hills of the empire. Joseph explains that Diarmar is famous for its lemons, which is a big deal since northerners rarely get to taste fresh fruit. But it's more than a fruit stand. It's a strategic gateway to the central regions, making it a high-value piece of land. Vlad asks why Jaeger is coming along. Joseph explains that a crisis is just an opportunity in a fancy suit, especially if the crisis belongs to someone else. The Heino family, who rules Diarmar, is currently tearing itself apart over who gets the crown. The legitimate heir sent a cry for help, and Joseph is answering. Vlad just sighs. He's realizing that the world of nobles is basically just a high-stakes soap opera with more swords. It's a blood feud over land, the kind of thing that makes people forget they're related. Joseph notes that having feuds with your own family is basically a long-standing tradition for the nobility. He says it with a smile, but you know he's thinking about his own brother, Rudiger. Here's the breakdown. Alicia Heinal is the rightful heir, but her uncle, Andre, is claiming she's illegitimate to steal the Baron title. If she disappears, he becomes the big boss. It's classic villain behavior. Because Alicia is a woman, her political foundation is weak in this world. She's being forced into a corner. The only way to prove her innocence is through an honorable duel organized by the church. Basically, a trial by combat. Joseph's mother's bloodline makes him an 8th cousin to the Heinals. It's a distant connection. But in politics, that's enough to justify jumping into the fight. If they win, the Heino family will be forever indebted to House Bayezid. Even Joseph's father agreed with the play. Vlad looks out the window at Jaeger, who is riding alongside them. He's thinking about what it means to be a knight that a family would invite to defend their very honor. It's a level of respect he's still wrapping his head around. Jaeger catches him staring and immediately starts barking. He hates the insolent look in Vlad's eyes. Jaeger's actual problem is that Vlad, the lowly vassal, is sitting comfortably in a carriage while his superior has to ride a horse. Vlad has no defense. He just looks tired. Jaeger points out that he finally felt proud after Vlad crushed the other trainees. But then he remembers, Vlad can't ride a horse. The monster slayer of the mountains is physically incapable of staying on a pony. Jaeger yells that he should be the one in the carriage, and that he's more of a noble than Vlad. It's a comedy special on horseback. But then Vlad feels something. His heart starts pounding. This has been happening a lot lately, and it's not just from Jaeger's nagging. He wonders if he's getting sick or if his body is just reacting to the stress. No surprise there. Between Joseph talking nonstop and Jaeger nagging him every 5 seconds, anyone would have heart problems. But the feeling gets sharper, more intense. Something is off. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. The horses are panicking. The knights think it's an earthquake, but the vibrations are too rhythmic. The carriages are bouncing like toys. Jaeger immediately takes charge, ordering everyone to halt and get off their horses. The animals are spooked, sensing something the humans haven't seen yet. Vlad kicks the carriage door open and lunges for Joseph, telling him to duck. Joseph is stunned by the sudden movement. He tells Vlad his sincerity is admirable, but tells him to stop panicking. He thinks Vlad is overreacting. The shaking stops for a moment, and the guards breathe a sigh of relief. Vlad doesn't. He tells Joseph that wasn't an earthquake. He points to the hills. The earth is being churned up in a massive snake-like trail. The land is physically rising and falling. It's a giant deathworm, a remnant of the fallen dragon. These things are essentially living siege engines. Vlad stares at it. The scale of the monster is insane, but instead of being terrified, he gives a little smirk. He thinks it sounds awesome. This is the gutter mindset at work. He sees a monster and thinks about the challenge. They finally reach Diarmar, the sole city of the Heino family. They pull up to the estate, which looks impressive but a bit faded. Joseph tells Vlad he's free to move around on his own for now. He even tells him he can take one of the other guys if he wants, but encourages him to see as many things as he can. Vlad is shocked. Usually, he's on a short leash. He asks if Joseph is sure, and Joseph just tells him to think about why he brought him here in the first place. Joseph isn't just here to win a duel. He's here to educate his future top knight. An honorable duel is a rare event, and this one is a team match. It's the perfect classroom for a combat genius. He wants Vlad to observe the different knights and figure out their styles. Joseph knows that showing a student something is 10 times better than telling them. He's fostering Vlad's world. Jaeger chimes in, telling Vlad not to get beaten up in some back alley. Vlad insists he's not that stupid. Jaeger just throws the horse-riding failure back in his face. He's never going to let that go. Joseph gives him the final order: report every evening and flag any unusual movements. Vlad finally has some free time. He starts walking through the city. He notes that the Heinel mansion is smaller and older than the Bayezid estate. It feels neglected. For a city famous for its exports, they don't seem to have much money. Something is draining the resources here. He stops and looks at his equipment. Then a memory hits him like a truck. He remembers this place, specifically the tree on the hill over there. It's a familiar silhouette. He says he's going to need a place to pray for a long time. The tree is standing over a graveyard. I shall give you the sword, and you shall give me the memories. He feels like it's time to give something back after everything he's taken. This is a deep macro mystery. Is Jorge buried here, or is this connected to the spirit Rahman? Inside the mansion, Joseph is meeting with Alicia. She thanks him for coming. Joseph plays the noble part perfectly, claiming the call of the blood is the most important thing. Alicia sits on her throne, but she's mostly a silhouette in the light. She looks isolated. Joseph tells her that his father has already given his blessing. All that's left is her decision. She clenches her fist. Her mind is already made up. She'll agree to whatever the Count wants, but only if they win the duel. She's not just giving her family away for free. Joseph gives her a look that's pure confidence. He promises her victory, because the sword of Bayezid has never failed. Sunset hits the estate as they leave the meeting. Walking down the stairs, Joseph tells his knights they shouldn't take Alicia lightly. She has the temperament of a matriarch. She held her own in the conversation until the very end. Even so, Joseph's plan stays the same. He's not here just to help a cousin. He's here to take over the game. And with Vlad as his hidden ace, he likes his odds. Memories are the only things that truly last. That's probably why humans are so obsessed with leaving behind a footprint, a trace that says, I was here. They look at these traces like scars on the world, reminders of days that are long gone, but not forgotten. Vlad is feeling unusually sentimental. He's looking at the graves and thinking it would have been nice if his own mother had a place like this, a place where her memory was preserved in stone. He notices the grave is covered in dead leaves and dust. It clearly hasn't been maintained in a long time, which is odd for a noble estate. He reaches out and brushes the dirt away. In his head, he tells himself it's just natural to pay respects to the owners of the land he's staying on. Just a polite guest, right? He feels a bit awkward about it, though. Vlad isn't exactly the type to go around doing community service for free. The voice, our guy Rahman, tells him to look as much as he wants. Rahman is being unusually quiet, which is our first red flag. Vlad takes a knee and plants his sword. It's a formal knightly salute, something he's picked up from watching the others. He closes his eyes, trying to find a quiet moment of prayer. But then things start rising like bubbles in his mind. The spectral form of Rahman manifests behind him, more solid than we've seen in a while. Rahman is staring at the tree. He remembers it being smaller. He remembers being here with someone. The spirit's face shifts. He's not just remembering, he's recognizing something. Rahman says the being in front of them, something only he can see right now, recognizes him too. Vlad is officially confused. Rahman asks to borrow the body. This is a hold my beer moment from a legendary swordmaster, so you know something crazy is about to happen. Vlad takes a breath and lets go of the wheel. The blue mana flares up. It's not the violent explosion we saw in the mountains, it's something more refined. Vlad's eyes snap open, and the glow is intense. Rahman is in the pilot's seat now. The air around the grave starts to ripple. Vlad, or rather, Rahman, gasps as the spiritual world bleeds into the physical one. A massive white spectral snake coils around the tree. It's glowing with a soft divine light. Rahman identifies it immediately. This is a spirit, not a ghost, not a monster, but a true guardian of the land. The snake's eyes are locked on to Vlad. It's not looking at the kid, it's looking at the ancient soul living inside him. Vlad gets control back and starts sweating. He's seen a lot of mystical crap lately, but a giant spirit snake is a new addition to the not okay list. He realizes the snake is looking into him. It's a surreal moment, where the MC realizes he's basically a haunted house. The snake starts descending the tree toward him. Vlad is panicking, but Rahman is calm. He tells Vlad the snake doesn't seem like the biting type. Vlad relaxes just a tiny bit. He can't feel any threatening vibes from it. In fact, it feels warm, like a spring breeze blowing over a hill. It's peaceful. And then, the peace is shattered by a human voice asking, "Who are you?" Vlad's eyes return to normal in a snap. The snake vanishes back into the spiritual plane. The light fades. The moment is gone. Vlad is left kneeling alone in the grass as a shadow falls over him. A woman stands there, holding a bucket. She wants to know how he got in here. She explains that this area is restricted, it's for the Heinel family only. She looks like a servant, but she's got a very I'm the manager tone. Vlad apologizes immediately. He tells her he was just looking for a quiet place to pray. Pray? She repeats it like she's never heard the word before. Her eyes are sharp. Vlad pulls out his identification tag, his not a suspicious guy permit. He tells her he's a squire under Sir Jaeger. She inspects the tag. Her posture relaxes just a fraction. She accepts the explanation. Vlad thinks he's in the clear. The silence that follows is awkward, like level 10 awkward. Vlad is overthinking. He's standing on a noble's grave. If this servant tells the wrong person, Joseph might get heat for having a disrespectful squire. And if Joseph gets heat, Jaeger is going to turn Vlad into a human punching bag. He needs to shut her up before she reports him. His brilliant plan? Offering to help. He asks if she's here to tend to the graveyard. The girl is visibly stunned. No one has ever offered to help her with servant work before. Vlad mentions he already started cleaning up a bit because the leaves were piled up. She stares at the grave he cleaned. He tells her it was just due respect for the owners of the land. He's trying to sound like a proper noble trainee, but he still sounds like a gutter kid trying to be nice. He grabs the bucket. "I'll do it," he says. In return, he asks her to keep this without a word. He's basically bribing a maid with labor. He mentions that if Jaeger finds out he was skipping training to clean graves, he's cooked. The girl gives a tiny, almost invisible smirk. She tells him she'll consider staying quiet based on how well he cleans. She just ratioed him in his own negotiation. Vlad grumbles to himself. Pretty girls never make things easy. He's annoyed, but he's a man of his word. He starts scrubbing that stone like his life depends on it. He's putting his whole back into it. The girl watches him, and for the first time, she looks genuinely amused. The sun sets behind them. A quiet moment of manual labor between a squire and a maid. Shift to the training grounds. The sound of steel hitting steel is echoing through the estate. The local knights are sparring, and they are not holding back. Vlad is watching from the sidelines, and his eyes are wide. He's impressed. This is what real knight-level sparring looks like. It's faster and more brutal than anything he's used to. He's looking at a knight named Sir Colin. Colin is a powerhouse. Vlad realizes that a hit from that man would probably split his bones. He's called the warthog of the central region, and it's easy to see why. He's all raw power. But Vlad is more impressed by Sir Pablo. Pablo's shield techniques are elite. He's seasoned enough to deflect almost anything. Vlad starts feeling a bit small. He's wondering if he has to reach that level just to become a basic knight. Then he looks at Sir Brodon, the chubby, friendly knight from the Bayezid party. Vlad is starting to understand the hierarchy of this world. Just because someone has the title of knight doesn't mean they're in the same league. He takes a breath. He's still got a long way to go, and the mountain he has to climb is much higher than he thought. Fast forward to the day of the duel. The throne room is set. The stakes are everything. Vlad is helping Jaeger with his armor. He's pulling the straps tight, making sure everything is perfect. Jaeger is unusually focused. He tells Vlad to tighten it more. Vlad catches a glimpse of the opposition. That's Andre Heinel, the uncle. The guy trying to rob his own niece of her future. He looks every bit the snake Joseph described. Jaeger tells Vlad to watch carefully. A duel between knights who are actually trying is a rare masterclass. Jaeger notices Vlad is tense. He tells the kid there's no need to be anxious. Vlad is surprised. He didn't think he was showing it. Jaeger says it's clear as day on his face. He's a veteran. He reads people for a living. Vlad admits he was shocked by the power of the knights he observed sparring yesterday. They looked like monsters. Jaeger gives him some rare wisdom. A child has to walk before they can run. The journey is always longer when your goals are high. If you want to be the best, you have to accept that the road is going to be brutal. Vlad looks at the spectral image of the Moonlight Knight he wants to kill. His goal isn't just to be a knight. It's to be the guy who kills the monster that destroyed his home. He nods. Understood. A herald shouts for everyone to pay respects. The master of the house is entering. The massive doors creak open. Vlad realizes he's never actually seen the master of Heinel. He heard they were young, but that's all. A pair of shoes steps onto the blue carpet. Vlad's heart skips a beat. Lady Alicia Heinel has entered! And there she is. Blue hair, blue dress, looking every bit the high noble, and also looking exactly like the servant girl Vlad bribed to keep quiet yesterday. Vlad is staring at his imminent demise. Fuck, he thinks. He just told the lord of the house that she looked like a maid. The walk to the throne feels like a funeral march for Vlad's career. Alicia glances sideways at him. Her expression is cold, unreadable. The true blue noble mask is fully on. Vlad is internally screaming, "I'm screwed! She definitely recognized me!" He bows his head as low as it can go, hoping to blend into the floorboards. Alicia takes her seat on the throne. She looks powerful, but you can see the pressure she's under. A priest steps forward to start the proceedings. This is officially church-sanctioned business. The duel with everything on the line is about to begin. Alicia and Andre share a look. It's pure venom. The participants stand across from each other. It's an honorable, yet ruthless setup. A bit of world-building lore drops here. They say a noble's blood is pale as blue, because it's filled with duty and responsibility. Crimson blood is for those who don't have to carry the weight of a name. But Alicia isn't ready for her blood to turn pale blue just yet. She's still human. The first match is already ending. Alicia's knight, Duncan, is being pushed back. She shouts for him to stop. Duncan is breathing hard, covered in blood and cuts. He's at his limit. Alicia surrenders for him. But the old man isn't done. He tells her the fight isn't over. He's too proud to quit. The priest intervenes. "Sir Duncan, your lord has thrown in the towel. Admit defeat." Andre's knight, Syard, stands over him. He calls Duncan master with a smug grin. Duncan asks if he's still his master. He's devastated by the betrayal. He raised Syard to be a warrior for the Heinel family, but the kid became a sword that turned on his own teacher. That's a massive L for loyalty. Duncan looks miserable. He failed his lady, and his legacy is a traitor. The winner of the first round is Syard. Andre is up 1-0. Andre is laughing. He thinks this is going to be a clean sweep. Next participants, please come forward. Jaeger steps onto the field. He looks like a mountain. The priest reminds them, no aura allowed. First serious wound or surrender ends the match. Jaeger looks back at Vlad. Watch and learn, you clueless little brat. Even in a duel for the fate of a city, he's still the instructor. He points to his eye, the one that isn't covered. Vlad locks in. This is the lesson Jaeger promised. The lesson starts now. Jaeger's opponent is a massive knight in red. Jaeger calls him a pig. The big guy swings his sword with enough force to kill a horse. Jaeger moves like he's bored. He sidesteps the impact by an inch. His eyes are sharp. He's not looking at the sword. He's looking at the man's posture. The red knight is overconfident. He thinks he just missed by an inch and that he can win this. He swings again. Faster this time. Jaeger is dancing around him. Faster, stronger. The perspective shifts to above the duel. It looks like a master playing with a toddler. Andre's crew is cheering, thinking their guy is pushing Jaeger into a corner. Sir Colin is watching, and he's not cheering. He's a pro. He sees what the others don't. He wonders if they realize how strangely the tide of this fight is flowing. The red knight is panicking now. He can't understand why he can't hit a man with an eye patch. Jaeger whispers, "Ole." He's literally bullfighting this guy. The red knight loses his temper. He swings a wild, desperate overhead strike. Jaeger steps into the blow. This is it, the moment of impact. Vlad is watching with his blue eyes glowing. He's seeing the path. The swords meet, but it's not a clash. Jaeger's blade slides along the others, redirecting the energy. The red knight's face goes pale. He just lost control of his own momentum. Jaeger's blade is already coming back for the strike. One hit, clean. Jaeger forces his opponent to miss by deflecting the attack with a tiny, precise movement. He calls it counter. Vlad repeats the word in his head. Deflect, then assault. It's beautiful and lethal. The red knight's sword is buried in the ground. He's on his knees. The fight was over the second Jaeger decided it was. The guy is breathing like he just ran a marathon. He realizes he's looking at a wall he can never climb. Jaeger towers over him, looking like a god of war. The knight surrenders. He's got zero pride left. The priest announces Jaeger as the winner. Alicia lets out a breath she's been holding since the start of the day. Andre is seething. His clean sweep just got ratioed. Jaeger walks back to the bench, looking like he didn't even break a sweat. He looks at Vlad. Did you learn anything? Vlad is serious. Yes. Thank you, sir. He's beginning to see the true level of the high sky. Final round. This is the tiebreaker. Andre sends out his final ace, Pablo of Arnstein, the defensive specialist. Alicia's side sends out Shahzad. He's the purple-haired knight with the mustache. Pablo looks like a professional. Solid, calm, ready. Shahzad is acting weird. He's being overly polite, waving off the introductions. Vlad thinks Alicia got a stronger contender here. He ranks Shahzad higher than the other knights he saw sparring. Shahzad looks back at the thrones where Joseph and Alicia are sitting. Alicia is confused. Why is he looking at her like that? Shahzad bows. A deep, formal bow. Joseph's eyes go wide. Something is very, very wrong. Why? Is he bidding farewell? Joseph realizes the play too late. Shahzad says it clearly. I, Juber of the Shahzad family, forfeit this duel. The room goes silent. It's a complete L for Alicia. Joseph is furious. His face is twitching. He's been outplayed on his own board. Andre starts clapping. He's gloating. He forfeits! The duel is over! Joseph realizes Andre didn't just have 3 knights. He had 4. He bought the 3rd knight on Alicia's side before the duel even started. Andre tells Alicia to pledge her allegiance to him. He wants the true blue to bow. Joseph stands up. The snake is done being polite. Andre tells him to sit down. Alicia's knight forfeited! It's over! Joseph's face is dark. He tells Andre that the duel isn't finished until he receives a satisfactory explanation. He declares that the Bayezid family will not tolerate this outcome. The political gloves are off. If Andre wants a fight, he just got one with the most dangerous house in the north. Joseph is standing his ground. He knows exactly who he is, a representative of the north, and he's not letting some mid-tier uncle bully him. The room is whispering, because if Joseph gets disrespected, it's not just a family spat, it's a diplomatic incident between the north and the center. Endel is seething, but he can feel the political pressure rising. He finally snaps and asks what Joseph expects them to do now that the match is technically a forfeit. Joseph is playing 4D chess. If the best-case scenario is gone, he just has to stop the worst-case scenario from happening. He needs a sure-shot moment to pivot his plan for the future. He asks the priest to allow the duel to proceed. He claims Alicia's reputation can't be tainted by a forfeit, which is noble speak for, "I'm not done with you yet." Endel scoffs. He asks if Joseph even has anyone who can fill the spot of the traitor knight. He knows the unwritten rules. Guests can't just bring an army of knights. He thinks he's got Joseph in a checkmate. Joseph's eyes go dark. Yes, I do. He stands up and, in the name of House Bayezid, prepares to present his mighty warrior. He points a finger straight at the back of the room. Vlad of Shawara. Our guy is standing there looking like he just wanted to be a spectator but got drafted into the finals. The room erupts. But he's not a knight! They're offended that a squire is even breathing the same air as the duel carpet. Endel is losing it. He thinks this is a joke. But Joseph drops a lore bomb. In a duel of honor, anyone wielding a sword can join. Title or not, if you have steel, you have a seat at the table. Endel yells that sending a mere vassal is a disgrace to the entire Arnstein lineage. Joseph roars back. He asks them if they cared about honor when they let a traitor ruin the match 5 minutes ago. He calls out their shallow tricks and shuts the entire room up with pure Chad energy. He finishes by stating he personally vouches for Vlad's reputation. That's a massive W for Vlad's social standing. Endel finally backs down. He figures, what can a lowly vassal actually do against a knight? He's about to find out. Vlad is internally panicking. He whispers to Jaeger, I'm really fighting a knight? I won't die, right? He's a monster slayer, but the imposter syndrome is hitting hard. Jaeger gives him the most Jaeger answer ever. If worst comes to worst, I'll interfere. Vlad asks, what if it's not the worst, but still kinda bad? Jaeger just goes silent. Total dad behavior. Vlad is on his own. Joseph calls Vlad over. And then he pulls him into a hug. The room is stunned. This isn't how nobles treat squires. Vlad is flustered. He thinks Joseph is just being emotional. But Joseph is whispering, just hang in there for 10 minutes. He reveals he had a plan from the start and he's already sent a messenger named Vorden. Vlad just needs to buy time. Vlad asks if 10 minutes is really enough. Joseph's response is simple. The more time he buys, the better the outcome. Vlad locks in. His eyes go cold. Understood. Joseph tells him to be careful as Vlad steps onto the field. He walks past Alicia. She watches him with a look of pure desperation. Her entire life depends on a kid she thought was a servant yesterday. Vlad's boots hit the carpet. No more squire behavior. He stands across from Pablo. David versus Goliath. But David has glowing blue eyes. He introduces himself. I'm Vlad of Shawara. Pablo isn't impressed. He slams his massive shield into the ground. He tells Vlad he's not even worthy of hearing his name and that the duel lost its honor the second a brat showed up. Worth. Vlad repeats the word. He absolutely hates that word. In the gutter, worth is why people starve. It's why beautiful things are kept away from people like him. He grips his sword. He may have come from a place of no worth, but that doesn't mean he's lacking. He has zero intention of ending up as nothing. He asks Pablo what actually makes them so different. Pablo just sighs. He thinks the standards of House Bayezid have truly fallen if this is their best. He tells Vlad to ignore the rules and fight with everything he's got. He wants to end this quickly. He decides to nip this in the bud before Vlad can get lucky. Vlad takes a breath. The boy who was never allowed to shine is finally stepping into the light. The clash begins. Pablo is strong, but he notices something immediately. Vlad is moving with a speed that shouldn't belong to a squire. He's not fighting for his life anymore. For the first time, he's lifting a sword for someone else's sake. He targets Pablo's left side, the gap in his defense. Endel is shocked. The ordinary kid is putting a knight on the defensive. Steel meets steel, echoing through the hall. Pablo realizes Vlad is a natural. He has the ferocity of a starving wolf. He's not just fighting, he's hunting. Pablo acknowledges his spirit, but he has a butt ready. The air gets heavy. Pablo swings. It's not just a physical hit, it's a weight. The knight's experience starts to show. He tells Vlad he's not all the way there yet. Vlad blocks, but the force is overwhelming. He says it feels like being beaten with actual stones. Pablo asks if he's done with his tricks. He delivers a massive blow that sends a shockwave through the room. Vlad is barely holding on. The voice, Rahman, screams in his head, "Don't block it head on! Try to parry it!" Vlad tries to adjust, but the sheer physical difference is too much. Pablo's follow-up strike is relentless. Vlad coughs up blood. This is the reality of the high sky. He hits the floor. Pablo starts walking toward him. The match is effectively over. He stands over Vlad like a mountain. He actually says, impressive. He tells Vlad he's a kid worthy of resisting him, which is the highest praise a commoner could get. He calls it a shame they had to meet like this. He tells Vlad to come find him later, basically offering him a future job. Vlad looks up. His eyes are glowing. You've worked hard. Suddenly, Vlad's sword moves. Jaeger and Joseph both stand up. They see it. Endel's face is a meme of pure confusion. Alicia's jaw drops. Pablo's eyes go wide. Is this a counterattack technique? Vlad just copied Jaeger's elite move in the middle of a concussion. The crowd is losing it. How does a squire stop a knight's full power swing with a counter? Endel is trying to cope. He claims it must be a coincidence. He points out that Vlad can barely even lift his sword. The kid is physically spent, but Pablo knows better. He was the one holding the other end of that sword. This was no coincidence. Pablo asks, why? Why is it only you? Vlad is muttering to himself. Pablo wonders if the kid has lost consciousness and is just running on instinct. Vlad's eyes are open, but they're staring at something else. He's not dreaming. He's remembering. He's diving into the collective memories of the voice, the history of the sword masters. His feet are heavy in the mud of his past. The boy without rights has always longed for things that shine. He wanted abilities. He wanted a chance to be more than a delivery boy. He dreamed of possessing the rights to exist in the beautiful world above the slums. He looks back at the gutter one last time. His goal was always to go somewhere that shines, and he realized he doesn't just want to see it, he wants to be in it. A flower was about to bloom. This is the metaphor the author is using for a knight's soul. Pablo can feel the atmosphere shifting. Something dangerous is coming. A brilliant flower that no one has ever seen before is manifesting in Vlad's aura. The swords clash again, but the sound is different now. It's ringing. Endel is terrified. He has no idea what he's looking at. Vlad's hands are bleeding, gripping the hilt so hard the skin is breaking. Jaeger is sweating. He didn't show Vlad the counter so he could actually do it yet. He only showed it to make Vlad focus on the basics. He didn't expect the kid to master it mid-fight. Vlad lunges. He's already using the flow. Pablo notices the sharpness at the end of Vlad's sword has disappeared. It's been replaced by a well-settled resolve. The kid isn't swinging a sword anymore. He's swinging his entire life story. Pablo asks, where does that resolve point to? The sword starts howling. That's high-level mana vibration. Pablo is in shock. He realizes the flower isn't just about to bloom. It's already here. Pablo stops holding back. If he wants to survive this, he has to carry out his duties as a real knight. No more mercy. Block it, Pablo braces himself. And bring it, Oot! Vlad roars. He's bringing out his world. The light is blinding. The aristocrats are covering their eyes. Blue mana is leaking from Vlad's every pore. Jaeger and the traitor knights both think the same thing. The premonition! Pablo screams for someone to bring him a shield. His current one is about to disintegrate. A squire throws him a heavy defensive shield. Pablo catches it and locks in. Impact. The entire throne room shakes. I am Pablo of Arnstein! He's asserting his identity to keep his mind from breaking. He calls Vlad the boy who has the rights and demands to know his name. This is official recognition. Vlad looks him in the eye. I am the boy born in a place without rights. He remembers the cold streets. He remembers the Rose's Smile bar. But he's walking toward the place that shines. His boots are covered in mud and blood. You have proven your own rights! His eyes reflect the shining castle of his dreams. And so, scream. Vlad offshore! The aura explodes. It's a pillar of blue fire. Everyone is blinded. Pablo is using every ounce of his strength to not be vaporized. He charges into the light. H.R. Gage! The collision is tectonic. Silence falls. Vlad's hand is still on the hilt, but he's not moving. Pablo is standing over him. Well done. Vlad is out cold. He's completely drained his life force for that one hit. Endel starts screaming. He demands Vlad be disqualified because aura was forbidden in the duel rules. He's desperate for a technicality. Pablo looks at him with pure disgust. He calls Endel a pathetic bastard. Joseph and Jaeger walk onto the field. Joseph thanks Pablo for acting like a real knight. Pablo bows his head. It was an honorable moment for him too. Joseph turns to the priest. He asks, was it aura? The priest stammers, that's correct. Joseph asks a killer question. Between the rules of a duel and the Swordmaster's code, which is the higher concept? The priest looks like his brain just rebooted. Joseph explains that the Swordmaster title has only been held by one person in history, and that person's code relates directly to royal authority. He looks at Endel. Rule and code are clashing. Does honor come first, or do regulations? Endel is shaking. Joseph says this has to be reported to the Holy See and the royal palace. Until they get an answer, the result of the duel is postponed. Joseph just won the time he needed. A final message scrolls. Everyone deserves the right to bloom. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and we must protect the young who can express their own world. The knights of old used to vow by a specific name. A man in massive glowing armor raises his sword. He sits on a throne of light, looking down at a legion of warriors. That is the founding king, the first swordmaster. His name was Frausen. The morning sun hits the Heinel estate. The chaos of the duel is over, but the atmosphere is still heavy. Our guy finally wakes up, looking like he just went through a blender. He's disoriented, calling out for Gote and asking for water. His throat probably feels like he swallowed a handful of sand. The water pours, and it's basically the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. He tries to move and immediately regrets existing. Every single bone in his body is screaming at him. He sees the hand holding the cup and nearly jumps out of his skin. It's Mr. Joseph. The second son of House Bayezid is personally playing nurse for his squire. Vlad tries to apologize for being a mess, but he can barely get the words out. Joseph tells him to relax. He's earned a bit of comfort after what he pulled off in that throne room. He checks if Vlad is in any specific pain. Joseph is being surprisingly genuine here. He admits he didn't think Vlad would be able to do half of what he did. He explains the current situation. The duel has been postponed. The rules of the sacred duel and the Swordmaster's code are now an illegal wrestling match. Until the church and the palace weigh in, everything is on ice. Vlad remembers the voice mentioning the Swordmaster's code before. It's a legendary set of rules that governs the strongest warriors in history. Joseph tells him that to become a real knight, he'll one day have to make that same pledge. He's basically saying when you grow up, but for killers. Vlad looks stunned. The idea of being a real knight is starting to feel less like a dream and more like a deadline. He envisions it, a knight on horseback, leading the charge, a true high sky moment. Joseph tells him to take care of himself. Staying in Dermar too long is going to cause political friction. Vlad tries to insist he's fine to move right now. Joseph shuts that down. He's not letting his investment break itself before it even starts. He smiles and says he's the type of person who cherishes things that deserve to be. It's the ultimate vote of confidence for a gutter kid. Outside, the other guests are starting to pack their bags and head home. Alicia and Sir Duncan watch them from the balcony. Alicia looks frustrated. She wanted to give those vultures a proper piece of her mind. She mentions that Andre left too. She's already asked the church for personal protection until the final ruling comes down. She hates letting them leave in peace after they tried to destroy her family. It feels like her heart is being crumpled. Duncan tells her she'll have time for revenge later. Right now, the most important thing is establishing complete control over the city. Alicia's eyes go sharp. She knows what she must do to survive. Duncan asks about the lemon harvest. It's bad. Production is falling, and they're considering switching the entire local industry to barley. Duncan suggests waiting. You don't change a city's industrial structure just because of one bad season. Alicia agrees, but you can tell the weight is starting to show. It's like every time she clears one mountain, there's a bigger one waiting right behind it. She lets out a long sigh. Then she remembers something and looks at Duncan. She asks if most knights actually know how to ride a horse. Duncan says of course. It's as fundamental as knowing which end of the sword is the pointy one. Alicia smirks and says the gods really don't give anyone everything. Duncan is confused until he looks out the window, and there's Vlad, currently losing a 1v1 against a pony. He hits the dirt with a thud that you can probably hear from the next town over. Jaeger is watching from the sidelines, looking like he's reconsidering his entire career. Vlad tries to blame the horse, saying it needs to be more expensive. Jaeger looms over him with a dark aura. He gives Vlad a physical lesson in thinking before he speaks. Vlad is clutching his head, insisting he was able to get on the horse last time. Gotha backs him up, but he looks terrified of Jaeger. Jaeger realizes this is a serious problem. A knight who can't ride is just an expensive infantryman. The local squire mentions that even the horses are backing away from Vlad. It's like the animals can sense something terrifying ahead of him. His aura is probably screaming predator to everything with 4 legs. Jaeger calls it for the day. He tells Vlad they're skipping practice tomorrow too. Vlad is actually worried now. He asks when he's ever going to learn. Jaeger says they're delaying it. Vlad complains that he's heard the word delay way too much lately. Jaeger just sighs. There's no quick fix for being a natural-born horse hater. He walks off, mentioning he has work to do today. The squire asks why the horses hate Vlad more and more every day. He suggests trying to ride a cow since they're duller than horses. Vlad is not amused. He tells the squire to stop yapping. The squire just laughs and tells Vlad to enjoy the carriage. Jaeger's going to love that. Vlad is left alone, wondering what the hell his problem is. The voice chimes in. It wonders if Vlad is moving too fast internally. Animals are sensitive to momentum. If Vlad doesn't control his energy, he's basically a walking earthquake to a horse. It's a mental discipline thing. If he can use aura freely, he can control his momentum. But Vlad can't even draw it out consciously yet. The voice reminds him of Jaeger's words. Don't run before you can walk. Vlad accepts it. Time to grind the basics. He remembers they're leaving for Sturma tomorrow. He decides he should go back to the graveyard one last time. He looks at the tree on the hill. It's calling to him. Elsewhere in the estate, the sun is streaming through the windows of a hallway. Shahzad, the traitor knight, is walking along. He's trying to cope, saying his lord will understand why the mission failed. He's telling himself he can't be blamed for making waves in an unfortunate situation. He calls the whole duel an unfortunate accident. The more he thinks about it, the more ridiculous it is that a lowly vassal ruined his payday. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. He stops mid-step. Oh! Jaeger is standing right behind him with a training sword. That's a very aggressive hello. Shahzad tries to act tough. He tells Jaeger he didn't have to go this far. Jaeger's eye is glowing green. He disagrees. He thinks he needs to go exactly this far. Shahzad asks how long he's been waiting. He wonders if Jaeger has anything better to do. Jaeger just smiles. It's his day off. And on his day off, he likes to catch up on delayed work. Shahzad tries to claim he had no choice but to betray Alicia. Jaeger says what a coincidence. He doesn't have much of a choice either. Shahzad calls it upsetting. He still thinks he's in Jaeger's league. He claims that since they have the same job, Jaeger should understand. Jaeger's internal monologue is cold. He knows the difference between a knight and a mercenary. If the master tells you to bark, you gotta bark. The atmosphere in the hallway is vibrating with pure killing intent. Jaeger's eye is locked onto Shahzad like a targeting system. Shahzad is still smirking. He has no idea how hard he's about to be cooked. He thinks Jaeger is just here to give him a stern warning. He calls them both dogs that only bite when told. He tells Jaeger to stop barking and enjoy his day off. He claims the slightest bit of bloodshed would be a declaration of war. Jaeger doesn't use a sword. He uses his fist. Impact. Shahzad's face is physically being rearranged. He hits the wall hard enough to crack the stone. Jaeger says his lord is a nice man, so a little bite is fine. He's taking full responsibility for the violence. Shahzad is coughing, asking if that's enough. He's already broken. Nowhere near. Jaeger delivers a second blow that probably ends Shahzad's career as a knight. The traitor hits the floor like a sack of garbage. Jaeger looks down at him. Since they're in the same industry, he's sure Shahzad understands the concept of consequences. Shahzad is barely conscious. He's had enough. Jaeger tells him he hopes they meet again. He says he can't make Shajad pay the total price for mocking Joseph right now, but he's keeping the receipt. He walks away, leaving Shajad in a pile of his own regret. Shajad mutters that the empire is falling apart. It's not a time where people band together for fun. He's realizing that the old rules are breaking. See you soon, he mutters. He's not done, but he's definitely out for the season. Yager looks toward the horizon. That time is coming, a time where swords will be needed more than ever. The political peace is a thin veil over a very bloody future. Back at the graveyard, sunset, Vlad is talking to the spirit snake again. He calls it an old friend. He wants to have a quick look and leave before he runs into Alicia again. He's still embarrassed about the maid comment. His eyes flare blue. The snake appears. It's massive. Vlad is still startled by the sheer size of the thing. He nervously asks if it's a friend of the voice. He really hopes so. The snake starts coiling around him. He tries to convince himself this is just a glad to see you greeting. The snake stares him down with those giant glowing eyes. Then it starts to glow even brighter. The voice tells him not to try to understand spirits. They are just another form of the world's energy. A mortal soul can't encompass everything. Just accept the ride. The snake opens its mouth and turns into a swarm of glowing light particles. The light floods the entire graveyard. Vlad is floating in a sea of blue. He says it's warm. He's mesmerized. The voice is genuinely surprised. It didn't expect to see a forgotten enigma here. This is the Vlad just got a permanent buff from the guardian of the city. Morning comes. It's time for the Bayezid party to leave. Alicia and Duncan are at the gate. She apologizes for not being able to hold a proper banquet. Joseph tells her the intentions are enough. Right now, she needs to fix the cracks in her own family. She thanks him. There's a new level of mutual respect between them. The party prepares to move out, but Duncan stops them. He asks Vlad of Shawara to come forward. Vlad is confused. Did he do something wrong? Joseph gives him the go on look. They've prepared a ceremony. Duncan tells him to kneel. Alicia tells him she's truly grateful. Without him, she wouldn't be standing here as Lord. He protected her honor and brought light to a duel that was full of fraud. She says no amount of gratitude could make up for it. She pulls out a purple handkerchief. She wants to entrust her name to him, a man who was more honorable than a knight. Vlad is kneeling, looking at the cloth. Joseph thinks to himself that Alicia is a smart woman. She's showing gratitude and taking advantage of the situation at the same time. By honoring Vlad, she's tethering House Heinel to House Bayezid. Vlad notices it's clearly very valuable. He wonders if he should just accept it. He remembers Jaeger's lessons. If a noble gives you something, you take it. Refusing is a proper beating, waiting to happen. He accepts the handkerchief and thanks her. The crowd gasps. Joseph and Jaeger both facepalm. Vlad has no idea what he just did. Duncan tells him that's not the way to do it. Here is the noble lore. There are two ways to pass a handkerchief that symbolizes a lady's honor. One is hanging it at the end of a sword. The other is hand to hand. One is for honor, the knightly way. The other is for love. Alicia is blushing furiously. Vlad is just staring blankly. He has zero noble riz. The townspeople are staring like they're watching a season finale. Duncan and Jaeger are both having a minor breakdown in the background. Vlad just tells her he'll use it well. He thinks it's for wiping sweat. In the carriage later, Joseph is still laughing. He hasn't been this flustered in a long time. He jokes that the local minstrels are going to be making a living off this story for years. Vlad apologizes. He genuinely didn't know the romantic implications. Jaeger barks at him through the window. From now on, before he accepts anything from a noble, he has to check Jaeger's face first. Joseph congratulates him anyway. He tells Vlad he's now a man honored by a high-ranking noble. Vlad of Shawara has officially risen to the rank of honorary knight. Our guy is currently processing the fact that he just went from a gutter rat to a titled noble in about 48 hours. Joseph has to bring him back to reality. It's not a full knighthood, but in any place that recognizes Alicia's name, he'll be treated with the respect of a knight. Vlad is still stuck on the word, a knight. To a kid who grew up in the slums, that's like being told you're a god. There is a catch though. Alicia just became a baron, so the weight of that title is currently limited to the borders of Diarmar. Vlad nods. Okay, so it's not a cheat code for the whole empire, but it's a start. He looks down at the purple handkerchief in his hands. He's starting to realize that some things are earned through sweat, and others are handed over by mistake. Joseph's tone goes cold. He tells Vlad to never lose that cloth, because it's not just fabric, it's Alicia's honor. Vlad asks the obvious question, what happens if he drops it or loses it in a fight? Joseph leans in, his eyes going sharp. If he loses it, he'll have to take responsibility himself, because accepting a lady's honor with two hands is essentially a public contract. Vlad grips the handkerchief tight, sweating. He can see it in Joseph's eyes. Losing this would be a problem even Joseph couldn't fix. Joseph shifts the topic and pulls out a document. The duel ended in a mess, but thanks to Vlad's performance, Joseph doesn't need this specific piece of paper anymore. It's a promissory note. It says Alicia Heinel borrowed 10,000 gold from Joseph. Vlad's jaw hits the floor. 10,000 gold? He probably didn't think that much money existed in the entire world. Joseph explains the play. It was a safety net to secure Alicia's soldiers in case she actually lost the duel. If she lost her status as lord, she would have surrendered herself to Joseph to pay off the debt, which would have kept her safe from her uncle Andre. But since she didn't actually borrow the money, the note was just a political tool. Vlad asks why Joseph went through all that trouble for her. Joseph explains that a cause is like a spark in ashes. One right encounter with the wind can rekindle it. As long as Alicia is under the Bayezid wing, Andre is under constant pressure. Vlad stares at him. He's starting to understand how nobles live, always looking for justifications and causes to hide the fact they're just playing a giant game of chess with people's lives. Suddenly, Vlad's head snaps toward the window. Joseph notices the shift. Vlad says he heard something coming from the woods to the west. Outside, the landscape looks peaceful. Green hills, blue sky, nothing out of the ordinary. Then the ground starts to shake. A massive cloud of dust erupts from the tree line. Horses are galloping at full speed, closing the gap to the carriage in seconds. Vlad's hand immediately goes to his sword. He's in combat mode before the dust even clears. A group of riders in dark cloaks is swarming them. Bandits? Vlad is halfway out of his seat. He goes to draw his blade, but Joseph's hand stops him. He tells Vlad to put it away. Joseph smirks. He made preparations for their return journey long before the duel even started. The riders come to a halt. One man steps forward, dismounting. He kneels before the carriage in perfect formation with his men. The man apologizes for being late. Apparently, they were busy collecting the fair price. It's a knight with gray hair and a face full of scars. He drops a blood-soaked black sack on the grass. Joseph looks bored. He asks if that's all of it, mentioning he had requested something specific. The knight keeps his head down. Joseph tells him he did good work and can get up. The knight looks up, and his eyes are like a predator's, cold, red, and completely devoid of mercy. He asks if the boy behind Joseph is the vassal who received Lady Alicia's honor. Word has already spread about the miracle squire. Joseph dismisses the praise. He tells the knight he can adore Vlad later. Vlad is frozen. He's looking at this man and feeling something he hasn't felt since he left the slums. The knight's gaze lingers on Vlad. It's not a friendly look. It's the look of a butcher inspecting meat. Vlad senses his aura. It's not like other knights. It reeks of the same danger and rot that the back alleys of Shawara used to have. Vlad's instincts are screaming. In his mind's eye, he sees a colossal venomous snake rising up behind the man. This guy isn't just a knight. He's a monster. Joseph asks if they're coming back to Sturma with them. He wants to get back quickly. The knight declines. He has other business to attend to. Joseph just shrugs. The knight bows again. He says he was just performing his duty as Bayezid's hidden sword. Hidden sword. Vlad watches them leave, wondering what kind of people Joseph is really surrounding himself with. And more importantly, what the hell was in that black sack that was dripping blood onto the grass? Joseph catches him staring. He asks if Vlad is curious about the bag. Vlad admits he is. Joseph says it contains the world of nobles, a world of cold steel and spilled blood, a world that is brutal and completely unforgiving. That bag is full of the heads of people who tried to play the game and lost. Cut to the capital, a grand hall. An advisor is talking to the count. A group of pilgrims is passing through Sturma and heading for the Dragon's Trail. The count is uninterested in voices of gods. He says he hasn't seen sincere pilgrims in a long time. The advisor suggests keeping an eye on them anyway. He knows the count is cautious by nature. The count agrees. He has the right to enjoy the peace he's earned, but he won't let it be disturbed. The advisor turns to leave, but the count stops him. He wants to talk about something else. His second son, Joseph, and the boy, Vlad. He heard they accomplished a great feat in Diarmar. The advisor smiles. He says there was a word in the report that would make even an old man's heart race. The count closes his eyes, thinking. Swordmaster's first code. That's a term that hasn't been relevant for decades. The first code was designed for elite education, separating those with blood and talent from the rest. Diamonds managed with extreme care. In an era where knights are nurtured like precious flowers, seeing someone invoke the first code is a rare sight. The advisor tells the count he would have loved it. The count agrees, but notes that he's not the only one who would have been interested. He thinks back to the golden generation of Bayezid, a time of war, high stakes, and legendary warriors. He predicts that the old guys are going to start coming out of the woodwork to check out the new talent. Joseph is going to have his hands full. The count remembers how Joseph looked when he left, gasping for air, nearly giving up. But he crawled through the mud and brought back something shining. The count has a lot to think about now, because in the end, there can only be one successor. And the gap between his two sons just got a whole lot smaller. Back at the barracks, the trainees are eating. The dining hall is buzzing with rumors. Everyone has heard that Vlad is back. They heard he dueled a knight and even created his own world. Most of them think it's ridiculous. A backstreet bum with no roots using aura? It sounds like a fairy tale. Sobanen and his crew are listening, looking incredibly uncomfortable. They're the ones who actually felt Vlad's strength firsthand, and they're not laughing. The doors swing open. "I'm starving," a voice calls out. Vlad walks in. He's dressed better, he looks sharper, and he carries himself with the quiet confidence of someone who has seen the high sky. He looks around the room. The entire hall goes dead silent. It doesn't matter who comes from a high family or a low one anymore. The children's alley fight is officially over. Chapter 26 starts with the most important thing in a squire's life, breakfast. Specifically, a massive pile of sausages. Vlad is housing these things like it's his last meal. He's earned it. but it's hard to enjoy a meal when everyone in the room is staring at you like you just grew a second head. His friends tell him it's going to be like this for a while. Everyone roughly knows what went down in Diarmar. Vlad just licks his fingers. Rumors are quick, but he's too hungry to care about being a celebrity. His chubby friend asks what he's doing for vacation. Vacation? Vlad didn't even know that was a thing. Turns out, all the followers get a holiday this week. Twice a year, they get a break from the constant beating Jaeger calls training. Vlad is skeptical. He's a commoner on a contract. Does he even get a vacation? Besides, he has nowhere to go. Shawara is gone. His friend immediately jumps on the opportunity. He invites Vlad to his house, saying his father officially requested an invite. He's never taken a friend home before. Vlad realizes the kid probably struggled to make friends before he showed up. The friend starts selling the idea. Unlimited freshly roasted meat. Vlad's interest is piqued. Then, the clincher. He mentions Vlad was looking for horses. Vlad stops eating. He's definitely listening now. The friend claims his household has horses with better pedigrees than Sir Jaeger's horse. That's a bold claim. Vlad's eye literally sparkles. He grabs his friend. I'll make sure I have a vacation. The man has his priorities straight. Meat and fast horses. Back to the grind. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoes through the yard. Jaeger and Vlad are sparring. It's not a friendly match. It's a wall meeting a hammer. Vlad is gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. Jaeger is barely breaking a sweat. He watches Vlad with that one cold, green eye. Focus, Jaeger commands. He launches an attack that Vlad barely deflects. The speed is insane. Jaeger is moving like a man half his size, forcing Vlad into a corner. Vlad tries to find an opening, but Jaeger's defense is absolute. He grins. He can see Vlad trying to force it. He swings with a force that would break a normal man's ribs through his armor. Vlad gets sent flying. He hits the ground hard, coughing. Jaeger stands over him. He tells Vlad he told him not to do things he can't actually do yet. After dueling a night in Diarmar, do you think you've become something now? Jaeger's voice is harsh, designed to cut through the ego of a talented kid. Vlad's eyes widen. He wasn't trying to be arrogant. He was just trying to win. Jaeger asks if his words have become funny enough to ignore. Vlad stammers out an apology. Jaeger just glares. He's not being a jerk. He's being a teacher. He knows how dangerous it is to think you're a master before your foundation is set. Vlad looks down, ashamed. No, I'm sorry. He stands up and bows. Jaeger tells him if he's forcing himself to do it, don't even come here. And if he thinks he can do it without Jaeger, he definitely shouldn't come back. He ends the session early. Vlad bows again and leaves. As Vlad walks away, he looks defeated. He's still chasing that high from the duel, but Jaeger just dumped a bucket of ice water on him. Jaeger watches him go. His expression softens for a microsecond. He's proud of Vlad's results, but he knows they're unpolished, like sand on a seashore. Vlad is still weak enough to be blown off by a huge wave at any moment. The high sky is full of those waves. It's dangerous. Jaeger knows that better than anyone. He told Vlad to focus on the basics for a reason. Vlad walks through the silent halls of the estate. He's frustrated with himself. He just wanted to bring out that aura once more. He wanted to feel that power again. Ramon's voice echoes in his head. Not all knights can use aura, but that doesn't mean those who can't are weak. Aura only manifests the possibility that one can rise higher. But a great flower only blooms with a solid foundation. The spirit tells Vlad that Jaeger wouldn't have even scolded him if he weren't worthy. He tells him to think about Jaeger's words again. Vlad takes a deep breath. Okay, he gets it. He's used to contempt and ridicule. That's what he grew up with. But Jaeger's look wasn't ridicule. It was disappointment. And to Vlad, that hurts 100 times more than being hit by a wooden sword. Suddenly, he realizes something. He forgot to ask about the vacation. He shakes his head. Never mind. He can't bring that up right after getting chewed out. He decides to practice his swings until his brain stops working. It's the only way he knows how to deal with frustration. Night falls over the estate. Out in the woods, Vlad is still going. Each swing is a blur of motion. He's pushing himself to the limit, focusing on the basics just like Jaeger said. He executes a perfect strike, the ground splitting slightly beneath his feet. He's exhausted, gasping for air. Ramon tells him to wrap it up. He already met his daily quota. Burning out will only set him back. An injury now would make all his effort in Diarmar in vain. Vlad finally agrees and lets his sword rest. He looks up at the moon. The night is quiet. He realizes he's only just obtained something that shines. It's a start, but it's not the end. He stands tall under the moonlight, looking like a real knight for the first time. From the battlements, someone is watching him. It's Jaeger. He's been keeping an eye on Vlad the whole time. He sees the kid's dedication. A small, rare smile tugs at Jaeger's lips. A wolf that chases the moon, huh? Suddenly, the scene shifts. Fire, lots of it. Trinova, the county of Ravnoma. The city is in flames. People are screaming. Inside the palace, the throne room is a slaughterhouse. Blood is everywhere. Knights lie dead across the floor. One man is slumped against a pillar, bleeding out. He looks up as a figure approaches. A silhouette walks through the blue moonlight and the smoke. The man's boots click on the stone, stepping over the corpses. The dying knight recognizes him. He says the man ended up coming all the way here. It's Godwin, the Moonlight Knight. He looks exactly the same as the night he killed Jorge. cold, untouchable, and lethal. Godwin speaks about honor. He says a lord's name comes first, but that doesn't mean one should blindly follow orders. He mocks the knights of the former Count Gaidar. He says they were weak because they didn't understand the price of their choices. That's why they're all dead. The dying knight tells Godwin his light will extinguish someday too. He tells Godwin to convey a message to Count Gaidar. I will be waiting in hell. Godwin doesn't flinch. I will, he replies. The screen goes red as the blade falls. Godwin is still out there, and he's moving. Vlad has a long way to go before he can face this monster. A vacation? Our guy looks like he just heard a word from a foreign language. Joseph confirms it. He's heard the rumors that Vlad was invited to the Knorr household. Vlad is genuinely shocked. He's still not used to the idea that people talk about him when he's not in the room. Joseph just smiles. Apparently, one of the other squires was going around babbling about it like a fanboy, so the news reached the top fast. Vlad does the mental math. Potri told a squire, who told a knight, who told Jaeger, who told Joseph. The Bayezid intelligence network is literally just office gossip. Joseph tells him he was going to give him a break anyway. There's no point in telling him where to go when he's already got an invite from a family that owns the best horses in the north. Vlad glances over at Jaeger. Jaeger is standing there like a statue, arms crossed, eyes closed. He's the physical manifestation of no days off. The silence in the room is heavy enough to sink a ship. Joseph can tell something happened during their spar. He's the type of boss who knows when his employees are having a disagreement, but decides it's funnier to watch it play out. He decides to respect their relationship and stays quiet. This is the noble way of saying, I'm not getting paid enough to mediate this. Vlad is sweating. He's wondering if he should just bow and run for the exit before Jaeger decides he needs one more lesson. Then Jaeger speaks. He tells Vlad that even on vacation, a knight never lets go of the sword. Vlad snaps to attention. Jaeger explains the rule of the grind. If you skip training for one day, you'll notice. If you skip for a week, everyone else will notice. He knows Vlad isn't the type to be lazy, but he's making it clear that he'll be checking Vlad's progress the second he gets back. The pressure is a gift, according to Jaeger. We'll see when you return. That's Jaeger speak for, you better not have a single unpolished movement or you're dead. Vlad is actually hyped. He's a masochist for improvement, so this is exactly what he wanted to hear. Joseph chimes in with some practical advice. He tells Vlad not to get his hopes up about the horses. He wants Vlad to analyze exactly how much the horses reject him and try to find a pattern. If there's a horse that doesn't freak out, Vlad needs to find out where it came from. You may go. See you after a week. Joseph dismisses him. As Vlad turns to leave, Joseph drops one more thing. He tells Vlad he doesn't need to bring back any gifts. Vlad pauses. He knows enough about people to know that when someone says don't get me anything, they usually mean get me that specific ham I liked. He leaves the room, and the door shuts on the two most powerful influences in his current life. Joseph's face goes serious. The Knorr household isn't just a stable, it's a crossroads. Jaeger notes that if Vlad is lucky, he might encounter each other. Joseph agrees, calling them both notable figures. Jaeger asks if they should keep an eye on them. Joseph says no. If that person wants something, they'll come and ask for it themselves. But Joseph is already planning. He doesn't plan on giving anything away for free. Later, Vlad is standing in a room looking like he's about to be executed. Why am I here? He's currently being fitted for clothes by a small army of attendants. Lady Oksana is watching from her chair. She tells him the color suits him and that he's built well for leather armor. Vlad is blushing. He's dealt with monsters and knights, but a nice lady giving him a compliment is his ultimate weakness. She reminds him that he's going to the Knorre household for a vacation. She explains that when you go to someone else's place as a guest, you represent the people who sent you. It's basic manners to look neat so you don't give your parents a bad name. She stands up and walks over to him. She puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him specifically not to give her a bad name. She's basically adopting him into her social circle right now. Vlad stares at her. She looks at him with a kind of warmth he hasn't felt since, well, ever. He bows his head. Yes, Lady Oksana. He's officially a fan. She mentions that after his vacation, she's assigning him a tutor. Making mistakes like the handkerchief incident with Alicia is a one-time privilege. Vlad flinches. He's still traumatized by how badly he fumbled that social interaction. She explains that the title of a knight makes him a semi-aristocrat. He needs to act the part if he wants to survive the capital. She gestures to an attendant who is carrying a basket. It's a basket of lemons that Joseph brought back from Dermar. She tells Vlad it's bad manners to go empty-handed. Vlad bows, thanking her for the careful consideration. He's realizing that noble life is 10% fighting and 90% gift-giving and looking sharp. She tells him to have a relaxing time. She gives him one last smile. Vlad leaves the room, holding his basket of lemons like it's a holy relic. He stops by a window and catches his reflection. He looks like a completely different person. The blonde hair, the clean clothes, the noble aura. He thinks about how unfamiliar this feels. It's like he's wearing a costume that doesn't fit the kid who used to scavenge for scraps. His mind drifts back to the gutter, Jamina. He remembers her red hair and the way she looked out for him. He heard she's staying in a convent now. He closes his eyes and hopes she's doing well. You'd also be wearing clothes that don't suit you. He imagines her in a nun's habit, just as out of place as he is. Switch scenes to the convent. It's a grand, cold building with a massive cross on top. In the kitchen, the nuns are gossiping. They've heard about an attendant in the Bayezid house who pulled out aura in Diarmar. They're also talking about how incredibly handsome he is. Blonde hair with blue eyes. A hand scrubbing the floor stops moving. They speculate that he must be of noble origin. After all, nobody from the slums could become a knight that represents the North. Gemini is the one on the floor. She shakes her head. She tells herself that that guy wouldn't have grown that rapidly. She thinks it's a different person. She just hopes Vlad is alive and doing well somewhere. She has no idea she's scrubbing the floor just miles away from him. The nuns notice her pausing and immediately start yelling. "Hey, redhead, are your hands just playing around?" They berate her for not donating enough to the convent. They tell her she should think of repaying them by working her entire life. This is religious charity, apparently. They tell her to finish the floor and then do the dishes. They use the head sister as a threat like she's a dungeon boss. They laugh as they walk away, saying that since she has nowhere to go and no one to get her out, she might as well get used to being a slave. Jamina goes back to scrubbing. She smirks. It's a good thing she learned how to deal with garbage like this back at the Rose's Smile. But then she remembers the night it all went wrong. Flashback to a snowy night. The nuns are standing at the gate, looking down their noses at a group of refugees. Marcella is pleading with them. She says the girls are all virgins, and they were the ones the bishop watched over. She's trying to sell their purity just to get them a roof over their heads. The nuns are unmoved. They claim they can't just take them in all of a sudden. Marcella snaps. She asks how much money she's donated to them over the years. It's enough to feed these kids for a decade, and then some. The head nun stammers, caught in her own greed. Marcella tells the girls to worry about themselves and get inside. She pushes Jamina and the others toward the gate. The nun stops Marcella. She can't enter. Marcella says she wasn't hoping to. She just asks them to take good care of the kids, because they're all hard workers. Suddenly, torches appear in the woods. "They are over there!" Marcella screams for them to get in quickly. A hand reaches out from the darkness. It grabs Marcella by her hair. "Caught you! You bitch!" Jamina watches in horror from behind the gate. "Wait! Marcella!" Marcella is being dragged away by the soldiers, her hands reaching back toward the girls. The convent gates slam shut, leaving Marcella in the dark with the monsters. Back in the present, Jamina is still scrubbing. She's sniffing back tears, whispering Vlad's name. This is the motivation for the entire next arc, folks. File it away. Cut to Vlad. He's standing in front of the Kenora estate, looking like he just saw a miracle. "This is insane!" The place is massive. For a family that isn't noble, they've clearly got "I own several senators" money. The butler steps out and bows. "Young master, welcome!" Potri is hyped. He's waving like a lunatic. He hugs the butler, shouting about how much he missed him. Potri is the wholesome energy this series needs. He asks where his father is. The butler says he's currently welcoming some guests who suddenly arrived. The butler suggests showing Vlad around the pasture, the pride of the Canore household. Vlad agrees. He's here for the horses, after all. He tells the butler he had big expectations. He's ready to find a horse that doesn't treat him like a plague. The butler says the lord of the house will introduce the precious horses later, but for now, they can look at the rest. They walk toward the fields. The second Vlad steps into the pasture, every horse in the vicinity has a heart attack. They bolt. It looks like a cavalry charge in reverse. The cows see him and immediately decide that grazing is a secondary priority to not being near this guy. Even the sheep are running. It's a complete livestock exodus. Vlad is standing in an empty field. The only thing left is the wind. Just die already. Vlad looks dead inside. He can't even ride a cow? That's a major L. The butler is sweating. He asks if Vlad has visited a church lately. He thinks the kid is literally cursed. Vlad explains that his guarantor is priest Andrea. It's not a curse, it's just his vibe. He's driving himself crazy. What's the point of using aura if he has to walk everywhere? He imagines the future. All the other knights doing cool cavalry charges while he's in the back, eating dust and running on foot. Potri sees his friend's soul leaving his body and tries to help. He shouts that they have tons of animals, combat horses, work horses, even horses for slaughter. Surely one of them is dumb enough not to run? Vlad looks at him with hollow eyes. There would be, right? Potri promises to show him the beautiful horses his father just brought in, the ones with the high pedigrees. He says he'll plead with his father to show them to Vlad. He tells Vlad to just enjoy dinner first and let it go. Meat is the only cure for a broken heart. Sunset over the estate. The kitchen is in full gear. Massive steaks are being seared over open flames. Vlad and Potri walk into the kitchen. It looks like a high-end barbecue festival. Vlad notes that there is absolutely nothing moderate about this house. It's all or nothing. "Oh, they're here!" Potri spots his family. Lord Orsan Kanore walks in, laughing loudly. He apologizes for not being there to welcome a precious guest. Vlad bows politely. "I'm Vlad, Lord Jager's squire." Orsan slaps him on the back. He's heard the rumors. The boy who activated the swordmaster's discipline. Sturma's pride. He's talking like Vlad is the next LeBron James. He's genuinely happy that Potri made such a great friend. He's a good dad, guys. He invites them to talk while the meal is being prepared. Vlad notices that there are other guests. He wonders if they're going to sit together. Orsan mentions that everyone here is a Bayezid native. Vlad's internal alarms go off. They open the doors to the dining hall. Vlad's eyes go wide. "Huh? Sitting in the chair by the fireplace is Sir Lutger. He's surrounded by his own squad of knights. Lutger is tapping his fingers on the armrest. It's been a while, hasn't it? He looks at Vlad with that polite, slightly creepy smile. How have you been? Vlad bows. Sir Lutger, I didn't think you'd be here. Lutger says he couldn't refuse the food. He makes it sound like a coincidence, but we know better. Vlad is cursing himself internally. He remembers refusing Lutger's favor back in the day. This dinner just became a tactical minefield. He looks around the room. Lutger's squires are all glaring at him. He realizes they really hate him. It's probably because he turned down their boss A&D beat up each of their squires during training. Classic MC behavior. But Vlad hardens his gaze. He's not getting intimidated here. He was waiting for this encounter too. He gives a small, confident smirk. Lutger notices the shift. Oh? The knight's smile gets wider. He likes the kid's spirit. Lutger asks if Vlad can make some time tomorrow. Let's go somewhere together. It sounds like an invitation, but it carries the weight of a command. Next morning, the sun is high. The group is riding through the open fields of the north. It's a massive troop. Lutger is in the lead, followed by his squires and mages. Vlad is in the back, in a wagon. A pair of ears twitches in front of him. It's Dorothea, the beastman mage. She asks why he keeps shooting glances at her. Is it his first time seeing a beastman? Vlad just says there's a first for everything. He's trying to be stoic, but she's not having it. She's heard he's from the back streets of Shawara. She asks how someone from the gutter became a Bayezid. Vlad counters by asking what's so fascinating about that compared to a beastman being a mage for Sir Lutger. She gets a tick mark on her forehead. She doesn't like being questioned back. She asks if he's really ever used aura. She can't wrap her head around a guy who can use aura but can't ride a horse. She notes that even that fatso, meaning Potri, knows how to ride. Vlad just says things happen in life. Dorothea keeps babbling. Vlad is wondering if she'll ever get tired. He's regretting this vacation already. This is not the relaxing time Lady Oksana promised. Suddenly, someone mentions falconry. Vlad is tuning her out completely, which only makes her angrier. He wonders if all beastmen are this talkative. She calls it racial discrimination. Then, he wonders if all mages are this talkative. She calls it job discrimination. Vlad is speedrunning getting cancelled. Lutger calls out from the front. He tells Dorothea not to bug Vlad too much. It was difficult to get him here. Dorothea grumbles that Vlad makes a shitty expression every time he looks at her. Lutger just laughs. She pouts. She's definitely the annoying little sister archetype of the group. They reach a ridge. Lutger asks his scout how it looks around here. The scout says it seems all right. The surroundings are open, giving them a clear view on all sides. Potri notes that it seems like they're going to be hunting here. Vlad's eyes go sharp. They don't look like they are trying to hunt. He notices the formation. They aren't looking for deer. And more importantly, they haven't even taken the falcon out of the cage. Inside the cage, a massive bird of prey is sitting still, hooded. Sir Lutger, over there! A scout points to the horizon. Lutger's eyes narrow. We're lucky. He says he didn't think he'd see a group of pilgrims here. He tells his men to raise the flag and show their intentions so the pilgrims don't get uneasy. The flag of House Bayezid unfurls in the wind. Lutger smiles. Now then, shall we get started on finding prey? He's definitely not talking about animals. Cut to a cliff nearby. A black horse is standing alone, overlooking the valley. Below the cliff, a massive herd of wild horses is grazing. The black horse stares down at the herd with intelligent, cold eyes. Suddenly, it turns and bolts. It's moving with an unnatural speed, its mane flowing like shadows. It disappears into the tree line, leaving behind a trail of blue light. Whatever this horse is, it's not an animal. It's a message, and it's headed straight toward our guy. See you in the next batch. So much for the quiet pilgrimage. The horizon is literally crawling with people in white robes trying to make it across the plains in one piece. Lutger's squad is keeping a tight formation on the ridge above them. Vlad is sitting in the back of the wagon, and he is not buying the hunting trip excuse for a single second. This is clearly a high-stakes escort mission disguised as a day out with the boys. The carriage wheels are groaning under the weight of the supplies. You don't bring this much gear just to shoot a few deer. The road is so rough that Vlad is actually starting to get motion sickness. He decides that walking through monster-infested grass is a better alternative than puking in front of elite knights. Potri checks on him, looking concerned. Vlad plays it off, but his face is definitely a few shades paler than usual. It's not just the motion sickness, though. His heart is thumping against his ribs like a drum, and he can't figure out why his instincts are redlining. He steps out of the cart. He figures a bit of a walk will clear his head and get his combat senses back in line. Potri tries to distract him by pointing out the view. To be fair, the grasslands are beautiful, but beauty usually hides something ugly in this Manhwa. Potri mentions that these fields stretch all the way to Varna. Usually, monsters are a problem, but Sir Joseph handled a major subjugation last winter, so things have been quiet. Vlad pauses. Sir Joseph? Potri reminds him of the mission they both participated in. Vlad helped clear the path, which is why Potri feels safe out here now. Vlad gives a small smile. He realizes he has no personal stake in this scenery, but he's the reason it's peaceful enough for people to enjoy. Then, the peace ends. A massive plume of dust erupts in the distance. A herd of wild horses is charging across the plains, and they are not just running, they are fleeing. Vlad's eyes go wide. He's seen a lot of things, but a stampede of this scale is a different kind of terrifying. The black horse from earlier is leading them, and it looks like it's trying to outrun the literal ground itself. Vlad feels the vibration through the soles of his boots. It's a low, rhythmic thrumming that makes his teeth ache. What's happening? He grips his chest. The ground isn't just shaking, it's being hunted. The black horse is a blur of muscle and panic. Sir Lucker watches from the ridge. At first, he thinks it's just a herd of quality wild horses, calling them unwelcome guests. But then his expression shifts. He's a veteran, and he knows when a stampede doesn't look natural. His knights notice it too. The horses are moving south, which makes absolutely zero sense. Normally, they'd be heading north where the new sprouts grow this time of year. Moving south means they're choosing hunger over whatever is behind them. The dust cloud is getting closer, and the sound is becoming deafening. Ludger realizes their movements are strangely urgent. They aren't migrating. They are being chased by something they can't fight. Vlad is frozen. He's sensing the fear coming off the animals in waves. The black horse passes them, and for a second, Vlad sees its eyes. They are terrified. This isn't just an animal instinct, it's a soul-crushing dread. He wonders what could possibly be scary enough to make a whole herd act like this. The answer comes from underneath. One of the knights screams that it's an earthquake. It's not an earthquake. Vlad's pupils shrink. He remembers this specific vibration from the back alleys of Shawara. It's the feeling of a predator moving through a medium you can't see. The ground at the edge of the herd literally explodes upward. A massive, segmented horror lunges out of the dirt, swallowing a horse whole in midair. The knights are stunned. Even Ludger looks like he wasn't expecting a threat this big to just spawn in the middle of a field. The pilgrims start screaming. Their peaceful walk just turned into a buffet for a giant worm. Vlad watches the creature rise. It's a mountain of scales and teeth. It's a death worm, one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. It's a biological relic of an era when monsters ruled the world. The worm slams back into the ground, crushing everything in its path. It lunges again, snapping its massive mandibles shut. Dorothea screams that something is wrong. Death worms aren't carnivorous. They usually feed on minerals and roots. She's looking at the creature's head, and her eyes go wide with realization. The worm is chewing on a horse, blood spraying across its armored hide. It's acting like a frenzied predator. There's a purple crystal embedded in its forehead. A strange, dark energy is flowing out of it, pulsing like a diseased heart. The creature is being driven mad. It's not eating because it's hungry. It's killing because it's being piloted. One of the scouts yells that the wild horses have shifted direction, and they're heading straight toward the pilgrims. The crystal on the worm's head glows brighter. The monster lets out a screech that sounds like grinding metal. It ignores the horses and sets its sights on the largest group of targets, the humans. No! The worm is following the pilgrims. If it hits them, there won't even be enough left to bury. Ludger doesn't hesitate. He asks Dorothea what the worm reacts to. He needs a way to draw it away from the civilians. She explains that the death worm is blind and deaf. It only senses the world through underground vibrations. It's basically a giant, angry motion sensor. Ludger tells her to get a hold of herself and find a way to lure it. He needs a beacon, and he needs it 5 minutes ago. Ludger barks an order at Vlad. He wants him to take Dorothea to higher ground and protect her while she works her magic. The moment you find a way to get its attention, send me a signal. Ludger is already turning his horse toward the danger. Vlad salutes. He knows the stakes. If Dorothea goes down, everyone dies. Ludger draws his sword. It's a masterpiece of steel that starts to glow with heat. He shouts to his men. He tells them it doesn't matter if this situation makes sense or not. What matters is being where you need to be and doing what needs to be done. This is the code of a Bayezid knight. The knights draw their blades in unison. The morale shift is instant. Protect the pilgrims, they charge. It's a handful of men against a subterranean titan. Ludger grits his teeth. Everything about this is a setup. Monsters don't just grow dark energy crystals on their heads. That means there's a human behind this. Someone is using a dragon remnant to stage a massacre in Bayezid territory. How brave you are. Ludger's internal monologue is chilling. His eyes ignite with orange fire. How dare you, in the land of Bayezid? He's not just defending pilgrims anymore. He's defending the honor of his house. He ignites his blade. A pillar of flame erupts from the steel, turning him into a human torch as he charges the worm. On the cliff above, Dorothea is frantically digging through her gear. A pile of glowing crystals spills onto the grass. These are her engravings, the tools of her mystery. She's looking for the vibration color. She needs to create a frequency that will annoy the worm more than the sound of 100 fleeing pilgrims. Vlad watches her work. He's never seen magic like this up close. He recalls his studies. The power of the world is a trinity. Divinity from the gods, aura from the soul, and mystery from the stars. Mystery is the final piece of the puzzle. It fills the gaps that raw strength and faith can't reach. He realizes Dorothea isn't just a talkative girl with ears. She's an essential asset. Sir Ludger kept her around for a reason. Down in the valley, a massive explosion of fire rocks the earth. What's that? Potri is nearly falling out of his saddle. Ludger has engaged the worm. He's a whirlwind of fire, slicing through the creature's thick hide like a hot knife through butter. It's Sir Lutger in his prime. He's not just a knight, he's a disaster in human form. Vlad is mesmerized. He realizes Lutger is on a completely different level than anyone he fought in Diarmar. This is what a true master looks like. But Lutger's face is tight, his strikes are shallow. The worm is too big, and he couldn't prepare a high-level technique in time. Damn it! The worm is regenerating or just plain ignoring the pain. Lutger stares into the monster's maw. So you're saying you're the toughest dragon remnant, huh? He's about to go all out, but time is running out for the pilgrims. The worm lunges, its mouth wide enough to swallow a house. Lutger kicks his horse, narrowly avoiding a face full of dragon teeth. He circles around the beast, his flaming sword leaving trails of orange light in the air. The worm realizes it can't catch the fireman on land, so it does what worms do best. It dives. Lutger's knights rush to his side. They ask if he's okay, but his eyes are fixed on the massive hole in the ground. He tells them not to let their guard down. A death worm isn't the type to run away just because it got its nose singed. Vlad watches from above. This is getting complicated. No matter how good Lutger is, he can't fight an opponent he can't see. Lutger orders his men to find it. He knows it's circling beneath them like a shark in the water. He's scanning the grass, looking for even the slightest ripple in the dirt. A scout points to the left. "Mr. Lutger! It's that way!" The pilgrims. The worm is moving at Mach speed underground, and it's headed straight for the center of the refugee group. Lutger curses and spurs his horse. He's fast, but he's fighting friction while the worm is in its natural element. Vlad turns to Dorothea. He tells her they need to hurry. The clock just hit 0. He catches her doing something weird with her hands and a piece of paper. Is now the time to be playing games? Vlad looks like he's about to lose it. People are about to be eaten, and she's doing arts and crafts. She snaps back at him. She's not playing. This is a unique werebeast method of focus. She finishes the marking spell. The paper ignites with a pink, magical glow. She shoves it at Potri, calling him fatty, and telling him to get it to Sir Lutger immediately. To activate it, you just have to rub or cut the paper. Potri blinks. You mean me? He's a logistics guy, not a frontline courier. Dorothea is gasping for air. The spell exhausted her completely. She points out that Vlad can't ride a horse, so Potri is the only one left who can make the delivery. Vlad looks at the distance. Even if Potri could ride like a pro, he'd be too late. The worm is already there. Lutger's knights aren't even close. Vlad makes a decision. If he can't ride a horse, he'll just have to do it the Shawara way. He snatches the marking paper from Dorothea's hand. "This is our last resort!" He's already running toward the edge of the cliff. "But Blondie, what are you going to do?" Dorothea is terrified. Vlad doesn't answer. He just leaps. He's falling through the air. Dorothea is screaming that it's practically a cliff. He's going to turn into a pancake. Vlad knows that Lutger and Joseph are rivals. He knows he's just a vassal and shouldn't have to risk his life for Lutger's mission. But the thought of the worm eating innocent people won't stop disconcerting him. He remembers it down to his very bones. He sees a vision of Godwin standing over him in the burning ruins of Shawara. He knows exactly how it feels to have your home destroyed by a force you can do nothing about. He refuses to let these people feel that same helplessness. He hits the side of the cliff, using his boots to control his descent. Focus! Strengthen your toes! He's sliding down at a vertical angle that should be impossible. He loses his footing for a second. Ooh! He slams into a rock outcropping. He's tumbling, a mess of limbs and leather armor. He remembers Jaeger's training. "Round your body!" He turns the fall into a roll, minimizing the impact. He lets out a scream of pure adrenaline as he nears the bottom. He slams into the dirt at the base of the cliff with enough force to kick up a massive dust cloud. He's lying there, unmoving. Potri is crying at the top of the cliff. Oh? He's moving! Dorothea is speechless. How is he still alive after falling from that height? Vlad groans and sits up. He's shocked too. He thought he'd at least break a rib or two. Then he feels it. A warm, blue glow emanating from his chest. The wild horses pause, sensing something new in the air. The black horse stares at him. It recognizes the power he's putting out. Vlad is surrounded by a halo of blue sparks. His eyes are glowing, with an intensity we haven't seen yet. It's the blessing. The white snake spirit he met in Diarmar didn't just give him a title, it gave him a divine physical buff. Without it, he would have been a stain on the rocks. This is awesome. He's feeling the power surge. He tells himself he'll have to thank that snake later. He stands up and starts sprinting. He's moving faster than a horse, his boots barely touching the grass. He looks toward the pilgrims. He can see the dirt rising behind them. The pilgrims are frantically pushing their carts, oblivious to the fact that they are seconds away from being erased. Vlad digs his heels in, shifting his weight for a sharp turn. He spots the leader of the pilgrims. His heart stops. Priest Andreas? The man who literally saved Vlad's life and gave him a future is leading the group. Vlad looks around. Where's Sir Lutger? The knight is still too far away. The worm is going to get to the priest first. Vlad grips the marking spell. If he uses it now, the worm will target him. Coincidence sometimes comes in the form of fate and forces you to make a choice. Vlad doesn't hesitate. The ground behind the pilgrims erupts. The worm is surfacing. Vlad throws the marking paper into the air. Right now, I need to take action. He draws his sword, and the blade is already humming with blue aura. I must not hesitate. He's locking in. He slashes the paper mid-air. A massive pillar of pink light shoots into the sky, marking Vlad as the most important thing in the world to that worm. The vibration spell activates. Vlad's sword begins to shake with a frequency that rivals the monster's own power. Here I am, you bastard! He's screaming at the top of his lungs. The marking spell settles on him. He's basically a neon sign for eat me. He drops to one knee and stabs his sword into the ground. The vibration ripples through the earth, stopping the worm in its tracks. But Vlad can feel it. It's not enough. He's just a squire, and the worm is a dragon remnant. He needs to amplify the vibration. He needs to pull out his world. He closes his eyes. He dives deep into his own mind. In his mental landscape, a massive, crystalline blue castle appears, inverted over an endless sea of stars. His eyes snap open. They aren't just blue anymore. They are cosmic. Look at me. His voice is calm, but it carries the weight of a king. You remnant of the fallen dragon. He's talking to the monster like it's a disobedient pet. The worm turns. It senses a power it hasn't felt in centuries. A shockwave of blue light erupts from Vlad, flattening the grass for 100 yards in every direction. Vlad is grinning now. It's a predatory, gutter-born grin. The worm lunges, but it's not attacking a victim anymore. It's attacking a rival. Lutger, Potri, and Dorothea are frozen. They are watching a squire challenge a dragon-tier threat alone. Vlad's aura is blooming. He's finally letting the flower Jaeger talked about open up. The worm's crystal pulses with dark energy, trying to fight back against the blue light. I am right here! Vlad stands his ground as the monster descends. This is the moment a legend is born. See you in the next batch. The deathworm is not having it. It lets out a screech that sounds like a metal grinder as it prepares to finish the job. The impact of its turn literally shatters the ground. Vlad is standing right in the splash zone. He gets tossed back by the shockwave, gasping for air. Even with the snake's blessing, the sheer physics of this thing is a problem. Rahman's voice cuts through the chaos. He tells Vlad to stop thinking about a head-on fight and just get back. Vlad's world is impressive, but it's not deep enough to drown a dragon remnant. Just keeping the beast bound to his location is a biological miracle. Rahman is basically telling him he's hit his limit. I know. Vlad's eyes are locked on the horizon. He's looking for the exit strategy. He glances at the pilgrim carts. They're moving, but they're not clear yet. The clock is ticking, and Vlad is the only thing stopping the game over screen. The worm lunges. It's a blur of brown scales and dirt. It opens its maw right over Vlad's head. Vlad stabs his sword into the ground, using the vibration from Dorothea's engraving to create a momentary barrier. He gets sent rolling again. This isn't a fight. It's a game of keep-away, where the ball is a giant monster. The worm's tail sweeps across the field like a scythe. It dives back into the ground. Vlad grits his teeth. Fighting an enemy that can just unspawn whenever it wants is a nightmare. He's looking left and right, trying to track the underground vibrations. If he misreads the next move, he's cooked. He realizes the worm is ignoring him for a second. It's heading back toward the pilgrims. Vlad's aura flares. He refuses to let his world be bypassed. The earth around him cracks as he forces his energy downward, screaming for the monster to look at him. It works. The worm erupts right underneath him, but Vlad is already moving. He realizes he's too slow on foot. Sir Lutger is charging in from the distance, his horse kicking up a massive trail of dust. Lutger is screaming, "No!" He sees the worm closing in on the kid. The worm towers over Vlad, its mandibles dripping with corrupted slime. Then, out of the dust cloud, a silhouette appears. It's the black horse from before. It's charging through the chaos like it's the one doing the hunting. Lutger's eyes widen. He recognizes that horse, and he knows exactly what it's capable of. Vlad feels a weight on his back and realized he's been scooped up mid-sprint. A horse! It's a horse! I'm riding a horse! Our guy is actually having a fanboy moment in the middle of a death struggle. The curse is broken. The spirit in his head tells him to focus. He needs to look at the horse's forehead through his world. A ghostly glowing horn begins to manifest from the horse's head. It's a spirit. This isn't a normal animal. It's a higher being that doesn't care about Vlad's gutter vibes. It has the blood of a one-horn, a mythical creature of the north. It's not running from Vlad, it's resonating with him. The sky clears as they break out of the dust cloud. The horse leaps over a ridge, its hooves barely touching the ground. Vlad is laughing. It's the first time we've seen him look genuinely happy since he was a kid in Shawara. They are a blur of black and blue light, leading the deathworm on a high-speed chase away from the pilgrims. This is what it feels like to have the high sky under your command. He's seeing the world from a horse's point of view, and for a kid who spent his life in the mud, it's beautiful. His sword glows with the horse's energy, the blue light becoming blinding. This is crazy! He's performing aerial maneuvers that should be impossible for a squire. Lutger finally catches up. He's staring at Vlad like the kid just grew wings. He asks if Vlad is all right. Vlad just nods, looking more locked in than ever. Lutger notices the sword. Vlad has imprinted his own existence onto the steel. The knight realizes that Vlad threw himself at that monster without a second thought, a mindset ready to sacrifice oneself for others. Lutger is starting to see the star everyone keeps talking about. This isn't just talent, it's the discipline of a true swordmaster in a squire's body. Lutger gives him the ultimate praise. He tells Vlad he's executed his duty more honorably than any of the knights present. Vlad is embarrassed. He's used to being hit with wooden swords, not compliments. Lutger asks if Vlad can maneuver the beast according to his will. He says the pilgrims will only be safe once the worm is cut down. They have to place their bets on Vlad's luring skills now. Vlad looks at the worm. It's a dragon's remnant. It's basically a boss fight with infinite health. I can do it. Vlad isn't bragging. He just knows the horse won't let him fall. Lutger points out that with Dorothea's engraving and that horse, Vlad has the perfect kit for the job. Vlad looks down at his ride. He wonders if he's actually worthy of a beast like this. The horse's eye glows. It's a silent, let's go. Vlad understands. The horse is here to save its herd. Just like Vlad is here to save the pilgrims, they have the same objective. All right, let's give it a go together. Vlad kicks his heels in. Lutger tells him to circle the hill and lead the worm back to him. He'll be ready on the other side. Yes, Sir Lutger! Vlad bolts. From an aerial view, you can see the worm following Vlad's blue trail like a heat-seeking missile. Vlad looks over his shoulder. The monster is inches away from the horse's tail. Nice. You're following me well. Vlad is trash-talking a dragon remnant. Legend behavior. Let's go! He hits a speed that makes the other knights look like they're standing still. Lutger's squire is stunned. What's with that acceleration? Luker just smirks. He knows he's watching the birth of something special. They're both great. He's talking about the knight and the horse. Vlad drifts around the hill, the worm's massive body leveling the trees behind him. Rahman tells him to put down the sword for a second. He needs to let his entire existence flow through the vibration engraving. Vlad focuses. He becomes the frequency. His eyes ignite. He's pouring every drop of aura into the horse. A massive boom echoes as they break the sound barrier. They are a meteor of blue light, drawing the worm into the kill zone. Look, boy, a dragon is chasing you. Rahman is hyped now, too. It's following the shining you. Luker steps forward. He's done waiting. He orders his men to move the pilgrims to safety. The rest are to prepare for the fallout. Vlad reaches the designated spot. He's a glowing beacon in the middle of the field. The worm lunges out of the ground, ready for the final chomp. Luker's eyes narrow. Here it comes. He raises his sword. The temperature in the field jumps by 50 degrees instantly. He clicks his fingers over the blade. A volcanic eruption of orange aura transforms the entire grassland into a sea of molten fire. Vlad watches from the back of the horse as his world is suddenly swallowed by Lutger's. That's? He's seeing a master go all out for the first time. Lutger is standing in the center of a sun. He's expanded his world to a scale Vlad can't even comprehend. This is a method only knights who can deeply observe themselves can use. It's the ultimate expression of self. Lutger Bayezid. Vlad realizes the man is 10 times stronger than he originally thought. He's ferocious. Lutger isn't just fighting, he's rewriting the laws of nature in his immediate vicinity. Vlad realizes this man is capable of burning down his entire world in a single swing. The deathworm screeches as the heat hits it. It tries to retreat, but the ground has turned into liquid fire. The corrupted crystal on its head pulses frantically, sensing the end. It tries to dive, but Lutger's fire is already in the soil. Lutger looks at the monster like it's a bug. The dragon remnant finally detects the threat of Lutger's world. It realizes Vlad was just the bait. Lutger's aura forms a massive, swirling tornado of flame around his sword. Vlad is struggling to stay on the horse. The heat is melting the grass around him. He realizes his own world is too weak to compete. He's just a spectator now. The horse bolts toward the edge of the fire zone. It knows when to leave the stage to a professional. Vlad yells for everyone to get back. He can see the energy Lutger is building. They clear the radius just in time. That's way too close! Even at a distance, the heat is blistering. The horse lets out a triumphant neigh. It's safe. Vlad looks back. Whoa! This! The horse's horn glows one last time, resonating with Vlad's blessing. The voice tells him that his world and the snake's blessing are waking up, a long-forgotten divine secret from the memories of the world. The worm makes one final lunge at Lutger. Lutger doesn't move. He just waits for the monster to be at point-blank range. The creature's jaws are inches away. Let's go! Lutger swings, a unicorn without a horn, and a knight without a horse. In the horizon where they meet, I becomes we. In the pitch-black night sky of the north, a white star just happened to appear. The impact of Lutger's strike creates a pillar of fire that reaches the clouds. The deathworm is literally vaporized. There isn't even a corpse left. Lutger stands in the smoldering crater, his sword still glowing white-hot. He can feel his world slowly receding. The cost of that move was immense. Vlad watches him, sweating. He realized Lutger just reached his limit. The horse carries Vlad back toward the group. The knights are cheering. The threat is gone. Don't give up! The knights rush to help the pilgrims. The squires look at Vlad with a new level of fear and respect. He's not just a lucky kid anymore. That's good enough, Lutger calls out, his voice sounding raspy. The knights tell Vlad to go past Lutger and head for the carts. The fire in the fields is still burning, illuminating the night. Lutger is kneeling, using his sword as a crutch. Mr. Lutger! Vlad jumps off the horse and runs to him. Lutger looks up, his eyes returning to their normal color. Good job. It's my turn now. Vlad helps him up. Lutger looks at the land. This is Bayezid's territory, a land where chaos shall not be brought by the likes of you. He's talking to the ashes of the worm. The fire tornado begins to dissipate into the wind. Begone! With a final pulse of aura, the fire dies down to embers. Lutger's sword returns to its sheath with a sharp clack. The ground is charred black for miles. The smoke rises into the moonlight. The crisis is over. The pilgrims come out of their hiding spots, crying and hugging each other. Potri and Dorothea are shell-shocked. They just watched a god-tier boss battle from the front row. Vlad looks at Lutger. So this is the world of a true knight. A true world. One that can rewrite reality. This is a sight light years away from common sense. Vlad realizes how much further he has to go. Seeing knights' worlds feels like watching a mountain that goes up to infinity. He thinks of Godwin, Yager, and Pablo. He wonders if they can all do this. Can I do this too? He's asking the voice. Of course. Rahman's answer, is immediate. If your world is so unshakable that nothing in the world can cause it to waver. Vlad grips his sword. He's found his new goal. The scene shifts to the cleanup. Lucre is sitting by a small campfire, exhausted. Vlad approaches him. Are you okay? Lucre smiles. Welcome back. You did a great job as well. Vlad worries about the grasslands burning down, but Lucre says the moist grass will keep it contained. It'll die down soon. More importantly, I want to have a refreshing glass of beer. Lucre's legs give out. He flops onto the grass. Oh my! The price for expanding his world for that long finally caught up to him. He's completely tapped out of mana. Lucre holds out a hand. Aren't you going to help me up? Vlad just sits down next to him. I'd rather choose to fall too. He's also exhausted from the chase. Lucre blinks. He gives a soft, genuine laugh. He tells Vlad he was pretty good at riding that horse. Unlike what the rumor said, Vlad admits the problem wasn't with him, it was the horses. This one was just different. Lucre looks at the black horse grazing nearby. That's a remarkable horse. The horse looks at them with a dignity that's almost human. Vlad nods. I know, right? He's finally found his partner. Remark. Lucre stops mid-sentence. The other knights arrive. They tell Vlad his performance was pretty awesome for a little kid. Good job, you rascal. Let's meet again later. The veterans are officially accepting him into the club. Vlad bows. Thank you. He's blushing again. Vlad? A familiar voice calls out. Priest Andreas walks forward. He looks like he's seen a ghost. Vlad bows deeply. Priest Andreas! I'm glad you're safe. Andreas is staring at him, trembling. Oh, I see! Now I see! He says he knew he had seen that light before. It was like a light that pierced through the pitch-black darkness. He's talking about the night Vlad was struck by the black lightning. The priest grabs Vlad's hands. Thank you. Vlad of Sawara. He uses Vlad's full name, giving him his identity back. Vlad is stunned. Oh. Priest? The priest falls to his knees. Oh my lord. He prays for the boy who has received the Lord's will and acted solely on it. He asks God to comfort the boy who protected his world. The pilgrims all kneel behind him, joining the prayer. They bless the shining boy with pity and compassion. Today, countless hearts turn to a single light. This is a macro mystery beat, folks. Vlad's light isn't just aura. It's something older. The boy's world expanded. Through the faith of the people he saved, Vlad's mental castle grows even taller. We're heading back to the capital now, but something tells me Vlad isn't just a squire anymore. See you in the next batch. Morning hits the Bayezid estate, and the vibes are heavy. A letter arrives, and it's not a wish-you-were-here postcard. Count Bayezid is looking at the report from the north. He asks his aide if the intel is 100% legit because what's written there is actually insane. The Count crumples the paper. He sent his sons out just in case, and now he's getting reports about dark magic and dragon remnants. The aide confirms the worst. The cursed beings from the old stories aren't staying in the history books anymore. The Empire has been getting lazy with its borders, and now the undead and the monsters are starting to realize no one is home. This is the macro mystery for you. The world is slowly breaking, and the higher-ups are just now noticing. But then the aide mentions the silver lining, a name that keeps popping up in every major report for the last year. First, it was the winter monster hunt. Then, the duel of honor at Diarmar, where he basically accidentally proposed to a noble lady. And now, he's the hero who saved the pilgrims. The Count looks at the image of Vlad in his mind. He calls it admirable, but you can see the wheels turning. He realizes if Vlad wasn't there, the Bayezid name would be taking a massive L right now. The Count tells the aide to call Joseph. He's finally ready to give his son permission for something. Probably something involving letting Vlad off the leash. Title card. Chapter 33. Let's get into the campfire vibes. Cut to the night after the Deathworm fight. The camp is quiet. The pilgrims are resting, and the soldiers are finally relaxing. But our guy Vlad is sitting off to the side, away from the celebration. He's busy doing the one thing Sir Jaeger taught him. Maintenance. He's polishing the sword Jamina bought him. It's a cheap, low-tier blade, but to him, it's the most valuable thing in the world. He's talking to the sword like it's a person, acknowledging that it's been through hell just to keep him alive. Then Lucre walks up, drinking straight from the bottle. He asks Vlad why he's acting all pitiful and alone. Vlad jumps a bit. He wasn't expecting the big boss's brother to come hang out. Lucre sits down. He's in a surprisingly good mood for a guy who almost got eaten by a worm. Lucre asks where Fatty is. Vlad says Dorothea took him away for some mage errands. And Priest Andreas? He's currently leading a prayer circle with the pilgrims. Lucre sighs. Everyone is busy, so he's stuck with the quiet kid. He offers Vlad a sip of his bottle. Vlad tries to hit him with the "I'm busy polishing my sword" excuse. Lucre isn't having it. He calls Vlad out for always saying no every time he tries to be friendly. He lists all the times Vlad rejected his help or his snacks. Vlad looks genuinely stunned that Lucre was keeping count, so Vlad finally gives in and grabs the bottle. One sip and his eyes go wide. Lutker smirks. It's high-end whiskey, the liquor of nobles. Vlad thinks to himself that Joseph and Lutker really are brothers. They have different personalities, but they both have expensive taste. Lutker looks at Vlad's sword and his face gets serious. He tells Vlad he needs to get that thing looked at the second they get back. Vlad says he already went to the family blacksmith a few days ago. Lutker asks what the smith said. The smith said the handle is a mess and the whole thing was made recklessly. Unless they find the original maker, it's basically a ticking time bomb. Lutker takes another drink and says it fits. The sword is reckless, just like the owner. That's why Vlad told the smith no. He flashes back to Gemina cutting her hair and the old smith who made it for her. This isn't a weapon, it's a piece of his home. He holds the sword up to the fire. He tells Lutker he doesn't want to lose anything this sword holds within. The memories, the sacrifice, all of it. Lutker says that's fine, but dodgy is an understatement. If it breaks in a fight, Vlad is cooked. Vlad agrees. That's why he has to find the person who made it. Lutker asks where that person is. In Shawara. Vlad's eyes glow. This is the moment Lutker realizes Vlad isn't just some talented commoner, he's a man on a mission. Lutker chuckles. Of course, Vlad always shouts that he's Vlad of Shawara, the Shining Sawara. Lutker thinks it's a fitting nickname. He finally gets why Joseph was so obsessed with this kid. Because today, Vlad really did shine brighter than anyone else on that battlefield. Vlad looks at him, trying to figure out if that was a compliment or a threat. Lutker smiles. He realizes this is the reason his little brother Joseph has been running around like a madman. He was protecting a star before anyone else could see it. Lutker stands up and tells Vlad he'll be able to fix the sword soon. He drops some wisdom. If you hope for something desperately enough, someone will eventually acknowledge it. He's basically giving Vlad his seal of approval. Vlad is just confused. He doesn't know how to handle nice Lutker. Lutker claps him on the back. He tells Vlad he's done a good job living up until now. That's a massive compliment coming from a high-ranking knight. He tells him to sleep early. They're heading back to the capital, Sturma, tomorrow morning. Vlad watches him walk away. He looks at his sword and resolves that one day, he'll fix it. Because he and this sword have a place to return to. He thinks of the bar, the people he left behind, and Jorge. He's not just a squire anymore. He's a representative of the gutter. Cut to the next morning. The camp is packing up. Suddenly, we see a pair of hooves at the edge of a cliff. Vlad is sitting by his fire, finishing his morning routine. He senses something and looks up. It's the spirit horse, the one-horn blood. It stands there, glowing against the sky. It came to say goodbye. Cut to a different location. A massive, elegant mansion. Inside, two women are sitting in a room lit by candlelight. One of them is embroidering something very carefully. It's Countess Bayezid. She asks her maid if it looks correct. She's working on the Heinel family crest, Alicia's family. The maid says it's identical to the book. The Countess prepares to move on to the next crest. The maid flips the page to a crest that looks like a sword in front of a sun or a star. The Countess says she doesn't even need to look at the book. This one is vividly engraved in her mind. She mentions this is her first time making this specific flag. When she was young, she only saw her mother do it. The maid says that makes it even more precious. The Countess agrees. It's a tradition that's been forgotten by the people of this age. She says the knights of these days are raised too preciously. They aren't worthy of lifting this flag. But then the image shifts to a blank white flag glowing with aura. She's making a flag of honor for Vlad. This is huge. In noble culture, this is like being given a legendary weapon and a title all at once. The carriage is rolling through the plains, headed back to the capital. Potri is looking out the window, mesmerized. A herd of wild horses is running alongside them in perfect harmony. Lutker's soldiers note that it's a rare sight, maybe a first and last time kind of deal. Lutker looks back at the carriage where Vlad is sitting. He knows that horse is only running with them because of the boy inside. Vlad is staring out the window and he looks sad? He knows it's time to part ways with the spirit horse. He thinks to himself that just as he has a purpose to fulfill in the city, the horse has a duty to lead its herd in the wild. The black horse rears up, letting out a massive neigh that echoes across the plains. It stands on top of a cliff, watching the carriage pull away. It's a real recognize real moment between the beast and the boy. Vlad smiles slightly. He knows they can only go together until here. The horse's eyes linger on him for one last second. Goodbye. Vlad waves. Priest Andreas is sitting across from him and tells him not to be too sad. Vlad tries to act tough, saying he was just saying it for the sake of it. The priest laughs. He says it's hard for humans to be truthful about their feelings. He drops some priest-tier wisdom. Life is a cycle of hellos and goodbyes. Goodbyes bring tears, but hellos bring happiness. He wonders when Vlad will meet that horse again. Because the depth of a connection isn't decided by how long you spend together, but by the impact you leave. The horse stands tall in the sun. Vlad agrees. Someday, they'll meet again. For sure, the herd turns away and disappears into the horizon. Title card. Chapter 34. The tone shifts immediately. Rain is pouring over the Bayezid estate in the capital. Count Bayezid is in his office, and he looks like he's aged 10 years. Fall of Count Ravnoma. You say? His aide confirms it. This is a massive political shift. Count Ravnoma was the ruler of the West. No one expected his house to fall so easily. Apparently, an alliance of smaller houses, led by a guy named Count Gaidar, just overwhelmed them. The Count asks why the royal family didn't do anything. The aide says they're blind to what's happening in the center. The Count stands up. The North has always been its own thing, free from central authority. They built an unshakable wall of independence. But that independence means they're ignorant of what's happening in other regions until it's too late. He can't believe a guardian of the Pact family fell. We see an image of 3 swords chained together, the old Pact. This is some deep world building. The old rules are becoming meaningless because new holders of power are moving. He calls these turbulent times. The aide agrees. The empire is getting lax, and people are starting to cross lines they shouldn't. The fall of Ravnoma is just the sign of a new age, one that's going to be much more violent. The Count looks out the window at a group of people standing in the rain outside his gates. Damn it! They aren't pilgrims. They're refugees from Ravnoma, and they've come to invoke the old Pact. The Count is being forced into a war he didn't want. Cut to Vlad standing in a hallway. He's sweating. He's thinking about how he helped Lutger during the mission. Joseph and Lutger are rivals. Vlad is Joseph's man. Helping the rival brother is a huge political no-no. He's terrified Sir Jaeger is going to beat him to death. He knocks on Joseph's door. "I'm here, Mr. Joseph. Come in." The voice is calm, which is usually a bad sign with Joseph. Joseph is at his desk, working. Jaeger is standing behind him like a final boss. Joseph notes that Vlad is back a day early. He asks if Vlad got hurt. Vlad says he's fine. Joseph tells him to take care of himself. Vlad is confused. Is it okay? Joseph seems too chill. Joseph looks up, and his eyes are cold. Vlad's gutter instincts scream. He knows he's screwed. Joseph is definitely upset. Joseph says one word, Sawara. He says he doesn't know much about the back alleys there. He mentions he heard that conflicts in the slums only end when everyone in a group is dead or surrenders. Vlad is confused. Why is he bringing up slum gang rules? Then Joseph asks why Vlad hasn't sent any letters to your lover who's in the covenant. He means Jamina. Vlad blushes and insists she's just a friend. Joseph says whatever. The point is, Vlad didn't send news to Shawara because he was afraid the people there would get hurt if his enemies found out he was alive. He says solving that problem requires time and effort. He stands up. The room gets quiet. He mentions the man named One-Eyed Jack and Moneybug. These are the bosses of Shawara who tried to kill Vlad. Joseph knows everything. Joseph leans over his desk. He tells Vlad he's done a remarkable job proving his worth. Because Vlad struggled for his sake, Joseph is going to repay him accordingly. Vlad is like, huh? Joseph walks over to a stand and pulls out a flag. He says this represents one's honor. He says it's an object he could never possess himself because he's a politician, not a true knight. He resolved to have a knight who could carry it, and Vlad gladly grabbed that destiny with both hands. He tells Vlad he is someone worthy of carrying your own flag. He unfurls it. It's the flag the Countess was making. It has the Heinel crest and the Bayezid crest, but centered on Vlad's personal symbol, the man who received Lady Alicia's name, and a vassal of the Bayezid family, Vlad. He tells Vlad to take this flag and go back to his hometown. Go and slash those worthless people binding you. Find your true freedom and return to me again. Joseph is basically giving Vlad a license to go on a full John Wick revenge arc. Joseph smiles. He's not just sending an assassin, he's sending a star. Jaeger closes his eyes. He's proud of the brat. Vlad is shaking. The weight of the recognition is hitting him. The sword from Jemina, the token from the priest, the handkerchief from Alicia, and now the flag from the Bayezids. All of these are his roots. He's no longer just a gutter boy with no name. He drops to one knee. He's accepting his first official mission as a knight. "As you command, my lord." Vlad is crying. He's going home, and this time, he's not the one running. He's the one bringing the storm. The revenge arc starts now. The scene opens in Count Bayezid's throne room, and the vibe is beyond tense. The Count looks down at the refugees kneeling before him. They've brought the evidence of the covenant, a massive, chained casket that looks like it's holding something that could end the world. The leader of the refugees confirms it. Inside is a dragon fragment. This is a piece of the most perfect dragon that was defeated by the founding kings centuries ago. Think of it as a radioactive battery of pure mana that every power-hungry noble in the West would kill to own. The Count takes a second to process this. The old man explains that Count Ravnoma's family was the only thing keeping this fragment safe from the corrupt houses of the West. Now that Ravnoma is gone, the covenant is in danger. Count Bayezid closes his eyes. He realizes the burden he's just been handed. He agrees to send out his knights with utmost sincerity to ensure the covenant is moved safely. This is the macro mystery for the Ark. Whoever controls this fragment controls the future of the Empire. The refugees bow, relieved that they found a protector who actually has some honor. They cover the casket back up, but the weight of what's inside is still hanging over the room. As they leave, the Count watches them go with a look that says, "My life just got 1000% more complicated." He stays quiet for a long time. His aide tells him not to feel too bad about being forced into this. The refugees literally had no other choice. The Count notes that the only other family qualified to guard this thing is in the far north, the Steel Lord, Timur Baranov. We see a silhouette of a man who looks like he eats dragons for breakfast. If the Bayezids fail, that guy is the only one left. The Count admits his mind isn't getting relieved even though he knows he has to do this. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as he looks out the window. He notes that it's been a long time since he's seen that flag. The aide looks confused for a second. Out in the courtyard, we see the flag of honor standing tall on a carriage. It's the crest the Countess was making, the sign of a knight banneret. The aide mentions the knight could have rested before leaving, considering how much he's been through. The Count smirks and says he would have done the same thing if he were that boy. A knight banneret is a warrior who is their own master. Joseph hasn't just trained a soldier, he's unleashed a force of nature. The Count's final command echoes, "Go to your hometown." The carriage rolls out of the estate gates. Vlad is headed back to Shawara, and he's not going as a squire, he's going as a lord. Title card, Star-Embracing Swordmaster. Chapter 35. Let's head into the dark. The scene shifts to the slums of Shawara at night. The sign for Rose's smile is still there, but the smile is long gone. Inside a rowdy bar, a crowd of thugs is screaming and demanding something. "Play with me tonight," they yell. The gutter never changes. They're arguing over who has more money to own the girl on stage. We see a woman from behind, sitting at a vanity. It's Marcella. She's applying makeup, looking like she's already dead inside. The madam walks in, smoking a pipe. She calls the men outside pigs in heat and tells Marcella to get ready. The madam leans in with a nasty grin. She tells Marcella that her debt would be paid off if just one more high roller comes in tonight. Marcella doesn't even look at her. She knows the debt is a lie that will never end. The madam gets annoyed by Marcella's silence. She grabs Marcella's chin, forcing her to look up. She tells her she'll be stuck in this place until her body falls apart and decomposes. Absolute villain behavior. Marcella's face stays still, but then she slowly starts to smile. "Live long, madame." It's a subtle, "I'll outlast you," and the madame hates it. The madame thinks to herself that Marcella is stubborn. Even after being trampled for a year, her spirit isn't broken. She tells Marcella to get it done quickly and leaves. Marcella puts down her makeup brush. She thinks about how she rose to a high place in this hellhole just by selling herself. She tries to convince herself she chose this fate. She stands up and walks toward the light of the bar entrance. The crowd goes wild. "Marcella, I've waited for you!" But we see the crowd through her eyes. They look like monsters with glowing eyes and dripping mouths. She stands on the stage, looking down at a sea of filth. The madam starts the auction. "Tonight, the man who takes the honey of Shawara's black rose, show your gold." The thugs start shouting. 1 gold, 2 gold. 2 guys try to pool their money for 3 gold. They're fighting each other over the scraps. It's pathetic. The madam watches with a greedy smirk. She calls Marcella a wilting flower that still makes good honey. One bald guy screams 4 gold like he just won the lottery. The madame asks if there are any more bids. The rest of the crowd starts grumbling. 4 gold is a lot of money in the slums, enough to live on for months. The madame is about to close the deal. 100 gold. A voice comes from the back of the room, and the entire bar goes silent. The madam literally spits out her drink. Every head in the room snaps toward the door. "What?" The madam can't believe her ears. We see a pair of boots walking up the stairs. "I will pay 100 gold. Marcella's eyes widen. She hears the sound of those boots. It's a specific sound she hasn't heard in a year. To her, it sounds like destruction. We get a quick mental image of a bloody sword and a man with glowing blue eyes. She thinks it's the sound of someone bringing destruction to her nest. The thugs are whispering. They think the guy is insane. 100 gold for a gutter girl? A hooded figure walks into the center of the room. He's wearing a dark cloak, and the air around him is freezing. The thugs back away. They can tell the atmosphere is no joke. The figure asks if he should place the order here. The madam notes that his clothes are luxurious. Even if the 100 gold is a bluff, he's clearly loaded. She starts listing the menu, various types of alcohol and services. The hooded figure raises a hand. "No, I'm good." He says he always miss these things, even after leaving this place. Roasted sausages, black pudding, hash browns with white wheat bread. Marcella freezes. That's the specific order Vlad used to get at Jorge's bar. The figure reaches up and pulls back his hood. He looks at Marcella and tells her to give me the thing that Jorge always used to have. The gold he's offering isn't dirty gold thrown out of lust. It's the gold Jorge used to pay for her work. It's the gold that used to pay for Vlad's baths. He smiles. I've returned, Marcella. It's him. Blonde hair, tired, but kind blue eyes. The candle boy is back. Marcella starts crying. To her, Vlad isn't a knight or a hero. He's a splendid shade of gold that has finally come to take her home. Marcella is sobbing behind the counter. She's completely overwhelmed, but Vlad's face is steady. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with fear. She leans in and whispers for Vlad to get out quickly. She tells him this place is managed by the subordinates of One-Armed Jack. In the slums, that name is basically a death sentence. The madam is standing there, watching the two of them whisper. She realizes they know each other. The atmosphere feels unusual, and not in a way that's good for her business. She decides she needs to separate them before things get out of hand. She raises her hand and signals to a table of thugs in the corner. One of the thugs, a guy with a scar across his face, grabs his sword. They stand up and start surrounding Vlad. This is classic scene type 1. The fight is about to start, so the pacing is going to accelerate. We hear the heavy thud of their boots on the wooden floor. Vlad doesn't even turn around. He just stares at the madam. Before I pay you the amount, there is a calculation that needs to be done. The madam is confused. What calculation? One-Armed Jack. Vlad says the name like he's reading a grocery list. His eyes start to glow blue. He tells her there's something I need to get from that person. The thugs stop. One of them looks genuinely shocked. The scarred thug calls Vlad a ridiculous, crazy bastard. He yells at Vlad for daring to use the boss's name. He lunges forward. Vlad's cloak flutters. He moves. It's too fast for the human eye. A spray of blood hits the air. The thug hits the floor before he even realizes his throat has been opened. The madame and the rest of the crowd are frozen. Marcella watches, horrified but fascinated. She's seeing a version of Vlad she never knew existed. The madame lets out a KYAACK scream that's more annoying than the actual violence. Vlad pulls out a bloody dagger. Quiet. He tells her to shut up and wait right there. The madam looks like she just saw a ghost. He tells the room that if he doesn't get what he wants from the thugs, he's going to take from her as well. The madam is shaking so hard she can barely stand. The rest of the thugs draw their swords. Who sent you here? Vlad stands in the center of the bar, completely calm. Jorge. I'm the last dagger of Jorge. The thugs look at each other. They remember Jorge. One of them yells that he remembers. Blonde hair and blue eyes. That bastard is a Vlad! In the slums, a Vlad is basically a term for a street rat, but he says it with pure terror. Another thug laughs, calling Vlad a greenhorn. He thinks Vlad is still the same weak kid from a year ago. He tells the others the boss will give them piles of gold for Vlad's head. He mocks Vlad, saying if he survived, he should have just stayed hidden instead of looking for a place to die. Vlad takes a step forward. Enough babbling. Come at me. He remembers that day, the day Godwin killed Jorge and burned his home. He thinks about how they all tried to kill him when he was just a child. The thugs hesitate. Something is wrong. They ask themselves if this is really the same person as that greenhorn. To them, he doesn't look like a boy. He looks like a bloodthirsty wolf. We see a spectral wolf silhouette over Vlad. This is his aura manifesting as pure killer instinct. Vlad tells them if they're just going to stand there, he'll come to them. He blurs through the room. He ducks under a swing, and his dagger finds a heart. He's a whirlwind of steel. Thugs are falling in every direction. One sword strike, one scream, one life. It's not a fight, it's an execution. I will not spare a single person. Vlad is moving with the efficiency Sir Yager taught him. No wasted movement, just maximum lethality. He slices through a neck. He stabs through a chest. His eyes are glowing brighter with every kill. He thinks of the tears Marcella shed over the last year. He calls this a fair wage paid through their blood. The gutter mindset in its final form. Cut away from the carnage to a high-end office. The Black Rose sign hangs outside. Inside, a massive man is chugging alcohol from a bottle. He slams the bottle down on the table. It's One-Armed Jack. He's breathing heavily, looking like a man who knows a predator is in the house. He says, Jorge. He thinks about how since Jorge disappeared, the back alleys of Shawara have belonged to him. He looks at the hook where his hand used to be. He's a man who wanted to rise higher. He's sitting on a literal throne of human skulls. Subtle. He claims he used his enemies' corpses as scaffolds to climb. But as he lies back, he admits he realized something for the first time. The back alley life is just determined by the ones up there. He knows the nobles and knights are the real gods of this world. We see a flashback of Godwin holding Jorge's severed head. This is the trauma that built Jack's world. Jack is still sitting on his skulls, looking small compared to the high sky. He calls it a bitch-ass life. He believed everything could be obtained through victory. The victor was Jorge, but the one dead was also Jorge. He means that even the strongest in the gutter are just toys for the people up there. He knows someday the same will happen to him. A single word from a noble could decide his fate in a second. This damned world. The door to his office bursts open. A frantic subordinate yells that things are bad. Jack doesn't even move. What is it? We're surrounded! Jack finally looks up. Who? The entire back alley! Soldiers have surrounded us! They're at the front door and the back door. Those things, they're the Shawara security guards! The thugs are panicking. They've already paid their monthly bribes. Why are the guards here? Jack hangs his head. He knows it's not a regular patrol. They're here with a plan. He starts laughing. Kikiki, I had a feeling a day like this would come. He says destruction right before the eyes is more relieving than the anxiety of waiting for it. The scene cuts back to the bar. Vlad is standing over a pile of corpses. The floor is soaked. He's alone in the dark, his blue eyes glowing through the shadows. Outside the back alley, the military arrangement is finished. A soldier reports to his superiors that the garrison is in place and the perimeter is tight. Sir Vorden, looking like he's bored of winning, asks if the other alleys are completely blockaded as well. The mayor of Shawara, Peter, is sweating buckets and wiping his face with a handkerchief. He stammers out that they did their best. Vorden isn't impressed. He asks how the mayor could let things get this bad under his watch, especially since Count Bayezid had to find out. Peter tries to make excuses, saying One-Armed Jack was talented, which is just code for, he paid me a lot of money. Vorden gives him a look that could melt steel. The mayor realizes he's dealing with a knight who sees right through his BS. He wonders how a mere knight is so well informed about the dirty politics of the Shawara slums. He hasn't realized that the Bayezids don't just fight, they manage. Peter tries to play it off, saying he's glad this cancerous group is being eliminated. Vorden calls him out immediately. You're the cancer here. He explains that a back alley boss couldn't control such a huge system unless someone with a title like mayor was condoning it for a massive price. Vorden drops a classic analogy. Just like a non-vegetarian knows meat, a guy who's taken bribes can spot another corrupt rat from a mile away. He tells Peter he can tell exactly what kind of man he is with just a glance. The mayor is officially cooked. Peter tries to change the subject, asking when the elite knights the Bayezid sent will actually go inside. Vorden just points at the entrance. He's already here! We see a pair of blood-soaked boots stepping out into the light. It's a silhouette of destruction walking through the smoke. The mayor is losing it. Just one person? He was expecting a battalion, not a teenager with a grudge. He suggests sending in the rest of the knights he gathered, thinking Vlad is going to fail. Vorden stops him. That's not how this works. He smirks, revealing that Joseph Bayezid put his heart and soul into setting this specific stage up. This isn't just a cleanup mission. This is Vlad's official debut fight to show the world a new star has arrived. Vlad walks forward, his blue eyes glowing like high beams in the dark. Vorden leans in and asks if he's sure he'll be okay. He warns Vlad that there are over 50 armed thugs still alive in there. Vlad just keeps walking. He looks like he's thinking about what he wants for dinner, not the 50 guys he has to kill. Vorden says if Vlad gets hurt, Joseph is going to have his head. Vlad tells him not to worry. Even if he gets hurt, he'll make sure it doesn't harm Vorden's reputation. Vorden sighs. He knows he can't stop a man who's already decided to be a menace. Vlad stops and looks at the building, the place that used to be his home. The atmosphere shifts. The music in your head should be getting heavy right now. The two men stand before the black rose, one representing the law, the other representing vengeance. Vlad's eyes sharpen. Vorden asks if he remembers the promise. He reaches back and pulls out a staff. He tells Vlad that Joseph specifically asked to give this to him in front of everyone. Vlad grabs the staff with his blood-stained hand. Okay, Sir Vorden. He slams the base of the staff into the ground with enough force to crack the cobblestones. The flag unfurls. The flag of honor, the banner of a knight banneret. The soldiers in the crowd are stunned. They thought that tradition was dead and forgotten. They're whispering about who this kid could possibly be to receive such a flag at his age. Vlad stands with his back to them, the flag waving in the wind. He looks like a legendary hero from a loading screen. He declares that, right now, this land is my domain. Under the honorable names on his flag, the Bayezids and the Heinels, he is exercising his authority even over the lives of the criminals inside. Vorden pulls out a scroll and starts reading the official decree. He screams at the back alley scoundrels and tells One-Armed Jack to listen up. He lists their crimes, disobeying the Bayezids and sucking the life out of the people. He announces that the rightful owner of Shawara has sent a proxy. He declares that Vlad's authority is guaranteed by both the House of Bayezid and the Church of Faith. This is the ultimate I have the power of God and anime on my side moment. He orders them to open the doors and let the proxy in. The soldiers start rhythmic stomping. They start chanting, Bayezid! Bayezid! They scream that God protects the proxy and demand the death of one-armed Jack. The chant echoes through the slums, terrifying every thug still breathing. Vordan looks at Vlad and tells him he now has the justification and the people on his side. Let it all out without any hesitation. Vlad thanks him and draws his sword. Vordan tells him to be careful. Vlad just says, okay, and steps into the darkness. Vlad knows Jack must be preparing something. He tells himself to expand his vision because death is coming from all directions. He knows this battle will be different from anything he's faced during training. He remembers the basics, take the initiative, and make a fancy start. He channels his aura, and the blue light explodes from his body. He flashes back to the day Jorge died. He wonders if Jorge would be alive if he hadn't called for help, or if Jack hadn't threatened Jorge in the first place. He decides the ifs and maybes don't matter anymore. His eyes glow with pure intent. I must kill one-armed Jack. He lunges forward, a streak of blue light. The front door of the inner sanctum explodes. Thugs are sent flying like they were hit by a truck. Vlad stands in the wreckage, looking like the final boss. He feels his world, his aura, eating away at the territory of his enemies. He knows he has to put an end to this right here, to cut off this messy connection and finally move forward into his future. He walks over the bodies. I am Vlad of Sawara. Besides being the rightful proxy, I am also a rightful avenger. His boots thud on the floor. He tells them he's here to end their quarrel. The thugs on the balcony look down, paralyzed by his presence. He takes a deep breath. One-armed Jack, I am back! Cut to Jack sitting in his chair. A beam of light hits him from the hole Vlad just made. Jack recognizes the voice. It's the kid who should have died a year ago. He stands up, his hook glinting in the dark. He starts laughing. Kekeke! He asks if this is the rightful proxy here for his head. The rising star! He sees the light coming off Vlad and realizes the boy he bullied has become a god. The dialogue is over. One of Jack's top henchmen screams, Get him! A dozen thugs dogpile Vlad all at once, trying to use pure numbers to crush him. Vlad doesn't even swing. He just pulses his aura, and the impact sends them all crashing into the walls. One thug looks up, confused that his entire squad just got wiped by a flex. Vlad blurs through the air. He's cutting through groups like they're made of paper. A thug screams, Die! And swings from behind. Vlad doesn't even turn around. He performs a perfect backslice. A head hits the floor. Vlad steps over it without breaking his stride. The thugs are starting to panic. They're asking if this is really the same Vlad they used to kick around. A leader yells at them not to stand back. They need to surround him. They try to form a circle, swords shaking in their hands. Vlad is in the center, his cloak covered in blood. He looks like he's bored. He asks them what they're doing and tells them to pounce all at once when they're ready. The thugs realize Vlad is extremely skilled. Recklessly stepping forward is just suicide at this point. They're all looking at each other, waiting for someone else to be the first to die. Vlad sighs. There's no need to think so hard about it, because I'm going to cut all of you into pieces anyway. He raises his sword, and a pillar of blue light shoots through the ceiling. The thugs are illuminated by the light of their own deaths. Vlad's face is cold. He's entered a flow state. The blue light splits. Title card. Star-embracing swordmaster. A thug lets out a final K-U-A-A-A-A-H as he's cleaved in two. Vlad is standing in a circle of bodies. It took him about 3 seconds. The survivors are losing their minds. How do we stop someone like him? One guy yells to bring the fishnet. They're trying to catch him like an animal. They throw a massive iron fishnet from the second floor. Vlad just ducks and blurs to the side. The thugs on the balcony are screaming to block him from the front. They can't believe how fast he is. Vlad is a shadow moving through the room. He hides behind a pillar. The thugs realize they can't reach him from the balcony. One guy yells to scratch that and just block the stairs. They think they can trap him on the ground floor. They gather on the upper floor, preparing to throw every blade they have the moment he shows his face. Vlad looks at the stairs. What a pain in the ass. He knows passing through that bottleneck head-on would be reckless. Even for him, he thinks about his mana. He can't just keep spamming aura or he'll run out before he reaches Jack. He looks up and sees a heavy rope holding up the massive curtains. He smirks. He remembers Zemina always complaining about how heavy the curtains in the bar were. She used to say they were so heavy, they made it hard to walk. The thugs are waiting at the top of the stairs, wondering why he's taking so long. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a pulley spinning at high speed. Vlad kicks off the wall. What is that? Vlad is swinging through the air on the curtain rope like a blonde Tarzan with a broadsword. He lets go at the peak of the swing. He lands perfectly on the second floor balcony. Fuck! He just flew up here! The thugs on the first floor are screaming for the guys above to do something. Vlad looks them in the eyes. I'm surprised. Are these guys all you had to fight me? You sons of bitches! He lunges. The fight on the balcony is even more one-sided. He's not even using special techniques anymore, just raw speed and strength. The screams are constant. Vlad notes that his sword blade is sharp beyond limits. He watches a thug try to jump him from the side. He thinks their attack patterns are stupid beyond belief. He parries and counters in one motion. He thinks to himself that Sir Jaeger's wooden practice sword was probably way more dangerous than these guys. That's a top-tier flex, comparing a real battle to a training session with an eye patch-wearing monster. Vlad stops for a second to catch his breath. His eyes snap to the left. An arrow whistles past his head. Archers. They're calling him a damn rat and trying to pin him down. They're screaming to keep shooting and not let him through the next set of doors. 3 archers fire at once. Vlad just weaves through the arrows like he's playing a bullet hell game. He kicks a table over for cover. He vaults over the railing, dropping back down to the first floor to avoid the volley. He grabs a chain hanging from the ceiling. He swings back up, catching the archers completely off guard. His eyes are glowing white now. He clears the balcony in one horizontal slash. The archers fall. The rest of the thugs are backing away into the shadows. Phew, what a hassle. Vlad is starting to feel the fatigue, but he's not done. He looks at a teapot sitting on a table. It's still steaming. The surviving thugs are watching him, terrified. Vlad picks up the teapot and starts drinking straight from the spout. He slams the empty pot down. Phew! He looks at the thugs. What to do now? Should I go over to you again? Or do you want to come to me? He smiles, but it's the smile of a killer. He says he has to keep going because he has to collect the rent for them staying in his house all this time. The thugs feel a chill down their spines. Jack's henchmen thought this was their territory, but that was a fatal misjudgment on their part. Vlad declares that this place is Rose's Smiles, and more importantly, it's Vlad's nest. He's officially reclaimed his home. The Shawara docks are quiet, but in the syndicate offices, things are falling apart. Harvin, the gang's logic guy, is having a massive headache. He thinks one-armed Jack has officially gone mad. He's looking at the ledgers and seeing Jack loot everything openly. Even for thugs, this is too much. It's not business. It's a fire sale of their own territory. Harvin notes that Jack became a totally different person after Jorge died. He used to be a predatory businessman, but now he's just pushing everything to a dead end. The entire back alley economy is collapsing in just a few months. Harvin sees zero hope left for their syndicate. He's staring at a row of medical supplies, looking like he's about to quit his job. He wonders how he's even supposed to report that someone took so much of their contraband. It's basically corporate embezzlement, but with more stabbings. Suddenly, a thug bursts in yelling that the back alleys are blocked up. Harvin is confused. Who has the authority or the balls to block the Shawara slums? Apparently, they're people from Sturma! The mention of the capital city makes Harvin's heart skip a beat. He looks out the window to see guard soldiers surrounding them from all sides. The Bayazids didn't bring a squad. They brought a siege. Harvin realizes Jack finally crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. But he isn't happy. If Jack falls, the power vacuum will turn the streets into a literal river of blood. The thug asks Harvin if he isn't close with that guy. Harvin pauses. Who? Vlad. The thug mentions there's a blonde kid in the party from Sturma who looks familiar. Harvin tries to be skeptical, asking if Vlad is the only blonde in the world. But then the thug says the kid called himself Vlad of Sawara. Harvin's pen stops mid-word. What? Harvin's face goes pale. He can't believe it. The street rat who should have been food for the crows a year ago is back? The thug confirms that the kid planted a noble flag in front of Rose's Smiles. Harvin starts shaking as he connects the dots between all the rumors he's heard over the last few months. The duel at Diarmar, where a young squire manifested aura. The legendary feat against the death worm. Vlad of Sawara. The name isn't just a rumor anymore. It's a warning. Harvin grabs his cane. He realizes those stars the commoners talk about aren't just fairy tales. He tells the thug he needs to check it out for himself. He needs to see if the rising star is really the boy from the bar. Title card. Chapter 39. Let's get back to the action. Cut back to the brothel where Vlad is mid-slaughter. A thug screams, "Die!" and tries to stab him. Vlad just punts him through a wooden wall. He blurs through the next group of guards. He's using his sword like a surgical tool, hitting every vital point without stopping his momentum. Vlad is covered in blood, but none of it is his. We see a silhouette of Jorge behind Vlad. This is his world, the influence of the man who raised him. The narrator notes that the way he moves would leave people speechless. It's a combination of raw talent, fierce effort, and a will that's deeply rooted in his past. Vlad's eyes are glowing with a blue flame. He stabs his sword through a thug's chest and pins him to the floor. He's a natural slaughterer. Vlad looks at the dying man and says he had all that time, he might as well have put his teeth back in. Savage. The thug groans. He's realizing the mistake they made a year ago. Well, not like you need them anymore. Vlad pulls the sword out. The dagger on his hip is still dripping. He stands over the bodies, looking like a grim reaper in a cloak. He sighs. That should be enough. He looks at the carnage and thinks this is enough. He admits he couldn't exactly replicate the scene from that day, but he made his point. His face is cold. The adrenaline is fading into a focused, murderous intent. He looks at the stairs leading to the boss's office. It's about time we put an end to this. Cut to Jack. His eyes are half closed. He's listening to the sound of his men dying downstairs. The floorboards creak, creak, creak. The sound stops right outside the door. The heavy wooden door groans open. Vlad walks in. "I'm here, boss." Vlad says it with zero respect. He's standing in the doorway of a room filled with shadows. Jack is sitting at the bar with his back to Vlad. "Oh, right, the rising star, welcome." He doesn't even turn around. He slides a glass across the bar. "Are you gonna have a glass?" Vlad just stands there. He's not here for a drink, he's here for a receipt. Jack chuckles. "You're no fun." Jack looks at Vlad's reflection in his drink. He confirms what he already knew. This really is the kid from Sawara. He admits he heard the rumors, but didn't believe them until he saw the flag. He takes a long drink and slams the glass down. He says he should have brought Vlad in way earlier and told the manager to beat the hell out of him. Maybe not? He looks at the blood on Vlad's boots. He knows the manager, the madam and her top guards are already dead. Vlad glows with blue aura. The pressure in the room is becoming unbearable. Jack laughs. He says he's glad the job was at least done by someone he knows. He claims he left Vlad on the back burner because he didn't want to deal with him. Jack finally stands up and draws a heavy saber. "But I am a man who likes to make things certain." His aura explodes into a dark reddish-purple cloud. Jack smiles. This is what Vlad called a messy connection. Jack towers over Vlad. He says he no longer feels that endless feeling of reverence he used to feel for Jorge. He thinks he's finally surpassed the old master. Vlad looks at the floor. He's certain of it now. He realizes that Jack's world is not capable of holding him. Jack is a big fish in a puddle. Vlad is a shark in the ocean. "Here I come." Vlad steps forward. "Okay." Jack readies his sabre and his hook. Vlad lunges. Sword meets sabre, and the shockwave shatters the nearby glasses. They trade blows so fast the air starts to whistle. Vlad's eyes are locked onto Jack's. He decides he'll give it his all, to treat Jack with respect for one last time. He means he's going to kill him with everything he's got. They lock blades. Jack is using his hook to try and trap Vlad's sword. Vlad pushes back with pure aura. Steel meets steel, and a massive flash of blue and purple light blinds the room. Vlad slides back, his boots leaving marks on the floor. He immediately pivots and goes for a low strike. He performs a vertical swing that Jack barely parries. Jack uses his hook to catch the blade, trying to disarm our guy. The back alley's way of showing respect? Jack is grinning like a lunatic. Jack stumbles. The pressure of Vlad's aura is actually crushing him. Vlad goes for the throat. Jack parries, but he's sweating. Vlad's power is brutal beyond bounds. The fight continues. Vlad is forcing Jack back, inch by inch. Jack screams as he's pushed into a pillar. Vlad is a silhouette of blue light. Jack is genuinely shocked. He can't believe the kid who used to wield a wooden practice sword has changed this much. He yells that Vlad has to be at least this good to come back here again. He's trying to maintain his ego even while he's losing. Vlad lands a heavy blow on Jack's saber. Jack admits Vlad's progress is truly admirable. Jack starts thinking about his past. We see him as a small kid in the slums. He had a dream too. He dreamed of having those shiny stars, the high nobility, in his hands at all costs. He realized he needed strength to grab those stars. He needed even more strength, more power, more control. He needed even more blood. He did everything in his power to climb out of the dirt. He built a mountain of corpses. Jack stares at the sky in his memory. He justified everything because there was no boundary between good and evil in the back alleys. He reached the peak of Shawara, but he still couldn't get the slightest bit close to touching the stars. He realized he was just the king of a garbage pile. The skulls he sat on weren't a throne. They were just a reminder of how much blood he wasted for a title that meant nothing. Even if his dreams lost their sparkle and were covered in greed, they were still his stars. Jack looks at Vlad. He sees the world Vlad carries. He sees a true star standing right in front of him. Ah! Jack's eyes go soft for a second. He wonders if this was what it was meant to be. To grab what shines! Jack lunges with one final, desperate attack. Vlad glows with a blinding blue light. I had to become worthy of shining myself. Title card. Chapter 40. The final exchange. Vlad's sword slices through Jack's arm, the one with the hook. Vlad lands, breath heavy. Jack is reeling. Jack groans in pain. But then, he starts to chuckle. He's lost his hand, he's lost his gang, and he's about to lose his life. He starts laughing hysterically. Excellent! He yells that he hopes Jorge could see this. He's genuinely impressed by the monster Vlad has become. Vlad's face contorts. This isn't a game to him. Shut the hell up! He swings with enough force to shatter the table behind Jack. Vlad tells him he doesn't deserve forgiveness. He had a hand in killing Jorge while devouring the broken roses smiles. Because you're the son of a bitch who sold Marcella off. Vlad's anger is cold and absolute. You deserve a miserable death. Jack blocks a strike, but he's losing ground. He's still laughing. What a happy day! He screams that they should open all the rum barrels and have a party. He's officially lost his mind to the thrill of the fight. You'll climb higher than me! Jack is basically passing the torch of the gutter to the boy who's about to kill him. I told you to shut the fuck up! Vlad delivers a massive strike. The impact shakes the entire building. Jack's eyes are wide. He's seeing the end. Vlad blurs forward. A single, horizontal slash. The shadows on the wall tell the story. Jack's head is no longer attached. Jack's body stands for a second. He thinks this might be better. Rather than being crushed to death by a huge world like Jorge's, getting trampled by a young world trying to climb higher is a much more fitting end for a man like him. Vlad looks at the corpse. Any last words? He's asking a dead man. He looks at the hook lying on the floor. We see a final image of Jack smiling. You did a great job. Take some rest before you leave. Jack's final thought wasn't a curse. It was advice. Vlad's eyes are still glowing, but the anger is replaced by exhaustion. He stabs his sword into the floor to steady himself. The blood pools on the wood. Vlad looks down at the remains of one-armed Jack. He sees the hook, the symbol of Jack's greed and his struggle. This is enough. Vlad finally admits it. The debt is settled. Jack's ghost admits he lived an evil life, but it was fierce regardless. He was miserably overpowered and crushed by a shining world at the end. Vlad stands tall, surrounded by a faint blue mist. Jack's final reflection, I did a good enough job. Jack's body finally hits the ground with a thud. He yells Jorge one last time in his mind as he passes into the dark. Vlad turns around and starts walking away. He leaves the office. His face is shadowed by his hood. The image of Jack's rise and fall flashes by. Vlad walks onto the balcony overlooking the bar. The narrator notes that revenge is sweet, so it's only natural for it to be done. Yet, what is this lingering bitterness in my mouth I taste? This is the classic void after revenge. He won, but it doesn't bring Jorge back. Vlad looks at the counter where Marcella is waiting. He sees the 2 glasses Jack poured. He walks up to the bar. He grabs one of the glasses. He downs it in one go. Phew. He remembers Jack's promise that Vlad would climb higher. He stays quiet for a long moment. He pulls a single gold coin from his pouch and places it on the bar. Take this back, boss. He turns his back on the room, because a knight should only receive what he's paid for. The coin sits in a pool of blood. It's the rent for the year Jack spent in Jorge's house. Vlad stands in the middle of the carnage. This place is Rose's Smiles. It's the place where people who pass by stagnate like water for a bit. Today, that stagnant pool was finally cleared out. Vlad's blue eyes are the only light left in the building. Jack was a stagnant drop of water that finally flowed outside of this world. And as he left a small ripple in the young boy's world. The Shara arc is over. Vlad has settled his past. Now, it's time to face the stars for real. The syndicate is dead. The dust settles over Shawara. The city is still, almost like it's holding its breath after the absolute slaughter that just went down inside One-Armed Jack's headquarters. Sir Vorden stands outside with his guards, sweating through his expensive cape. He's staring at that building like it's a haunted house, wondering if anyone actually survived the chaos. Then, a silhouette emerges from the smoke. It's him. Vlad walks out, and the first thing everyone notices is the blood. It's not just a few splashes, he looks like he was baptized in it. Vordan's face lights up for a split second because he realized his investment is still breathing. But then he sees Vlad's eyes. They aren't the eyes of a hero who just won a fight. They're cold, hollow, and absolutely terrifying. The soldiers behind Vordan actually recoil. These are trained men, but they're looking at a teenager and feeling an instinctual urge to run the other way. They're whispering among themselves, asking if that's all his blood or the blood of his enemies. Vordan is doing the math in his head. He knew Vlad was good, but taking down 50 seasoned thugs in a closed building? That's not just skill, that's a horror movie. Vlad keeps walking, dragging his sword through the dirt. The aura coming off him is so heavy that the guards can't even bring themselves to block his path or ask for a report. Vorden isn't even thinking about respect anymore. He's thinking about survival. He realizes that the boy who entered the slums is gone, and what came back is something that belongs at the top of the food chain. Vlad stops and looks at him. Vorden gulps, his mustache twitching in pure anxiety. Our guy doesn't say a word. He just turns his head and keeps moving, leaving the cleanup to the people who are paid to handle the paperwork. He's done here. He's paid the rent, he's settled the debt, and now he just wants to disappear into the shadows. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Someone is screaming his name from the crowd. Vlad pauses. That's a voice he hasn't heard in years. It's Harvin. He's waving a crutch in the air, pushing past the guards like he doesn't realize he's talking to a walking murder machine. Vlad blinks, the red fog in his brain finally clearing as he recognizes his old friend. Harvin is practically crying, shouting that it's really him. Vlad's eyes soften just a fraction. Harvin? The realization hits him. While he was out becoming a legend, his friends were still here, struggling in the dirt he just walked out of. Vorden, ever the opportunist, tells the guards to make way. He realizes Harvin is the key to calming Vlad down before he accidentally kills a tax collector. Harvin limps forward, his breath hitching. Two childhood friends stand in the middle of a war zone. One is covered in the blood of kings, and the other is just a boy with a broken leg trying to find his brother. Vlad stares at him, and for a second, the knight banneret disappears. Harvin stops a few feet away, suddenly realizing how different Vlad looks. He asks the only question that matters, "Are you okay?" Vlad actually smiles. It's a tired, genuine smirk that looks completely out of place on his blood-soaked face. He lets go of his sword. The weapon clatters to the ground. Its job finally finished for the night. And then, the adrenaline wears off. He collapses forward into Harvin's arms, whispering that it hurts everywhere. Harvin is panicked, asking what happened, but Vlad is already out. He's smiling even as he loses consciousness, because for the first time in 7 years, he isn't a hound or a proxy. He's just Vlad, and he's finally back where he belongs. Time skip to a much cleaner view of the city. Vlad wakes up in a bed that probably costs more than a slum house. He looks out the window, looking annoyed. He's not used to the sunlight hitting a room that doesn't smell like sewage and damp wood. Harvin kicks the door open, looking way too energetic for someone who was crying in a gutter 2 days ago. He calls Vlad captain and tells him he should have slept more. Vlad groans, complaining that his whole body is aching. He sees Harvin carrying a basin of water. Harvin is beaming, practically glowing with pride. He's taking this attendant job very seriously. Vlad gives him a look. "What is wrong with you?" Harvin laughs it off, claiming this is just how he's always been, but his internal monologue is doing backflips. Deep down, Harvin is terrified. He knows more of Vlad's old friends are going to show up now that Jack is dead, and he's scared he'll be replaced as Vlad's #1 guy. Vlad can see right through him. He's lived in the gutter his whole life. He knows what anxious loyalty looks like. He tells Harvin to relax. As long as he does his job, Vlad will take care of him. Then he adds a bit of that classic Vlad edge. "If you don't trust me, do something about it." Harvin immediately pivots to loyal puppy mode, swearing he trusts Vlad with his life. Vlad just sighs. Some things never change, even when you're living in a palace. Harvin mentions that Sir Vorden wants to see him as soon as he's awake. Vlad nods. He has some business of his own to discuss with the mustache-man. Cut to a table filled with enough sugar to give a dragon diabetes. Vlad stares at the pile of tarts and cookies. He tells Vorden that eating all of this will literally kill him. Vorden, mid-bite into a strawberry cake, says he thinks he'll die if he doesn't eat it. Stress eating is his only personality trait at this point. He points to a mountain of scrolls. These are the records of One-Armed Jack's illegal empire, and Vorden is drowning in the paperwork. Vlad notes that it makes sense. Jack ruled the back alleys for decades. His roots go deeper than the city's sewers. Vorden admits it's going to take months to pull all those roots out without the whole city collapsing. He asks Vlad what his next move is. Technically, his job for House Bayezid is done. Vorden suggests that since Joseph isn't here yet, Vlad is on standby and should help him out with his work. Vlad is skeptical. He's a swordmaster, not a librarian. He doesn't know the first thing about documents. Vorden smirks and slides a specific piece of paper across the desk. Vlad reads it. It's a warrant for representative authority over the guard. In noble speak, it's a legal document. In gutter speak, it's a license to beat people up until they start talking. Vorden explains the master plan. Joseph wants to use this chaos to permanently clean up the slums. They're going to uproot the weeds and replace them with something better. And since Vlad knows the back alleys better than any knight in the capital, he's the only one who can lead the weeding process. Vorden tells him to take a break first, maybe catch up with his girlfriend. Vlad gives him the deadest stare in history. "I told you, she's a friend." Vorden moves on quickly, mentioning he already applied for a visit to the convent where Zamina is staying, but they're making them wait a few days. Vlad is impressed. Vorden is actually being thorough for once. But there's one more thing on Vlad's mind. He asks if Jack's remaining henchmen are all in the city prison. Vorden confirms they rounded up every single survivor. They're scattered across the cells. Vlad asks to go there immediately. Vorden is confused. Why would a hero want to visit a dungeon full of losers? "There's someone I need to find," Vlad says. "And if that person isn't in the cells, then he'll tear the entire city apart until he finds them." The scene shifts to a dark, crowded cell. A man sits in the middle, his face obscured by shadows, but his presence is heavy. This isn't just a thug. This is Otar. The prison guards lead Vlad to the innermost section where Jack's elite henchmen are being kept. Vlad walks past the bars, his boots clicking on the stone. The prisoners recognize him. The proxy of Bayezid, the boy who ended an era. He's carrying Jorge's dagger on his belt. For these guys, that's like seeing the Grim Reaper carrying a personalized scythe. They're whispering, terrified that he's here to finish the job he started at Jack's mansion. One of the thugs looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He thinks Vlad is here for a revenge tour, tracking down every person who ever set foot in Rose's smile and making them pay. The panic is real. The aura Vlad is putting out is suffocating them. His eyes glow in the dark. He's not here to talk. He walks past cells full of men who used to rule these streets, and they're all scrambling to the back of their cages like rats. It's a pathetic sight. These were the monsters of the gutter, and now they're just background noise. Vlad stops. There you are. He's looking at a man sitting in the shadows of the farthest cell. This guy isn't panicking. He isn't moving. Vlad roasts him immediately. You're dark enough as it is. Squatting there makes it hard to recognize you. The man looks up. It's Otar. Vlad offers the deal of a lifetime. Give me 40 silvers, and I'll get you out of here. Otar just stares. This is the guy who used to push the trash carts with Vlad. He was the only person in the slums who didn't care about Vlad's gutter status because he was an outcast himself. Vlad flashes a huge, goofy grin. I accept credit too. Otar's mind flashes back. He remembers being shunned by everyone because of the color of his skin, even in a place as filthy as Shawara. And he remembers the boy who reached out first, the boy who didn't care about the dirt or the trash, the boy who somehow kept his light even when they were literally living in a pile of garbage. Now, that boy is standing there as a knight, still reaching out his hand. Cut to the convent. It's a beautiful, pristine building that looks like a sanctuary. Inside the kitchen, the atmosphere is anything but holy. A group of young nuns are huddled at the window, gossiping like they're at a boy band concert. They see a carriage pull up. A blonde knight steps out, looking like he walks straight out of a fairy tale. They're losing their minds over his blue eyes and noble aura. They know he's the big-shot vassal from House Bayezid. The rumors are flying. Some say he's already a knight. Others say he's the count's favorite. The headmistress herself is escorting him, which tells them everything they need to know about his rank. Even the local bigwigs are trailing behind him like backup dancers. The nuns are laughing, mentioning how the headmistress bought extra wine just to impress him. Meanwhile, in the background, a small figure is scrubbing a massive pile of dishes. It's Zemina. Her hands are raw, and she's working in a dark corner while everyone else plays. Suddenly, the door slams open. A senior nun storms in, screaming at them to stop dawdling because the important guest is here. The girls immediately straighten up, putting on their holy faces. They're told to hurry because the service is starting. One of the nuns stops and glares at the back of Zemina's head. Oi, redhead! She blames Zemina for them getting scolded, even though Zemina is the only one actually working. Zemina just mumbles an apology and keeps scrubbing. She doesn't have the energy to fight back. The other nuns leave her with the rest of the dishes, telling her to finish up before coming to the chapel. Zemina sits alone in the dark. The sound of plates clinking is the only thing she hears. This is her life now. Back in the chapel, the atmosphere is heavy with incense and light. The headmistress introduces Vlad to the congregation. She mentions his connection to Bayezid and Father Andreas, trying to soak up as much of his prestige as possible. The nuns in the pews are blushing, whispering about how handsome he is. Vlad stands there like a statue. He's playing the part of the noble knight perfectly, but his eyes are scanning the room. He's looking for one person. The girls think he's looking at them. I think our eyes met. No, honey. He's looking for his sister in arms, not a date. Internal monologue. I don't see her. Vlad is getting impatient. The headmistress calls for prayer. Vlad kneels, but he's not praying to any god. He closes his eyes, trying to sense her presence. He's looking for the star, he remembers. He looks like a saint under the stained glass, but inside, his world is starting to churn with ice and anger. The nuns are practically hyperventilating at how devout he looks. Suddenly, footsteps. Someone is running down the hallway outside. Vlad's ears twitch. He smirks. Found you. Zemina bursts through the back doors, panting for breath. She's covered in dishwater and dirt. She's relieved she hasn't missed the whole service, but she's trying to stay invisible. She looks up toward the altar. Vlad turns around. He sees her. He sees the tattered habit. He sees the short, choppy hair. He sees her trembling hands. The temperature in the room drops 40 degrees. Vlad clicks his tongue. The holy night act is over. The headmistress notices the shift and asks if something is wrong. She's too thin. Vlad's voice is like a razor. He turns to the headmistress, his eyes burning. Do you even feed her properly? The woman stutters, her fake smile finally cracking. Vlad mutters a curse. He's done with the games. He's done with the procedures. He walks straight down the center aisle, ignoring the entire congregation. The nuns are frozen. They have no idea what's happening. Vlad stops right in front of Zemina. She's staring at him, her eyes wide. Vlad? She can't believe it. The boy she grew up with, the one she sent away with her hair and a cheap sword, he's back. She tries to tell herself it's impossible. It must be a dream. Oi! He's standing over her, looking like a god, but his eyes are full of that old Shawara warmth. Zamina looks down at her dirty clothes, feeling ashamed to be seen like this. She tries to hide her hands, but they're shaking too hard. Vlad curses again, under his breath. He sees the state she's in, and he realizes that while he was eating tarts with Vorden, his friend was being treated like a slave. He reaches out and grabs the hem of her apron. What's this? Are you an idiot? The whole chapel is in an uproar. The scandal of a knight touching a nun like this is unheard of. He asks if they don't feed her or even wash her clothes. He's talking to her like they're still sitting in the trash piles. Zamina looks up at him, and the tears finally start to well up. She reaches out, her fingers hovering near his hair. She touches the blonde strands, confirming he's real. He's flesh and blood. Vlad tells her to answer him. He needs to hear her voice. Zamina breaks. The dam finally bursts and she starts sobbing right there in the middle of the chapel. Vlad bites his lip. He's absolutely livid, but not at her. He looks at the headmistress, and the aura of the blue crystalline fortress fills the room. Screw the damn procedures, he says. Let's get out of here. He takes her hand. He doesn't ask permission. He doesn't look back. Let's go home, Zamina. Flashback to the cold nights in Shawara. 3 kids huddled around a tiny fire with no food and no future. They never had a house. They never had parents. But standing there, with Vlad holding her close, Zamina realizes she finally has a home again. Definitely costs more than the last 10 years of her life combined. She's clutching a pillow like a life raft, looking completely out of place in the luxury. Vlad is sitting across from her, leaning back like he owns the world, and he's genuinely confused why she's acting so weird. He asks her why she keeps glancing at him like he's a stranger. Zamina hesitates. She's looking at the guy she used to share trash fire warmth with, but the guy sitting across from her now doesn't look like a slum kid. She finally blurted it out. He's changed way too much. She hides her face in the pillow, probably dealing with a mix of relief and massive imposter syndrome. Vlad gives her a dry look, asking if it's seriously that awkward after only 6 months apart. They sit in silence for a bit as the carriage rumbles toward the noble district. Zamina sneaks another look at him. To her, he doesn't just look like a knight, he looks like a literal noble. The way he carries himself is entirely different from the boy who used to deliver goods in the dark. She looks down at the bag she's holding. The weight of everything that's happened, the convent, the rescue, the gold, is finally starting to sink in. Vlad notices her drifting off again. He reaches over and pokes a small piece of candy right into her mouth. "Eat this and snap out of it," he tells her. She's confused, asking what it is while she mumbles around the sweet. It's caramel. Vlad got it from Sir Vorden. He tells her to think whatever she wants when she asks if he stole something this expensive. Zamina's expression softens. The sugar hits, but it's the gesture that actually lands. But then, she starts shaking again, and the tears start coming back. She yells that he came way too late. It's that classic, "I'm safe now, so I can finally be mad" moment. She's sobbing into the pillow while Vlad just sits there, looking like he's regretting every decision that led to this carriage ride. He leans his head on his hand, looking out the window with a G's expression. "The weather is nice," he says. Pure emotional avoidance at its finest. The scene transitions with a bit of philosophy. No matter where you're born in this world, everyone has a star in their heart, a dream, a spark, whatever you want to call it. But actually releasing that star into the sky, that's where things get complicated. We see an old man sitting by a forge. The fire is dying down, just like his energy. He's looking at the coals, thinking that they look exactly like him, withered, useless, and about to burn out without actually accomplishing anything. He decides to call it a day. The blacksmith business in the slums isn't exactly booming. He opens his door and notes that even drifters don't stop by anymore. Then his mind drifts to a specific boy. He remembers Vlad, the kid who bought a cheap sword with a bag of hair and then disappeared into the night. He thought the boy was admirable, but pitiful. He genuinely hopes the kid didn't freeze to death out there. "Oh, you're closing already?" The old man tells the stranger to come back later, but the stranger isn't moving. He says he's going to be busy tomorrow, so it has to be today. The blacksmith is annoyed. He asks what a back alley resident could possibly be so busy with. The stranger holds out a sword. "This needs repairing." The blacksmith freezes. He knows that voice, and he definitely knows that sword. It's Vlad, standing there with the blade that started everything. The old man is speechless. Vlad asks if he can do it, looking like a total menace in his knightly gear. The blacksmith's face explodes into a grin. "I can! Of course I can!" He drags Vlad inside, more energized than he's been in a decade. He takes the sword and starts inspecting it with the eyes of a master. He's ecstatic. He can see the blade has been used well. He starts pointing out specific nicks. This one? Hunting goblins last winter. Vlad admitted he wasn't used to the sword yet. This one? A duel of honor in Diarmar. And this one? acting as bait for a death worm. The blacksmith is vibrating. Monster hunts? Duels of honor? Dealing with dragon remnants? I'm so proud of you! He feels like his own life wasn't a waste because the tool he made actually went out and saw the stars. He's more excited now than when he made his life's greatest work. He tells Vlad to wait while he fixes it immediately. He pumps the bellows, and the furnace roars back to life. The blade goes into the heat. The old man's passion is flaring up. The star that was losing its light is officially shining again. Cut to the docks. Vlad is sitting with Harvin, who is holding a bottle of whiskey. Harvin is shocked that Vlad has the loan certificate for Rose's smiles. Vlad says it was a fair exchange. Jack is dead, so the debt is cleared. Harvin asks if Vlad is going to run the bar now. Vlad laughs it off. He already gave it back to Marcella. Harvin agrees it makes sense. The place is literally covered in blood right now. It's going to take some time to sort out. He asks if Vlad is heading back to the capital of Sturma. Vlad says he's on standby for a while. Harvin smiles, noting that it's great to see Vlad as a man following the orders of a noble family. Vlad adds that the Bizids asked him to look into something during his free time. He's hunting for one-armed Jack's hidden assets. That money bug was digging holes all over the city, and Vlad wants to find what's left. Harvin immediately offers to help. Vlad smirks. Of course you should help. That whiskey wasn't free, you know. Harvin mentions that Marcella is looking for the other girls who were at the bar. Most of them were sold off. Harvin thinks they must be around here somewhere. He's thinking there's a connection between Jack's missing gold and the missing girls. It sounds like a hassle. Harvin searched for a few, but some of them left zero traces. Specifically a girl named Anna. She was dragged off. And then, nothing. We see a brief image of a woman being mistreated. This is getting dark. Vlad agrees it's strange. In the slums, there should always be a trace of where someone went. Jack did a lot of things, but this feels different. Harvin says he'll keep looking, but his organization has shrunk lately. Suddenly, a massive figure appears at the top of the stairs. It's Otar. He's been out scouting. He tells Vlad he checked it out and found a suspicious place. Vlad stands up. Good work. Let's go check it out right away. He waves goodbye to Harvin, who promises to update him if he finds anything. Harvin just watches them go, sighing about how Vlad can't even take a break. Vlad and Otar arrive at a butcher shop in the middle of a gloomy alley. Vlad pulls out a note with some names on it. The butcher, a massive guy looking way too intense, takes the note. He looks at the names. He asks why Vlad is looking for people at a butcher shop. We don't sell people here. Vlad just stares at him. The butcher tells them to get lost, acting like he's too busy for nonsense. He starts hacking away at some meat, but the vibe is completely off. Vlad asks if this place was always a butcher shop. He doesn't think it was here 6 months ago. The butcher tells him to ask Black Bear about that. He claims he has permission. Black Bear, one of the 5 bosses of the back alley. The butcher thinks mentioning a boss's name will scare them off. Vlad actually laughs. How pathetic. He says he'll ask the boss himself later. But then, Vlad's tone shifts. He points at the butcher's knife. How did you know people's names were written on that note? In the back alleys, nobody knows how to read. If you show a thug a note, they usually get angry because they have no idea what it says. The butcher freezes. He just outed himself as an outsider. Vlad's eyes start glowing. You're selling humans, aren't you? The room goes silent as the butcher slowly turns around. He lunges with a massive cleaver. Vlad doesn't even draw his sword. He just moves. He dodges the strike and lands a kick that sends the butcher flying into his own counter. The butcher is snarling, asking who they are and where they came from. Vlad just smirks. Cooperate, and there won't be any bloodshed. The butcher unloads a curse. Right, Vlad says. That's more like the back alleys. He tells Otar to close the door. Business is officially over for today. And by business, he means the butcher's life. He and Otar are sitting at a food stall, eating while they discuss the absolute mess Jack left behind. Otar notes that one-armed Jack really stopped caring about the city near the end. Flashback to the butcher shop interrogation. The guy they just beat up was screaming that he was just a middleman collector. Vlad is disgusted to think they were shamelessly running human trafficking in a corner of the back alleys. He realized the roots of this matter run way deeper than he thought. He decides the higher-ups, meaning Joseph, will find out the details soon enough. Bro! Vlad! A little street kid comes running up, shouting that he found out what Vlad asked for. Vlad hands him a meat skewer as a reward. Professional information brokering. Slum style. The kid says someone saw that brunette lady, Anna, getting onto a strange carriage about a month ago. Vlad's suspicion is confirmed. She was sold off. But the kid says there was something strange about it. He says all the women who got on that carriage were pregnant. Vlad pauses. What? All of them? The kid confirms it. Every single one had their bellies sticking out. We see a dark memory of hooded men loading pregnant women into a carriage. Why would a slave merchant buy pregnant women? They can't work. They're damaged goods in that dark market. Otar asks if something is wrong. Vlad is internally spiraling. Anna being pregnant is shocking enough, but a market for pregnant women? This doesn't make sense even for the back alleys. And then, the memory hits him. The ghost mother, the creature from the early chapters that used human bodies to manifest. Could it be that someone is trying to mass-produce those things? The voice in his head, Riemann, warns him to heed his own hunches. A bad hunch is bound to come true. Damn it, Vlad mutters. He stands up. He needs to get prepared. If this is what he thinks it is, Shawara is about to become a graveyard. Cut to a table filled with actual high-quality food. Sir Vordan is stuffing his face with cake while Vlad tells him about the unusual activity. Vordan groans. He asked Vlad to look into Jack, but he didn't expect him to find a massive conspiracy this fast. The man is exhausted. He just finished the document work and wanted a break. Vlad asks if it's serious enough that they can't wait a day or two. It seems that way. He tells Vordan to think carefully. A crisis is literally around the corner. Vlad offers to visit the mayor if Vordan doesn't have the authority to handle it. Vordan gulps. Vordan is complaining about his vacation, but then he hears something outside. My goodness, you're all just poking at me from all sides now, huh? A massive banner unfurls in the city square. The Bayezid crest. A full military escort arrives, and leading them is the man himself. The carriage stops in front of the cathedral. Joseph Bayezid steps out, looking incredibly bored and incredibly powerful. The local officials are literally bowing and scraping, calling it an honor to have him visit. Joseph ignores the flattery. He walks toward Vordan and Vlad. Vordan salutes him, claiming nothing happened while he was gone. Joseph's eyes narrow. He looks at Vlad. So, something did happen? He tells them to let's talk inside. Joseph doesn't do public business. They head into the mayor's office. Sir Jaeger steps forward first, his massive frame dwarfing the mayor. The mayor is offended, asking if Jaeger thinks he'd hide something to harm Joseph. Jaeger gives him a look that could melt steel. That's for me to decide. The mayor practically vibrates with fear, telling them there's nothing suspicious inside. Joseph walks in, looking around the room with total disdain. He tells Vlad, "Good job." "Right. What is it that you wanted to tell me?" Vlad hesitates, saying he might be making a fuss for no reason. Joseph tells him to go ahead. Vlad looks at the mayor and then back at Joseph. He realizes that if he talks now, the mayor will know everything. He decides it's best to talk to Joseph privately later. Joseph smirks. Teaching Vlad was well worth it. The kid knows how to read the room. He praises Vlad's decision. Just because Vlad is with the family doesn't mean he should blab to every local official. Jaeger gives the all clear. Joseph sits down and tells the mayor he has a splendid office. The group gathers around. Joseph notes that the view of Shawara from up here is great, but there is one thing. This chair needs to be replaced. It's extremely over the top and gaudy looking. The mayor is confused. What? What's wrong with my chair? Vordan's eyes go wide. He knows what this means. Joseph folds his hands. Say what you want without a care. He's talking directly to the man who is about to become the new power in the city. To Shawara's new mayor. Joseph just fired the guy and replaced him in 4 seconds. Absolute king behavior. Cut back to the mud. Vlad is walking through a reeking alley with Otar. The smell is making him dizzy. This is the oldest and most complicated part of the back alleys. It reeks of blood and death. On top of that, the people here are different. They have the eyes of people who live side by side with death. These aren't just thugs, they're survivors. No wonder One-Armed Jack never messed with this place. They stop in front of a gate decorated with skulls and chains, the Swine Butcherer's Alley. This is the home of the Black Bear. He's standing at the front door of the Swine Butcherer's Alley, and the sound of his fist hitting the wood is basically a death sentence for anyone inside. A guard peeks through the slot, looking like he's about to tell Vlad to get lost, until he sees who's standing there. Vlad stares right through the bars. He knows these guys have been watching him since he entered the alley, and he's not in the mood for the tough guy routine. The slot slams shut. The voice in Vlad's head notes that the guard is trying to get on his nerves, but Vlad's patience is at a 0. He realizes that in the past, he would have just taken the disrespect because that's how the gutter works. But things are different now. He has the honor of the Bayezids, the hope of Zemina, and the weight of everyone he's saved resting on his shoulders. He looks up at the smog-filled sky of Shawara one last time as a nobody. The clouds are heavy, matching the mood. I can't just let things slide, he thinks. The slums are built on a hierarchy of fear, and if he wants to fix this place, he has to become the thing they fear most. He steps forward into the mud. Otar is right behind him, carrying the authority of House Bayezid like a physical weapon. The door creaks open, and a massive thug stands there, trying to look intimidating. He tells Vlad to come in with a sneer. Vlad just closes his eyes for a second. The thug mocks him, asking why he's not coming in. He tells Vlad to get lost if he's scared. Otar looks at Vlad, waiting for the signal to start breaking bones. The thug laughs, thinking he's won the stare down. If you close that door now, Vlad says, his voice dropping an octave, You won't be able to handle the consequences. His eyes glow with a cold blue crystalline light. The thug's smile vanishes instantly. He realizes he just threatened a hurricane. Vlad reaches back. He slams his hand onto the flagstaff Otar is holding and drives it into the ground. I am Vlad of Shwara. Under the honorable names that vouch for me, I shall now exercise my given rights. He tells the thug to go and tell Black Bear, the legendary boss of this district, to come out and face the rightful representative of Bayezid. The thug is trembling now. He's heard the rumors about the boy who ended One-Armed Jack's reign in a single night. Vlad reminds him what happens when he plants this flag somewhere. Usually, it involves a lot of people ending up in a pile. Don't take it lightly. That is my final act of courtesy. Cut to the mayor's office, or what used to be the mayor's office before Joseph Bayezid decided it needed a vibe check. The old mayor is walking away with his head down, looking like a man who just lost a high-stakes poker game to a shark. He looks back at the building that used to be his kingdom, realizing it's under new management. Joseph is watching from the window. He claims he didn't intend to feel sympathy for the guy, but seeing him so broken is almost satisfying. Sir Yeager stands behind him. He notes that the mayor is simply paying for his crimes, and with all the corruption exposed, he won't survive the legal system in the capital. Joseph isn't really listening. He's focused on the next move. He asks what the swine butcherer, Black Bear, had to say. Vlad walks into the room, now fully armored. He says the boss agreed to cooperate to the best of his ability. Vlad is surprised it went so smoothly. He thinks maybe their common background in the slums helped them connect. Joseph just smirks. He knows exactly why it went smoothly. He realizes that for Vlad, dealing with a district boss was a test of diplomacy, and he passed with flying colors. Joseph is feeling like a proud parent. If that parent was a Machiavellian noble, his plan to turn a simple swordsman into a refined knight is working perfectly. Look at our guy. He doesn't look like a candle boy anymore. He looks like a W waiting to happen. Joseph turns to the group. I see. Well done. Vlad grips his sword. He knows the real mission is just beginning. Joseph addresses his inner circle. 5 knights stand ready, 1 mage, 10 administrative staff, and a squad of elite soldiers who look like they haven't slept in 3 days. And 1 squire. Vlad might be a master knight in terms of power, but on paper he's still the new star squire of the family. Joseph calls them his vassals who shall share his fate. The stakes are simple. If Joseph becomes the head of the family, they all become kings. If he fails, they all end up in the mud. He declares that Shawara is the final stepping stone. From now on, he will ensure the city is governed correctly, but he's going to be too busy with the high-level politics to handle the groundwork. He knows there's a darkness permeating every corner of this city, and it's too much for one man to face. This is his last chance to prove he's worthy of the Bayezid name, so he's not taking any risks. He entrusts Sir Gregory with the special investigative task. Gregory bows. He's a veteran who knows exactly what Joseph is asking for. Joseph chose him because he's neutral. He won't get blinded by the internal drama between the Bayezid brothers. He's the right man for a job that requires objectivity and a lot of blood. Gregory steps forward. He notes that the mission involves a lot of trailing and stealth. He chooses Sir Cade as his partner because the guy is a tracking god. Then he looks at Vlad. I'll be counting on you, Rising Star. Vlad just nods. He's ready to get his boots dirty again. The scene shifts drastically. We're in the barony of Uthman, in a village called Moshiam. It's pouring rain, and the atmosphere is pure Gothic horror. Inside a manor, a child is lying in bed, looking like he's one breath away from the afterlife. He's pale, sweating, and clearly dying of some unknown illness. His parents are standing by, looking absolutely devastated. The father asks a shadowy figure if doing this will really save his son's life. A woman with long blue hair and a sinister smile steps into the light. Of course, my lord. She looks at the boy like he's a snack, not a patient. The father clenches his fist. He's desperate enough to make a deal with the devil. He's willing to pay any price as long as his son lives. The woman tells him not to be in too much agony. She says God cannot watch over everything. Her eyes glow with a terrifying purple light. She unleashes a wave of dark mana that looks like a mockery of divine grace. That is why people like me exist. She's not a saint. She's something much, much worse. Sir Gregory is complaining about the weather. It's been raining for days, and everyone is soaked to the bone. They're looking at the lights of Moshiam in the distance. They almost made it before the storm hit full force. Gregory pulls out a flask. Life never goes as planned. He offers Vlad a sip, thinking the cool weather is a good excuse for a drink. Vlad declines. He says he'll go and collect some branches for a fire instead. Gregory warns him that everything is drenched and starting a fire will be impossible. Vlad isn't listening. He's already walking into the woods. Gregory takes a swig and chuckles. He notes that Vlad is exactly like Yeager, a stubborn squire who doesn't know when to quit. Vlad kneels in the mud, looking for wood. He finds a branch, but it's waterlogged and useless. He's starting to think Gregory was right for once. Suddenly, Sir Cade appears. He hands over a bundle of wood. These ones should work. They're hollow inside. Vlad is surprised. He thanks Cade and offers to carry them back. They stand there for a moment in the pouring rain. Cade looks hesitant, like he's been waiting to say something for 100 miles. He says he didn't find a chance to say it on the way here. Thank you for back then. Flashback to chapter 11. Vlad basically saved Cade's life when he was bleeding out. Vlad just smiles and tells him not to worry about it. He asks how Cade is doing now. Cade says he's great, though at the time, he thought he'd have to cut his own leg off to survive. Gregory walks up behind them. He's impressed. He notes that he really chose the right people for this mission. Most knights would refuse to do mercenary work like this. He thinks about Vordan and sighs. We're not knights anymore. We're mercenaries now. They need to keep their identities secret if they want to find the truth about the trafficking ring. Gregory explains the situation. They're now inside Baron Uthman's territory. Black Bear gave them a trail, but they have zero solid evidence. This is as far as Joseph's political support goes. If they get caught, they're on their own. The mission is simple. Avoid detection and investigate the village. Got it? Gregory asks. Vlad and Cade nod in sync. They head back to their camp to conserve energy for the next day. Vlad looks at the village one last time. He remembers a sad wailing he heard on a winter day a long time ago. He hopes he doesn't hear it again in this place. The next morning, the trio rides into Moshiam. Gregory is already on high alert. He says this place feels like an ambush waiting to happen. Otar, who's driving the notes that there's absolutely nobody around. It's a ghost town. Vlad suggests maybe it's just too early for the villagers to be out. Cade points ahead. I see an inn. They pull up to a large wooden building that looks surprisingly well maintained for a village this quiet. The innkeeper peeks out, looking nervous. He's surprised to see customers at this hour. Gregory plays the part of the jolly mercenary. He asks for a bowl of hot soup to wash off the rain from yesterday. The innkeeper asks if they're mercenaries. He says there have been disturbing incidents lately, and he can't just let anyone in. Gregory insists they just want to stay for a few days until the weather clears. A little girl peeks from behind a crate. Vlad sees her, and his heart skips a beat. She looks exactly like Zamina when they were kids. Same curious eyes, same small stature. He gives her a gentle wave. The voice in his head suddenly screams, Vlad! Vlad freezes. He knows that tone. It's the something is very wrong tone. Gregory asks what's going on, noting that Vlad's sudden tension isn't like him. I think this is the place after all, the voice says. Rahman tells Vlad he's going to lend him his world. He tells him to look at the girl again. Vlad's eyes shift. His perception of reality begins to peel away. He sees through the physical form of the girl. There's a swirling vortex of purple energy wrapped around her neck like a noose. Vlad's pupils dilate. A curse! The girl is smiling, but she's literally being eaten alive by dark magic. Vlad's internal monologue gets heavy. Children are pure and innocent, yet they're always the first to be sacrificed. He's seen it 1,000 times in the slums. Adults who steal from children because they're easy targets. He remembers that for kids in the gutter, death was often the only choice. They either starve, freeze, or die crying for parents who abandon them. Amidst that hell, baby Vlad made up his mind. I will never grow up to be someone like them. I will never live like that. He remembers fighting off thugs twice his size just to protect a scrap of bread. He remembers the screams of his friends. Those were the oaths he swore to himself before he ever picked up a real sword. And to Vlad, a knight is someone who upholds those oaths, no matter what. Right now, in this place, his eyes go cold. There are children to protect. They head to the village church. The voice confirms that the energy from the little girl's curse stops right here. Let's go in, Vlad says. The heavy doors creak open. The interior is dark and smells of stale incense. Vlad looks around. He asks the voice if he sees anything suspicious. The voice says nothing in particular, but his tone suggests he's lying. Vlad feels it too, a strange sensation of something being out of place. Footsteps approach from the shadows. Someone's coming. Vlad tells himself he needs to look natural. He can't look like an investigator. He drops to one knee and starts praying. He's a natural-born actor when the stakes are high. A man in priest's robes walks up. He notes that Vlad must be new here. Vlad looks up, playing the weary traveler. He says he arrived yesterday morning. The priest smiles. It's a holy smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He says he heard there were mercenaries in town. Vlad apologizes for coming in so suddenly. He calls the man father. But then, Vlad's eyes lock onto the book the priest is holding. The symbol on the cover, it's a cross, but it's circled and inverted. Vlad realizes why he felt so uneasy since entering the village. I haven't seen a single proper cross. This isn't a church of God. This is the heart of the cult. He's got that fake nice energy dialed up to 11, claiming God's arms are always open. Internal monologue time. Vlad is staring right at him, thinking that he doesn't see any God in this place. At least, not right now. The priest acts all concerned, hoping he didn't interrupt Vlad's prayer. Vlad plays along, saying he actually feels more comfortable now that he has permission to be here. He tells the priest he'll leave as soon as he's done. Our guy is a top-tier actor when he needs to be. The priest walks away, leaving Vlad alone in the chapel. The scale of this place is massive, but it feels like a tomb. Vlad knows the girl's necklace led them here. There is 100% something unusual dwelling in this town, and it's hiding behind incense and pews. He watches the priest go. The guy is always smiling, but Vlad can feel the malice. He knows he can't let himself relax for even a second. I must not let my guard down. He whispers a quick thanks as the priest exits. As the priest walks away, he prays aloud that the epidemic sweeping through the area doesn't affect the mercenaries. Vlad's eyes go wide. An epidemic? That's a very specific cover story for a curse. The priest gives a side-eye that is purely villainous. He adds that he hopes God protects the children as well. He's basically gloating at this point. Later, Vlad tracks down a local villager. The man is terrified, asking where Vlad heard about an epidemic. Vlad tells him the priest mentioned it during prayer. The villager immediately shuts down. If the priest said it, then it must be the truth. Vlad plays the worried traveler. He says he has to stay for a few days and is worried about catching whatever is going around. The villager tells him not to worry. Why? Because the epidemic only kills children. Vlad asks how that's even possible. The man just shrugs, saying it's happening in most towns under Baron Uthman's rule. The god is angry, the man says. He's been totally brainwashed into thinking his kids dying is a divine punishment. Vlad thanks him and walks away, but his blood is boiling. Missing women in Shawara, dead children in Moshiam. The dots are connecting, and the picture they're drawing is gruesome. He looks at the memory of Marianne. It is definitely not an epidemic, but without proof, he's just a mercenary, talking crazy. He asks Rahman if he should go back to Shawara and borrow a holy object to prove the curse exists. Rahman says a standard holy object won't do crap. The spirit explains that this is a curse made by a powerful dark mage. You'd need an educated priest just to detect it, let alone break it. Vlad asks how Rahman knows so much about high-level magic. The spirit just dodges the question with a, "I'm not sure either," typical mentor behavior. Vlad is frustrated. He knows he's right, but in the world of nobles and the church, evidence is the only currency that matters. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something. He sees a hooded figure in the distance, talking to a group of kids. The kids are cheering, saying the priest gave them gifts too. Vlad sees the inverted cross in the person's hand. This is it. This is the source. The hooded figure hands out the cursed charms and starts walking away. The kids wave goodbye, having no idea they just received a death sentence. Vlad hides behind a wall. He's going to tail this guy and find out where the real party is happening. Rahman warns him to be careful with his movements. There's an unusual amount of inner ki coming off that person. Vlad smirks. He tells the spirit he was a former thief and robber, but his longest-running gig was pickpocketing. He follows the figure toward a windmill on the outskirts of town. But as they get into the woods, Vlad feels the vibe shift. The hooded person isn't running. They're pacing themselves. Vlad realizes he's not tailing them. They're luring him out. Rahman mocks him, calling him Mr. Former Pickpocket and pointing out that he's been spotted. Vlad steps out from behind a tree. Tailing won't work anymore, so it's time for a report. He decides he's seen enough and tries to head back to Sir Gregory, but the figure is already behind him. It doesn't look like they're ready to let you go, Rahman notes. Here they come. The figure lunges with incredible speed. Vlad barely gets his sword up in time to block. The impact is massive. Vlad is shocked by the raw power behind the strike. Rahman is coaching him mid-fight. Don't stop. To your left! Steel meets steel, sparks flying everywhere as they trade blows at a speed the human eye can't follow. Vlad leaps back, creating distance. He can tell just by clashing swords, this person is built different. His hands are vibrating from the shock. The hood falls back slightly. Vlad realizes what he's looking at. The yellow eyes, the white hair peeking out, the way they grip the sword, that's not a thug. Vlad takes a stance. He's actually sweating now. He can't discern the extent of their abilities, which is a first for him. If that's the case, he has to go all out. The mysterious knight stands perfectly still, a void where their face should be. They move again. It's a blur of motion. Vlad knows the secret to a fatal blow comes from unexpectedness. He drops low, charging his blade with a green and blue aura. He has only one opportunity. This specific moment. He swings with everything he has. But the mysterious knight counters with a golden explosion of mana. Aura? Vlad is stunned. Rahman screams for him to stop, but the momentum is already gone. Too late. The collision creates a shockwave that levels the surrounding grass. Vlad skids back, his boots digging into the dirt. He's panting, using his sword to stay upright. He's hurt. The golden aura from that counter hit was like being struck by lightning. The dust clears. The stranger is floating, literally floating, in a halo of light. Rahman realizes they've encountered something they weren't prepared for. Vlad's eye glows. He sees the truth now. The braid, the white hair, the golden iris. That's a holy knight, a real one. Vlad tries to clear up the misunderstanding, thinking a conversation might save his life. Rahman shut him down. Swords move swiftly, words, not so much. The Holy Knight has already decided. Vlad is struggling. It's way too heavy. This isn't like fighting Sir Pablo or the thugs in Shawara. Rahman explains what's happening. That's a blessing. Yastia doesn't need to manifest a world or focus her aura. The word of God is already upon her blade. She's basically a walking cheat code. Vlad is internally screaming that this is unfair. She got a massive power buff just by being religious. But our guy isn't done. He forces her blade up, looking for a gap. He notices that while her blessing is overwhelming, she's actually full of openings. She's fighting like someone who has never been hit. Vlad sees his chance. Now! He lunges for her torso. His blade is inches away. Gotch! His sword literally slides off her body like she's made of oiled glass. Vlad's face says it all. Oh? He loses his balance, his foot slipping in the mud. Justia doesn't waste the moment. She delivers a brutal shoulder check. She slams her hilt into the back of his neck. Vlad hits the ground with an ack. He's coughing up dirt, his vision swimming. Justia stands over him, her sword at his throat. She looks like a literal goddess of war silhouetted against the sun. Vlad is racking his brain. How did she deflect a direct hit without moving her sword? Rahman explains, it's armor magic, a technique where holy knights use their plate armor to twist the trajectory of incoming strikes. A blessing in armor magic? This is totally cheating! Vlad is losing the fight, but he hasn't lost his sass. He realizes she showed him those openings on purpose. She was playing with him the whole time. He lets out a sigh. She totally played me. Justia finally speaks. Who are you? Vlad puts his hands up. I'm from Shawara. I came here for an investigation. From Shawara? Justia's eyes narrow, but she lowers her weapon. Cut to the end. She introduces herself. Justia, from the Northern Archdiocese of San Rosino. She claims it's the will of the heavens that they met. Sir Gregory and Sir Cade are there too. Gregory plays the diplomat, agreeing that it's a divine meeting. He invites her to sit and talk. The tension in the room is high enough to snap a bowstring. Justia explains she was also investigating the strange occurrences in Moshayim. At first, she thought it was a plague too, but she confirms Vlad's theory. It's a curse. And not just any curse. She found traces of something ancient. Gregory acts surprised. A curse? But there's a church here. Justia looks him dead in the eye. I believe that the church is the source of the curse. Vlad and Cade share a look. Internal monologue. She's sharp. Gregory is sweating now. For a holy knight to accuse her own church of being the culprit? This situation is catastrophic. But then Justia draws a line. She reminds them that Moshiam is not under the jurisdiction of House Bayezid. The room goes silent. She tells Gregory to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Shawara. She praises the mayor's approach to clearing out the city, but then the hammer drops. She's basically telling them to stop digging. Black magic related to the church is the church's domain. The Bayezid Knights have no grounds to proceed further. Vlad is fuming, but he knows he can't fight her and the entire archdiocese. A line has been drawn. Vlad looks away. He hates this noble political crap. Justia sits there, the embodiment of authority and responsibility. She's willing to solve the problem, but she won't let outsiders see the church's dirty laundry. Later that night at the inn, the fog is rolling in again. Vlad is brooding by the window. He realizes they won't be able to find Anna or the other missing women if the church locks them out. Marianne, the innkeeper's daughter, walks up to him. Are you leaving? Vlad tells her they'll be gone soon because their work is done. Marianne gives him a look that's way too wise for her age. There's no such thing as being done with your work in this world. Vlad blinks. This little brat just hit the bull's eye without a warning. He asks why she's been inside all this time. She says her dad told her not to go out. Vlad nods. It makes sense. Nothing in this village is normal. Marianne asks him to stay a little longer. She says the church is giving out gifts soon. Her dad chimes in, saying they're going to gather the kids for a ritual blessing. Vlad asks when. The innkeeper says within 3 to 4 days. The priest is personally gathering them. Marianne looks at Vlad with those big eyes. Can't you stay until then? Vlad takes a long sip of his drink. He thinks about Justia. She sent a carrier pigeon for backup, but it'll take 4 days for the other holy knights to arrive. That's cutting it way too close. He looks at Marianne and tells her they could stay until then. Marianne lights up. I'll give you this then. She holds out a flower ring. Vlad looks at it. It's just a circle of dried up ivy. There isn't a single petal on it. He realizes there are no flowers in this village. Everything beautiful has been choked out by the curse. Her dad calls her to go to bed. Marianne pouts but agrees. You'll really be here tomorrow too, right? Vlad gives her a small smile. Probably. Marianne cheers and promises to see him in the morning. She starts running toward the stairs. She's laughing, happy for the first time in days. Suddenly, her foot stops. She starts trembling violently. Her leg gives out. She collapses onto the floor. Her dad screams her name. Vlad stands up, his heart dropping into his stomach. The father is cradling her, but she's non-responsive. Her skin is turning a ghostly white. Damn IT! Vlad rushes forward. Rahman tells him he's going to lend him the world vision again. Vlad's eyes ignite. He sees it. The purple energy isn't just wrapped around her neck anymore. It's expanding, erupting from the inverted cross necklace. The curse was triggered. The blessing just started the execution. The ritual wasn't 3 days away. It's happening now. With the backup knights still days away and Justia nowhere to be seen, Marianne's father is screaming, holding his daughter as her body goes cold and her eyes roll back. Gregory looks at Justia, his face pale, realizing that whatever they thought was happening here is 10 times worse. This isn't just a sickness, it's a life force vacuum, and the children are the fuel. Vlad sees it clearly. The white mist of their souls is being funneled directly into the church bell tower. He wants to scream, but he knows he has to explain this to people who can't see the mana. Justia stops dead. She doesn't see the mist, but she feels the presence of something massive looking back at them. She realizes she was too careless with her own divine power earlier, likely tipping off the cult that a holy knight was in town. She turns to Gregory and Vlad, her expression hardening into something cold and final. She tells them she's going in alone, and that if she doesn't make it back, Gregory needs to brief the reinforcements. Gregory grinds his teeth. He hates this. Vlad is staring at Gregory's back, his blood starting to boil. He can't understand why they're just standing there weighing responsibilities while the village screams. The blue in his eyes is starting to glow. He didn't claw his way out of the slums just to watch a more expensive version of the same tragedy play out. A scream echoes from the houses. Another child, another family falling apart in seconds as the service begins. The whole village is becoming a choir of agony. Vlad's inner monologue is hitting the gutter code hard right now. He didn't pick up a sword to be a noble statue. He picked it up to keep kids from looking like the corpses he used to step over in Shawara. I'm going to move forward. He steps past the veteran knights, his hand already on his hilt. Gregory reaches out and grabs his shoulder. He tells Vlad he understands the feeling, but being a knight is about more than just being angry. A knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. He's trying to teach Vlad the burden of authority, the fact that their actions carry the weight of the entire order. He explains that their swords require justification. If they act without it, they're just mercenaries with fancy titles. Vlad just looks at the church. He asks if justification matters more than the people they're supposed to be protecting. Gregory actually smiles a little. It's the right answer, even if it's the dangerous one. He tells Vlad to repeat after him. They're going to use the only justification that counts, the code that says a knight goes where the darkness is thickest. Meanwhile, the church bell is vibrating with enough dark energy to crack the sky. Inside, Justia is walking through a literal graveyard of expectations. She's trying to remind herself that no matter how dark this place gets, it's still God's land. But as the doors creak open, she sees a shadow that shouldn't be there. The inverted cross is painted in fresh blood on the altar. Justia's eyes go wide. This isn't just a rogue mage. The entire church has been desecrated into a massive ritual circle, and she just walked right into the center of it. She draws her blade. This is pure blasphemy. And as a holy knight, she's basically the biological immune system for this kind of thing. The false priest is waiting for her, standing in the shadows with a smug grin. He's not even worried. He asks why she came alone, almost like he's disappointed she didn't bring more souls to feed the machine. He mocks the idea of offering prayers for the people here. Justia realizes there are no people left in the pews. The energy is thick, alien, and disgusting. Suddenly, she sees them. The victims aren't just dying, they're being reshaped. The priest starts chanting, and the purple mana begins to swirl around his hand. The air itself starts to feel heavy and rotten. Let's begin the service, shall we? The corpses of the pregnant women and villagers rise, their faces distorted into pale, weeping masks. The doors slam shut behind her. Justia is surrounded. The undead victims are reaching for her, their movements jerky and wrong. She can hear their lingering thoughts. They're still looking for their children even in death. The voices are a cacophony of "Where are you?" and "Find my child." It's psychological warfare on top of a horror show. Justia is shaking. She asks the priest if he has even an ounce of fear for God. The priest just fixes his glasses. He says God has very little to do with him anymore. He drops his prayer book. He doesn't need it for what's coming. His face contorts into a maniacal grin as he taps into the stolen life force. The zombies lunge. Justia slams her sword into the ground, and a shockwave of divinity erupts. She begins a high-level prayer to Saint Rosino, the commander of the heavenly army. She's calling for a price to be paid, a costly price for the wretched souls in the room. Her eyes ignite with pure golden fire. She is willing to pay the cost herself if it means ending this nightmare. A pair of massive, ethereal wings erupt from her back. This is the solemn exorcism. Outside, a pillar of light pierces through the roof of the church. The entire building is glowing like a sun dropped into the middle of the village. The architecture is literally groaning under the pressure of the holy energy. The zombies are incinerated instantly, their souls finally being set free from the priest's control. The dark mana is burned away in a roar of golden flame. The village goes quiet for a split second. The priest is actually forced to shield his eyes. He recognizes the spell. The solemn exorcism is a move you only pull when you're ready to see the credits roll on your own life. He's impressed that she could pull this off without any prep or ritual circles, but his admiration is short-lived. He points out the obvious flaw in her light. A torch that stands alone always has limits. He starts weaving a massive web of mystery mana, turning the air itself into a purple void. He tells her that this miracle is costing her her actual lifespan. He steps forward, literally walking over his own discarded prayer book. He smiles as the darkness begins to swallow the light. The room is littered with the charred remains of the undead victims. Justia has cleared the immediate threat, but she's paid for it in blood. She's slumped over her sword, her breathing ragged as the priest's shadow looms over her. Her eyes are still glowing, but the light is dying out. Suddenly, more victims start pouring in from the side chapels. There are dozens more. Justia realizes with horror that the scale of this trafficking ring was much larger than they reported. The priest is strolling toward her like he's just finishing a walk in the park. He tells her, it's time for the darkness to finally fall. Justia is huffing, her vision blurring. He mocks her prayer again, repeating the name of Saint Rosino with pure venom. Pointless efforts, he says. Justia forces herself to stand. She doesn't have a plan anymore. She only has her duty. She ignites one last burst of divinity, her armor cracking under the pressure. The priest's eyes widen. He didn't think she had anything left in the tank. She swears she'll take him down even if it costs her everything. Suddenly, the church entrance explodes. Justia looks up, her golden eyes dimming. The priest turns around, his smug face finally showing a crack of genuine surprise. Vlad is charging through the debris, his blue aura trailing behind him like a comet. Justia collapses, her strength finally spent. Gregory is right behind him, shouting for the survivors to move. The priest looks at them like they're a minor inconvenience that just ruined his favorite shirt. He tries to blast them with a wave of purple mana, calling them laughable. Vlad isn't laughing. He dodges the blast and keeps his momentum. He leaps into the air, his blade already drawn. His face is a mask of pure street rat rage. He tells the priest he crossed the line the second he messed with the kids. "Yo, you bastard!" Their blades clash, and the shockwave shakes the entire altar. It's blue versus purple, crystalline purity against rotten mystery. Vlad is gritting his teeth, his eyes locking onto the priest's spectacles. The priest is actually being pushed back. He sees something in Vlad's eyes that stops his heart. He sees the world inside Vlad, that crystalline fortress that represents his soul. The priest freezes. He recognizes that energy. "Oh my, we meet again here." This detail is going to matter later. File it away. Vlad doesn't care about the monologue. He tells him to stop talking and just die. They trade blows, each strike tearing chunks out of the church floor. Gregory reaches Justia and pulls her back from the front line. Justia is barely conscious. She tells Gregory that his presence here is going to be troublesome, meaning the political fallout of a knight entering a church uninvited. Gregory just sighs. He says they had no choice because the children were dying. He looks at the wave of undead closing in. Justia points to the bell tower. That's the source. That's what needs to break. Gregory nods. He realizes they need to split the group. Cade is already in position, his bow drawn. Since he doesn't have aura, his job is support and tracking. Gregory's eyes narrow. He's shifting into war mode. They need to get Vlad out of his current duel so he can reach the tower. Gregory slams his foot down. His red aura flares up, turning him into a literal human battering ram. He roars, drawing the attention of every zombie in the room. He creates an opening with a massive ground pound. Vlad uses the distraction to disengage from the priest. The priest tries to follow, but Gregory is in his face now. Vlad glances back, making sure the old man can handle it. Gregory tells him to stop looking at him and move his feet. An explosion of mana separates them. The dust clears, and Vlad is already sprinting for the tower stairs. Gregory yells at the prospect to go and destroy whatever is at the top of that tower. Vlad doesn't hesitate. "Yissir!" He's running up the spiral staircase, but the priest isn't done. The priest points a finger, ready to snipe Vlad through the wall, but more zombies lunge from the shadows, blocking the path. Vlad is swearing under his breath. There are too many of them to cut through without losing time. A zombie grabs his cloak. He's being swarmed on the narrow stairs. Suddenly, a golden arrow pierces through the zombie's head. It's not just an arrow, it's a bolt of pure light that burns the darkness away. Vlad looks down and sees Cade and Ustia working together. Ustia is funneling her remaining divinity into Cade's arrows. Cade yells at Vlad to keep running straight. He's got the cover fire. Vlad grins. This is a team effort now. Cade unloads. Each shot is a heat-seeking missile of holy light. The zombies are being picked off with surgical precision. Vlad is literally running through a corridor of exploding light. He reaches the final landing. His teeth are bared. He can feel the curse vibrating through the floorboards. He spins into a whirlwind of blue steel, clearing the last few guards. He kicks the final door open. The bell is right there, glowing with a disgusting, pulsating purple light. He doesn't even slow down. He remembers the lesson he just learned from Gregory about worlds being precious. He sees Marianne's face in his mind. He sees the kids he couldn't save in the slums. This is the moment he was built for. This is where he acts. His smile is terrifying now. He's fully embraced the madness of the situation. He's becoming the torch that lights up the darkness. Just like the code says, the second Swordmaster's code, never hesitate. Vlad swings and the screen goes white. They're still lunging, and Gregory is forced to stay in the paint, swinging like his life depends on it, because it definitely does. He's cutting through these things, but more just keeps spawning from the shadows. He lands a heavy hit, his blade glowing with that veteran red aura. He's an absolute unit, clearing out the immediate area with a massive shockwave. One kick to a zombie's chest sends it flying back into the pews. The undead are screeching. But Gregory has seen too much today to be intimidated by a few screaming corpses. He looks back at Cade, who is still providing cover fire with those holy charged arrows. Cade is huffing, his fingers literally bleeding from the tension of the bowstring. He's at his limit, but he's not stopping. Gregory cracks a joke about being popular in his daily life. If he's going to go out, he's going out with a one-liner. A zombie hand grabs his ankle, the dark mana burning into his boot. He's disgusted. He's seen a lot of crap in his time as a knight, but this village-wide child sacrifice ritual is top-tier villainy. He turns back to the priest's decapitated body, which is still just standing there. The body starts to speak, not from the head on the floor, but from the neck. He claims his death isn't something that can end him. Gregory grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear the enamel cracking. He tells the neck he'll see if it can still talk after he chops it into confetti. The headless body just starts laughing. It's a wet, gurgling sound that would make anyone else run for the hills. Gregory roars and charges. He's done with the talk. He delivers a massive horizontal slash, aiming to bifurcate the entire torso. His eyes are glowing with a focused, vengeful light. The priest's head is just sitting on the floor, watching the show like it's a front row seat at a theater. Blood and dark mana are pooling on the floorboards as the body finally slumps. The zombies suddenly go still. Cade notices the shift immediately. The army has stopped moving. Justia whispers that taking down the commander is the only way to break the spell. Gregory's veteran instincts were on point. He stands over the body, his sword dripping. He lets out a long breath. Today has been a marathon of trauma and high-stakes combat. He's already planning on drinking until he forgets what color the sky is tonight. But the vibe shifts. The air gets cold, that specific Boss Phase 2 kind of cold. The head on the floor asks for a sip of whatever Gregory is drinking. Gregory freezes. He knows that voice. Cade screams a warning, his voice cracking with pure terror. Behind Gregory, a shadow is rising that is twice the size of the priest. A burst of pale blue flame erupts where the head used to be. Justia identifies it instantly. This isn't a mage anymore. A single, massive blue eye flickers to life within the flames. It's a Dullahan, a headless knight of legend, fueled by a noble black mage's curse. The priest just used his own death to complete the ritual. Vlad is still sprinting up those stairs, hearing the chaos below. He slams his foot onto the final landing. He sees the bell. It's the heart of the curse, vibrating with enough power to level a city block. Rimon's voice booms in his head. He identifies the spell as high-level black magic and tells Vlad to destroy it in one shot. Vlad focuses. Everything he's learned from Sir Yager and Rimon comes down to this one swing. He enters the world. Time slows down. The monolines become visible. Suddenly, a massive black blade cuts through the floorboards right in front of him. Rimon screams for him to dodge. Vlad barely rolls out of the way as the entire floor is pulverized. He looks up, confused. He thought the priest was downstairs with Gregory. He realizes the Dullahan can move between shadows. The impacts are heavy. The tower is literally falling apart. Vlad is forced to jump back as the ceiling starts to cave in. He slides across the tilting roof, his sword sparking against the stone. He watches the bell tower collapse into rubble. His win condition just got buried under a ton of stone. Damn it! He's frustrated, but he doesn't have time to mourn the tower. He's falling through the air as the architecture dissolves. He lands in the middle of a massive dust cloud in the church courtyard. Everything is obscured by smoke and debris. Vlad coughs, pushing himself up. He has no idea where his allies are. He sees a pair of glowing eyes through the fog. The silhouette of the church is a jagged, broken mess against the night sky. The Dullahan is standing right there. It calls Vlad impressive for surviving the collapse. Vlad demands he hand over the souls of the children. He's not in the mood for villain monologues. The Dullahan just gathers purple energy in its hand. It tells Vlad he can try to take it. Vlad doesn't wait for a second invitation. He charges, his aura flaring green and blue. Their blades meet, and the force of the impact creates a crater under their feet. The Dullahan is moving with a speed that defies physics. No head means no blind spots and no windup. It tells Vlad not to push too hard. It claims it still has goodwill toward a comrade. Vlad is disgusted. He asks why the hell a monster like this would ever be his comrade. The Dullahan's blue flame eye narrows. I'm not talking to you. Vlad freezes. He realizes the monster is looking inside his soul. It's talking to Rahman. The monster delivers a backhand that sends Vlad spinning across the courtyard. Vlad recovers mid-air and parries the follow-up strike, but his arms are vibrating from the weight of the blow. The Dullahan is accelerating. Vlad realizes he's way too slow to even find an opening for a counterattack. Rahman warns him to stop using common sense. These aren't human movements. This is an entity from the grip of the voice era. Vlad swings with everything he has, but the Dullahan just ducks and weaves like it's a training exercise. It leans in. The blue flame inches from Vlad's face. Aren't you a bit too slow? Rahman shouts Vlad's name, feeling the impending disaster. Vlad slams his foot into the dirt, trying to find some leverage. The Dullahan unleashes a burst of dark mystery mana directly into Vlad's chest. Vlad uses armor magic at the last second. It's a high-level technique that uses aura to create a solid shield just above the skin. The Dullahan is shocked. Vlad is wearing basic leather armor. He shouldn't be able to survive a point-blank mana blast. It pauses, looking at the faint glimmer of a spirit's blessing on Vlad's gear. Vlad stands his ground. He's battered, bleeding, and outclassed, but he's still the main character. He's got a spirit in his head and the weight of a village on his back. Vlad is gasping for air. His aura is flickering. He's staring at the Dullahan, knowing he's currently outmatched. He lunges again. It's a desperate strike, a horizontal slash intended to force the monster to back off. The Dullahan just catches the blade with its bare hand, a smug grin visible even in its flames. It slams a dark, mana-infused fist into Vlad's guard, sending him skidding back across the broken stones. Vlad roars in pain. His bones are screaming. He realizes he has zero chance of winning this as he is now. He needs to go deeper into the world. He closes his eyes. He needs to meditate, to reach that place Sir Lutger told him about. He enters the vast, white landscape of his soul. In this place, he isn't a child from the slums. He sees Rahman standing on the horizon. The two worlds, the child's and the master's, are starting to merge. Rahman's silhouette is massive, glowing with lightning and ancient power. He tells Vlad he will allow the sync. Vlad's eyes snap open. One is blue, the other is white-hot lightning. The Dullahan actually flinches. It senses the shift in the atmosphere immediately. This is my world. Vlad's mental domain has completely overwritten reality. He screams at the monster to leave the kids alone. The voice isn't just Vlad's anymore. It's a chorus of thunder. He moves. It's not a run. It's a teleportation via lightning. He delivers a vertical strike that the Dullahan barely parries. The resulting explosion of energy levels the remaining walls of the church. A pillar of white lightning pierces the sky, visible for miles. The ritual is being forcibly overwritten by pure swordsmanship. Vlad's blade is humming, wrapped in a crystalline storm. He stands over the crater, watching the Dullahan struggle to get up. The ground between them is cracked and blackened by the electrical discharge. The Dullahan is clutching its arm. It's actually injured. Vlad is frustrated that he only did that much damage. He's still critical of his own performance even while pulling off a miracle. He realizes his body is too weak to hold this form for long. He's got maybe 2 or 3 more strikes before his heart gives out. The Dullahan stares at the wound on its hand. It's silent for a long time. Then it starts to glow. It tells Vlad it was letting him off easy because it thought they were allies. A set of spectral, blue-flamed armor starts to manifest over its body. It's a full transformation. The mystery mana is condensing into solid plate. Vlad is stunned. This guy just pulled out a new health bar. The Dullahan is now a towering knight of blue fire and black steel. The power gap just widened significantly. Vlad is looking at a literal god of the underworld. The monster teleports. Rimmon screams for Vlad to dodge. The Dullahan delivers a downward smash that turns the ground into a lava pit of dark energy. Vlad is blown back, tumbling through the trees at the edge of the courtyard. He crashes through a stone pillar, coughing up blood. The dust is thick, he can't see the monster, but he can feel the heat of the blue flames. The Dullahan is impressed. Vlad was able to parry that last hit by amassing every scrap of his aura into a split-second shield. But it's disappointed. It tells Vlad that compared to what it imagined, he's just a minuscule difference. Vlad is lying on his back, his vision swimming. He's fading out. The Dullahan decides to end it. It says it should cut all the possibilities it can't foresee. It raises its black blade, aiming directly for Vlad's throat. "Didn't I tell you to just do the bare minimum?" The blade stops an inch from Vlad's neck. Vlad's hand is holding the flat of the Dullahan's blade. He stopped a full power strike from a monster with his bare palm. The lightning returns. It's not just around him now, it is him. The sync is complete. Rahman has taken the wheel. Vlad's voice is deep, ancient, and terrifying. He repeats his own rule: to not lay your hands on the children. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the church, incinerating the Dullahan's dark aura. The monster screams as its spectral armor begins to melt. Vlad stands up. He doesn't look like a boy anymore. He says he doesn't know who he is, but he knows what must be done. He says the memories might be gone, but the instinct to protect is engraved in his soul. He is levitating, lightning arcing between his fingers. He looks like a god of judgment. "Now, as adults, let us fight." The disrespect is absolute. He's calling a 1,000-year-old monster a child. The Dullahan is actually cowering. It's trembling. It sees the silhouette of the white monster behind Vlad, the true form of Rahman. Vlad vanishes in a clap of thunder. He reappears above the Dullahan, his blade already moving. The monster can't even track him with its magic. Vlad delivers a diagonal slash that cleaves through the Dullahan's shoulder like it's butter. The monster is slammed into the earth, its blue flames sputtering. Vlad lands softly, his eyes fixed on the struggling knight. He grabs the Dullahan by its neck stump and slams it into the dirt. He asks if the monster really thought it could stomp on him with such pathetic power. The Dullahan is terrified. It asks, "Who are you?" Vlad just looks at it with pure contempt. He says he has no reason to speak to pests who suck on the blood of the youths. Therefore, die. He raises his hand, calling down a final village-level lightning strike. The monster is incinerated. The purple mana is completely purged from the atmosphere. The souls of the children are finally released, drifting back toward their homes like fireflies. The Dullahan's last thoughts are pure panic. It doesn't make sense that a human could do this. It felt fear for the first time in centuries. It realizes that the white monster is back. The legends were true. Rahman is a being that could truly end the world. It describes the pearly white monster approaching with its fangs bared. Vlad is walking through the lightning, the silhouette of a massive fanged spirit looming behind him. He's approaching to feast on the monster's life force. Another strike. The ground turns to glass. The Dullahan tries to track him, but Vlad is moving faster than thought. He's a blur of white light and blue steel. The monster is looking left, looking right, spinning in circles like a confused puppy. Vlad appears right behind it. "Were you really boasting like that when you're actually this slow?" The monster's last scream is cut short. A purple and white explosion clears the church grounds once and for all. The dust settles. Vlad is standing alone in the ruins. The dark mana is gone. The children are safe. But the sync starts to fade. Vlad's eyes return to normal. He looks around, confused, his body finally realizing it just survived a nuclear war. Rahman's voice echoes one last time, full of paternal pride and cold fury. The final panel shows the pure, blue-lit eyes of a man who just changed the world. Vlad, or rather the master spirit Rahman, currently using Vlad's body as a mecha, is absolutely unloading on him. The lightning aura is so thick, it's basically turning the church ruins into a high-voltage cage. Vlad leaps into the air, coming down with the force of a natural disaster. He slams the monster into the dirt. This isn't a fight anymore. It's an execution. The Dullahan is huffing, wondering how an existence like Vlad even exists in this timeline. Vlad doesn't answer with words. He answers with a diagonal slash that cleaves through spectral armor like it's wet paper. He pins the monster down, the sword glowing with a blinding, white-hot intensity. His eyes are cold. He demands the monster hand it over, referring to the stolen life force of the children. The Dullahan realizes he's genuinely about to meet his maker. Vlad grabs the monster by the throat stump, lightning arcing between them. The Dullahan tries to blast him with purple mana, but Vlad just tanks it like a boss. He starts ripping. He's systematically dismantling the monster's physical form. The Dullahan is screeching, his blue flames flickering out as Vlad's grip tightens. It's a brutal display of fair compensation. You took their lives. I take your existence. Vlad looks down, his expression distant. Rahman is fully in control here, and he's not feeling merciful. He spots the core of the curse, the pulsating purple mass within the monster. He reaches out with a glowing hand. Go back now. He isn't just killing the monster, he's forcibly reversing the flow of the stolen souls. The Dullahan screams as the children's life force is yanked out of him. The purple light is being purified by Vlad's white lightning. A massive shockwave of pure energy erupts from the church courtyard. The white mist of the souls begins to expand, floating away from the crater. It's a beautiful sight after a night of pure horror. The white fireflies are heading home. Back in the village, the parents watch in shock as the mist enters their children's bodies. Marianne and the others start breathing again, the color returning to their faces. The ritual is officially busted. Back at the church, Vlad is leaning on his sword. He's finished. He whispers that he definitely knows how to kill things like this, even if he can't fully remember the techniques yet. The Dullahan's eye fire flickers. He realizes Vlad isn't who he thought he was. Vlad stands over him, looking like a literal god of judgment. The monster realized too late that Vlad wasn't just another immortal. He's the guy who hunts them. Vlad admits he doesn't have his full memory, but that doesn't mean he's out of ideas. He raises his sword high. He delivers a strike that shatters the Dullahan's remaining armor. He casually mentions he'll just rip the monster's limbs apart until immortality becomes a meaningless word. The Dullahan is crawling away, looking completely pathetic. He's broken, physically and mentally. Vlad prepares the final blow, lightning dancing across his cloak. One limb left. He's counting down like a slasher movie villain. In a moment of pure desperation, the Dullahan screams a name. Lamashtu! Vlad stops. The name rings a bell deep in his subconscious. A massive swirling vortex of black mana opens up behind the Dullahan. The monster thinks he's being saved. He thinks Mommy is here to pick him up from school. Vlad's eyes narrow. This isn't a rescue mission. It's a retrieval of company property. The Dullahan's face turns to pure horror as he realizes what Lamashtu actually intends to do. The claws dig into his spectral flesh and start tearing. He's being dragged back into the void. He screams as his essence is shredded. Lamashtu isn't saving him. She's taking back his immortality because he's a failed investment. The Dullahan's blue fire is extinguished for the final time. One last hand reaches out from the void before the portal snaps shut. The courtyard goes silent. The monster is gone, erased by his own side. Vlad stares at the spot where the portal was. He doesn't have the memories, but he has a faint feeling about that name. File it away. Lamashtu is a big deal. He wonders what kind of existence could command shadows like that. Rahman's voice notes that he went overboard with Vlad's body. The sink was too deep. He's actually proud of Vlad, though. He notes that the boy's growth is blindingly brilliant for surviving the strain this long. He plans to apologize to Vlad once he wakes up because Vlad's nervous system just hit the emergency shutoff button. He collapses face first into the dirt. The sun starts to rise over the ruins of Moshiam. The long night is finally over. The church is a graveyard of secrets. We move to the barony of Youthman, specifically the area surrounding Moshiam. A woman is sitting on a massive, ornate throne in a dark hall. This is our first real look at her. She notes that Vlad's soul is shining, but the traces etched upon it are merciless. She recognizes that Vlad, or the entity inside him, is using magic from a very long time ago. She smiles. To her, this is a sign that the things of the past are finally moving again. She's looking at the cracks appearing in the world's order. She's been waiting for this chaotic age for a long time. She tells her knights to take whatever they want from the current chaos. She mentions a price has already been paid. We see a young boy in a bed, looking hollowed out. Moshiam might be saved, but it still harbors a lot of lingering darkness. A knight in heavy plate armor kneels before the throne. The woman, Lamashtu, declares that they'll be staying in this land for the time being. A knight with purple fire erupting from his helmet stands up. Behind him, an entire army of these spectral knights is standing ready. We follow your will. The mystery deepens. Vlad just beat a boss, only to find out there's a literal queen of the underworld moving into his backyard. 3 days later, the village is rebuilding, and the trauma is starting to scab over. Vlad wakes up looking like he just finished a 72-hour gaming marathon without water. He's realized he's slept for 3 whole days again. A local man is standing there, telling him to be glad the fighting stopped. He looked like a rag cloth when they found him. We get a flashback of the man literally dragging Vlad's limp body across the dirt like a sack of potatoes. Professionalism at its finest. Vlad immediately asks about the knights. The man tells him the captain's condition is the worst, but everyone is alive. He leaves to report that the hero is finally awake. Vlad sits alone in the quiet room, the sunlight streaming in. He lets out a sigh of relief. Everyone is alive. That's the only win condition he cared about. He remembers the barrier Justia put up at the last second. It was the only reason they didn't get crushed by the tower. He acknowledges she's incredibly strong. Then, Rahman speaks up. Vlad notes that it feels unfamiliar to talk to the spirit without holding a sword. Rahman explains that their horizons are now connected. Because they shared their worlds during the fight, the link is permanent. Vlad realizes he can now talk to the voice in his mind anytime. He's stoked. No more whispering in corners or pretending to be praying just to get some tactical advice. Rahman gets serious for a second. He tells Vlad something he's never said before. Vlad was the one who saved everyone. The master is finally giving the student his flowers. Thank you. It's a rare, genuine emotional moment between the two. Vlad just sits there for a moment, letting it sink in. He's not just a gutter rat anymore. Then he gets awkward. So, he tells Rahman that he worked really hard too. A small, rare smile from our guy. But he can't stay in bed forever. There are still receipts to be collected. Vlad heads back to the church ruins. A Holy Knight guard stops him, telling him not to come any closer. Vlad introduces himself as being from Sawara and says Justia knows him. The guard is stoic, but he lets Vlad pass after a long silence. Wait there. The guard doesn't trust the kid yet. Vlad watches the cleanup crew. The scale of the disaster is massive. He looks around, his eyes scanning the rubble. He's glad the Holy Knights finally arrived, even if they were late to the party. The villagers can finally breathe. The guard returns and says he can enter. Vlad walks into the main hall of the ruined church. He stops dead. Rows and rows of body bags. Most of them are small. He didn't realize how many victims there were in the chaos of the fight. The cost of this ritual was astronomical. Justia is standing in the center, holding the priest's red prayer book. She asks Vlad what he's doing here. Vlad bows and asks if he can search the area. He mentions Gregory already confirmed the missing women, but he's looking for someone specific. I have someone that I'm looking for personally. Justia watches him with those sharp, golden eyes. She warns him that remnants of the curse might still be around and tells him to get a blessing after he's done. Vlad starts walking down the rows of the dead. His eyes lock onto something. Long brown hair spilling out from under a white sheet. He reaches out with a trembling hand. It's the girl from his past. The one who gave him the egg in Sawara. He had hoped he wouldn't find her here. We see her back in the slums. She noticed Vlad's bruised eye and told him to rest. She was tough, saying a bruise was nothing compared to a broken bone. She gave him an egg, a massive luxury in the gutter. Vlad tried to give it back, but she told him to rub it against his eye. She called it a bribe and said she'd be counting on him next time. Now, she's lying on the cold stone floor, her light extinguished. Vlad whispers that life is a sickening thing. He's feeling that gutter nihilism creeping back in. He tells her not to do dangerous things in her next life. He wants her to be born into a good family and be loved. He kneels beside her, a lone figure in a sea of tragedy. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. He notices a small daisy ring on her finger, a small sign of beauty she held onto until the end. We move to a different room. A report is being written. Justia is having tea with Vlad. The mood is tense. She asks him about the end of the fight. He got sucked into a black hole that suddenly appeared? She's skeptical. She wants more details. Vlad plays the "I was too busy fighting" card. He says he was just trying to survive the attacks. Justia stares at him over her cup. She isn't buying it. Vlad knows he's a good liar. He worked with the outcasts of Sawara. He knows how to mix truth and lies to make a convincing story. Justia notes that the traces left behind were a total disaster. The power levels didn't match a simple mage fight. Vlad remembers one detail. He says he thinks the monster called out a name at the end. He pretends he can't fully remember because he was losing consciousness. Justia is peeling an apple, her movements precise. She asks if he'd remember if he ate something. Vlad says he thinks the name started with llama. Justia stops. Lamashtu? The air in the room goes cold. Vlad confirms it. Yes, that's the name he said. Justia's grip tightens. She crushes the apple in her hand. This name changes the stakes of the entire investigation. Vlad notices her reaction. He's just handed her a live grenade. Justia stands up and says San Rosina won't forget how he fought. She tells him to go back and rest. She's clearly rattled. Vlad watches her leave. He's relieved she doesn't suspect his power, but he's worried about what he saw in her. For a second, she became a completely different person, cold, sharp, and terrified. We move back to the city of Sawara. Tea is being poured in a high-end estate. Joseph Bayezid is looking as elegant as ever. He asks someone when they arrived in Sawara. The man sitting across from him is Lamund. He looks like a master who has seen it all. Lamund says it's been a while. Joseph notes that if he'd known Lamund was coming, he would have prepared a reception. Lamund smiles, calling himself the lowest-ranked person right now. He's being humble, which usually means he's incredibly dangerous. He puts his cup down, the atmosphere shifting. He looks Joseph in the eye. More importantly, where's the young boy? Chapter 54 Transitin. Open the next loop. Vlad has survived Moshiam. We're back at the Bayezid estate, where Joseph is playing host to Lamund. He explains that Vlad is currently out on a mission in the Uthman barony, Moshiam, and they're waiting for word. Lamund leans in, mentioning he met the patriarch before coming here. You can tell this old man doesn't do social calls. He mentions he only has 1 ducat left and wants to wrap things up. Joseph's eyes go sharp. A ducat isn't just a coin here, it's a master's endorsement. If Lamund is looking for a recipient, he isn't just here to see a servant, he's scouting. Lamund complains about the servants in Sturma, the main Bayezid seat, calling them all dull. He's basically saying the next generation of the family is looking like a bunch of mid-tier NPCs. He wonders if the servant Joseph groomed is any different. He's talking about Vlad, obviously. Joseph's bodyguard, the big man with the eye patch, actually speaks up for once. He says Vlad is definitely better, but adds that he likes to do whatever he wants. Lamund is intrigued. For a grumpy veteran like the bodyguard to give a compliment, Vlad must actually be useful. Lamund teases the bodyguard about his disgraceful younger days. It seems everyone in this room has a history that involves someone losing an eye or a duel. Lamund looks at his tea, whispering that he hopes he'll take a liking to this kid. He's seen too many young nobles who act tough just because their parents have money. He's ready to give Vlad a beating if he's just another spoiled brat. Joseph drops the hammer. My servant has no parents. He leans forward, making sure Lamund understands Vlad's gutter origin. He climbed out of the back alleys with nothing but his own strength. Joseph is a tactical genius. He knows Lamund also succeeded on his own, so he's intentionally connecting their backstories to pique the old man's interest. He wants to remind Lamund of his own difficult past. It's a calculated play to get Vlad a legendary mentor. Joseph asks Lamund to teach the boy a thing or two. Lamund plays hard to get, saying he hasn't liked a young man nowadays. But since Joseph made a formal request, he'll do it. I'll take a good look at him. When a guy with glowing blue eyes says that, it usually means a boss fight is coming. Back in Moshiam, the cleanup is finally winding down. Justia delivers a formal closing statement. The San Rosino Knights won't forget the bravery of the Bayezid team. Gregory, being the legend he is, asks her to put in a good word with their boss. Justia says she can't lie in her reports, but she'll try to consider their position. Gregory realizes he's probably cooked regardless. Suddenly, Justia's eyes lock onto Vlad. She sees something that doesn't add up. Vlad is holding a scroll, a formal banner. Vlad has a flag, huh? In this world, a flag means you're an independent force. It's a huge status symbol for a kid. Gregory notes that the Bayezid family is finally giving Vlad the treatment he deserves. He's an asset, not just a hound. Justia looks at the ruins. The traces of the battle are insane. A servant having the spirit to fight a Dullahan? That's extraordinary potential, and she knows it. They say their goodbyes. The San Rosino crew heads out with a blessing. The village watches them go. Vlad gives a faint wave. He's done his job, but his face says he's still carrying the weight of the bodies inside. The fog has finally cleared, and the sun is out. Gregory remarks that Moshiam was originally a place full of sunlight before the cult moved in. Vlad is relieved. He thinks Anna would prefer to be buried in a village full of light rather than a gloomy back alley in Sawara. He hopes she finally finds the warmth she was looking for. It's a bittersweet moment. The village is saved, but the cost was personal. That night, the team makes camp on the road back. It's a quiet night around the fire. Vlad is staring into the flames, having a total reality check. He realizes that without the voice, Riemann, he would be dead right now. He would have been suppressed by a large world he couldn't go up against. Just like Jorge and Anna, the power gap between him and the real monsters is still huge. Gregory notices him brooding and asks what he's thinking so intently about. Vlad tries to play it off as just things, but his face is a dead giveaway. Gregory isn't buying it. He's been around long enough to know when a kid is having an existential crisis. Vlad admits it. There are too many incredible people in this world. He doesn't know if he can survive while living among them. He's feeling that imposter syndrome hitting him at 100 mph. Gregory just smirks. He tells Vlad that everyone feels that way at least once. He says there are no defined answers, but he's made his own conclusion about life. Vlad is all ears. I need to keep burning. Gregory compares life to a fire. You can't stop the wind from blowing, and it will make your flame waver, but as long as there are sparks left, you can always burn again. You just have to hang in there and burn endlessly. Vlad realizes he's right. There are no shortcuts to getting strong. You can't just skip the grind. He needs to focus only on the present right now, because if he wants to face an enormous world, he needs to become an enormous flame. This is the core of Vlad's new resolve. Suddenly, the vibe changes. Something is watching them from the hills. A dark silhouette on a horse is silhouetted against the moon. A single blue eye watches Vlad. This is either a friend or the next guy who wants to kill him. History suggests the latter. Back at the estate, the doors open. Great work! Joseph is waiting. He's not smiling. He compliments their diligence and their ability to reach the root of the problem. So far, so good. However, there it is, the political reality check. Unsheathing Bayezid's swords in another lord's land is a massive legal no-no. Gregory immediately offers to take any punishment. He's trying to shield the kids. Lamoon speaks up from the back. The times have already changed. He calls them reckless for acting in other people's land. He says what's worse is that they knew the consequences and did it anyway. Laman stares at them with those piercing blue eyes. He's testing them. Vlad is visibly sweating. He can feel the extraordinary air around this old man. He's never met someone with this kind of presence. Joseph agrees. They've struck a sensitive nerve in a very chaotic time. The empire is falling apart. The imperial family can't control the regions anymore. Small and big territorial wars are breaking out everywhere. Joseph notes that there's no guarantee the North won't erupt into civil war next. Gregory bows his head, apologizing again. Joseph adds that even the Iron Duke is paying attention to Mosheim now. He admits they had good intentions, but the fire they caused is too big to ignore. Vlad is silent, absorbing the weight of noble politics. Lamoon clicks his tongue again. He tells them they should have gotten out earlier. He says they should have just passed the job to the Holy Knight of San Rosino and washed their hands of it. Vlad snaps. He tells Lamoon he has no right to say such things when he knows nothing. You weren't even there! Our guy is choosing violence today. Lamoon just chuckles. He mocks Vlad, saying kids these days don't think about consequences. Vlad shuts him down. He says if they hadn't gotten involved, every single one of those children would have died. The room goes silent. Vlad is standing his ground against a legend. Lamoon stops laughing. He looks Vlad in the eye. He sees the enormous flame Gregory was talking about. Oh, would you look at that? He's genuinely impressed. He thought Vlad was just a snot-nosed brat, but he's a beast. The wolf inside Vlad is showing. Lamoon has officially found his recipient for that ducat. Vlad isn't done. He emphasizes that Sir Gregory did his absolute best for the children. He mentions that the Church of San Rosino actually complimented them, not rebuked them. Stop. Joseph slams his hand onto the desk. He tells Vlad not to test his patience any more than this. Vlad's eyes go wide. He's never seen Joseph this angry or this serious. Gregory and Cade are looking at the floor, terrified. They know they're on thin ice. Joseph's face is cold as ice. He's finished with the explanations. The atmosphere in the room is heavy enough to crush a normal person. Vlad bows his head. Yes, sir. My apologies. Joseph looks at him, his gaze softening just a fraction, but he can't let them off. Lamoon is just standing in the corner, watching the show with his arms crossed. Joseph stays silent for a long moment, making them feel every second of their failure. He addresses Gregory, saying the second rule of a swordmaster, not hesitating, is a sensitive matter when it leads to international incidents. He needs to act before Baron Uthman sends a formal complaint. He has to show sincerity. The verdict, Knight Gregory is suspended indefinitely. Vlad looks up, shocked. Gregory is the heart of the team. No salary, no rights granted by the Bayezid household. And Cade is getting the same treatment. Gregory accepts it without a fight. Yes, Master Joseph. Then Joseph turns his attention to servant Vlad. Vlad braces himself. He's ready for the same, or worse. Joseph says he's treated Vlad well, fed him, and clothed him. But it seems I couldn't tame you. He says he's deeply regretful that Vlad spoke without permission and upset him. Joseph's hand is trembling. He's not actually angry at Vlad's actions. He's disappointed that he has to do this. He calls it a waste. Vlad is also suspended indefinitely. Joseph says he should have been stricter. Final order, Vlad must not be seen anywhere near Joseph unless he's summoned. It's an official exile within the house. Vlad walks out into the hallway, the weight of the silence following him. He has mixed feelings. He did the right thing, but he just lost everything he worked for. Joseph and the bodyguard watch him go, thinking about those eyes. Vlad is a wild animal that can't be kept in a cage. Lamund is waiting for him in the hall. So, your name is Vlad? He's grinning again. This guy is a professional menace. Vlad just stares at him. He's not in the mood for small talk with the guy who helped get him suspended. Lamoon mocks him for not answering when a grown-up is talking. He asks if Vlad was never taught etiquette. Vlad's face goes dark. He's been taught enough of those. He remembers Madam, the woman from the slums who treated him like a son. Madam was elegant, even in the gutter. She taught Vlad how to carry himself like a gentleman. Vlad places a hand on his chest, a perfect noble gesture. I'm Vlad. He does a formal greeting that would pass in any royal court. Then he looks Lamoon dead in the eye. May I ask for your name? Lamoon pauses. Those eyes. He feels Vlad's energy. It's like the kid is asking for a name before starting a duel to the death. Lamoon's old blood starts to boil. It's been decades since he felt this kind of predatory pressure. Okay, you want to know my name? He says that, unfortunately, he doesn't have a name he can tell Vlad right now. He slams his staff into the ground. The shockwave ripples through the marble. I'm simply someone who walks the lowest path. He reveals his flag, covered in the crests of every family he's served or fought. He says he hasn't completed his duty yet. This guy is a living legend, and Vlad just stepped into his world. We get a quick history lesson. There are knights who grow old without dying. They couldn't retire honorably on the battlefield, so they became wanderers. A battlefield of broken swords and fallen soldiers, footprints in the mud leading away from the carnage. They walk among the lowest places, the slums, the outposts, the dark corners. They're trying to find the honor that's been lost along the way. It's a lonely, brutal path for a warrior, just like the founding king, who was a swordmaster and spent his last moments among the common people. Back to sunlight, a high-end mansion. We see a map of the region. Count Gaidar prepared a bridgehead that leads to the north. Count Gaidar, the villain from the earlier arc, has basically secured the path for a northern invasion. Alicia Heinel is looking at the map. She knows that to go north, the enemy has to get past Darmar first. Her advisor is grave. They must be prepared for a siege. The center of the empire is blocked. The west is closing in. War is coming. Alicia says she needs to write a letter to Count Bayezid. She knows they'll help, because once Darmar falls, Bayezid County is next on the list. She smiles, looking at a handkerchief. I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. The advisor notes that rumors about Vlad are everywhere. He's growing up to be a fine man. Alicia is proud. She notes that Vlad even made acquaintances in San Rosino. Being close to the church is a huge political win. The advisor teases her for looking so proud. Alicia blushes. I've invested in him after all. She's acting like a proud fiancé, and it's wholesome/terrifying. She says their spy network has grown stronger thanks to her continued attention to Vlad's movements. She's basically a high-tier stalker. The advisor jokes that Darmar's main export is now spies instead of lemons. Alicia gets serious. She wants to expand the radius of her surveillance. She looks out the window at her city. She hopes the war will just go past them, but she knows that's a fantasy. The advisor notes that the world is changing rapidly, but change isn't all bad. Just like how flowers started to bloom after Vlad left, the White Snake's blessing is still working. Vlad brings hope and comfort wherever he goes. Night, a blacksmith shop in Moshayim. Vlad is there, hammering away. He's frustrated, thinking about that old fogey Lamond. The blacksmith is shocked. Vlad's sword is a mess. What on earth did you use this sword on? It was recently repaired, and it's already trashed. Vlad says he fought a headless man. The blacksmith is confused. Vlad says it's hard to explain, but it's just his fate. The blacksmith goes quiet for a second. Isn't it about time you change this sword? He says this sword is only slightly better than half-assed. It's made of normal iron by an average smith. Vlad is confused. This sword has been with him through everything. The blacksmith tells him the hard truth. If you use something that's beneath you, that thing will eventually break. A man walks into a forge with a request that makes no sense. He asks for a sword specifically designed to cut ghosts. At the time, the blacksmith thought he was just dealing with another mercenary who had spent too much time in the sun. But the mercenary mentioned Vlad of Shawara. He claimed the kid was already out there doing exactly that. Back in the present, Vlad realizes he knows the guy. It was a mercenary he met during the goblin subjugation who was a little too curious about where his blade came from. The old smith is looking at Vlad's sword right now, and he looks like he's seeing a miracle. He knows Vlad was too young to use aura when they first met. He's actually relieved to see Vlad standing there, because the state of that sword is basically a crime scene. He tells Vlad straight up that while the kid is going to keep growing through every trial, this hunk of iron is stuck in the past. If that blade snaps in a real fight, the sword isn't the only thing that's going to end up in pieces. The old man doesn't want his work to be the reason Vlad gets sent to the lobby permanently. He isn't asking for a change this second, but he needs Vlad to realize his gear is officially the bottleneck. Vlad asks if the old man takes custom orders, hoping to keep his business with the guy who helped him start. But the smith just gives him a tired smile. This was his last work. He's retired. Vlad looks like someone just told him Christmas was canceled. The smith watches him and realizes that despite the title and the kills, Vlad is still just a kid. Young people have the luxury of dreading a departure. For someone his age, it is just a Tuesday. The old man offers to sharpen it one last time. He asks if Vlad is bringing it back today or if he's in a rush. Vlad's eyes go sharp. He says he might actually need to use it soon. The blacksmith doesn't ask questions. He just fires up the wheel. Steel hits the stone and the sparks fly. Vlad watches in silence, sensing the focus. The finished product is a mirror. It looks brand new, but we all know that's just a cosmetic fix for a structural problem. Vlad is pumped, thanking his guy and promising to visit. The smith tells him to give an old man a break. Vlad promises to bring high-quality meat next time. The smith grumbles that meat is a mid-tier bribe at best, so Vlad offers to bring the good liquor too. That gets a reaction. The old man tells him to take care of himself. Vlad waves as he heads out into the shawara night. The smith watches him go, looking at the boy's back. Then the coughing starts. It is heavy. It is not okay. He's physically struggling, leaning against the doorframe just to stay upright. He pushed himself to the limit just to sharpen that blade. He really gave it his all. He looks out into the dark, sensing the change in the air. Vlad is walking through the slums, his cloak catching the wind. The way he walks now is different. There is a certainty there that wasn't present when he was just a candle boy. He can walk out of this mire whenever he wants now. He isn't trapped anymore. The blacksmith goes back inside and closes the door. The light goes out. The city is quiet, or it should be. Vlad stops. He can feel the shadow trailing him. He doesn't turn around. He just keeps moving, leading the follower exactly where he wants them. The footsteps behind him are perfectly synced. This guy is a pro. Vlad ducks into an alleyway. The shadow follows. Glowing eyes peer around the corner. It is Lamund. He's got that look on his face. The look of a man who just found something fun. Vlad is already waiting for him. Lamund just chuckles. The kid has good instincts. Vlad turns fully, his cloak settling. Lamund notes the Bayezid armor. He knows exactly who this kid is. Vlad cuts to the point. Why are you following me? The old man tries to play the "we're just going the same way" card. Nobody believes him. Vlad isn't playing. He's known since City Hall. His eyes start to glow. He feels like this guy has been trying to mess with him since they first crossed paths. Lamund loves the sharp energy. He's impressed that Vlad is staying in control instead of just losing it. He realizes the kid is capable of even more than he thought. Then he thinks back to something that happened earlier and gets a confused look. Vlad isn't waiting for a monologue. The old man's eyes widen. He realizes the brat didn't just notice him. He rebelled on purpose to bait him into this spot. Vlad tells him that if he's unhappy about something, he should have just said it. Don't beat around the bush. Say it with your chest. Lamund's grin is pure beast mode. He hasn't felt spirit like this in a long time. He draws his blade. He agrees that swords are better than words anyway. Vlad recognizes the style. This is the man Joseph vouched for, a former knight of the household. He figures there is a reason for this. He decides to be the one to initiate. If there is a reason for this fight, Vlad is just going to crush it. He launches. The impact is massive. He's trying to overwhelm the master right out of the gate. Lamund catches the strike and admits the kid has skills. Vlad grits his teeth. He's pushing with everything. They clash again. The movement is a blur. Sparks fly as the blades slide against each other. Vlad realizes something is wrong. The old man is using just the tip of his blade to shut down every single attack. He's read every move in seconds. Vlad can feel the history behind the old man's sword. This guy has survived 1,000 battlefields. Lamund asks if he's done already. Vlad looks down. Of course not. The atmosphere shifts. The aura flares. Green and blue flames erupt from Vlad's blade. He's just getting started. Lamund is genuinely stunned. Even in the Legend era, only a few could use aura this vivid at his age. This is insane. The old man is finally having the time of his life. The fight enters the second phase. Vlad is coming in hot. Lamund spins, parrying a flurry that would have ended a lesser knight. Vlad is pouring everything into the spirit of the blade. He swings for a heavy overhead strike. Lamund likes the spirit. He's moving with the grace of someone much younger. Vlad isn't letting him get away. He knows his techniques aren't on the master's level, so he goes for pure physical stats. He's younger, he's stronger, and he intends to outmuscle the legend. The blades grind. They are locked in a power struggle. The ground beneath Lamund's feet starts to give way. He comments that time is a cruel thing. He can feel his age in a way he hasn't in years. Vlad tells him to see how long he can keep smiling. Lamund admits the strategy was good, but Vlad picked the wrong opponent to try it with. The old man's eyes start to glow. The pressure in the alleyway doubles. Lamund reveals the next level, physical strengthening. Vlad is hit with a weight that makes his bones creak. This is not the same strength he was dealing with a minute ago. The old man explains that if you adapt the aura, you can use it like this. He literally grabs Vlad's sword with his bare hand. He has the blade tied down, and Vlad is completely neutralized. Lamund thinks he's won, but Vlad reaches for his belt. He draws a hidden dagger and lunges. Lamund is shocked. This smart brat just abandoned his primary weapon. That is not something a proper knight would ever do. It's bold. It's the move of a beast that only cares about the kill. The old man unloads a punch. The impact is like a truck hitting a wall. Vlad is sent flying. He slams into a pile of wreckage. The dust settles and the alley is a mess. Lamoon stands there, the smoke clearing. Then he panics. He realizes he actually got serious for a second and went too hard. He rushes over, asking if the kid is all right. Vlad is out cold. Lamoon mutters that he's a little weak on defense, which is a polite way of saying he just punched a hole through him. He remembers Joseph's words about cherishing Vlad's potential. He's currently wondering what the hell he's going to tell the boss. Meanwhile, Vlad is dreaming. He remembers Sir Gregory's advice. As long as the flames don't go out, it's enough. Deep in his unconscious mind, Vlad is still fighting. Lamoon notices him moving. The kid is actually grabbing him. He hasn't given up yet. Even while he's literally unconscious, the beast is trying to bite. Vlad pushes himself up through the debris. His eyes are barely focused. He mutters that the physical strengthening was cheating. Then he faceplants back into the dirt. The old man exhales. He admits it almost got bad for him too. He's smiling now. Genuine respect. Vlad passes. Cut to the palace. Joseph is getting the report. Lamund is in Shawara, and he's interested. Joseph looks over the papers. His expression, unreadable. He calls it a relief. The servant is confused. Joseph explains that Lamund is a nightmare to deal with. The guy once walked out of a meeting because he didn't like the energy of the servants. He has zero patience for anything fake. He wonders if he should be proud that Vlad caught the guy's eye, or annoyed that he's the only one who could. The servant notes that times have changed. But Lamund is a fossil from a more turbulent era. He rose from the bottom, so he has no respect for anyone who grew up sheltered. Joseph knows some things never change. The sigh Lamund gave earlier wasn't a complaint. It was a judgment. Regardless, the impact was made. San Rosino sent custom armor. Joseph realizes that Vlad is officially becoming someone special in the eyes of the major factions. He decides to send the gear to Shawara. The old traditions of the house are still alive, and it's all because of one guy from the gutter. Vlad wakes up in his room, clutching his head. He's definitely feeling that punch. He's replaying the fight, still obsessed with that body-strengthening aura. He realizes he has a lot to learn from the old man. The door is kicked open. Zemina is there with a mountain of laundry. Vlad tells her to knock, but she just asks if he sees her hands being free. He asks why she's doing his chores. She puts on a customer service voice. It is a service the tavern provides. He's the high-value guest on the 4th floor. Vlad admits he doesn't have the cash for that. She tells him it's free. Just his presence keeps the thugs away. Marcella said his name is enough of a deterrent now. Zemina calls him a full-fledged knight. He tries to downplay it. She stops. She pulls out Alicia's handkerchief, the one with her name on it. Vlad's face goes pale. Something did happen, he admits. Zemina gets that terrifying shadow over her eyes. She reminds him she sold her hair to get him started. She congratulates him on making it big. The sarcasm is at lethal levels. She slams the door. Vlad is left in the quiet. He's still thankful, but man, a lone black horse gallops through the night, moving with a speed that looks almost supernatural. Dust and shadows trail behind it like it's being chased by the wind itself. A group of riders is in hot pursuit, but they're clearly struggling to keep up with this absolute unit of a horse. People will always hunt for something brilliant, and this horse is the ultimate prize. We see a glimpse of its former life. It once carried a leader who has now passed on his role. A lasso flies through the air, trying to snag the beast, but it's like trying to catch smoke with a net. The horse dodges effortlessly, its eyes glowing with a cold, intelligent blue light. It refuses to be stopped by those who only want it for its value. It's a spirit horse, a legend of the grasslands that shouldn't even be in this territory. The hunters are getting frustrated. Trying to catch this thing is like trying to play Elden Ring on a dial-up connection. Complete lag and no payoff. They scream to keep up the chase, terrified of losing sight of the legendary creature. The narrator notes that the brilliant boy who used to ride this horse is nowhere to be found. This is a path the stallion has to walk alone for now, carrying a legacy it doesn't want to give up. The distance between the horse and the hunters grows until they're just a cloud of dust on the horizon. But someone is watching from the darkness. A single yellow eye glows with a dangerous intent. "We have to capture it," a voice says. Whoever this is, they aren't just looking for a ride. The silhouette of a tattooed warrior on a cliffside looms over the plains. The barbarians are here, and they've got their eyes on the prize. Flash forward to a much less epic scene. Lomond is eating sausages and apologizing for nearly killing Vlad the other day. He's doing the classic cool uncle routine, promising to give Vlad something good if he stops being salty about the punch. Vlad is unimpressed. He notes that there are things money can't buy, like a head that doesn't throb every time he blinks. He's also looking at the new San Rosino armor. It's the kind of high-tier loot you only get if you're the MVP of a world boss raid. Lamoon gets emotional, remembering how he used to hug his own armor for days when he was just a promising servant. Vlad just stares at him. You knew how valuable it was, yet you still ruined it by punching me through a wall? Lamund quickly changes the subject. He wants Vlad to come with him to prove his usefulness to Joseph during this suspension. Vlad thinks it over while chewing. It's a convincing argument. If he just sits around Shawara, he'll just look like a delinquent with a shiny breastplate. How do I show my usefulness? Vlad asks. Lamund just grins and says they'll report the results later. Our guy gets a bad feeling. Usually, when a mentor says, we'll report it later, it means you're about to do something high-key illegal or dangerous. Do you like horses? Lamund asks. It's the most ominous question you can ask a guy who has never sat in a saddle. Cut to a merchant caravan rolling through the grasslands. It's a massive operation with dozens of carts. Lamund is lounging in the back of a cart like he's on a beach vacation, explaining the rumors about the black horse. The coachman chimes in. The guards are calling it a spirit horse because it moves like a ghost and vanishes into thin air. Vlad is piecing things together. He's got a bad feeling that this isn't just a random animal. He remembers the headless knight and the spectral women. If this horse is spirit-possessed, it might be a remnant of that same dark magic. That would mean the danger level just jumped from animal control to exorcism. Vlad asks if it's okay to just be lying around like this while they're on a mission. Lamund tells him to chill. The horse will come looking for them eventually, so they might as well get some sleep. Vlad is baffled. What? It'll come looking for us? How do you know that? Lamund explains that this horse isn't just fast, it's exhibiting strange behaviors. Apparently, it watches people from a distance, specifically targeting horse carriages and carts. It knows what it's doing, it's searching for someone or something, and it's not shy about it. Vlad starts to feel uneasy. If it's a horse controlled by evil people, the investigation squad should have been here already. Lamund tells him to stop thinking so hard. It's a waste of energy for someone who isn't even at the master level yet. Whatever will happen, he says. The ultimate, it is what it is philosophy. They continue to roll along. Vlad looks out at the horizon, his hand resting on his cracked hilt. Lamund finally drops the act. The horse wasn't actually the main reason he brought Vlad out here. He wanted to observe Vlad up close. If he likes what he sees, he might actually teach him something useful. How long has it been since you started using aura? He asks. Vlad says about 3 or 4 months. Lamund is stunned. For a normal knight, getting to Vlad's level in 4 months is like finishing a PhD during a weekend bender. But it's interesting, Lamund notes. You still haven't found your own color. Here is the lore drop for the day. Aura is a manifestation of the heart. If you haven't found your color, your world hasn't been decided yet. Vlad gets right in the old man's face. He wants to know exactly what he needs to do to unlock his true power. He's got that main character sparkle in his eyes. He's ready to grind. Lamund pushes him away. Don't come so close, brat. He asks if Vlad was ever taught the basics of aura manifestation. Vlad says he was told the basics were important, but that's about it. Lamund realizes Sir Yager is being way too stingy with the advanced info. Show more of yourself to the world, Lamund advises. Don't hide your intent too much. Vlad is confused. How do you show your heart to the world through a hunk of metal? Lamund explains the concept of the key. You need to create a physical ritual to bring out your inner world. Vlad has seen other knights use aura, but he never realized their specific movements were actually keys. He thinks back to every fight he's ever seen. He struggles to remember because he was usually too busy trying not to die to notice a cool pose. But then it clicks. He remembers. Every elite knight he's clashed with had a specific tell. Sir Pablo would put his sword in front of his shield like a barricade. Sir Gregory would sink his blade with his footwork perfectly. Rudiger would flick his sword with his finger, a tiny action that ignited a massive fire. And then there was Godwin, the Moonlight Knight. His key was silence, a cold, moonlit stillness that heralded death. Vlad realizes he's just been using aura by feeling the situation. He's been brute forcing it this whole time. That's the key, Lamund says. It's the ritual to open your heart's world big and wide. Vlad admits he just goes with his gut. That's exactly why his aura has no defined color. It's raw and unrefined. Lamund tells him to think about it in advance. Yager will explain the mechanics later, but Vlad needs to find his own ritual. Suddenly, Lamund's eyes go wide. He hears a sound that shouldn't be there. "Get down!" he screams, grabbing Vlad by the head and slamming him into the hay. A massive arrow whistles through the air and thuds into the cart right where Vlad's chest was. The coachman screams. Something just flew past them with enough force to kill a bull. Lamund looks at the arrow. It's heavy, crude, and effective. It seems things won't be going smoothly, he mutters. It's an ambush! Stay on guard, he bellows to the rest of the caravan. The merchants and mercenaries are caught off guard. They're looking around trying to figure out where the threat is coming from. Another arrow takes out a horse in mid-gallop. The cart swerves as the animal hits the dirt. The guards are panicking because they can't see the enemy yet. A scout points to the ridge. Bandits, he screams. But these aren't just your local highwaymen. The horizon is filled with riders. A massive horde of mounted warriors is charging down the hill. Lamoon tells the coachman to get the horse running quickly and hold on tight. Vlad is shocked. A bandit group in this territory? They're deep in Bayezid land. They're no ordinary bandit group, Lamoon says, his voice going dangerously calm. They're way more troublesome. A massive warrior raises his blade, silhouetted by the sun. He looks like he's carved out of stone. They're barbarians, Lamoon states. This just went from a training mission to a war zone. The sky is filled with a rain of arrows. The barbarians are opening with a full volley. The mercenary guards raise their shields, the sound of wood splintering filling the air. The merchant's leader is screaming to maintain formation, but the mercenaries are already looking for the nearest exit. The barbarians aren't stopping. They're firing from horseback while charging, a high-ping tactic that regular infantry can't handle. They hit the flank of the caravan with the force of a tidal wave. Lamoon notes that they started with the mercenaries first to remove the teeth of the caravan. Vlad is confused. Why are northern border barbarians this far south? It's like finding a polar bear in the middle of a desert. Just when I thought we'd have an easy trip, Lamoon grumbles as he draws his sword. He tells the coachman to put a saddle on the luggage horse. The coachman is terrified. "This is just a pack animal, sir!" Lamoon says it's better than running. Barbarians are born on top of horses. They are elite riders from the moment they can walk. Vlad looks out at the chaos. He knows that except for their top warriors, these guys shouldn't be able to handle a real knight. "Burn this into your mind," Lamoon warns. "To beat them, you have to destroy their mobility." Listen up, a voice booms over the battlefield. The barbarian leader stands on a ridge. He says they don't intend to kill everyone. They just want a toll fee. The merchants see a glimmer of hope. A toll fee? They'll just let us go? The merchant leader is already reaching for his gold. "Tell us how much! We'll pay!" The leader smiles. "Everything except your life. You leave with just your bodies." The merchant's face goes pale. He realizes what that means. They'll be left naked and broke in the middle of a wasteland. "If you hold on to anything," the barbarian adds, "that will become your toll fee to the afterlife." The merchant realizes he's cooked. The mercenaries they paid a high price for are already shaking in their boots. His top priority is survival, but can he really trust the word of a barbarian? The leader sits high on his horse, looking down at the civilized people like they're just cattle. He signals his men. The negotiation is over. He gives a subtle nod. "All right, let's go." The horde starts its final charge. Vlad watches them move. He realizes they aren't just here for the gold, they're here to humiliate them. Lamoon is mounting his luggage horse. "I don't like them. I tried to like them, but it didn't work. Here they come. Get ready." Vlad takes a deep breath. Since he can't ride a horse, he only has one chance to make an impact. The barbarian riders close the gap, their horses' hooves sounding like thunder. But then, the horses start to hesitate. Vlad stands in their path, his eyes glowing with an intense blue aura. The horses start rearing up, neighing in terror. They sense the beast inside Vlad and they want no part of it. "Damn it," Vlad grumbles. His aura is so sharp and heavy it's scaring the mounts before he can even swing his sword. Lamoon uses the opening to launch himself forward. "Go Ao Yi!" Vlad kicks off the cart, moving with insane speed. The two of them dive into the middle of the barbarian formation. The distance isn't what they aimed for, but it's their only shot. The barbarians are laughing. "Who are these two? An old man and a brat? Cut them down!" Lamoon's eyes flare. "Shitheads!" The barbarians raise their curved blades, expecting an easy kill. "Who do yo think I am?" Lamoon screams as his blade becomes a blur of lethal precision. A barbarian head flies into the air. The rest of them freeze. That's Ira! A KNIHT? They realize they just brought a knife to a nuke fight. "Turn the horses away! Put distance!" But it's too late. The air around them has already gone cold. Vlad is in the air, his silhouette blocking the sun. "You're not going anywhere, you scumbags!" His voice is like grinding stone. A barbarian looks up, his pupils shrinking in fear. "What?" Vlad lands a strike that carves through horse and rider alike. A barbarian falls, his body hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. Vlad stands in the wreckage, shadows swirling around him like a shroud. "Ha! Hi-ee-ee-ee-eek!" The riders are scrambling, their elite cavalry training completely useless against a monster on foot. Lamoon watches from the side, a small smile on his face. The kid is learning. "Vlad, follow me!" he shouts. "This ambush wasn't successful!" They need to kill as many as possible before reinforcements arrive and turn this into a siege. "Above YOU!" Vlad screams. The barbarian leader is in the air, having jumped off his horse for a massive overhead strike. Lamoon looks up, his expression going serious for the first time. The blades clash. The shockwave of the impact clears the dust for 50 yards. "Gosh," Lamoon grunts. "Where did someone this strong come from?" The leader's eyes are locked onto Lamoon's. He's not a regular warrior. He's an elite among elites. He channels his own energy into his blade. It's not aura as we know it, but something raw and ancestral. "A knight, huh?" the leader mutters. He's not intimidated, he's hungry. Lamoon realizes this guy isn't an opponent he can cut down in a single strike. This is a mini-boss. Vlad, run! Lamoon commands. The mercenaries will bail the moment they see a chance. Vlad needs to go back and protect the common people. Vlad hesitates. He doesn't want to leave his mentor in a 1v1 against a powerhouse. You're of no help here without a horse! Run, Thier, now! Yes, sire! Vlad turns and sprints back toward the caravan. He's a lone shadow running across the plains. Another barbarian rider sees him and goes for an easy pickoff. The rider swings his curved blade with the full momentum of his horse. Vlad parries, the sound of the impact echoing like a hammer on an anvil. Cook-H! Vlad is skidding across the grass. The impact was insanely heavy because of the speed of the horse. Physics is a real jerk when you're on foot. He tells himself to calm down. He needs to stand his ground or he'll get trampled. Damn it, if only I could ride a horse. His eyes glow blue again. He's reaching his limit of patience. Suddenly, the barbarians stop. They hear a sound coming from the distance. A cloud of dust is approaching from the rear. It's a single horse, moving faster than any barbarian mount. Vlad recognizes that sound. It's the rhythm he heard in the rumors. That's the horse! A barbarian screams. They've been hunting the son of the grasslands for months, and they are not about to let it slip away again. To them, this isn't just a horse. It's a trophy of divine blood. They launch their lassos, desperate to snag the legend before it disappears into the dust. But the horse just looks bored. It weaves through the ropes like it's playing a rhythm game on easy mode. It's moving at a speed that shouldn't be physically possible for an animal that size. The raiders are swearing up a storm. They realize the stallion is mocking them. The horse isn't just running, it's charging toward a specific destination. And that destination is a guy standing on a rock with zero horse riding experience. Vlad raises his sword, acting as a literal beacon in the middle of the wasteland. He's shouting at the top of his lungs, "I'm over here!" He's basically calling an Uber in the middle of a war zone. The horse's eyes glow. It recognizes the beast energy rolling off Vlad. It leaps. It's a massive, gravity-defying jump that clears the entire cliffside. This thing isn't just a horse. It's a four-legged cruise missile. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He starts sprinting toward the edge. He tells the raiders they aren't going anywhere. He's finally found his ride. A barbarian tries to intercept him, swinging a curved blade from the saddle. Vlad kicks off the dirt, and he meets the horse mid-air. The raiders watch in absolute horror. This is a main character moment if I've ever seen one. Vlad drops onto the stallion's back as it thunders across the plains. The landing is perfect. He's not even using a saddle, he's just gripping the mane with raw aura. The barbarians are having a collective existential crisis. The son of the grasslands is supposed to have divine blood. It has rejected their greatest warriors for years, yet it just let a random imperial brat hop on like it's a pony ride. Vlad is laughing. He feels the connection instantly. He realizes he doesn't have to hold his aura back anymore. The horse can actually handle his weight. I can now run to my heart's content! This is the first time since he left Shawar that he feels truly unrestricted. The barbarian leader, Age, is furious. He orders his men to take the horse back at any cost. But it's too late. Vlad and the stallion are already a blur of blue energy. His eyes flare. He's syncing his aura with the horse's heartbeat. The barbarians barely have time to blink. Vlad cuts through the entire formation in a single pass. It's not even a fight, it's a drive-by with a broadsword. The raiders at the back don't even realize their friends in the front are already down. Bodies and steel are flying everywhere. Vlad is essentially a lawnmower right now. Ajay realizes the situation has shifted. He sees the aura and recognizes that Vlad is a knight. He tells his men to stop the head-on engagement. They need to use distance and pick him off from afar. But Vlad is faster. The stallion closes the gap before they can even draw their bows. He's got their backs. The hunters have officially become the hunted. The barbarians try to split up and surround him, a classic cavalry tactic. The horse lets out a neigh that sounds like a war horn. The raiders' horses start to panic. They can smell the divine blood, and they want no part of this smoke. The riders are losing control. Their mounts are rearing up, refusing to move forward. Age is watching his entire squad fall apart because of one horse and one kid. He can feel the chill in the air. He knows exactly who he's looking at now. Vlad's aura explodes into a pillar of blue light. He looks like a god of the grasslands, standing tall on the stallion's back. The barbarians are frozen. They've never seen aura this dense before. You are the ones getting hunted from now on. The narrator would like to point out that this is a 10-10 line delivery. Age has seen enough. He finishes his business with Lamund and turns his full attention to Vlad. He's a mountain of a man, covered in tattoos that start to glow with a dark reddish light. He launches a strike that Lamund barely parries. The power dynamic on this field is shifting again. Lamund is breathing hard. His pack horse is foaming at the mouth, completely spent. The old man realizes his mobile advantage is gone. A pack horse was never going to win a drag race against a barbarian elite. Age towers over him. It's over. He brings down his curved blade with enough force to shatter the ground. Lamun's horse collapses. The impact sends a cloud of dust into the air. The old man is sent skidding across the dirt, his sword barely holding together. Age stands over the wreckage, looking like a raid boss. The horse is dead. Lamund is down. The barbarians cheer, but the old man starts to chuckle. He's got that "I'm not locked in here with you" energy. He tells Age that it's been a while since someone made his blood boil like this. Age is annoyed. He hates when old men don't know when to stay down. Suddenly, a horn blasts in the distance. Lamund recognizes it. It's the barbarian signal for an approaching threat. But the threat is just one kid on a very fast horse. Lamund smiles. Vlad? Our guy is coming in hot, leaning forward like he's trying to break the sound barrier. Age's eyes narrow. He's genuinely impressed by the kid's audacity. He prepares to meet the charge. He thinks Vlad is coming in for a joust. Lamund watches from the ground, telling the bastard to stop right there. Age is confused. He's a leader of the grasslands, yet the divine horse rejected him and chose a city boy. Get off that horse right now! He's shouting like a guy whose crush just went to prom with his rival. Vlad doesn't care about his feelings. He's wondering if the old man is still alive. He sees Lamund in the distance, looking like a mess. Phew, he's not dead yet. Vlad is surprisingly casual about his mentor's near-death experience. Age repeats his demand. He thinks the horse belongs to the tribe by divine right. Vlad tells him to screw off. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Age loses it. He lets out a roar that ignites his tattoos into a literal furnace. Vlad's eyes go wide. He feels a shift in reality. This isn't just aura. This is. Age is using ancestral power to engrave his own world onto the battlefield. He's officially on the level of a knight who can control aura, but with a barbarian twist. I'll take your life as the price for sullying a divine horse. Age is ready to go all out. Vlad just grins. I'd love to see you try. The two forces collide. It's blue crystalline aura versus red ancestral fire. Age's red blade meets Vlad's steel, and the friction creates a blinding light. They are moving so fast, they look like streaks of color on a canvas. Every time they clash, sparks rain down like a meteor shower. Age is focused. He's trying to read Vlad's movements, but our guy is too unpredictable. The barbarian leader funnels more magic into his arm. His veins are literally glowing through his skin. He pushes back, trying to throw Vlad off balance. Vlad realizes Age is catching up. The physical gap between a master and a rising star is starting to show. It's too late, Age mutters. He raises his curved blade for a finishing blow. Vlad is wide open, or so it seems. The stallion suddenly swerves, its intelligent blue eyes seeing the opening before Vlad does. The blade misses by a hair. Vlad exhales. Phew, that was dangerous. Thanks, buddy. He's officially best friends with the horse now. Age is seething. A horse with divine blood acting as a bodyguard for a human? Unheard of. He notes that Vlad and the horse have already become one in their movement. They are perfectly synced. Vlad looks at Age across the dust. He's faced strong people before, but this guy is a different breed. He can deal with sword attacks, sure, but the problem isn't the sword. It's the horse riding technique. Vlad realizes he's playing the barbarian's game. In a mounted duel, Age has years of experience. Plus, Vlad's thighs are starting to tremble. Riding bareback is basically a brutal leg day that never ends. He needs to flip the situation. He can't win a fair race, so he's going to make it messy. He remembers Lamund's advice. When you're up against a barbarian, you must kill off their mobility. Vlad makes a decision. He's going to get dirty. He charges one more time, but instead of a sword strike, he aims for the horse. Age sees the intent and goes for the kill. He can't allow Vlad to carry on this momentum. I must end this here! His magic flares to its absolute limit. Bring ITO on! He screams. Vlad lets out a sharp ha! He doesn't clash. He throws his heavy cloak directly into Age's face. It's a gutter trick. Age is momentarily blinded by the flying fabric. The raiders are confused. He's running away? Vlad is indeed heading for the edge of the cliff. Dishonorable bastard, Age growls. He thinks Vlad is trying to escape. And you dare ride on the divine horse? He pursues him with zero hesitation. Vlad looks back over his shoulder with a grin that should make Age very nervous. I heard you guys are born on top of horses. I've always been living in the mud beneath the horses. Age is done with the metaphors. What nonsense are you spouting? If I've done this much for you, Vlad thinks, it's time you do something I want. He grips the mane one last time, and he jumps. He doesn't jump away from the cliff. He jumps off his horse and onto Age's horse. Age is stunned. Your petty tricks won't work. He swings blindly, but Vlad is already mid-air. Vlad tackles him. He isn't trying to cut him anymore. He's trying to pin him. The two of them fly off the edge of the cliff, silhouetted against the sun. They hit the ground hard. Let's fight in the mud! Vlad screams. He's brought the king of the grasslands down to the level of a gutter rat. They tumble through the dirt, aura and magic sparking with every roll. The impact at the bottom of the ravine is massive. A huge cloud of dust settles. The barbarians are screaming for their leader. Lamund is limping toward the edge, swearing under his breath. He knows that even a knight can't easily survive a fall from that height. He looks down into the darkness. Ha! He spots something moving. What a nasty brat. In the middle of the crater, a blue light is glowing. Vlad has pinned Age to the ground. He's used his world, the crystalline fortress, to create a buffer that absorbed the fall. Age is gasping for air. I'm Age, of the Budat tribe. Vlad has his sword at Age's throat. So what? He looks like he could keep going for 10 more rounds. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the high society world. The atmosphere goes from dust and blood to tea and lies. Joseph Bayezid is sitting in his study, looking bored while a woman talks to him. This is the convent head. She looks like she hasn't smiled since the medieval era. She's complaining about Vlad taking a nun away without proper procedures. She says even a Bayezid can't just do as they please with the church's people. She's acting like Vlad is a common criminal rather than the hero of Moshiam. She claims that Vlad's humble birth makes him impatient and vicious. It's pure classism disguised as holiness. Joseph is listening, but he's actually doing advanced mental math. He knows Vlad is disrespectful, but he also knows Vlad isn't stupid. The nun says she's certain Vlad will cause trouble in the near future. Joseph remains silent, letting her dig her own grave. She says she's worried that Vlad might sully Joseph's honor. Joseph thinks to himself, is that so? He realized the timing of this complaint is way too convenient. The incident she's talking about happened weeks ago. Why is she only complaining now? It's because San Rosino, the big church headquarters, just officially recognized Vlad. This is definitely intentional, Joseph realizes. Someone is trying to sabotage Vlad's rise before he becomes untouchable. And there's only one person who can move the head of a convent like this, Bishop Pierre, the man who looks like he should be a final boss in a Dark Souls game. Joseph explains the political landscape. Shawara is controlled by two people, the bloodlines and the faith. That balance is tipping. Vlad's achievements are making Joseph's side way too heavy. If Vlad becomes a legendary hero, he's staring down the nun, who is definitely a spy, and realizing that the church's obsession with a simple squire's rudeness means they have a much darker goal in mind. The meeting gets interrupted by a knock at the door. The stable hand they sent with Lamund has sprinted back to the city looking like he just saw a ghost. Joseph doesn't even have to ask. He knows this isn't going to be, hey, we had a nice picnic news. The kid unloads, barbarians have shown up, and the situation is a complete mess. The nun's face says, oh no, but Joseph's face says, calculating the most efficient way to use this tragedy for profit. The barbarians are currently ambushing people on the main trade route between Shawara and Varna. Joseph gives him the cold eyes. Did you just leave them there and run away? The kid is shaking. He explains that Lamund ordered him to get help because Vlad is currently holding the barbarians' boss hostage in the middle of a literal army. The mercenaries who were supposed to be guarding the merchants, they hit the log out button the second things got scary. Joseph closes his eyes for a second. He clarifies for the nun, who is sweating now, that Vlad and Lamund are currently the only things standing between a group of pilgrims and a barbarian massacre. And then he gives that smile. The one that usually means someone's career is about to end. He calls in Sir JR and tells him to get the private soldiers ready. He tells the stable hand god that he's the tour guide for this little rescue mission. They salute and move out immediately. Joseph doesn't do slow. He turns back to the nun and asks if she thinks Vlad's behavior is commendable now. He leans in, noting that even if Vlad is a lowborn with a temper, he's currently out there doing God's work protecting young lambs. The nun has no choice but to agree, even though it's killing her. Now, the real message. Joseph tells her to relay a specific note to Bishop Pierre. He says he's so grateful for the bishop's concern. The nun feels the air in the room change. It's the kind of chill you get right before a boss fight starts. Joseph finishes, tell him I'll visit him soon, and that I will face him proudly. This isn't a social call. This is a declaration of war. Cut back to the grasslands at sunset. The merchant group is still stuck in the middle of nowhere. Vlad is looking off into the distance, his aura sensing something coming. The barbarian numbers are growing. They aren't leaving without their chief. Lamund notes that these guys aren't ordinary bandits. If they were, they would have dipped the second their boss got captured. He's sitting on the back of the wagon, guarding a very tied up and very grumpy Age. The problem is time. If the sun sets before they reach Shawara, the barbarians own the night. He wonders if the stable hand boy actually made it to the city. Suddenly, the spirit horse's ears perk up. Vlad smiles. He hears it too. A massive dust cloud is blooming on the horizon. It's the Shawara cavalry, led by Sir JR. They look like a literal wall of steel. The merchants start cheering like they just won the lottery. Age, the barbarian chief, just sighs. Damn it! He tells Lamoon that if the old man had just abandoned the luggage, the barbarians would have won by now. Lamoon just smirks. That's what experience looks like, kid. But then Lamoon's eyes go cold. He asks the real question, why did you come this deep into the empire? Agay looks away. He claims they only needed the son of the plains. Lamoon doesn't buy it. If they just wanted the horse, why pillage? Agay says they were just looking for pocket money on the side. The chief looks at Vlad and the horse. He realizes the whole mission just evaporated. He never thought the son of the plains would choose a boy from the empire over a barbarian warrior. Lamoon hears horse hooves approaching. JR rolls up and immediately starts talking trash, asking Lamoon why he's struggling against only this much of a barbarian. He's glad Vlad is safe, though. He offers to escort them the rest of the way to Shawara. Vlad looks at the barbarian army still watching them from the hills. He asks what they're going to do about them. JR looks at the horizon. He says they should avoid a war while times are chaotic. He's going to persuade them to leave. And by persuade, he means he's going to flex. Green aura starts erupting from his body like a solar flare. Agay watches, his eyes widening. JR looks like a literal god of war standing there, his sword glowing with enough power to level a mountain. The barbarians in the hills feel the pressure. This is a level of power they weren't prepared for. They realize that if this man moves, it's not a fight, it's an annihilation. Agay screams at his men to return. He's not letting his entire tribe get erased today. His men are hesitant. They don't want to leave their leader. You stuffy bastards! Can't you see what's happening? Return! Agay is literally saving their lives by yelling at them. The warriors realize he's right. This is Shawara's front yard, and they are currently staring at a monster in human skin. They can't handle Lamond and Vlad, let alone a fresh, high-rank knight. They decide to fall back. They're banking on the fact that the Empire won't kill Agay because they want to avoid a full-scale tribal war. Agay watches them go, looking relieved. Please survive by any means, his men shout back. The army vanishes into the sunset. Lamoon mocks JR's civilized method, but JR just shrugs. The results are clean. The dust settles as the threat disappears. The merchants are ecstatic. They left! We're saved! They crowd around Vlad, thanking him for protecting them. Our guy is getting a taste of what it feels like to be a hero. But the spirit horse is not a fan of the crowd. The cheering is getting loud, and the horse's eyes are starting to roll back. It rears up, nearly tossing Vlad into the dirt. The merchants realize this thing is a literal wild animal and back off quickly. Vlad tries to pet it, telling it to calm down, but this horse has a zero-tolerance policy for human affection. JR rides up, looking at the beast. What's up with the horse? Vlad gives a proud smirk. It's the one I met during the Deathworm fight. It somehow found me. JR remembers Vlad mentioning a wild horse back then. He admits it's not an ordinary animal. Vlad is already planning to buy a saddle the second they get home. JR just shakes his head and chuckles. You're finally being worth your food, he says to Vlad. They start the long ride home, the hero and the knight, side by side. Cut to Shawara at night. The city gates are looming. JR stops and looks back. What are you doing? Are you not going in? Vlad is struggling. The horse has literally anchored itself to the ground and refused to move. JR gives him the "Are you serious?" look. He realizes the horse was in a bad mood the whole time the merchants were nearby. Vlad is sweating. He realizes he's being hated by the very animal that chose him. And the horse? It clearly hates every human in its line of sight. JR sighs, rubbing his head. I can't even begin to guess where I should fix you from. What a great pairing you two are. Pure sarcasm. Cut to a campfire outside the city. Vlad is sitting there looking defeated while the horse sleeps like a king. Oof, man. Morning at the nest. The base of operations for our favorite slumborn knight. Lamoon is already inside, drinking and relaxing like he didn't just fight a barbarian tribe. Vlad walks in looking like he hasn't slept in 3 days. He's still complaining about how stubborn that horse is. Lamoon asks if it had any effect. Vlad says, well, a bit. He realizes what the barbarian told him wasn't just random trash. He remembers the advice. This horse likes the color red. The flashback to Agay reveals the logic. The frozen plains give the horses nothing. So, a climbing rose that opens up to the warmth is a sign of survival to them. Red equals life. Vlad is currently holding a massive bouquet of red roses, looking very confused about his life choices. Lamoon smirks. Since the horse has specific tastes, finding a solution should be easy. Vlad thinks it through. Better to have as many red colors as possible, right? Lamoon agrees. The bigger the better. Then Vlad looks up. Something big, red, and moving. We see a head of bright, fiery red hair. It's Zemina, walking across the balcony with a stack of laundry. Lamoon literally points at her. That much is more than enough to be called a rose. Lamoon asks if it'll be all right. He can tell they aren't exactly close right now. Vlad gives a nostalgic smile. We've been fighting since we were kids. We don't even think about how close we are. Zemina's response? A cold, dark piss off. Vlad is stunned. I haven't even said anything yet. She tells him not to loaf around because she's working. He begs her for just a minute. She snaps. She tells him to go ask Lady Alicia for favors because she's busy. The jealousy is at an all-time high. Vlad keeps pushing, and Zemina's temper is reaching the boiling point. I said I'm busy. Can't you see me worky? She stops. A massive pile of red roses is shoved into her face. Hold this and help me out, Vlad says, completely oblivious to how this looks. She's stuttering now. I told you to ask Lady Alicia, didn't I? Vlad gets serious. No. He gives her the most charming, sparkly-eyed look in his repertoire. It's something no one but Lady Zemina can do. Mission accomplished. Zemina's brain has completely short-circuited. She is bright red. She mumbles, what is it then, while hiding her face behind the flowers. Vlad, being the tactical genius he is, asks why her face is turning red. She tells him to shut up. He really has 0 skill points in romance. Cut to the Shawara prison. It's a bleak, stone fortress. Joseph Bayezid is walking down the hall with JR. It's time for an interrogation. They stop in front of a cell. Joseph introduces himself as the mayor of Shawara. Agay is sitting there, chained to the wall but still looking like an absolute unit. He mocks the great mayor for coming down to a dirty cell himself. Joseph ignores the bait. He hopes it was worth the trip. Agay notes that he's met many men who try to act cold or dignified, but he admits that Joseph is real. He can feel the weight of the man's soul. Joseph asks about the barbarian traditions. He's heard that handling wild horses is a taboo subject for the Budat tribe. The philosophy is that every being has its own zone. Wild horses belong on the green plains, nowhere else. He knows the barbarians respect this principle. So what is the true reason you broke a taboo and risked your lives to come here? Age goes quiet. He stands up, the chains rattling. He says he had a thought on his way to this cell, that maybe being caught was a good thing. He's responsible for the future of his tribe. And the only reason he tried to take the son of the plains is because they needed the fastest being they knew of. Suddenly, Agay snaps. He lunges at the bars, yelling, Yo you! WH8 Have, yo you don't! He's throwing a massive punch at the iron bars, his face full of genuine panic. JR's sword is out in a flash, the tip right at Aga's throat. The barbarian doesn't even blink at the blade. He's looking past Joseph. Joseph is confused. What do you just how did yo do that the Hacha Dragon is rampagging? The room goes ice cold. Joseph's eyes widen. We see a vision of a massive, terrifying dragon made of shadow and flame. Agay demands to know what they did with the shards of the dragon. Joseph explains that the proof of the pact was safely turned over to the Iron Duke. Agay ignores the politics. He makes a demand. Bring me the blonde boy that took me down. He says the only thing that can catch up to the quickest dragon is the son of the plains. He claims the horse chose Vlad for a reason. Joseph says he'll consider it. Agay warns him to hurry. He explains the lore. The remnants of a fallen dragon have inherited the blood of the most perfect dragon. The beast probably didn't even realize it was a dragon until recently, but now that it's realized its nature, it won't just stay in one region. This is a continental threat. Agay leans in for one last question. What have you done with the shards of the dragon? He knows something Joseph doesn't. Scene shift to the Duchy of Baranov, the capital city, Vastopol. It's a frozen nightmare. The flag of the Iron Duke ripples in a blizzard. A man is looking out over the city. The fallen dragon cries. This is Timur Baranov, the Iron Duke. He looks like he eats boulders for breakfast. A priest runs in, screaming for the Duke. The shard of the dragon! The Duke closes his eyes. Has it started again? He's furious. He asks what the mages were doing, noting that it doesn't look ordinary this time. He orders a priest to write a prayer immediately. He's looking for the Holy Knights. Grand Master Gunter is on the way. The Duke is sprinting through his palace. He reaches a massive set of double doors and stops. He can feel it, a different vigor than before. He reaches for the handle. He throws the doors open. The room is filled with a blinding light and the sound of chains rattling. The Duke's eyes are full of intensity. Inside the room, the shards of the dragon are vibrating so hard they're glowing. They are resonating with each other. The dragon is awake, and the world is not ready. Vlad's base, the nest, is currently being swarmed. Marcella is standing there looking a little overwhelmed as the front door basically explodes with people. It's a literal mob of merchants and citizens carrying expensive gifts, gold-plated boxes, and top-shelf liquor. Marcella has to break the news that Sir Vlad is currently out working, but these guys are not taking no for an answer. They're all tripping over themselves to give him thanks for saving that merchant group from the barbarians at the nunnery. Marcella catches herself using the title Sir for Vlad. She realizes she's getting caught up in the hype too, but hey, the kid earned it. She sees this as a huge opportunity. Rumors are moving faster than fiber optic internet, and she needs to use this momentum to lift Vlad's reputation as high as possible. She puts on her manager of a rising star face and tells them that Vlad has been busy as the promising talent of the Bayezid family. The merchants are nodding along like they're at a cult meeting. They're convinced this kid is the next big thing in the empire. She offers to write down their names so Vlad knows exactly who sent the expensive stuff. Up on the balcony, Zemina is watching this whole performance with a heavy stack of laundry and an even heavier heart. She looks down at the crowd. Everyone is celebrating her best friend's success. She knows she should be happy for him. This is what they dreamed of when they were starving in the gutters. But looking at his silhouette in her mind, it feels like he's walking away into a world of light and glory where she doesn't belong. She's stuck in the hallway, lost in her own head, when a voice calls her name. It's Marcella. She's peeked around the corner and caught Zemina moping. She gives Zemina a look that says, "I know exactly what you're thinking, and we're going to fix it right now." The scene shifts to the kitchen area. Marcella drops a bombshell. She wants Zemina to be the one who handles the guests visiting Vlad from now on. She's serious. Anyone who wants to talk to the rising star of Shawara has to go through Zemina first. Zemina is panicking. These aren't just slum rats. These are high-ranking merchants and nobles. She thinks Marcella should do it. If she makes a mistake, she's worried it'll make Vlad look bad in front of the big players. Marcella stops her right there. She asks a killer question. Is there anyone with more qualifications to greet Vlad's guests than the girl who was there for him since the beginning? Zemina is silent. She remembers all the times they survived together when nobody else cared. Marcella tells her straight up, she needs to become more confident. The world is watching Vlad, so she needs to be someone the world respects too. Zemina is still hesitant, worried about making mistakes and her lack of knowledge about high society meta. Marcella just laughs it off. If she makes a mistake, Vlad should be the one to handle the cleanup. That's what a knight is for. She reminds Zemina that Vlad specifically asked for HER help with the horse. He still needs his anchor. Marcella grabs her hand. Let's go to my room right now. She's got a look in her eye that usually means a makeover is coming. She says women have their own battlefields to fight on. She references Jorge putting a dagger in Vlad's hands to help him survive. And now, Marcella is going to put a weapon in Zemina's hands as well. The two of them walk off to start the transformation. This is how you build a queen from the ground up. Cut to a different kind of boardroom. Joseph, Lamund, and Jair are having tea, but the conversation is high-stakes geopolitics. They're talking about Count Gaidar and the northern situation. Joseph notes that, while the north is a mess, there are problems in the west too. The Dwarf Liberation Front is causing trouble, and remnants of the previous alliance are still lingering like a bad save file. Joseph thinks Gaidar will try to fix his own backyard before advancing north to help the Iron Duke. Lamund looks thoughtful, but he admits he's worried about something specific. Joseph asks what's on the old man's mind. Lamund mentions the single ducat he has left, his final duty. He's been spending it on Vlad, but the training has revealed a problem. He gives Joseph a cold evaluation that might hurt his feelings as a proud Western lord. He claims that the Knights of the West have actually surpassed those of the North in a way that's dangerous. Joseph's eyes sharpen. As I thought. Lamund admits he's been too complacent. Walking the lowest path among Western knights made him realize the North is losing its edge. In the old days, the North was the toughest region because it had to be. Monsters and barbarians were a constant raid. They fought against both the cold and the discrimination from the center of the empire. That struggle made them unbreakable. But now, the North has stabilized, and their toughness is disappearing, while the Westerners are becoming more hungry and aggressive. He warns Joseph not to take the request from Baron Heinel Alicia's lightly. They need to be prepared for what's coming. Joseph completely agrees. He's seen the shift in the meta himself, but he points out that even in a changing North, tough fruits still manage to sprout. He's looking at Lamund, acknowledging the old master's wisdom. Lamund gives a small smirk. Of course, because a new era will always rise. And right on cue, the focus shifts to Vlad. He's outside the city gates with his horse, looking absolutely confused. He asks why there are so many people gathered. It looks like the entire city of Shawara came out for a show. The narrator notes that people always show up when there's something entertaining to see. Vlad has tried everything to get this horse through the gates. He's covered its eyes, used raw strength, used food, and even begged. Watching the city's newest hero do eccentricities against a horse is basically primetime TV for these people. Suddenly, a shout echoes through the crowd. Hey! The crowd parts, and a figure in a massive blood-red dress stands there. She's wearing a veil like she's about to get married in a war zone. Vlad is staring. He asks why the hell she's wearing that dress. Rahman notes it looks like the combat uniform of a woman. The figure takes a deep breath. Ready? Zemina! She's wearing glowing red earrings. Every detail is designed to grab the attention of a horse that loves red. Vlad is genuinely stunned. He's never seen her like this. Zemina lifts her veil. She looks incredible. A complete 180 from the gutter girl we knew. The crowd goes wild. Now they understand why she was hiding under that veil. The spirit horse's ears perk up. It's reacting to the color and the presence. Zemina is shaking internally. Seeing the beast in person is terrifying, and the eyes of the city are overwhelming. But she tightens her grip on the bouquet of roses. She's made a choice. She tells herself that if she hesitates now, she'll never be qualified to stay beside Vlad. She calls the horse a good boy and tells it to come to her. The horse actually starts taking steps forward. The crowd is losing it. That works? He's actually moving! Vlad is leading it through the gates. The horse is calm, its eyes fixed on the lady in red. Vlad is sweating. He realizes his horse has a very, very specific type. They reach the center of the crowd, the Rose of Shoara and the hero. The horse's eye is huge, looking directly at Zemina. Zemina is frozen. She can feel the heat coming off the beast. She reaches out with a gloved hand, and the legendary horse, the son of the plains, nuzzles into her hand. Absolute silence in the square for a second. Then the chanting starts. Jamina! Lady Jamina! A guy in the crowd yells it out. She is the Lady of Red! The Rose of Shoara! Vlad looks at her and gives a small, genuine smile. Harvin! The name echoes through the streets as the people cheer. She is the Lady of Red! Kids are throwing rose petals into the air. It's a full-on festival atmosphere. From the balcony of the nest, Marcella and her staff are watching the scene. One of the staff asks when Marcella prepared all this. The children, the petals, the hype. Marcella tells them to look carefully. This is a scene you couldn't buy with millions of gold. She asks if the people of the back alley, the slum rats, have ever received this much positive attention. She's watching the kids throw petals, receiving the enthusiasm of the outside world across the street. She looks proud. She's changed the fate of these children and her friends in a single afternoon. Shoara is watching over those children. The bridge is built. Vlad and Zemina walk together into their new life. Tonal shift. Hard. We're in the snowy mountains of the north, and the wind is howling. We see a clawed hand in the snow, surrounded by blood. Two figures are standing over the scene. A man and a girl with wolf ears. The man looks down at the field of bodies, a complete wipeout. The girl notes they were killed in an instant. There were more than 50 of them, high-level monsters. The man's eyes are cold. He knows what did this. It was so fast the monsters probably didn't even realize they were dying. The girl says Joseph's report was correct. They've realized it. Flashback to the lore. Long ago, the most perfect existence, a dragon, was shredded by a swordmaster. Its blood spread across the world, and from those fragments, the fallen dragon's remnants appeared. Some lost wings, some lost scales. They were split up, forgotten, living as lesser monsters for centuries. But one of them, for unknown reasons, has finally realized it's a dragon. We see a massive, three-toed footprint pressed deep into the frozen earth. It's one of the dragons that possesses the most perfect leg, the fastest being alive. The title drops. Things just got cosmic. Cut to a castle in the north. An army is gathering at night. The narration talks about how life is a cycle of choices, moments where you have to take on a situation all by yourself. A knight stands before his lord. The lord asks, "Do you intend to ignore your orders?" This is a flashback. We see a younger version of a man we recognize. It's Jorge, Vlad's foster father, back when he was a high-ranking knight in the north. He looks his lord, Sigmund, in the eye and tells him, "You're not my lord, Sigmund." Sigmund holds up a scroll. The order is to execute all remnants of the dwarf movement battlefront. It has the stamp of Count Gaidar. Jorge tells him to use his eyes and take a good look. The people they were ordered to kill? They aren't soldiers. They're just refugees, families, children, old people. Jorge doesn't believe Count Gaidar would ever make that decision. He thinks Sigmund is twisting the truth. Sigmund claims that doubting the decision is disloyal. He asks if Jorge has abandoned his oath to the flag of Gaidar. Jorge screams it back. "I'm a human! I can't follow such a ridiculous order!" Sigmund's face goes dark. "I see." He turns to the other knights. "What about all of you? Do you intend to continue to follow Jorge?" The other knights look down, sweating. They know it's wrong, but they're terrified. Jorge realizes he's alone. He whispers, "Sorry, Jorge." The knights walk away from him one by one. They believe a knight must never defy the orders of their lord, even if the order is evil. Jorge is left standing on the shore, his sword drawn against his former brothers. Sigmund looks at a younger man with silver hair. Jorge looks at him too. Godin. It's fine. Godin is Godin. Godwin looks conflicted, but he doesn't move to help Jorge. His eyes are purple and cold. He's already made his choice to stay in the world of power. Jorge tells him to go on, to a world where you can shine even more. This is why Jorge ended up in the slums. He sacrificed everything to keep his humanity. Present day. The silver-haired man Godwin is now the one sitting at the head of a war table. They're discussing Baron Uthman's suspicious movements and the list of knights from the Iron Duke and Bayezid. Godwin looks at the report. The list from Bayezid hasn't changed in years. A subordinate notes that it seems the Bayezids have failed to raise a new generation of knights. Excluding the eldest son Rudger, There's nobody worth mentioning. Godwin tells him not to jump to conclusions. His aura is leaking out, and it's terrifying. The subordinates gulp. The air in the room is heavy. He says the weight of the Bayezid name can't be estimated by a simple report. He knows they must have a hidden sword, just like he was Gaidar's hidden sword. The men apologize immediately. They don't want to get on his bad side. One knight speaks up. He's heard about someone unique in the Bayezid household from his hometown. Godwin asks, what's so unique? The knight is hesitant to even bring it up. It's fine, speak. Godwin is curious now. The knight mentions a boy servant showing incredible promise. Godwin asks for a name. He's Vlad from Shawara. Godwin's eyes flash. The knight mentions Vlad used aura in the honor fight with Diarmar. The other knights start laughing. A servant used aura? That's just ridiculous. They think the Bayezids are making up rumors because they're desperate. At this rate, they'll say they're killing a dragon soon. Godwin isn't laughing. He's leaning back. Vlad, I remember that name. Shawara? He flashes back to the night he burned Jorge's bar. He remembers the gutsy brat who tried to fight him. He gives a small, condescending smirk. No way. It can't be him. He tells himself it's just a coincidence of a name and a face in his memories. But he opens one eye, looking down at the report. He remembers that the kid did shine with potential, so much that he almost wanted to bring him with him that night. I don't know if he's still alive, though. Little does he know. The kid is currently the Empire's favorite main character. Speaking of the main character, cut to Vlad face down on a table. I think I'm about to die. Lamund is standing over him, telling him to stop whining like a baby and finish his food. Vlad lists his schedule. Combat with Sir Jaeger in the morning, aura and body training with Lamund in the afternoon, and progress discussions at night. He's being worked to the bone. He really thinks his HP is at 1. Lamund tells him he's lucky to have even one master like them. Vlad knows it. That's why he's gritting his teeth and doing it. A voice calls out from the door. Yo, Captain, have you been well? It's Got, the stable hand. He's looking bright and happy. Vlad asks why he's carrying luggage. Got says Joseph asked him to stay at the nest from now on. Vlad is too tired to process this. What? So suddenly? God explains that since Vlad made a stable in the backyard for the horse, the stabler has to be where the horse is. Vlad asks if he'll really be able to handle that demonic black horse. God is confident. I'm the stabler of the Bayezid household! Vlad just looks at him with pity. I wish you all the best. God has no idea what he's signed up for. Vlad tells him to leave so he can sleep, but God isn't done. Sir Joseph asked you to go back. Vlad's eyes snap open. What for? God assumes it's to lift Vlad's punishment. Cut to the Bayezid mansion. Vlad walks in, but he's suspicious. He tells himself he's a fool for believing a liar like Got. The atmosphere in the room is heavy. All the top knights and instructors are there. Jaeger, Gregory, and the rest. Joseph is sitting on his throne-like chair, looking down at Vlad. This isn't a reward ceremony. It's a mission briefing. And from the look on everyone's face, it's going to be a suicide mission. Joseph starts the meeting by bringing up the day Vlad defied his orders to save those kids in Baron Uthman's territory. Vlad doesn't flinch. He confirms it. He knows he broke the knight-vassal meta, but he'd do it again. Joseph leans in, looking like a Final Fantasy villain in his chair. He asks what Vlad would do if the same thing happened again. Would you still defy my orders? This is the ultimate loyalty test for a guy who literally signed his soul over to the Bayezids. The room goes dead silent. The other knights are holding their breath. Vlad starts sweating, but his eyes stay locked on Joseph. He remembers his oath. He swore to be truthful to Joseph, not to give him blind, mindless loyalty. He clenches his fist. He decides he can't lie to the man who gave him everything. Yes, I would. Absolute mad lad. He just told his boss to his face that his orders are secondary to Vlad's own moral compass. Joseph stares at him for a long, agonizing moment, then just says, yes. He drops a line that catches everyone off guard. This is why I chose you. He explains his philosophy, that honor helps others shine, but conscience is the light that helps you shine. Joseph stands up and walks toward a covered stand in the corner. He tells Vlad that conscience is the only compass that works when you're completely lost. And since Vlad has found his own path, Joseph is going to give him the gear to match it. He whips off the cloth. It's the San Rosino armor, the white and gold pre-order bonus gear we saw earlier. Vlad is stunned. This isn't just iron. This is a political statement wrapped in holy metal. This armor was crafted by the best smiths in the San Rosino church, using techniques that most knights would kill for. Vlad looks at his current, battered plate. Joseph acknowledges that Vlad probably loves his old armor because every scar on it is a receipt for a fight he won. But he tells him this new set is proof of the future path he's going to walk. He tells Vlad to come take a closer look. Vlad reaches out, his reflection clear in the polished surface. Engraved on the chest is his new title, the Knight Who Protected the Breaths of Children. Even Sir J.R., the stoic eye patch king, has to close his eyes in respect. The other masters, Gregory and Jaeger, are actually smiling. Their student just graduated to the big leagues. Joseph looks at him with genuine pride. He tells Vlad that this is the path he'll walk from now on. The Defender of Children isn't just a nickname, it's a mission statement. Cut to the north. The blizzard is so thick you can barely see your own hands. The mountains are basically a death trap right now. A man is standing on a cliffside, looking down at a valley filled with fire. This is Volkov Baranov, the Iron Duke's successor. He's the guy who has to clean up this mess. "They're here," he says, watching the flames in the distance. A group of cavalry is sprinting through the snow, torches held high. But they aren't the ones doing the hunting. They're the ones being hunted. The snow explodes behind them. Out of the whiteout, a massive white dragon with glowing blue eyes lunges forward. The knights are screaming. They realize they're about to get caught by something that treats horses like snack-sized appetizers. They try to push their horses for just a little more speed, but you can't outrun a living disaster. The dragon opens its maw, and you can practically feel the temperature drop to absolute zero. Volkov doesn't just watch. He draws a massive spear, and his purple aura starts to flare. His eyes go blood red. This is the successor mode. He yells for his men to spread out. He leaps from the cliff, spear raised like a bolt of lightning. The dragon looks up, sensing the threat. Volkov slams his attack down, creating a massive pillar of purple energy that lights up the entire mountain range. The impact is insane. It looks like he just dropped a nuke on the valley floor. The dragon is pinned under the spear, its white scales glowing in the purple light. Volkov's face is right in the dragon's grill. "Gotcha!" But the dragon isn't finished. It lets out a roar that shatters the nearby ice. Volkov is shocked. The thing actually dodged his follow-up attack from point-blank range. This is Lindblum, the fastest dragon in the world. Its agility is literally on another level. Volkov screams for his men to surround it and not lose the trail. The cavalry circles the beast, trying to cut off its escape route. The dragon goes quiet, too quiet. It starts gathering air into its throat, and the wind begins to swirl into a vortex. Its entire ribcage lights up with a chilling blue glow. The knights recognize the sign. "A breath! Spread out!" Volkov charges in, desperate to stop the attack before his entire squad gets turned into popsicles. He launches another massive blast of energy to disrupt the dragon. The dragon's jaw is forced shut by the impact. The breath attack explodes internally or misfires, sending a shockwave through the area. Lindblum uses the distraction to bolt. It's a blur of white moving through the gray snow. It looks back, its eyes intelligent and mocking. Volkov is left standing in its wake, breathing hard, his aura flickering. The beast is gone. It didn't even want to fight. It was just playing with them. The knights try to give chase, but it's hopeless. Lindblum hits the nitro button, creating a sonic boom that knocks the knights off their horses. It vanishes into the mountains, leaving nothing but footprints and a very bruised ego for the Northern Army. One of the knights sighs. "It's over. We can't catch up to it." The dragon is already miles away, moving with a speed that shouldn't be physically possible for something that size. Volkov stands on the ridge, looking out over the empty mountains. Damn it! He knows they need something, or someone, faster than a northern horse. Back in Shawara, Joseph is back in his office. He looks up. As expected. A man is sitting across from him, drinking tea like he owns the place. Joseph is giving him the coldest glare he's got, but the guest isn't bothered. Joseph asks what he's here for. He doubts his dear brother just came for the tea. This is Roger Bayezid, the eldest brother. He's the family's heavy hitter. Roger tells him to stop being so stiff. He tells Joseph not to glare at him so intensely. He sets his tea down, and his face goes serious. He confirms that what the barbarian chieftain said was correct. He looks Joseph in the eye. Indeed, a dragon is coming. Roger lays out the threat level. If the West has the Deathworm as its final boss, then the North has the Lindworm. It's the quickest dragon in existence, forged by the harshest northern winds. Joseph points out that it shouldn't be migration season yet. Roger notes that something has changed in the world's meta. Just like the Deathworm acted differently last time, the Lindworm is breaking its normal patterns. The dragon has already tasted the blood of the Grey Orcs. If they don't take it out now, it's going to turn the entire empire into a buffet. Joseph asks where it's coming from. Roger admits they can't track it because it moves too fast to leave a consistent trail. Joseph's face goes dark. He's not the type to sit around with his hands out while a disaster approaches. Roger says that's why the Iron Duke tasked him with the conquest. He asks for Shawara's support. He demands an appointment of knights to join his reconnaissance team. Roger leans back, looking every bit the alpha northern knight. Joseph asks the logical question, "How many knights do you need?" Roger holds up one finger. "One." Joseph is confused. "You're going after a dragon and you only want one guy?" Roger explains that a skilled, tenacious sword works better against a Lindworm than an entire army that'll just get in the way. But he adds a condition. Only if the sword can reach. He needs speed. Joseph asks who he wants. Roger just smirks. He already knows exactly who fits the description. Right on cue, there's a knock at the door. "Sir Joseph, I've arrived by your summon." Joseph blinks. "I summoned you?" Roger admits he sent for the kid without Joseph's permission because he was in a hurry. The doors open, and Vlad walks in, fully kitted out in his new white San Rosino armor. Roger grins. It's been a while. Vlad looks at the man his legends called the greatest dragon herder of the North. He realizes he's about to get drafted. Later that night, at the nest, Vlad is sitting in the common room, sharpening his sword. Zemina is nearby, sewing something in the lamplight. Vlad breaks the silence. He tells her the mission is going to take more than a month. Zemina keeps her head down. She tells him it's good to be busy and that he's been doing well lately. She gives a small, sad smile that Vlad, being Vlad, completely misses. She mentions that his missus would have liked to see him like this. Vlad stops sharpening. He asks why she's talking about that so suddenly. He admits it's been over 10 years now. Zemina says she doesn't remember her own mom, but she remembers his. Flashback to the slums. We see Vlad's mom protecting him during a raid, holding a knife against shadows. Zemina says his mom didn't abandon him, unlike hers. Vlad looks at her. He realizes Zemina carries a lot more weight than she lets on. He softly says he doesn't really remember his mom either, trying to find common ground in their shared trauma. They sit in a comfortable, heavy silence for a bit. Then Zemina snaps her thread. All done. She's sewn a new crest onto a banner. The third crest, San Logino. She holds it up, asking if it stands out too much. She's worried she's not as good as a professional seamstress. Vlad gives her a blank stare. It doesn't stand out. He really is the king of bad compliments. He shifts gears, asking if that dragon thing is really that dangerous. He knows they're called living disasters. He realizes he's going to be away for the entire winter. He looks down at his blade. Autumn does pass quickly. Zemina hesitates, her hands shaking slightly. She holds out a small piece of cloth. "Then take this too." Vlad asks what it is. Zemina snaps at him. "Can't you tell? It's a handkerchief." Vlad just stares at it. He asks if she's been thinking about the handkerchief engagement drama this whole time. He gives a little smirk. Zemina literally punches him. "WHATRE yo-yo sang?" She screams that she just felt sorry for him carrying around Alicia's fancy silk handkerchief that he can't even use to wipe sweat. "This one's pure cotton! Use it wherever!" She throws it at him and runs out of the room, her face bright red. Vlad watches her go. Ah, that mannish girl. But then he brings the cloth to his face and smiles. "You made it to be used." He looks at the corner. She embroidered her name, Zemina, on it. Our guy might be dense, but he's starting to get it. Cut to the northern expedition. A line of wagons and knights moving through a snowy valley. Vlad is riding his black horse, looking a bit stressed. He asked for one person to help him manage the group. Instead, Joseph gave him 3. Roger laughs it off, saying Joseph probably did it out of consideration for his older brother. Vlad knows better. He's sure Joseph has a problem with him, because behind them, we see the combo from hell. Lamund and Age are riding side by side, and the sparks flying between them could melt the snow. Vlad realizes Joseph made him the manager of these two. "I'm not in a position to do that!" Roger just shrugs. He tells Vlad to do his best, because Lamund actually has a soft side for him. Vlad is already getting a migraine. What is best even supposed to be? He looks back at his teammates. Age is mocking Lamund for crawling out of prison without dying, noting that the old man smells like dirt. Laman fires back, asking if Age wants to be buried in the ground according to the order of age. Age claims his bare hands are enough to finish the old man. Vlad just slumps in his saddle. "I just want to go ho." Suddenly, he stops. His eyes go sharp. Roger notices the change instantly. "Smell of blood," Vlad whispers. One of the scouts mocks him. "What are you, a wolf? You can smell blood in a snowfield like this?" Vlad doesn't answer. He just looks toward a nearby ridge. Roger trusts the kid's instincts. "Go ahead and take the lead." They crest the hill and stop dead. Roger's face goes pale. It has truly rampaged quite boisterously. The valley below is filled with bodies. Roger asks Age if they're from his tribe. Age shakes his head. They're from a neighboring tribe. He realizes his own people are likely moving south now too. But Lamun notices something off. The wounds on the bodies aren't from claws or fire. They have the clean traces of being done with a sword. Roger agrees. This wasn't the dragon. And it wasn't a northerner. There's no reason for a local knight to commit such a brutal massacre. We see a flashback of a silver-haired knight, Godwin, standing over a field of fire. Roger narrows his eyes. An uninvited guest has arrived here. The real monster isn't just the dragon, it's the man who got there first. The wind is absolutely howling as the crew pushes through the snow. They manage to arrive at the most northern core of Bayezid County, just before the weather turns into a full-blown survival horror movie. The Barenheim fortress looms over the mountains like a massive wall of gray stone. Vlad stops dead, squinting through the blizzard. He notices something that shouldn't be there. 2 flags are flying over the battlements. One is the blue Bayezid flag he knows. The other is a deep, blood-red flag. It's the crest of a black dragon. The air suddenly feels a lot heavier. Rudiger's face goes stone cold. He's the captain here, and seeing someone else's flag on his walls is the ultimate disrespect. Vlad asks what that flag is. Lemund doesn't even have to look twice to recognize the central mark. Our guy is confused. He knows the center of the empire, but central with a capital C implies a different level of authority. Lemund confirms it. That flag belongs to the direct knights of the Dragon Blood Duke. They're called the Dragon Killer Knights. Think of them as the elite, specialized unit that the Emperor sends in when things get too scaly. They head inside the fortress, and the vibe is immediately hostile. Rudiger finds out the Dragon Killers arrived 2 days ago. He's clearly not happy about the uninvited guests. The report says they're here to subdue the Lindblum dragon. Rudiger mutters that they sure caught wind of the situation fast. He calls for his deputy. Sir Rudiger, yes. His deputy has the same name. Talk about a confusing HR department. The deputy stands at attention. The atmosphere is like a powder keg waiting for a match. He tells the deputy to get moving immediately. He has a mess to clean up. Vlad and the others watch as the fortress staff scurry around, clearly terrified of the visitors. Vlad leans over to Lamond and asks what the Dragon Killer Knights actually do. Lemund explains they're exactly what they sound like, knights whose entire build is optimized for killing dragons. They're acknowledged by the Emperor himself and run by the Dragon Blood Duke, one of the most powerful nobles in the central faction. By imperial law, if a dragon appears, these guys have the right to jump into any region and take over the quest. It's basically a legal or kill steal. Vlad is impressed. He realizes some serious heavy hitters have descended on the north. He stops walking and looks up at the towers. He notices the walls look scorched. He asks if there was a big fire here recently. Lemund looks at the stone. He calls the fortress the Beacon Mound of Bayezid. The history of this place is basically a cycle of being burnt down by monsters and rebuilt by the indomitable will of the Bayezid family. It's the pride of the county. Seeing another flag flying here without permission? That's not just a breach of etiquette. It's a spit in the face of every Bayezid who died defending this wall. The massive doors to the main hall creak open. The light spills out, revealing a figure standing at the top of the stairs. "You're finally here," a voice echoes. A row of knights in white and gold capes stands at attention, looking like they're posing for a propaganda poster. The man in the center introduces himself as Mircea Dragulia, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights and the Dragon Blood Duke's eldest son. Rudiger stares him down. He notes that someone very important came to his house without him knowing a thing about it. He formally identifies himself as the temporary captain of the fortress. The stare-down between these two blonde powerhouses is intense. Mircea looks smug, while Rudiger looks like he's imagining 3 different ways to throw him off the roof. Vlad is watching from the back, and his main character instincts are screaming. He looks at Mircea, and something clicks. Vlad's eyes go wide. His aura is reacting violently to the blonde guy's presence. He gets the exact same sensation he felt when he faced the death worm, that primal, living disaster energy. He wonders why a human knight is putting off the same vibe as a continent-level monster. This guy is not okay. Mircea catches Vlad looking at him and gives him a quick, predatory glance. He gives a tiny smirk. He knows he's making the kids sweat. Rudiger cuts to the chase. He asks if the dragon killers were the ones who attacked the barbarian village earlier. Mircea doesn't even try to deny it. He says it was something that had to be done. He explains their centuries-old strategy. Lindblum is too fast to catch, so they have to lure it in. And their choice of bait? The corpses of the barbarians. He says it with the same casual tone you'd use to talk about buying groceries. Age unloads. "You fucking empire bastards!" The barbarian chief is seeing red. To him, these civilized knights are more monstrous than the dragon they're hunting. He lunges at Mircea, but Lemund is faster. The old master steps in and grabs Age's leg mid-air. He slams the chief into the floor with enough force to crack the stone. Age is struggling, screaming at the old man to get lost. Lemund's eyes go pitch black. "If you say one more word, I'll break your neck." He looks like a literal demon for a split second. The lowest path master isn't playing around. He whispers to Age that he understands the anger, but anger is only reasonable when you have the strength to back it up. He tells him to calm down. Bravado without power is just a quick way to have a meaningless death. Age is pinned, gasping for air as the reality of the power gap hits him. Mircea just watches from above, looking bored. He quips that it looks like the Bayezids raised a mannerless dog. He glances at the wolf girl in the group, and a cat too, it seems. He wonders if they've been tamed well, noting that lowly status people often forget their place. This guy is speedrunning the how to get punched in the face objective. Rudiger's voice is low and dangerous. He says that even so, his people are standing exactly where they're supposed to be. He starts walking toward Mircea. He tells the captain that it's actually time for him to stand where he's supposed to be. The dragon killer guards draw their swords, but Rudiger doesn't even slow down. One of Rudiger's eyes starts to glow with a terrifying orange heat. The floor under him starts to melt. It looks like he's walking on a river of lava. The beacon mound is officially on fire. The elite guards are actually shaking. They realize they're about to fight a man who controls the literal temperature of the room. Rudiger walks past the guards like they're made of cardboard. He reaches the top of the stairs and stops right in front of Mercia. His boot lands on the top step with a heavy thud. The fire in the background flares up, framing the two of them in a hellish orange glow. Rudiger asks a simple question. Who gave you the permission to raise your flag? Mercia gives a smug smile. He says he made a request, but since no one moved, he just had his subordinates handle it. He asks Rudiger if he needed permission just to stand there. Mercia's eyes go cold. Oh my, I don't think that's reasonable. He tries to hide behind the law, saying the dragon killers have the right to use any manpower or facilities in the Empire. Rudiger isn't moving an inch. He leans in closer, his presence absolutely suffocating. Yes, Rudiger says, you do have those rights. He stares Mercia down, making it clear he's not intimidated by the fancy title or the Central Duke. However, that's presuming you asked its master for permission first. The Pride of the North just officially entered the chat. Mercia's expression doesn't change, but his eyes narrow. He asks if Rudiger is refusing to cooperate. Rudiger says no, he fully intends to cooperate. However, he raises his gauntleted hand. He tells Mercia that he must go through the necessary procedures first. He points toward the window. Mercia looks out, confused for a split second. We see the central dragon flag fluttering in the wind. Wait, what just happened? Mercia watches as his own flag is literally sliced off the pole and falls into the snow. His guards are losing their minds. How dare you touch the flag of Central? Lamun just sks. He hates people from Central even more than he hates cold tea. The northern knights behind Rudiger draw their swords in a perfect line. Lamund unloads his aura. No one make a move. The master of this fortress hasn't given permission for any of this, and Lamund is making sure everyone remembers who owns the lease on this building. Rudiger looks Mercia in the eye. He tells the captain to make a formal request if he wants his flag up there. You are in the land of Bayezid. Ask us to work with you to kill the dragon. He's basically telling a billionaire to say please. Rudiger's face is a mask of pure contempt. He says that's where they'll start from again. No shortcuts, no central arrogance. Mercia leans in and whispers, you'll regret this. Rudiger just shrugs. He doesn't know if Central nobles even understand the concept of regret, but he adds that life is all about regret, no matter what decision you make. He gives a dark, satisfied smile. At least today, they're doing what needs to be done. Scene shift. Different palace, different vibe. A man is looking at a magical report. Vlad, 17 years old, born in the slums of Shawara. This blonde noble is lounging in a red robe, looking very comfortable. He notes that Vlad has golden hair and blue eyes. He can feel the heartbeat of the events revolving around this kid. He thinks Vlad was born too far away and too lowly to be a real threat. He touches a map on the table. He's skeptical that a noble seed could really bloom in a place like the Shawara slums. He orders his hooded subordinate to find out more about our guy. The subordinate notes a problem. While they can track what Vlad does outside, they have no eyes inside Shawara. The blonde noble is shocked. They planted the highest number of spies in the north there. How are they dark? The subordinate explains that all their eyes in Shawara have been shut down. The blonde man sips his wine, thinking. He realizes Joseph Bayezid used the recent missing persons cases as a justification to purge the city and establish absolute influence. He muses that swords are similar to authority. They have to be strong and sharp, yet flexible at the same time. He's heard Joseph can't even lift a real sword, yet he understands the qualities of one better than anyone. He admits the Bayezids have some very competent sons, Roger the warrior and Joseph the mastermind. But he notes that there's only one place at the top, and they can't both climb there. He looks at the map, which is now stained with blood. This is something I could try shaking. He's planning to play the brothers against each other, back at the fortress. A war council is happening. Lamun complains that back in his day there were no secret plans, just fighting. They found out who attacked the village, and it turns out the dragon killers using barbarians as bait is the official plan. Roger notes they have no choice but to use traps since they can't catch the dragon in a straight race. The wolf girl warns that if they can't kill the dragon first, Central will use it as an excuse to keep their peacekeepers in the north forever. Roger knows she's right. This is an imperial power grab disguised as a monster hunt. He asks how long it would take to make a non-human trap. The problem is there's no livestock nearby. They'd need at least half a month to get animals from the portly household. They don't have that much time. One of the local knights suggests a dark option. Why not just borrow some of the barbarians Central captured? Lamun nearly snaps the table. Don't be crazy. He points out that the barbarians captured our Age's people. Provoking him now would be a disaster. He reminds them that northerners and barbarians have lived together for a long time. Using them as bait would ignite a war that would engulf the entire north long after the dragon is dead. The knight apologizes, realized he was being short-sighted. Lamunt's worried about the bleak future. Roger agrees. Every choice they have leads to a grave aftermath. He looks thoughtful. He realizes this no-win situation might be exactly what Central wanted. Central would love nothing more than to see the North destroy itself from the inside. Suddenly, Roger looks at Vlad. I heard your horse is very fast. Lamund immediately waves his hands. Don't even think about it. He says the whole city knows that horse listens to nobody. Roger asks if it's really that stubborn. Laman says it's way worse than Roger is thinking. Roger sighs. He was thinking of borrowing the horse to try and cut down Lindblom before it escaped. He admits the dragon killer's method is precise and effective, even if it's despicable. Damn it! Must we play into their hands? He's desperate for a third option. A guard bursts into the room. Sir Rudiger! Rudiger asks what's the matter now. He's already got enough on his plate. The guard says there are people outside requesting the gates be opened. They're carrying a specific crest. It's a gauntlet of iron. They're the Knights of the Iron Duke, the Baranov household. Volkov has arrived. Cut to the blizzard outside. We see a bloody hand reaching out from the snow. Something massive is moving through the whiteout. It's the dragon, Lindblom. Its scales are covered in gore. It's not just rampaging anymore. It's feeding. The dragon's eye flashes a violent, glowing red. It lets out a roar that sounds like a scream from hell. The living disaster is evolving, and it's no longer just fast, it's hungry. The expedition is moving out. Horses are saddled, the snow is thick, and the vibe in the courtyard is heavy enough to sink a ship. Vlad is getting a face full of whatever this is. He's trying to play it cool, but even a slum-born monster hunter has his limits. This girl is insisting on putting a cold resistance imprint on his face. She's dead serious about it too. Vlad asks the real question. Why is he the only one getting the special treatment while everyone else is out here freezing their noses off? The answer is simple. He's the MVP. He's the dragon repeller. These guys saw him handle the death worm, and they're counting on him to run wild again. She does a quick spin and applies the magic. It looks fancy, but Vlad just looks like he's about to enter a wrestling match. The mark glows on his forehead for a second. It's a tactical buff, but let's be honest. It looks like he just got tagged in a very aggressive game of laser tag. The light fades, and Vlad is left looking slightly less like a knight and slightly more like a guy who just woke up from a very weird dream. The warning is clear though. The imprint helps with the ambient cold, but if the dragon hits him with a direct breath attack, he's still cooked, literally. She offers to imprint his horse next. Vlad's only advice? Don't get bit. She thinks he's joking. It's a horse, not a dog, she says. Oh, you poor innocent soul. Vlad's horse Noir is not your average pony. This thing has a body count and a very specific appetite for human fingers. Rudiger Bayezid walks up, looking like he hasn't slept since the dragon first showed up. The time for prep is over. The scouts are back with bad news. The dragon has already taken the bait laid out by the Central Dragon Killer Knights. Vlad's face goes still. This is exactly what they didn't want. Central is already making their move to steal the kill. Age is ready to testify that the North didn't slaughter the tribes, but that won't matter if Central kills the dragon first and rewrites the history books. Rudiger asks if Vlad knows the mission. Drive the dragon to the canyon. Simple on paper, a suicide mission in reality. The plan is a pincer move. Vlad lures it in, Rudiger hits it from the front, and the other northern lords provide the finishing blow. Rudiger is actually annoyed that Vlad isn't more nervous. Most guys would be asking about their funeral arrangements, but Vlad is just like, yeah, okay. Vlad pauses. He realizes Rudiger is trying to tell him something deeper. This isn't just about a monster. This is about whether the North continues to exist as a sovereign power or becomes a puppet of the capital. The unseen war is the real fight here. The dragon is just the catalyst. The two pillars of the North, Baranov in the northeast and Bayezid in the northwest. Their next generations are all here. This is a who's who of northern military elite. And then there's the wild card, the Dragon Blood Dukes faction. Central. These guys are the ones wearing the red capes and looking down their noses at everyone. It's rare to have all these heavy hitters in one place. Usually, this many egos in a room would result in a civil war before the dragon even showed up. But here is the nightmare scenario. If the North fails to kill the remnant and Central steps in to do it, the Emperor will use that as an excuse to strip the Northern Lords of their titles. The order is absolute. Lindblom must die by a Northern blade. No exceptions. Vlad accepts the weight. He also knows that failing the mission means they can't rescue Age's tribe, who are currently being treated as expendable by the heroes from the capital. The cavalry begins to move. The sound of 100 hooves on frozen stone is the only warning the forest gets. Rudiger's eyes are locked forward. He can feel it. The dragon is close. He calls out to the vanguard. It's time to earn their keep. They respond in unison. These aren't just mercenaries. These are the Bayezid's best, and they're ready to die for the man leading them. Rudiger checks in with the other commander. They'll meet at the canyon, or they won't meet at all. A silent nod. In the north, words are cheap. Only blood counts. The gates open and the column pours out. This is the last bit of safety they're going to see for a long time. Volkanov watches Vlad ride past. He's a high-tier noble, and he's seeing a kid from the gutter carrying the fate of his region. Vlad on Noir looks like a shadow against the snow. He's already mentally in the fight. Volkanov asks the question every viewer is thinking. Is this kid actually going to be okay? He looks like he should be in a classroom, not a dragon's mouth. Rudiger doesn't even look back. He's my best pick, he says. That's high praise from a guy who kills monsters for breakfast. He reminds Volkanov that Vlad lured a deathworm out of the ground, a feat of pure insanity. And he did it before he even knew how to properly ride a horse. Think about that. Most people are struggling with the tutorial, and Vlad was out here clearing endgame raids. Volkanov's face says it all. He thinks Rudiger is exaggerating, or that the world has finally gone crazy. That's just who Vlad is, Rudiger says. He's seen the kid's growth firsthand. He knows Vlad doesn't play by the rules. Age doesn't define a knight. Skills and experience do, and Vlad has more life-or-death experience than men 3 times his age. Volkanov realized he was only paying attention to the high-born geniuses. He missed the outlier growing in the shadows, but now he's paying attention. Everyone is. Vlad is no longer just a hound, he's a phenomenon. The scouts point out the location. Lindblom should be right over the next ridge. The report is disturbing. The dragon is in a berserk state. It's destroying its own territory and heading south, completely ignoring its natural instinct to follow the cold. It's acting like it has a specific objective. This is the first sign that we aren't dealing with a simple animal. The commanders discuss the possibility of the dragon remnant gaining intelligence. If it thinks it's a perfect dragon, the rules of the hunt change completely. Usually, remnants are just beasts. But if this thing has awakened its ancestral memories, it's not just a monster, it's a tactician. The deathworm did the same thing. It targeted the pilgrims specifically. The pieces are starting to fit together, and they're building a very scary picture. Suddenly, the scouts stop. They see something in the distance. They found it. The tracks are fresh. The snow from last night was a blessing. It erased all the old noise, leaving only Lindblom's massive, 3-toed footprints. The dragon was here recently. The order is given. Follow the tracks, but stay quiet. You don't want to surprise a dragon. You want to lead it. The column enters a narrow pass. High walls, limited exits. This is where mobility goes to die. The sun is setting, casting a red glow over the valley. It's cinematic as hell, which usually means someone is about to die. Vlad pulls up his hood. He feels it. Something is wrong. He looks at the tracks. They said the dragon was heading south, but these tracks are slowly curving north. It's leading them into a dense forest. Vlad's eyes widen. He realizes the trap before it even snaps. Damn it, he whispers. The dragon isn't being hunted. It's doing the hunting. The dragon appears on the cliffside above them. It was waiting for them to enter the kill zone. Vlad screams the order, "Spread out!" The dragon drops like a meteor. It's fast. Too fast for something that size. Vlad yanks Noir's reins. He barely dodges the initial impact as the ground literally shatters where he was standing a second ago. He gets a close look at the thing's eyes. There's a spark in there. It's not rage, it's calculation. The unit leader panics. "Light the torches," he yells. They need visibility, but they also just painted a massive target on themselves. Vlad pulls out a flare. It's a magic-infused torch designed to distract and lure the beast. The torch ignites with a roar. The magic symbols on it spin like a turbine. It's high intensity, meant to trigger the dragon's aggression. The knights charge in. They need to surround it and distract it long enough for Vlad to get its attention and pull it toward the canyon. The dragon is a blur of white scales and frost. It's moving between the trees with a grace that shouldn't be possible for a lizard that big. The knights are circling it, trying to keep it off balance, but the dragon just stands in the center, watching them like it's bored. It's waiting for something. It looks at the torches, then looks at the knights. It's ignoring the distractions. The dragon's jaw unhinges. You can see the mana pooling in the back of its throat, bright, icy blue and deadly. "It's charging up a breath attack!" The unit leader's voice breaks. They're too close. The mana reaches a critical point. The air around the dragon's mouth begins to crystallize. The dragon unleashes the frost breath. It's not just cold, it's a physical force that tears through the air. The breath attack hits like a tsunami of liquid nitrogen. Everything it touches is instantly flash frozen. One of the knights gets caught in the edge of it. He doesn't even have time to scream before his armor becomes a tomb. The impact creates a wall of ice. The knight is gone, shattered into a dozen pieces the moment the pressure hits. The dragon follows up immediately. It doesn't wait for them to recover. It's aggressive, smart, and relentlessly efficient. A knight tries to block with his shield, but the dragon's claw just slices through the metal like it's wet paper. The veteran knights are losing it. "That barely scratched it!" they yell. Their swords are bouncing off its scales. The unit leader screams for them to get away. They're outclassed. This isn't a fight, it's a harvest. The dragon leaps into the air and comes down with a tail swipe that sends a horse and its rider flying 20 feet. One of the veterans' faces is a mask of pure terror. He's seeing his men being dismantled in seconds. Blood sprays across the snow. The white landscape is quickly turning red. The dragon is loose. It's moving through their ranks like a reaper through wheat. Vlad's eyes go sharp. He's seen enough. If he doesn't take control now, there won't be anyone left to lure the dragon to. The unit leader tries one more time. He raises his torch, his hand shaking. He's trying to be the hero, but he's just a man against a god. The dragon looks at him. It literally smirks. It charges. The leader tries to lead it away, but he's too slow. His horse is exhausted, and the dragon is just getting warmed up. "I'll lead from the front," the leader yells. He's trying to maintain the line, but the line is already broken. The dragon is inches away. The frost from its body is already chilling the air around the horse's legs. It's a massive wall of white scales. The leader looks like an ant in front of a landslide. The other knights are scattering. Their horses are panicking, sensing the predator. They're running for their lives, leaving their leader alone. This is the moment where morale collapses. The dragon closes the gap. Its tail lashes out, sweeping the legs out from under the lead horse. The leader is thrown from his saddle. He's on the ground, vulnerable, and the dragon is looming over him. The dragon prepares the finishing blow. It's not even using magic now. It's just pure physical dominance. Its claw descends, and it stops. The dragon hears something, a different sound. The leader is gasping for air. "Spread out," he wheezes. He's still trying to command, even when he's half dead. The dragon breathes on the ground instead of the knight. It creates a circle of ice, trapping the survivors. Then, out of the mist, Vlad appears. He's airborne. Noir just jumped over a 10-foot ice wall like it was a hurdle. Vlad lands perfectly between the dragon and the wounded knights. The sheer flex of that entry is insane. He looks at the carnage. "Shit," he says. He's not scared. He's just annoyed at how badly they messed up the plan. The dragon was targeting the horses. It knew that if it took out their mobility, the humans were easy prey. The leader realizes the plan failed. "Everyone, get down from your horses," he yells. They're safer on their feet now. The knights slide off their saddles. Their boots hit the frozen ground. They're preparing for a last stand. They need to cut off at least one leg. If they can disable its movement, they have a chance. But look at this thing. It looks like a mountain with teeth. The knights raise their swords. It's a brave gesture, but it feels like bringing a knife to a nuke fight. Even the veteran knows it. He's staring at the dragon and thinking about every life choice that led him to this canyon. The dragon lunges. The veteran tries to stab its throat, but the scales are like armor-grade steel. Blood sprays, but it's not the dragon's. The dragon stops. Its head turns slowly. It smells something. Vlad is standing on a ridge. He just sliced his own hand open. "Over here," he screams. He's holding his bleeding hand high. "Here's the blood you wanted so badly." He's using himself as the ultimate bait. The dragon remnants are attracted to noble blood and high-tier mana. Vlad has both. The dragon's eyes lock onto him. The blue pupils narrow. It sees the blood dripping onto the snow. It senses the purity of the aura inside it. One drop. That's all it takes. The dragon's instinct completely overrides its tactical patience. It lets out a roar that shakes the valley. It wants that blood. It needs it. Vlad smirks. "Wow, that was way too effective," he says. He's joking, but he knows he just invited a hurricane to his front door. The dragon charges. It ignores the knights. It ignores everything but the kid on the black horse. It hits the cliffside where Vlad was standing. The entire ledge disintegrates into dust and rock. Vlad is already gone. Noir is a shadow in the snow, moving at a speed that defies physics. The unit leader screams his name. He thinks Vlad is being reckless, but he doesn't understand. Vlad is the only one who can keep up. Vlad pulls up his torch. The mission is back on. He's luring the beast. "Run!" he yells to the knights. He's giving them a chance to escape while he takes the heat. He yanks Noir into a hard turn. All right, he says. The chase is on. The dragon is right on his heels. Every step it takes shatters the ground. Vlad's eyes glow blue. He's pushing his mana into Noir, strengthening the horse's legs. Let's go, Noir! They're a blur of black and blue mana, a streak of light across the white wasteland. The dragon is gaining ground. It's huge, but it covers distance with terrifying speed. The canyon is in sight. The tall walls of the kill zone are waiting. Up on the rim, Sir Volkanov is waiting. He's got his javelins ready. He sees the flare in the distance, a tiny speck of light moving way too fast. He asks his scouts for an ETA. How long till they're here? The scout looks through his telescope. About 5 minutes, he blinks. Wait, 4 minutes? No, 3! His voice climbs an octave. 2 minutes! They're moving at impossible speeds. Vlad is pushing Noir to the absolute limit. They aren't just running, they're flying. Volkanov's eyes go wide. Shit! Fire the signal! They weren't ready for them to arrive this fast. An archer fires a signal arrow. It streaks into the sky, whistling a warning to the rest of the ambush. Vlad sees the signal. That's it, he thinks. He's almost there. The canyon is right ahead. Rudiger is waiting below. He draws his sword, his orange aura flaring like a bonfire. Sir Rudiger and his world are there! Suddenly, Vlad's body jerks. A sharp, white light explodes in his chest. He coughs up blood. Something is wrong. His mana is being scrambled. Vlad! What's wrong? Rimon's voice is panicked. His heart feels like it's being crushed by an iron hand. Noir stumbles, feeling his master's pain. Something's squeezing my heart! Vlad gasps. He looks down and sees red magic chains wrapping around his chest. A binding spell? It's an external sabotage. Someone is targeting him from the shadows. Vlad is kneeling on the back of his horse, barely holding on. Who cast it, though? In the distance, a group of figures stands on a hill, the Central Knights. Mircea Dragulia is standing at the front, holding a glowing artifact. He has a smug, disgusting smile on his face. Vlad realizes exactly who is behind this. That fucker? He's trapped between a dragon and a traitor. His heart is being squeezed. His mana is failing, and Lindblom is seconds away from tearing him apart. The North's only hope is currently bleeding out on his horse. Rudiger is on the cliffside, losing his mind. He's looking through his telescope and seeing the one guy holding the whole plan together just stop. From his perspective, it looks like Vlad just gave up. He's standing still in the snow while a literal mountain of scales and teeth is charging him down. But inside, Vlad is fighting a war. The red chains of Mircea's binding spell are squeezing his heart, and the dragon's frost aura is turning his blood to slush. The dragon isn't stupid. It sees its prey is glitched out, and it's closing the distance for the kill. It slows down for a second, almost like it's confused why the lure stopped running. It's savoring the moment. Rudiger realizes that if the dragon stops here, the ambush is ruined. He screams for the knights to move forward. The old knight, the one who refused to give his name, draws his sword. He's a veteran, and he knows exactly what's happening. He gives the order to charge. If Vlad can't bring the dragon to the canyon, the North will bring the canyon to the dragon. The cavalry thunder down the slopes. They're trying to densely surround the beast, basically creating a human wall to force it back onto the path. It's a race against time. The dragon is a few feet from Vlad, and the knights are still hundreds of yards away. Lindblom ignores the incoming cavalry. It has a tunnel vision focus on Vlad's high-tier mana. Rudiger calls out to Volkanov. They need a heavy hit right now to buy Vlad even 3 seconds of breathing room. Volkanov doesn't hesitate. He pulls a massive javelin, coats it in purple aura, and prepares to launch a cruise missile made of wood and spite. The javelin streaks through the air and slams into the ground right in front of the dragon. The impact is massive, kicking up a wall of snow and ice that temporarily blinds the beast. The shockwave ripples through the valley. It's a desperate play, but it works. The dragon flinches. The knights are shouting, hoping that one hit was enough to stagger it. It wasn't. The dragon's eyes glow red through the mist. It's not hurt, it's just annoyed. It opens its maw and starts charging a breath attack. This is the game over screen for anyone in that valley. The old knight screams for everyone to spread out. He knows what's coming. The dragon unleashes the frost breath. It's a horizontal pillar of absolute zero. The blast tears through the knight's formation. If they hadn't spread out, the Bayezid family tree would have ended right here. The old knight looks at Vlad. He sees the kid is still frozen, his eyes glazed over. The frost breath is still active, acting like a barrier between Vlad and the rest of the world. Raman is screaming in Vlad's head to wake up. Come to your senses! But the binding spell is a direct hack into Vlad's nervous system. The old knight makes a choice. He's retired, his body is failing, and he's the second best option, but he's all the North has left. He leaps from his horse. This is the virtue of the retired knight, taking responsibility for the future by sacrificing his own present. He ignites his aura. He jokes about how the cold wind gets into your joints when you're old. He's treating a death-defying move like a minor inconvenience. Rudiger watches in shock. He knows what the old man is doing. He's burning his life force to manifest his world. The younger knights can't even process what they're seeing. The air around the old man is starting to vibrate. He charges into the dragon's frost aura. He's not using a shield, he's using his soul. Inside the ice, Vlad is drowning. He feels the chill entangling him like a spider web. It's a mental and physical paralysis. He thinks about the slums. He thinks about how he dragged himself out of the horrific bog of Shawara just to die in a pretty snowfield. He's falling. His knees hit the snow. He's losing the will to fight the spell. Ramon's voice is getting distant. Vlad, get it together! Then a spark of light appears in the darkness of his mind. Vlad feels a warmth on his hand. It's not his aura. It's something external, something gentle. The warmth grows into a blinding light. It's like a sun rising inside the frost. It's the old knight's world. He has overlapped his mental domain with Vlad's, using his own warmth to shield the boy from Mercia's cold sabotage. The old man's voice echoes, "Now! Sever the bind!" Vlad's fingers twitch. The red chains around his heart start to crack. He lets out a guttural growl. The feeling is coming back. The gutter boy is back in the driver's seat. His eyes snap open, glowing with a blue light so intense it pierces through the dragon's mist. He lets out a war cry. This isn't the scream of a knight, it's the roar of a survivor who refuses to be buried. He swings his sword upward. A massive arc of blue and green aura shatters the frost barrier. The binding spell is incinerated. The red chains vanish into nothingness. On the hill, Mercia's eyes widen. He just saw a kid from the slums break a high-level central binding spell through sheer willpower. Vlad explodes out of the ice. The sheer force of his recovery sends a shockwave through the valley. On the hill, a drop of blood falls from Mercia's chin. The sting of the spell's backlash just hit him. It's a tiny physical price for a massive moral L. Mercia wipes the blood and smirks. He's still trying to look cool while he's literally bleeding from his own failure. He admits Vlad is pretty good. Yeah, Mercia, he's doing better than you, and he's not even trying to cheat. Vlad reaches the old knight. The old man is leaning on his sword, his aura flickering out. Go on ahead, the old man says. His voice is weak. He's done his part. He tells Vlad he's performed his duty, and now it's Vlad's turn. This is a passing of the torch moment that hits harder because the old man won't even name himself. Vlad looks at the dragon. His blue eyes are cold. The dragon just made this personal. Lindblom roars, sensing the lure is back and stronger than before. It charges. The air screams as the dragon moves. Vlad's teeth are bared. He's not going to lead it anymore. He's going to end it. Let's go, Noir! The horse responds instantly, leaping forward into the path of the disaster. The old knight watches them go with a tired smile. Rascal, he whispers. He sees in Vlad the kind of knight he used to be, unpredictable and unstoppable. The dragon unleashes another frost breath. It's trying to zone him out. Rudiger is watching from the distance. He sees the blue light of Vlad's aura clashing with the white of the dragon. Rudiger realizes the dragon's chill is slowing down the rest of the army. Even with the engravings, they can't move properly. Damn it, he swears. They're one step away from victory, and the environment itself is fighting them. But Vlad doesn't care about the environment. He is the environment. He's weaving through the frost breath, Noir's hooves barely touching the ground. Ramon tells him to pull out every ounce of strength. H-R-H-H! The dragon lunges with its claws. It's a hit that could flatten a castle wall. Vlad meets it head-on. Steel meets scale. The impact creates a flash of light that blinds everyone in the valley. Vlad's arms are shaking. It's too hard! The dragon's hide is denser than anything he's ever hit. But Rimmon points out the wind. It's still effective! You made a wound! There's a small crack in the dragon's scales. That's all the opening Vlad needs. He starts a high-speed orbital strike, circling the beast and hitting the same spot over and over. The dragon is flailing. It's like a giant trying to swat a wasp that's carrying a lightsaber. Vlad is pouring his entire soul into his blade. The dragon roars, its eyes wide with something it's never felt before. Fear. Vlad delivers a massive downward strike. Black blood sprays. It's working, Vlad thinks. He can feel the victory. Then, his eyes go wide. He feels a vibration in his hands. My sword is? The blade is covered in cracks. It wasn't built for this much power. The tool is dying before the job is finished. The dragon's blood hits the snow. It's thick, dark, and steaming. Lindblom is staggering. The glow in its eyes is flickering. It's close to the end. Vlad is hovering over it, his aura flaring like a supernova. He prepares the final hit. Hayach! Then he hesitates. He feels the blade under his hand literally starting to dissolve. The dragon takes the opening and swipes. KRGH! Vlad and Noir sent skidding across the ice. Rahman is furious. Wait, why did you hesitate? In a fight like this, a split-second doubt is a death sentence. The dragon lunges again. It's desperate now. It knows it's dying, and it wants to take Vlad with it. Vlad is on the ground, the dragon looming over him. This is the moment of truth. Suddenly, a purple light streaks across the sky. Another javelin from Volkanov slams into the dragon's shoulder, pinning it to the ground. I'll cover you! Volkanov screams. He's out of javelins after this. It's now or never. The command is clear. The North is backing Vlad with everything they have. The dragon is pinned, roaring in agony as the purple aura burns its flesh. It tries to crawl away, heading back toward the open plains where it can maneuver. Its eyes are fixed on the horizon. It's trying to escape the canyon trap. The lindworm is going back to the plains! The knights realize, if it gets out now, they'll never catch it. Rudiger screams, Ride! Vlad! You're the only one who can chase it! Vlad is looking at his sword. It's shattered halfway down. It's a useless piece of junk now. He remembers his training. Beings that reach their limit have no choice but to stop. He looks at the broken steel. This sword has been with him since the beginning. It was the gutter sword, and it's reached its limit. God damn it! He doesn't have time for a funeral. He has a dragon to kill. He kicks Noir into a gallop. Let's go! No IR! The dragon is a white blur against the snow, but Noir is faster. The beast is lunging, trying to find a gap in the trees. Vlad pulls up alongside it. He's holding the broken hilt like a dagger. The dragon tries one last snap of its jaws. Vlad ducks, his aura manifesting around the broken hilt, creating a blade of pure crystalline energy. He delivers the Dragon Slayer strike. He's not using the metal anymore. He's using the soul. The dragon's roar is cut short as the blue energy slices through its neck. Vlad is pouring so much aura into the air that the surrounding snow turns into glass. It's a spectacular, high-definition execution. Stop! Vlad screams at the beast. I said stop! He slams the energy blade down one last time. The dragon's head hits the ground with the force of a falling building. Its legs give out. The living disaster is finally still. Vlad sits on Noir, breathing hard. The blue aura around him slowly fades. The valley goes quiet. The only sound is the wind and the falling snow. A final purple flare goes up from Volkanov's position, the signal for victory. The dragon is officially dead. Volkanov collapses on the ridge. That was my last spear, he gasps. He's completely drained. He looks down at Vlad. I'm counting on you, Vlad of Shawara. He's finally accepted the kid as an equal. Vlad is looking down at the broken hilt in his hand. The last. He thinks about the sword. It really is the last. He remembers sitting in the bar holding the cheap sword Zemina bought for him. He remembers every fight where this scrap of metal saved his life. He remembers the death worm. He remembers Jaeger's training. I thank you for helping me reach all the way here. He's talking to the sword. It's a funeral for a piece of steel that meant everything. The army starts to gather around the carcass. The dragon is a massive, cold monument to the North's victory. Vlad is staring into space. He's empty. He sees his own reflection in the dragon's cooling eye. He looks at the shattered remnants of his blade. A single tear hits the snow. He's the Dragon Slayer, but he feels like he just lost his best friend. The knights are cheering, but Vlad doesn't hear them. He looks at the broken metal and thinks about Zemina. He thinks about how he promised to never live like a rat again. Rudiger walks up. He's covered in soot and blood, but he's smiling. He looks at the other commanders. They're all speechless. They just watched a miracle. Rudiger stops in front of Vlad. He sees the kid grieving the sword. Goodbye, Vlad whispers to the blade. The sword was still shining even if it wasn't the night sky. It was held by a boy who wished to shine himself. And finally, the name of the star left behind was the Dragon Slayer sword. Even in pieces, it has entered legend. The army begins the process of hauling the dragon away. It takes dozens of horses just to move the head. Vlad is sitting alone on a rock, looking at the horizon. He looks small against the vastness of the North. Rudiger approaches him. Well done. Vlad doesn't look up. Is old sir all right? He cares more about the man who helped him than the fame. Rudiger blinks. Old sir? Wait, did he still not tell you his name? Yes, Vlad says. He said he hadn't completed his duties yet. Rudiger chuckles. Well, it seems he'll tell you soon enough. Rudiger looks at the broken hilt in Vlad's lap. It broke, Vlad says. It tried its best. Rudiger sits down beside him. Yes, it did try its best. He offers a bit of comfort. I'll get you your next sword. Vlad looks at him with those haunted blue eyes. Will I be able to find one like this again? Rudiger is honest. Sharp swords are common. Tough ones are everywhere. But a sword that can wholly contain your world? I'm not so sure. It would be difficult to find a sword that special, even if it's from the Emperor. He claps Vlad on the shoulder. Don't be too sad. Just because you can't hold it in your hands doesn't mean you're leaving it. That one will stay by your side forever with the title it left you. Rudiger smiles. It's a genuine, proud look, because in this generation, from the Bayezid household, it's just you and me. He stands up and points to the carcass. That sword is the witness of the title itself, Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Shawara. Vlad has just peaked. He's no longer the Hound. He's a legend. But being a legend means everyone is going to be aiming for his head, starting with Mercia. And there's still the mystery of the old Sir. Who is he, and why is he keeping his identity a secret from the North's new hero? Don't go anywhere, because the fallout from this hunt is about to get even crazier. The sun is out, the dragon is dead, and the political sharks are already circling the carcass. Joseph gets a letter from Baron Heinel. It's a personal message from Dearmar, and in this world, personal usually means expensive. He checks the status of Count Gaidor's army in the west. They haven't moved yet, which for Joseph is almost more suspicious than if they had started a full-scale invasion. He takes a second to process the intel. Joseph lives in a world of variables, and right now, his favorite variable is currently 100 miles away. He asks when Vlad is returning. The last report said the kid basically 1v1'd a disaster, but they haven't had a status update since. A month. That is a long time to leave a dragon slayer alone with his thoughts in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Joseph admits he needs him. He knows that the political pressure from the capital is about to reach a boiling point, and he needs his best blade by his side. The plan is to intercept the squad at Sturma. Joseph isn't the type to wait at home for his employees to clock in. He's heading to the front lines. He gives that signature, "I'm about to ruin someone's career" smirk. He's heading to Sturma to make sure the victory doesn't get stolen by Central's PR department. His knight prepares to move out immediately. In the Bayezid house, if Joseph says jump, everyone asks which castle they're jumping over. Joseph watches him leave. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead, looking for the angle Gaidor is trying to play. He realizes that Gaidor is playing a long game, staying quiet while waiting for the perfect moment to strike at the North's perceived weakness. Then, he thinks about Vlad's accidental engagement to Alicia Heinel. It was a complete disaster at the time, but now, that mistake might be the silver lining that saves their political necks. In noble culture, an oopsie marriage proposal is sometimes more powerful than an army. Back at the fortress, things are looking grim in a very different way. We're looking at 2 massive chain boxes. The northern leaders are gathered around. This is the aftermath of the hunt, and the loot is more dangerous than the monster was. Rudiger notes that the Bayezids carried the team. Since a northerner got the killing blow, the Dragon Killer Knights have 0 excuses to meddle in northern business. One of the lords asks where he is. They're looking for Mercia, the man who tried to turn the hunt into a murder mystery starring Vlad. Mercia and his squad have already left. The Bayezid Knights are tracking them to make sure they actually leave and don't accidentally get lost near a northern treasury. The White Dragon is dead, the pests from the capital are gone, and for a moment, the North can breathe. But they have a hoarding problem. They're currently keeping 2 dragon fragments in the same room, which is basically like keeping 2 active nukes in a basement. It's only a matter of time before another dragon remnant senses these and decides it wants a promotion. This is a temporary peace at best. The solution is simple: split them up. One stays, one goes. The question is, who can they trust with an artifact that can turn a lizard into a god? Rudiger looks at the boxes. He needs someone with the skill to protect it and the character to not use it. This is the role of the Guardian of the Oath. It's a heavy title for a very dangerous job. Meanwhile, outside, the sun is actually hitting the castle walls. It's a rare moment of beauty in a place that usually just smells like frozen mud. The old knight is staring into space. He looks like a guy who just realized he's finally allowed to stop. Vlad is currently dragging him around in a fur-lined sled. It looks like a very high-budget version of Grandma's visit to the city. The old man jokes about the cold. Vlad reminds him that he's the one who said, "A man of the North isn't scared of the cold." The old man tries to play it off. He's still got that tough old hero energy, even if his knees are currently screaming at him. Vlad hits him with his own quote from the dragon fight. "Didn't you say your bones start aching as you age?" The old man just calls him a shitty brat. You can tell he's proud, but he'll be damned if he lets Vlad have the last word. He complains about being tied up in the sled. He's worried about his blood flow, but Vlad is just making sure he doesn't fall out during a sharp turn. Rudiger watches them. He asks the old knight if he's not going to Sturma with the rest of the winners. Rudiger notes that his father, the Count, would be honored to see a legend like him. It's a formal invitation to the highest circle of power. The old man declines. He's lived a life of constant battle, and he's not sure if peaceful life and Bayezid Manor can exist in the same sentence. Rudiger respects the decision. In the north, once a man says his duty is done, you let him rest. But he doesn't want the guests to leave empty-handed. He mentions that Volkanov took the spear from the dragon's leg as a trophy. He asks if the old man wants to bring the dragon's tail back with him. Imagine explaining that to the neighbors at a retirement home. The old man just smirks. He doesn't need a tail to prove he was there. He has the scars and the memories. Rudiger laughs. He knows the tail would just be unnecessary luggage for a man who travels light. He shifts to business. They'll handle the barbarian prisoners of war locally. He tells the old man to just enjoy the journey home. Then, Mircea shows up. He asks to say his farewells to the new dragon slayer. Rudiger goes into overprotective big brother mode. He allows it, but his hand is never far from his sword. The tension is thick enough to choke a horse as Mircea walks toward Vlad. Rudiger gives him a final warning. No tricks, no spells, no noble nonsense. If he breaths wrong, Rudiger is ending the conversation permanently. Mircea feigns innocence. What do you mean? He's the type of guy who would burn your house down and then ask why it's so smoky. Rudiger isn't buying it. Do you think I wouldn't know? He knows exactly who sabotaged the hunt. We see Vlad frozen on Noir, the red light of Mircea's artifact glowing like a beacon. Rudiger saw the whole thing. He watched Vlad stop for no reason and put the entire north at risk. He saw Mircea holding the artifact, looking through the lens of his own arrogance. He saw the silhouette of the central squad watching from the hill. It was a clear act of betrayal. Mircea just smiles. He's a high noble from Central. He thinks he's untouchable by a dog from the borderlands. Bear this in mind, Rudiger says. There won't be a second warning. He's not threatening a duel, he's promising an execution. Mircea says he'll heed the warning. He's still smirking, but there's a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He hates that a northerner is talking down to him. Rudiger walks away, leaving the two peers to speak. The vibe is radioactive. Mircea thinks about how he acted rashly. He's disappointed he didn't get to see more of Rudiger's world, but he's a collector of information. He tells himself there's no need to be disappointed. He's a guy who finds a win in every loss because he got to see the most important thing. He looks at Vlad, and the interest in his eyes is predatory. Vlad is packing his bags. He's a simple guy. He and the old man don't have much to their names. Mircea walks up behind him. "You're pretty good," he says. It's the kind of compliment a spider gives a fly. Vlad doesn't even turn around. He's kneeling by his luggage, completely ignoring the most dangerous man in the room. Mircea calls his performance pretty impressive. He's trying to bait a response, but Vlad is built different. Vlad finally speaks. I'd have done even better if not for a certain someone. He's not being subtle. He knows exactly who tried to kill him. Mircea says he's glad to meet him, even if the feeling isn't mutual. He's enjoying the drama. Vlad stops what he's doing. His eyes glow with a sharp blue light. "There's tons of reasons for me to not want to meet you." Mircea calls that saddening. He claims his intentions were to stop Vlad from going into a dangerous place. "Yeah, and I'm the King of England." He notices Vlad's aura. It's sharp but calm. He's wondering how a kid can mature this much in the span of a single week. One must know to hold their head up high, Mircea says. He's talking like a mentor, which is insane given he was trying to stop Vlad's heart 5 minutes ago. He tells Vlad that's the kind of person he was born to be. This is a weirdly specific thing to say to a slum kid. He promises to ask just a few questions and then disappear. It's the final boss dialogue before the first phase ends. He leans in. "Does your heart run wild every time you see a dragon?" Vlad freezes. He doesn't answer immediately. He's thinking about Lindblom. He remembers the dragon's roar. He remembers the feeling of his blood pumping in rhythm with the monster's mana. He remembers standing before the beast, feeling a connection that wasn't just fear or aggression. He remembers seeing the blue blood of Lindblom spraying across the snow. Mircea gets even closer. He can see Vlad's pupils dilate. He's hit a nerve. "I'm asking if you wanted to drink the dragon's blood." It's a horrific question, but in this world, dragons are the ultimate source of power. Is Vlad a hunter, or is he something more? 3 weeks later, Bayezid County main city. Sturma. We're in a room that actually has windows and a bed. Vlad is sitting there, looking like he hasn't slept in 3 days. He's rubbing his face. He's safe, he's warm, and he's a hero, but he's haunted. Mircea's question is on loop in his head. "Did you want to drink the dragon's blood?" He calls it nonsense. He tries to push it down, but the memory of the thirst is still there. He remembers how his heart raced. It wasn't adrenaline, it was resonance. He faced Lindblom, and for a second, he felt like he was facing a mirror. That specific kind of connection is not something a normal human should feel. He wonders who Mercia actually is and how he knows things about Vlad that Vlad hasn't even told himself. He's spiraling. This is the weight of being the Dragon Slayer. Everyone sees the title, but nobody sees the guy underneath who's worried he's turning into a monster. There's a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Vlad is in a bad mood. "Don't disturb me and get lost," he yells. He's forgotten that he's technically a guest in someone else's house. Rudiger pops his head in. Wow, how harsh. He's got that "I'm not mad, just disappointed" smirk. Vlad nearly jumps out of his skin. "Sir Rudiger, I apologize." He's back to being a well-behaved servant in 0.5 seconds. He explains that people have been bugging him about the dragon hunt all day. Being a celebrity is exhausting when you just want to take a nap. Rudiger laughs it off. He thought Vlad had an unknown grudge against him. He walks in carrying a massive, heavy case. This isn't a social call, this is a delivery. Rudiger looks around the room. So this is where servants live? He's never been in the servants' quarters before. The guy is a high noble, but he's oddly curious about how the other half lives. Vlad asks what brings him here. He's eyeing the box. "This is the sword that I promised you." Rudiger slams the case onto the table. He opens it and the room practically lights up. This was personally forged by the top blacksmith of Bayezid. It's strong, sharp, light, and perfectly balanced. This guy is reputable throughout the entire empire. This isn't just a sword, it's a masterwork artifact. It's officially good enough for a guy who breaks steel for fun. Vlad hesitates. "I think that's too much for me." He's still thinking of himself as the kid who used a rusty scrap of metal from a bar. "No," Rudiger says, "this isn't too much for a dragon slayer." He looks at Vlad with genuine respect. He's not giving this as a gift to a servant, he's giving it as an investment in a legend. This is the reward that you ought to receive. In the North, merit is the only currency that matters. He admits he wanted to give him an even better artisan sword, but that would have caused political misunderstandings. Translation: the other nobles would have rioted if a commoner got a national treasure. Vlad accepts it gratefully. He knows he needs a tool that can handle his world without exploding. Rudiger asks if he's seen Joseph yet. Vlad says he met him briefly, but Joseph seemed incredibly busy. "Yeah, thanks to a certain someone," Rudiger says. He's talking about Vlad. Because of Vlad's achievement, Joseph's workload just tripled. Vlad blinks. Pardon? He doesn't realize he's the center of a political storm. Rudiger realizes Vlad is out of the loop. "You haven't heard anything yet?" The Bayezid household has issued a summons to all knights. This is a mobilization order. Something big is happening. Elsewhere in the manor, we see a bridge between two high towers. The old knight Sirohuas is walking with a high-ranking noble. He says he's thinking of ending his pilgrimage. The noble asks if he's come to a decision. This isn't just a "I'm quitting" talk. It's a transition of power. Gregory admits it's been a tough time, but it was his decision. He's ready for the quiet life. The noble tells him he'll finally hand over the last ducat. It's a symbolic payment for a life of service. Gregory mentions that little brat. He's talking about Vlad. He's happy to hand over the great honor to someone with young shoulders. He feels relieved. As a knight and a vassal, he's completed his duties. He's finished his quest. He takes a step forward. His gait is lighter now. The weight of the North is no longer on his back. The noble thanks him for devoting his life to the Bayezid house. It's a rare moment of genuine gratitude in a world of schemes. We see the noble's face. It's Count Bayezid himself. He's massive, imposing, and clearly a master of his own world. Gregory apologizes for causing trouble. He's humble to the end. The Count asks if he's returning to his hometown. "Yes," Gregory says. "It's been a long time since I saw my own manor." The Count asks him to stay a few more days before leaving. Gregory is confused. He thought the goodbyes were done. When someone's about to retire, the Count says, that also means someone new is about to appear. Gregory realizes why the summons was issued. The Count isn't just celebrating a victory, he's appointing a successor. The Count has recognized Vlad. Those who are qualified deserve to enjoy the authority. He notes that Vlad is about to break records. Youngest knight, shortest time to promotion. The kid is speed-running the military hierarchy. Gregory laughs. Records and traditions should be broken all the time. The Count is surprised. Gregory was always a traditionalist. If he's saying this, then Vlad's talent must be undeniable. Gregory feels like he's gotten his retirement gift. Seeing the future of the North in good hands is enough for him. He's looking forward to it, the moment a new honor is born. 3 days later, a massive, sun-drenched hallway. The architecture screams, "We have more money than you." The knights are lined up, standing at attention with their polearms. The atmosphere is electric. Every knight in the house is present. This is a formal assembly of the Bayezid's military might. A figure approaches the massive doors. It's Vlad. He's wearing full white and blue knight armor. He looks like a completely different person. Even the veteran knights are staring. Did Oksana use magic? They can't believe the kid they used to call a hound looks this regal. Vlad is visibly uncomfortable. I feel a little out of place. He's a slum boy in a diamond suit. The knight accompanying him asks if he's nervous. Vlad admits he's flustered. This is all happening way too fast. The knight chuckles. He tells Vlad he'll let him off even if he trembles a little. It's a big day. Today, you're the reason this door will be opened. The doors are called the Door of Knights. They only open for someone who has truly earned their place in history. The knight bellows the announcement. Servant Vlad off the Bayezid household. He is now standing on the orders off the count. Please allow him to enter! The massive mechanism of the door begins to turn. Enter! A single word, heavy with authority. Vlad steps inside. The Hall of Knights. It's vast, white, and intimidating. The knights on both sides draw their swords and salute. It's a literal gauntlet of honor. Vlad walks down the center, his boots echoing on the polished floor. He looks up and sees someone waiting at the end of the hall. It's Joseph. He's standing there, watching his hound become a knight. Joseph is thinking about how he can't wield a sword. He was born with the mind of a king, but the body of a peasant. He thought he'd never cross this line. He thought he'd be the guy in the back of the room forever. But as he watches Vlad, his eyes soften. It looks like you have become a sword that has come to me. He's not using Vlad. He's completed him. Go on, he says. Congratulations. Joseph gives a genuine, warm smile. It's the look of a man who finally found what he was looking for in a back alley years ago. Vlad is speechless. My sword. Joseph says it with such pride it almost breaks the formality of the room. Vlad takes the final steps. He's no longer a servant. He's no longer a candle boy. He is a knight of the North, and the real war is just beginning. Vlad has officially made it, but as Joseph's personal knight, he's just entered the most dangerous political game in the world. And don't forget that, Dragon Blood mystery, Vlad is changing. They say the red path is the path of honor. It's a path our guy has been walking since he left the gutter, one blood-stained step at a time. Beyond the filthy back alleys and the constant hunger, he's been moving toward a dream he didn't even know he had. And now, he's standing at the end of that hallway. The Hall of Knights. He drops to one knee. This isn't side character behavior anymore. This is the moment the server realizes a new top-tier player just logged in. He has reached that star. He's kneeling before Peter Bayezid, the man who holds the keys to the North. The Count calls him the heir of the Bayezid family. He's officially welcoming the rootless boy into his lineage. He hands Vlad a scroll, the unchanging code of the Swordmaster. Engrave it in your heart. This isn't just a reading assignment. It's a soul-binding contract. Rule number 1. A knight must always embrace possibilities. We see flashbacks to the people who protected Vlad's possibilities. Jorge, Zemina, even the mercenaries who initially saw him as an enemy, they all chose to protect what he could become. Vlad grips the scroll. He's taking the weight of all those sacrifices onto his own shoulders now. Rule number 2. A knight must always listen to their conscience. We see the faces of the knights who died in the mist, those who stood their ground when they could have run. That's the standard. The only judge of your actions is your own soul. If you can't look yourself in the mirror, you're not a knight. And the final rule, a knight must always follow the path of honor. To be honorable, you have to keep moving forward without a shred of shame. No shortcuts, no excuses, just results. Swear before my sword and the knight's code, the Count commands. Vlad of Shawara. Vlad thinks back to the unadorned sword, the cheap blade Zemina bought him. It wasn't fancy, but it was honest. Zemina, the red-haired girl from the edge of the world, would testify to his journey. He has protected what needed to be protected, even when he was just a kid with a stick in a back alley. His conscience is clear. He's guarded the smiles of the people he cares about. He looked at the stars, and he grabbed them. He didn't even realize he was following a code. He was just doing what was right. But the unadorned sword, now in pieces, testifies that he never faltered. I swear, Vlad says. One word, but it carries the weight of every fight he's ever had. He swears to uphold the code with all his strength. The aura in the room shifts. It's no longer just a ceremony. It's a declaration of war against anyone who doubts him. Peter Bayezid completes the ritual. Once, when I knelt, I was a lowly squire. Now, I shall rise as a proud knight. Vlad stands up. The transformation is complete. The titles hit like a list of legendary loot drops. The Knight of Lady Alicia, the one who protected the breath of children blessed by Saint Regino. The Dragon Slayer, proclaimed by the blue blood of Lindblum. The Knight, acknowledged by the Bayezid family. Vlad of Shoara. The rootless boy has created his own roots. He's no longer a guest in this world, he owns a piece of it. Rudiger and the other knights watch with genuine respect. They aren't just tolerating him anymore, they're following him. Even the veteran with the eye patch looks like he's seeing a miracle. Vlad walks out of the hall, and for the first time, he doesn't look like he's searching for where he belongs. He found it. Elsewhere, a very different kind of conversation is happening. Well done, Sir Vlad. The voice is cold, distant, and definitely not friendly. We shift to Trinova, the current Gaidor County. The vibe here is less honor and stars and more blood and iron. A banner of a black eagle hangs over the throne. The Gaidors are ready to move forward, but they've got a dwarf problem in their rear. A hand crushes a walnut. This is Sigmund Gaidor, the conqueror of the West. He notes that Alicia Heinel still doesn't have a husband. To a man like Sigmund, a woman without a husband is just an estate without a fence. He's worried about how she'll survive in this harsh world alone. Translation, he's about to rob her blind and call it a favor. He calls for Godin, the Moonlight Knight. I need you to put in some effort. Godin bows. This is the man who killed Jorge. The man Vlad has been hunting since Chapter 1 is finally back on the board. The mission, go to Dermar with Sigmund's son and secure a just cause. Sigmund wants a cause, not just violence. He knows that if he just invades, the rest of the North will unite against him. But if he can manufacture a legal or political excuse, like a forced marriage, he can take the land without a fight. He trusts Godin to handle the dirty work of diplomacy. I will do my best, Godin says. His presence is as chilling as ever. Back in the sun-drenched Bayezid Manor, the political chess match continues. Peter tells Joseph he's raised Vlad's status as requested. He's officially turned the Hound into a star. Joseph thanks him. He knows that having a knight with Vlad's reputation is worth more than 10 regiments. Then the bombshell, a meeting will be held soon, where all northern lords will gather. The Grand Assembly. Joseph is stunned. This hasn't happened in 10 years. The suddenness of the summons is a massive red flag. Joseph realizes there wasn't even a single indication this was coming. The security on this intel must have been absolute, or it was executed so urgently that even the Bayezid spies missed it. Either way, the North is about to face a reckoning. Peter's demand is simple. He wants Alicia Heinel to have a seat in that meeting. Joseph's eyes sharpen. He sees the angle immediately. The Heinel family has survived by playing both sides, the North and the Central lands. They've stayed neutral and taken advantage of their border position for generations. But the era of playing both sides is over. A decision must be made. Will Diarmar become the northern gateway, anchoring the border for the Bayezids, or will it become an abandoned land, absorbed by the central region or the west? If Alicia delays the choice, she'll become prey for the western eagle, Gaidor. Unite for survival or die alone. It's a harsh choice for a house that has always preferred neutrality. Joseph wonders if Alicia will actually choose the north. Peter smirks. He knows Joseph has been working hard to make that choice the only viable one. Joseph realizes his father has been watching his every move. Peter promises full support. At least when it comes to Dermar, he looks at Joseph with a gaze that says he knows the kid is more than just a strategist. You are Bayezid itself. This is the highest validation Joseph has ever received from his father. He watches Joseph walk away. Peter reflects on Joseph. Joseph wasn't born with sharp fangs. He doesn't have the aura or the physical power of a typical Bayezid. But because he lacked that power, he had to struggle desperately in a different way. He's become a monster of the mind. It's troubling for a father to see his son become this cold, this calculated. But Peter knows the crossroads they're at. Delaying the decision means more blood. I must end it in my generation. The cursed cycle of internal strife. The North has been fighting itself for too long, and if they don't unite now, they'll all burn together. The sun sets over Sturma. The orange glow looks beautiful, but in this world, orange is the color of fire and warning. Vlad and Lamund are on the wall. The scenery is stunning, but the conversation is heavy. Lamund notes that the walls look redder now than at any other time of day. He says the walls have endured by feeding on the blood of enemies and the blood of the Bayezid household. Blood is necessary in order to protect something. This is the reality of the North. It's not built on gold, it's built on sacrifice. Knights are people who have sworn to offer up their blood gladly. Once that day comes, you will have to offer up your blood. It's a warning. The Dragon Slayer title is a target, not a shield. Vlad smiles. Yes, I know. He's not a kid anymore. He's accepted the price of his new life. Then the old man finally drops the name. My name is Lamund. Call me Sir Lamund from now on. The pilgrimage is over. The legend has a name again. He reaches into his pouch. Here, take this. It's a payment for breaking your armor. Vlad looks at it and blinks. You're paying me with just one rusty copper coin? Lamund tells him it's worth way more than his old gray leather armor. When the time is right, you'll realize the value of that coin. Vlad is departing tomorrow morning. The honeymoon period of his knighthood lasted about 5 minutes. Lamund invites him to his manor once the chaos settles. Vlad smirks. He tells Lamund he'll visit just to collect the insufficient payment. He's joking, but the bond between them is real. Lamund welcomes the visit anytime. Sir Vlad. Vlad turns around. He's confused by the formality. It's been fun. Lamund looks like a man who has finally found peace. They stand against the sunset, the old legend and the new one. The silence between them says more than any speech could. It has, Sir Lamund. They shake hands. This is the official handoff. The future of the North is in the hands of the boy from Shawara now. Meanwhile, in Dearmar, things are significantly less peaceful. Alicia is face down on her desk. She's been waiting a month for a reply from the North. Her advisor tells her to be patient. We must always prepare for the worst situation. Alicia repeats it like a mantra. The worst situation? She wonders if she should follow Count Gaidor's letter and marry his eldest son. She asks her advisor what he thinks. She's at her breaking point. The advisor realizes he messed up his wording. He's trying to be practical, but Alicia is fighting for her autonomy. She's shaking in anger. The Gaidor wedding invitation sounded like a one-sided notice. It was a command disguised as a proposal. They sugarcoated it, but Alicia saw through it. There was no promise for the future of Heinel, only greed. Everyone around me is a thief. She feels the shadow of Sigmund Gaidor looming over her. The advisor tells her to not worry too much. Our opportunity to rise again will come with time. Alicia sighs. She wants to believe him, but time is the one thing she doesn't have. She's annoyed at the Bayezid household. Is it that difficult for them to lend us a servant? She still thinks Vlad is just a servant. Oh, Alicia, you are in for a shock. The advisor thinks they've calculated the terrain advantage of Diarmar. He's thinking like a tactician, but he's missing the human element. His only concern is, knock, knock, knock. A guard bursts in. Baron, Count Gaidor's people have arrived in our barony. Alicia's face goes pale. They're already here? The advisor tries to buy time. He'll reschedule the meeting for tomorrow. Please brace yourself. A starved eagle shows no mercy. We see the Gaidor flag fluttering in the wind. And here he is, Istvan Gaidor, Sigmund's successor. He looks like someone who would complain about the Wi-Fi in the middle of a siege. Dearmar has always been like this, he says. He finds the peaceful barony backward and boring. They prefer diplomacy to war and farming to commerce. In Istvan's world, that's a weakness to be exploited. He's already bored. He doesn't want to be here. His advisor tells him he at least needs to introduce himself and make small talk. Istvan makes a face. I hate doing any form of work. He's the peak of privileged noble energy. He's only here because of his bloodline. He wonders why his father is complicating things. His logic is simple. Take it if you want it. But the advisor warns him, the North has never failed to protect what they have to protect. The West made it this far by taking. The North made it this far by protecting. It's a clash of fundamental philosophies. Count Gaidor is now the leader of the Western Alliance, so he's being cautious. He doesn't want a full-scale war yet. Istvan tsk. He only cares because his father is really serious about this. Then, the motivator. We've been informed that she's really beautiful. Istvan stops. He looks at Alicia's portrait. Is that so? His lazy expression turns into a predatory smirk. Now I'm feeling motivated. Our guy is only doing his job because the target is a 10-10. Great. The empire capital, Brigantes. We see the red banners of the Dragulia household. Mircea is kneeling in a dark, imposing throne room. I have just returned, father. The dragon blood duke, Sarnus Dragulia. He's a silhouette of pure intimidation. Give me your report. His voice is like gravel. Mircea apologizes. The white dragon was slain by the knights of the north. The barbaric north? The duke is insulted. He views northerners as dogs who don't know their place. Mircea adds the hook. My trip was not for naught. I discovered a young boy in the north. He is still a young dragon who has yet to open his eyes. The duke asks if Mircea has been to the north before. I've been everywhere. I spent my whole life spreading seeds all over the continent. A seed is a being of possibility. He's implying that the Dragulia family has been experimenting or planting bloodlines across the world. Did your heart resonate after seeing that child? Mircea confirms it. He notes the golden hair and blue eyes. Those are the colors that have been passed down through the blood of the Dragulia household. The Duke's eyes glow. This is a massive reveal. Our MC, the gutter boy from Shawara, might actually be the heir to the most powerful family in the capital. The Duke notes that Vlad hasn't called forth the dragon's fragments yet. It means Vlad doesn't know his own power. The work of spreading seeds is tough, and the waiting is even tougher. Humans do the same thing over and over. They try to control the uncontrollable. That is how I have lived as well. The Duke leans forward. We finally see his face. It's an older, colder version of Vlad. He's watching, waiting. I wish to meet that child. The mystery is deepening. Vlad is officially a knight, but the West is about to swallow Alicia. So, we open on Istvan Gaidor, who apparently thinks he's the main character of a romance novel. He's staring at Alicia like she's a rare item drop he just found in a dungeon. This man really just dropped a "pleasure to meet you, lady," while standing in her own throne room. Alicia's face is doing that thing where she's internally counting to 10 so she doesn't order her guards to execute him on the spot. And the old advisor in the corner is already sweating because he knows exactly where this is going. Calling her lady when she holds the official title of Baron isn't just a slip of the tongue. It's a deliberate power move to show he doesn't respect her rank. Istvan is just standing there, oozing toxic masculinity energy, while the entire room feels the temperature drop 20 degrees. He's got that smug, I already won look that makes you want to see someone hit him with a chair. Alicia tries to keep it professional, suggesting he should have sent word before showing up with an entire squad of caped goons. But Istvan doesn't care about etiquette. He's here to collect his prize, and he's got Godin, the man who burned Vlad's life down, standing right behind him as backup. Alicia points out that a marriage proposal usually involves, talking to the person first. The Gaidor showing up unannounced is basically a polite way of saying, "We're taking this house whether you like it or not." Istvan just laughs it off, calling her tongue cold as ice. This guy is a walking red flag. Godin steps in to smooth things over with some noble speak about precious relationships. Alicia isn't buying a single word of it. She knows that no noble family rushes a marriage like this unless they're trying to lock down territory before a war starts. She's trying to endure it, trying to find the why behind their aggression. She suspects they're looking for a reason to claim she's being unreasonable so they can justify a full-scale invasion. Istvan gives a fake-ass apology for the breach of etiquette. Then he immediately ruins it by saying his mere presence, as the heir of Gaidar, is enough to bypass trivial formalities. The ego on this man is truly astronomical. Alicia's eyes say everything her mouth can't. Istvan tells her not to be upset because they bring good news. He doesn't even want to rest after the journey. He wants a meaningful conversation with her right now. He's basically trying to corner her before her allies arrive. He knows the rules of the game. He's trying to force a decision while the pressure is at its peak. But here's the thing about patience. It has a very specific expiration date. Alicia is clenching her dress so hard her knuckles are turning white. She's realizing that just enduring this disrespect is a form of degrading herself. Istvan sees her shaking and thinks he's won. He thinks she's scared. Godin is just watching, probably thinking about how easy it is to bully a small territory. And then the doors open. Alicia looks up, and you can see the hope flooding back into her eyes. The advisor yells for them to be brought in, and the vibe in the room shifts instantly. The massive doors swing wide, and a silhouette appears in the light that would make any villain reconsider their life choices. The Knights of Bayezid have entered the building, and they didn't come for the tea. Sir JR leads the pack, looking like an absolute unit. They all drop to one knee in a perfect, synchronized show of force. Alicia welcomes them, her voice finally steady again. Istvan turns around, and his "I'm the king" face is starting to glitch. Then, our guy steps forward. Vlad greets her properly. No lady, just pure respect. He tells her they've arrived in response to her call. Alicia gives the smallest, most relieved smile we've ever seen from her. In her head, she's basically saying, "You're the only one allowed to call me that. The ship is sailing, people." Then Vlad does something Istvan wasn't prepared for. He pulls out a purple handkerchief. He tells her he's here regarding the gift she gave him to repay it with a rightful price. Istvan is standing there like, wait, handkerchief? What handkerchief? Vlad's eyes go ice cold. He swears upon his name, the honor of Bayezid, and his status as a knight that he will fulfill his end of the bargain. Godin is staring at Vlad's face, and he starts having some very uncomfortable flashbacks. He remembers a kid crawling through the mud, struggling desperately just to stay alive. He realizes that kid's shadow has finally grown long enough to reach him. The night of the blue moonlight. Godin realizes that Vlad has finally earned the right to stand as an equal before him. This isn't a victim anymore. It's a threat. Cut to later, in a separate room. Istvan is fuming. Things were supposed to go smoothly, but Bayezid's move was a total curveball. He keeps repeating Vlad's name, trying to figure out where this Vlad of Shawara came from. He thinks they might have crossed paths before, but he can't place it. He notices that during the entire meeting, Vlad wasn't even looking at him. He was staring daggers at Godin. Istvan finds it refreshing that someone had the balls to insult him like that. He's definitely going to try to kill Vlad later. He asks Godin if he knows the kid. Godin admits it was a brief connection. He's being very modest about the fact that he murdered the kid's entire support system. Godin reveals that, back in the slums, he didn't spare Vlad out of pity. He saw a brilliance in Vlad's potential that made him want to see how far it would go, even if it meant Vlad would eventually come for his head. Godin is a psychopath, confirmed. He's genuinely impressed that the seed the Central Nobles were worried about turned out to be the same brat from the gutter. Istvan asks what the move is now. His father told him to create a justification for the invasion, but Vlad just gave Alicia a legitimate alliance. Godin says there is one way. The victor takes all, the most basic law of the world. He's suggesting a duel to settle the justification once and for all. Meanwhile, Alicia is having tea with the Bayezid Knights. Jayar's presence alone is enough to prove that the North is serious about protecting Dharmar. He hands her a letter from Joseph Bayezid. The letter is a masterpiece of political manipulation. Joseph states that while Vlad has the handkerchief, that alone isn't enough to legally reject Gaidar's proposal since they're a higher-ranking house. Alicia reads it, realizing Joseph is 10 steps ahead of everyone. Jayar assures her that Joseph is doing his utmost for Dharmar. Then, the bombshell drops. Alicia's grandmother was from the Oscar family, the same family as Countess Oksana Bayezid. The advisor's jaw hits the floor. Jayar explains that, because of this bloodline connection, Bayezid is officially declaring Alicia a relative of their house. If the Countess becomes Alicia's godmother, the Gaidar proposal becomes a legal insult to the Bayezid family. Alicia is worried about placing such a burden on the Countess, as this basically starts a diplomatic war between two great houses. Jayar says Oksana would always welcome her. The advisor is sweating again. He knows this isn't just goodwill, it's Bayezid giving themselves a permanent excuse to interfere with Dharmar's business. He realizes Joseph Bayezid isn't just saving them, he's absorbing them. But Alicia knows she has no other choice. If she doesn't take Joseph's hand, Istvan will take her head. She thinks about Joseph Bayezid, truly a terrifying man. He's already placed the entire region on a board he built himself. Everyone, Vlad, Alicia, Istvan, is just a piece in his game. Alicia asks if she has to decide right now. It's a lot to process, basically choosing which giant is going to hold her leash. Jayar, surprisingly gentle for a guy who looks like he eats glass for breakfast, says there's no rush. He knows this is a heavy burden. Alicia thanks him for the consideration. The advisor is watching all this and thinking about how awkward the situation is. Gaidar is using marriage as an excuse to invade, and Bayezid is using protection as bait to expand their influence. He wonders if there is anyone in the world Alicia can actually trust. Alicia looks over at Vlad. She calls his name, and Vlad snaps to attention. She asks him if the job he's taken on, protecting her, isn't too burdensome for him. Vlad gives her that pure shonen protagonist look. He says he wants to do it because it was his order, but also because he wants to. Alicia stares at him, and the room goes quiet. He's looking at her with those glowing blue eyes, and for a second, the politics don't matter. The advisor sees it. He realizes there is one person. Only this boy supports Alicia without a single hidden scheme or ulterior motive. He's just there because he's a knight and he gave his word. Alicia bows her head, genuinely touched. Then, she decides to lighten the mood. She asks to see the handkerchief. She jokes that it probably needs mending since he's been carrying it around for so long. Vlad smiles and reaches into his breastplate. Ah, yes, here you go. Alicia feels a little proud. She thinks, look at him, keeping it precious and deep in his armor. Vlad pulls out a folded piece of white cloth. Alicia leans in, expecting to see her own embroidery. She sees a red rose and the name Jamina. Vlad looks down and realizes he pulled out the wrong one. Ah, not thigh. He tries to swap it instantly. Too late. The damage is done. Alicia is currently manifesting enough dark aura to kill a god. Her face is a literal void of shadow. Vlad and the advisor both realize they didn't even see her hand move when she grabbed it. She asks, in a voice that sounds like a graveyard, "This doesn't look like the handkerchief I gave you?" Vlad, the absolute genius, decides to tell the truth. "It's nothing much, just something my friend gave me." It's the one I'm actually using. Alicia asks if Jama is a woman. Vlad smiles and says, yes! We grew up together since we were young. Alicia gives a laugh that would make a horror movie villain hide under their bed. AHA? Vlad continues digging his own grave. It's pure cotton, so it's great to use however. He's so proud of the fabric quality. JR and the advisor are both screaming internally. They're witnessing a level of social suicide that shouldn't be possible. Vlad looks at them like, what? Did I say something wrong? Alicia is just laughing and shaking the handkerchief. The aura is reaching critical mass. Vlad finally realizes he messed up. He thinks, this one's pretty big. Understatement of the century, kid. Cut to JR. He's currently clutching his forehead. He is clenching his fists so hard the metal of his gauntlet is groaning. He looks at Vlad with a glowing green eye and says, you are the stupidest bastard out of everyone I've ever seen. He points out that Joseph Bayezid spent months setting up this perfect political justification, and Vlad just ruined the special connection vibes with a single piece of cotton. Vlad is bowing his head, looking like a kicked puppy. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would work out like that. JR is vibrating with rage. He tries to calm himself down, reminding himself that Vlad is turning 18 soon and should be treated like an adult. He tells Vlad to just leave. Vlad is hesitant. JR snaps. Leave! You want to get beat up like old times? Vlad actually thinks about it. I think that'd be better, to be honest. Can I just get beaten up? He'd rather take a physical beating than deal with Alicia's mood. JR tells him to piss off because he can't control his power today. Vlad runs for his life. JR is left alone, wondering what the hell he's supposed to do with this kid. Vlad steps out into the hallway, looking completely drained. He sees a group of Bayezid knights waiting for him. They're all sitting around a table, staring at him. Vlad asks why they're looking at him like that. They start roasting him immediately. Gotta give a glance to such a great hero, carrying 2 women in a single chest? They're calling him the shining possibility while dying of laughter. Vlad just wants to be alone. They tell him they'll give him some room since their unique youngest is on a different level. Vlad just walks away, defeated. They're yelling behind him about telling the maids to be careful of the stallion. These guys are ruthless. Vlad is walking down the hall, cursing his luck. Why do things get tangled up like this? He really wanted his first mission as a knight to go perfectly. He feels like everyone is just making fun of him instead of comforting him. But then he has a thought. He realizes that their teasing isn't contempt, it's affection. He remembers the back alleys of Shawara. The way people live looks similar everywhere. Whether it's hooligans or high-class knights, the bond is the same. He looks out a window and sees a tree on a hill. It's been a while since he's prayed. He decides to go clear his head. Back in the room, Alicia is still in demon mode. She can't get over how dumb he is. Even if he lacks common knowledge, how could he keep another woman's handkerchief? The advisor tries to defend him, saying he at least made sure to keep it clean. Alicia says it's common sense to not do that. The advisor points out that for boys his age, especially one raised in the slums, it really isn't. Alicia asks, why? The advisor reminds her of what Vlad has been through. He's been fighting dragons and monsters, covered in blood and grime. Storing a piece of cloth that cleanly amidst all that carnage means he was taking special care of it, even if he didn't understand the social implication. He suggests that Vlad's mistake was born from pure ignorance, which in a way means he's genuinely pure. He reminds her that unlike everyone else, Vlad lifted his sword for her without any ulterior motives. Alicia looks up, struck by that. The advisor tells her to look over there. They look out the window and see Vlad kneeling on the hill, praying. Alicia's expression softens. She realizes he hasn't changed at all since the day they first met. He's still just that honest boy. And then she sees something. Huh? A figure is walking up the hill toward Vlad. The advisor's eyes go wide. He screams for the guards. And Sir JR. It's Istvan Gaidor. He's walking toward Vlad with a massive sword on his back and a look on his face that says he's ready to start a war right now. The board is set. Alicia is officially under Bayezid's wing, but Istvan doesn't care about politics when there's a neck to be cut, hovering over Vlad like a guardian deity, while he tries to find some peace in the graveyard. Vlad asks the spirit if it remembers anything yet, but the answer is a vague, not sure. It seems Vlad has a deep connection with spirits, but the details are still loading like he's on 3G data. Then, his gutter senses tingle. Someone's coming. Istvan Gaidor walks into the graveyard like he owns the place, asking Vlad if he's visiting someone he knows. The disrespect is already at a level 10. Vlad doesn't even turn around at first. He just tells Istvan that this place requires the owner's permission. Permission Istvan definitely doesn't have. Istvan scoffs. He thinks he's above permission. He grins that shark-like smile and says, "You finally see me." He's salty because back in the throne room, Vlad was only looking at Godin. Istvan literally felt invisible, and for a guy with an ego this big, that's a fate worse than death. Vlad just stares him down, cold. Istvan says Godin told him to deliver a message. He tells Vlad that if he hands over the Baroness's handkerchief, Godin will count it as payment for that second piece of jerky. The mention of the jerky hits Vlad like a physical blow. It takes him right back to the slums, back to the humiliation and the hunger. Istvan, not knowing the history, just shrugs. He says he's not interested in the drama between Vlad and Godin. He just wants the handkerchief. Just hand it over, he says, holding his hand out like he's asking for a snack. Vlad's voice is a whisper from the Arctic. Try and take it, if you have the ability to. The West doesn't hide what it wants. They think greed is a virtue because only the greedy survive their harsh lands, but the North doesn't back down. Because in the cold, if you lose what you have, you're already dead. Istvan sighs. Well, I was told you wouldn't listen. He draws that massive, jagged slab of metal he calls a sword. The blade stops inches from Vlad's face, but Vlad doesn't even blink. He's already seen death. This guy is just a loud noise. Istvan calls him a northern brat and gets his game face on. He officially challenges Vlad to a duel for Alicia's handkerchief. Vlad reaches for his own blade, but he stops. Say it again, he says. Istvan is confused. What? Vlad stands tall. He says he is a knight of Bayezid and a knight of Lady Alicia. He tells Istvan to call his name properly. You, Western thug. Vlad really just called a Count's heir a thug in his own graveyard. King behavior. Cut to Godin, who is looking at reports of Vlad's achievements, crushing organizations, driving out sorcerers, killing a deathworm and a Lindblum. Godin thinks Bayezid is just being desperate and exaggerating the standard and common sense. He thinks Vlad's potential is fabricated. He remembers Vlad's sword path from a year ago and thinks there's no way he's at a Dragon Slayer level yet. But he admits the aura awakening is impressive. That's pure talent you can't teach. He feels disappointed. He almost wishes he had brought Vlad into the Gaidar family instead of leaving him in the gutter. The door opens. Istvan walks in, looking like he just stepped out of a gym after a PR. Godin sees his face and knows. You didn't receive it. Istvan slams his sword down. Yeah, just like you said, he doesn't listen to reason. Godin asked why he didn't just take it by force. Istvan says that was the plan, but the mood was ruined. Apparently, JR and the old advisor caught the scent and rushed over before Istvan could catch a body. Istvan confirms he challenged Vlad to a duel. Godin asks when. In 2 days. They need a priest to officiate so it's all legal and binding. Godin grins. This works in their favor. With a priest as a witness, Bayezid can't complain when they take Alicia's territory. But Istvan has one more motivation. He wants to see Vlad's smug face twist in fear. He's taking this personally now. Cut to Jair and the advisor walking through the halls. The advisor is worried. Do you think we can win? Jair is honest. It won't be easy. Istvan has been trained by the best since he could walk. He's a polished weapon. Even Lamund held Western knights in high regard. Right now, Vlad's stats are lower than Istvan's on paper. The advisor is panicking. If Vlad loses, Alicia's handkerchief and her honor is gone. JR tells him to chill. He's the same guy who fought a knight as a mere squire. And besides, Joseph Bayezid has already accounted for all of this. He didn't send them into the West without a cheat code. The advisor asks if there's a strategy. JR says the duel is just a process. The outcome is already being written by Joseph's brain. The advisor is impressed. I'll provide whatever support is necessary. JR actually has a request. He wants to propose the location of the duel to Alicia. This is going to be important. Flash forward. 2 days later, the Gaidar knights are all set up on a grassy hill. Istvan is sitting in a chair, looking bored. Godin notes that the location is unusual. Alicia requested it be held here, in the graveyard, so her parents could witness the duel. Istvan thinks it's an okay request, but the field feels unsettling. It's too clean. There isn't a single pebble in sight. He notices the grass is wet, even though it didn't rain. Godin tells him to deal with it. It's northern terrain. Preparing the battlefield is a commander's basic tactic. He's warning Istvan that they're walking into a trap. JR catches them looking. The two sides stare each other down across the wet grass. JR gives a tiny smirk. He knows something they don't. He turns to Vlad. Gaidar's momentum is fierce. We'll hold them off. Catch your breath. Vlad takes a deep breath, centering himself. JR tells him he's done well holding back. Now, it's time for his conviction to uphold his promise to Joseph. Vlad's eyes glow. I'm ready. JR nods. Good. Show those usurpers what a rightful sword truly is. Alicia announces the rules. aura is allowed. But since this isn't a death match, the masters will intervene if someone is about to lose a limb. Both fighters agree. The priest yells some religious stuff about God watching under the sun. He drops his hand. Game on. Istvan immediately flares up his aura. It's aggressive, red, and hot. He asks Vlad if he's taking good care of the handkerchief. He's still trying to get in Vlad's head. Vlad just looks at him. What will you give? If I win, what are you putting up? He suggests taking Istvan's sword as payment. That's a massive insult to a Western knight. Istvan is fuming. You bastard! Vlad says he heard robbing others is the Westerner's specialty. Is that something you take pride in? Vlad flashes back to the slums. In the gutter, robbing was life. Getting robbed was death. You, who robbed out of desire, and me, who robbed for survival. I wonder who's greedier? Vlad takes a low stance, his aura starting to hum. Istvan is confused. What even is that stance? It's not standard noble form, it's a predator's crouch. Vlad gives a shark smile of his own. I hope you like it. He moves. His feet are light on the grass. Istvan swings. The impact is huge. Godin realizes Bayezid expected this duel from the start. They've prepared Vlad for this specific matchup. Vlad goads him. Come at me. Let me see how amazing Gaidar's successor actually is. Vlad's eyes are cold. He's analyzing every movement. Istvan roars and brings the greatsword down. Vlad dodges by a hair's breadth. Istvan tries to follow up, but Vlad deflects the heavy blade upward. The serrated edges grind against Vlad's sword with a screeching sound. Istvan is putting his whole weight into it. Vlad slides back, the ground tearing up under him. They clash again and again. Sparks are flying like a fireworks show. JR and the knights are cheering him on. Just like that! Keep it going! Godin notices Vlad is thoroughly prepared. He's using the slippery grass to his advantage. It's hard to get a strong footing for heavy power swings, but it's perfect for someone who fights with speed and precision. Godin realizes just how elaborate this world setup is. Joseph Bayezid basically rigged the map. Another huge swing from Istvan. Vlad dodges low. Istvan's face is twisting with frustration. He's not just surviving, he's taking the hits. Istvan is shocked. The hell? I heard he's only held a sword for a year. How is he able to take my sword? Istvan puts even more power into it, gritting his teeth. Vlad spins away from a horizontal slash. Istvan slams the sword into the ground. Dirt and grass explode everywhere. Fight properly. How long are you going to just run away? Vlad smiles. Who knows? Istvan realizes he's fighting on a mud field. If this drags on, he's going to gassing out. He feels humiliated. He's being stalled by an unnamed knight. He starts throwing insults. Because you crawled from a lowly place, the way you fight is disgusting. He says if Alicia sees Vlad looking this messy, even the mother that birthed him would turn her eyes away. Vlad stops moving. He gives a small, chilling laugh. Not a chance. If you knew anything about life in the back alley, you wouldn't be able to say something like that. I'm disappointed. I thought nobles make classier taunts. Vlad lunges. He's a blur of motion. He tells Istvan that Count Gardar would jump for joy if he saw him now, because he's a proud son showing his noble blood against a back alley orphan. Vlad is using Istvan's own elitism as a weapon. Istvan snaps. His aura explodes into a pillar of fire. Vlad is forced back by the heat. The smoke clears, and Istvan looks like a demon standing in a burning field. His eyes are glowing orange. Vlad's sword is vibrating from the sheer pressure. Istvan tells him to throw away any thoughts of dying peacefully. Godin watches, thinking Vlad held out well, but it ends here. Jair notes that the depth of Istvan's world is different. This is the true power of a great house heir. Vlad is breathing hard. A drawn-out fight against a greatsword using aura is eating him alive. Vlad remembers Joseph saying it's fine if he loses. He thinks about the knights who sparred with him. He thinks about JR, his teacher. He thinks about Alicia, who left her honor in his hands. He knows everyone expects him to lose, because the world doesn't believe a kid from the gutter can beat a prince. He knows he could lose and still gain something, but I want to escape now. He wants to stop avoiding, stop running, stop promising for the next time. He looks past Istvan, straight at Godin, the knight who destroyed his first home. Vlad's eyes flash bright blue. A pillar of blue crystalline aura erupts from him, rivaling Istvan's flame. He says he now has the proud qualification. He's finally obtained what he needed to stand before Godin. These are the fruits of his struggle. Vlad just went Super Saiyan blue, so we start with the absolute realization that a greatsword isn't just about one big hit. It's about the momentum. If Istvan keeps swinging, the weight of the blade basically does the work for him, creating a relentless chain of attacks. He's coming at Vlad like a human-sized blender. Vlad is dodging and parrying, but you can see the pressure. Istvan is putting his entire soul into the next swing. The impact is so heavy it literally craters the ground. Vlad's feet are sliding. The gutter strategy of using the wet grass is a double-edged sword now because he can't find a solid anchor. Istvan is screaming for him to die like a filthy bastard. Vlad's eyes are locked in. He's not scared. He's calculating. He realizes that staying at the edge of that greatsword's reach is a suicide mission. The ground is being chewed up, and the gap between them is pure death. Vlad admits it. This guy is the real deal. He's never faced swordsmanship this rough and heavy before. At this range, Vlad is at a total disadvantage. If he stays here, he gets cooked. So, he makes a decision. There's only one way out, and that's through. Istvan roars and brings the blade down for what should be the finishing blow, but Vlad doesn't retreat. He moves forward. Even further forward, right into the teeth of the attack. He's diving into the dead zone of a greatsword, the space where the blade hasn't reached its full power yet. He's crossing the boundary of death just to get an opening. He ducks under a swing that would have taken his head off. He is officially inside Istvan's personal space, and this is where the speed of a gutter rat beats the ego of a noble successor. Istvan is wide open. He can't bring that massive slab of metal back fast enough to block. Vlad isn't letting him escape. Istvan's face is pure shock. He's calling Vlad arrogant, while his life flashes before his eyes. He tries to slam the hilt down or change the trajectory, but Vlad is already there. Istvan flares his fire aura in a panic, trying to create a shield of heat. He thinks he caught him, but Vlad's foot plants firmly in the mud. He uses a defensive technique that stops the fire cold. Godin is watching from the sidelines, and his jaw basically hits the grass. Armor art? This is an exclusive technique usually only known by the Holy Knights of the Central Church, and Godin cannot figure out how a northern rookie just pulled it off. Istvan is losing it. What kind of trick is this? Vlad just screams back. He doesn't have time for a TED talk on his power system. He pivots midair and delivers a strike that shatters Istvan's momentum completely. Istvan is coughing up blood. He's reeling, his aura flickering like a broken light bulb. Vlad gives him that predatory smile. Now! Istvan tries one last desperate swing, but Vlad's blade is already moving in a perfect arc. The collision creates a shockwave that clears the fog from the graveyard. Alicia stands up, her tea probably forgotten. Everyone is staring into the dust cloud. The blue crystalline aura is the only thing visible. Vlad is standing over a defeated Istvan. I am righteous, right? His blade is at Istvan's throat. He's vibrating with the sheer adrenaline of the win. So, I can claim a rightful reward, can't I? Godin is silent. He knows the gutter law better than anyone. Vlad roars for an answer. Godin finally nods. Yeah, finally. Vlad raises his sword toward the sky, silhouetted by the moon. He looks directly at Godin. Do you remember what you told me? A knight only takes what is rightfully his. This is the ultimate I remember everything moment. Vlad flashes back to the day Jorge died, the day he was just a kid in a blue cloak. He tells Godin he was never Stanga, and he was never 42 years old. Those were the lies Godin used to dismiss him. He's returning the wrong price Godin gave him. But this, I will take. He's claiming his prize as the victor. He addresses Godin as Godin of Gaidar with zero respect. I demand Istvan's sword. Taking a noble's heirloom weapon is the ultimate L for a Western family. Godin looks like he's reconsidering every life choice that led him to this field. Alicia is stunned. This wasn't in the diplomatic script. The Gaidar Knights are fuming, and JR is just smirking in the background. Vlad stands tall. He won. He took the sword, and he did it as the victor's privilege. Cut back to the snowy north. A messenger brings a letter to Joseph Bayezid. Joseph reads it and sighs. He thought he prepared Vlad, but he's starting to think this mission was a bit too much for the enemies, not Vlad. He was hoping to avoid a worst-case scenario, but Vlad just created a whole new category of problem. This is unexpected, he says. He asks his assistant Vorden if Istvan Gaidar is an easy opponent. Vorden is confused. No, of course not. He explains that Istvan is the strongest new knight in the West and is expected to become a legend. Joseph nods. He made his plans assuming Istvan was a monster. He chose Istvan as Vlad's first dual opponent because it was a low-risk, high-reward move. In Joseph's head, if Vlad lost to a famous guy, his reputation wouldn't suffer. But if he just pushed Istvan into a corner once, people would see Vlad as a rising star. And if Vlad lost the handkerchief, Alicia would be desperate and have no choice but to fully submit to the Bayezid household for protection. Joseph basically planned for Vlad to lose or draw to lock Alicia into a political cage. But Vlad winning? That breaks the whole machine. He turns to Vorden. As for what I had asked you to do, Vorden is ready to go. I'll prepare it perfectly. Joseph just stares at him. Forget all of my orders. Vorden's brain just rebooted. Pardon? Joseph tells him they need to plan everything over from the start. Vorden is crying inside. They spent 10 days making those preparations. Joseph admits he prepared for the worst-case scenario, but he never prepared for the best-case scenario, becoming a Western nightmare. Vorden just accepts the overtime. Poor guy. Back at the negotiation table, the Bayezid Knights are smirking. They love seeing the West suffer. Godin is sitting across from JR. He's asking for the sword back. He asks if taking the sword doesn't inconvenience Bayezid by starting a feud. JR just crosses his arms. That's a problem we'll have to deal with. He's basically saying, we don't care about your feelings. Godin argues that taking a sword in a mere fight is going overboard. JR leans in. It wasn't a mere fight, though. He points out that Gaidar was the one who went overboard without thinking of the consequences when they tried to bully Alicia. Godin goes quiet. He realizes he has no leverage. Tell me what you want. JR says that's not a question for him. He reminds Godin that Vlad is the one who won. He knows exactly why Vlad took that sword. It wasn't about the medal, it was about the insult to Godin's pride. Negotiations are officially over. JR tells Godin to just pack up and go back to the West. Godin stands up, looking at a letter on the table. He knows they will meet again. This isn't over, it's just the prologue to a much bloodier war. JR tells him he'll arrange for a nice day to meet him in person. The threat is loud and clear. He asks JR to help him bid farewell to Vlad. Godin walks out, his red cloak flowing behind him. JR watches him leave, his eye glowing with a green intensity. He thinks to himself, that kid, he's involved with a terrible man. He's referring to himself and Joseph, knowing Vlad is being pulled into a world of monsters. Cut to the Heinel mansion. Alicia is having tea with her advisor. He points out there's no need to accept Joseph's protection anymore. Since Vlad drove away the marriage request, Diarmar is technically safe for now. Alicia agrees. She didn't want to give Bayezid a justification to absorb her territory. She muses that a knight like Vlad is not common. Is he? The advisor admits he definitely isn't. She asks how much stronger he'll become. The advisor thinks Vlad has the potential to become the representative of the North. Alicia is surprised it's that high. The advisor says that's actually a cautious estimation. Alicia goes into strategic mode. She realizes it's not easy for her to lead her household alone. Instead of getting caught in the plans of other nobles, it would be better to have a knight with no background by her side. The advisor realizes what she's implying. He thinks it's a bit early for a blood alliance, but Alicia is thinking long-term. She needs to acquire Vlad before anyone else can. She's essentially planning to scout the MVP before the trade deadline. The advisor sweats. That's better than getting married to some strange man, isn't it? Alicia just gives a knowing smile. She notes that Vlad's behavior is unique too. Cut to Vlad on the hill. He's pouring expensive whiskey into the grass. The white snake spirit appears, looking very satisfied. Vlad figured a spirit of the earth would like liquor made from barley. Vlad really treats a high-tier spirit like a drinking buddy from the slums. The snake seems to really like it. It coils around him. It gives a roar of approval. Vlad glows with a new energy. The white snake's blessing is basically like getting an extra life in a video game. It's an insane power-up for a guy who already hits like a truck. He pats the spirit's head. Thank you. He respects the land, and the land is starting to respect him back. Later, back inside. Alicia asks if he's injured. Vlad says he's fine. She mentions seeing him pouring liquor on the hill. Vlad explains it was his way of giving thanks. He feels like the owner of the land was showing him favor. Alicia looks at him, her eyes softening. She hands a letter to Jair for Countess Oksana, and she has another letter for Sir Joseph. She says these letters will tell the central government and the West exactly where Diarmar stands. She's officially picking a side. JR bows. He'll make sure the letters get there. Then she turns to Vlad, the knight who protected my honor. She pulls out a massive, ornate wooden chest. She opens it, and the room is filled with light. It's a glowing orange gem. Vlad's eyes go wide. He's seen this before. That is the elf's amber, a relic of insane power, and Alicia just gave it to him. Vlad just got a legendary drop. Alicia is officially all in on the Vlad investment. Alicia starts explaining where this glowing orange rock actually came from. There's a race of elves living on the Empire's eastern border, and because they worship a different god, they usually keep to themselves. But the first head of the Heinel family was apparently a main character type who was tight with the elves, and he obtained this amber through that connection. It's made from the resin of a tree so rare it's basically a myth, and it used to be attached to her father's sword. She looks at Vlad with a look that says, I'm making a huge investment right now, and tells him she thinks it would suit his sword well. Vlad is hesitating. His fair compensation meter is redlining because he knows expensive things deserve a high price. He asks how he can possibly take a family treasure that's been passed down for generations. Alicia shuts him down with a smile. You're more deserving than anyone. She reminds him that he's saved her family twice now. At this point, a shiny rock is basically a tip. Even JR is in the background looking stressed. He knows this gift essentially makes Vlad a permanent part of the Heinel family's fate. The voice in Vlad's head, Riman, speaks up. He's actually asking Vlad to take it. Vlad feels a resonance. The amber is reacting to the spirit inside him. He remembers the promise he made to the voice back in the gutter to help recover his memories in exchange for the sword. That promise is the only reason he's standing here in polished armor instead of starving in an alley. He realizes that a knight should only accept fair compensation, and this amber might be the price for the voice's lost past. He finally accepts it. Thank you, Lady Alicia. Alicia looks satisfied. She didn't just give him a gem, she just bought the loyalty of the strongest rookie in the North. JR is still sweating. He's probably thinking about how he's going to explain this Blood Alliance level gift to Joseph. Vlad stares at the gem. He knows accepting it so easily feels heavy, but he has a gut feeling. This is the key to Ramon's history. The voice tells him to look at the amber through the world, his master-level perception. The gem explodes with light in his vision. He sees a massive, glowing tree on a hill, a memory that isn't his. This detail is going to matter later, so file it away. Cut to later. The Bayezid Knights are riding back, and they are absolutely roasting Vlad. That guy had ambition! Just became a knight, and he's already aiming for nobility. They're laughing their heads off because Vlad collected the Baroness's honor and her family treasure in one trip. Vlad is doing the anime embarrassed face and insisting it's not like that. They aren't listening. In their eyes, Alicia just gave her fiancé the dowry early. Shining potential! They're never letting him live this down. Vlad looks at JR for help. Say something, will you? JR just looks into the distance. I'll report separately to Lord Joseph for now. Even I can't make a call on this one. Vlad realizes even his mentor thinks he's moving too fast. Yes, understood. The knights notice the scenery changing. The massive spires of Shawara appear in the moonlight. The knights are having so much fun messing with Vlad that they're actually sad the trip is over. They even suggest camping outside just to keep the banter going. Vlad has heard enough. He kicks Noir into high gear and bolts toward the gate. They arrive at the massive fortress walls of the city. JR pulls up next to him. He tells Vlad to give it a try. He wants Vlad to be the one to order the gates open. It's time he realized that his words now carry the weight of a knight. Vlad looks at the massive iron doors. Just yesterday, he was a rat who had to sneak in through literal dog holes and sewage pipes. He grits his teeth. I'll open it no matter what. He rides up to the bridge alone. The guards on the wall yell for him to halt. Who goes there? Vlad draws his sword and points it toward the sky. I am Vlad, knight of the Bayezid family. I've returned after completing my mission. The guards recognize the name instantly. The dragon slayer who defeated the Lindblum is back. They scramble to open up. The gears grind, and the massive wooden gates begin to swing wide. Vlad is actually stunned. It's really opening? JR watches him with a rare, proud look. He explains that knight isn't just a title of qualification, it's a title of honor. Only those who have proven their worth can bear the name and command respect like this. Now you have the right to open every gate in Bayezid territory. The guards line up and bow as he passes. Welcome back, Sir Vlad. JR looks at him one last time. The gate you once left through as a vagrant is now the gate you enter as a knight. This is a massive W for our guy. Cut to the west, the city of Trinova. Sigmund Gaidor is sitting on his throne, and the air in the room is vibrating with his rage. He asks Istvan how he still dares to call himself a knight. You should have handed over your head instead. Sigmund doesn't do participation trophies. Istvan is trembling. He's a total mess, covered in bandages. Sigmund's eyes are glowing with a terrifying red light. He's looking at Istvan's empty belt. He is grinding his teeth so hard you can hear the bone. He screams about what a disgraceful mess the duel was. Just when they were gaining political ground, Istvan ruined it. He's mostly pissed that Istvan didn't lose to someone famous like Rudiger Bayezid, but to some green rookie. He points out that losing the sword meant handing over all influence over Diarmar to the Bayezids. It's a total strategic disaster. Then, he turns his fury toward Godin. What the hell were you doing while my son was being humiliated? Godin bows his head. I have no excuse. Sigmund demands to know what happened. Godin said he knew the guy. Godin reveals the truth. He's probably someone who also has ties with you, Count. He's the one raised by the runaway knight Jorge. Sigmund's face goes completely still. He slams his fist into his throne, shattering the stone. That bastard Jorge screwed me over right to the end. There is deep, personal history here. Godin explains that Vlad had outstanding talent and the support of high-level knights, but he mentions JR, the one unexpected figure who could face Godin's pressure head-on. Sigmund realizes JR is one of the Bayezid's hidden swords. He calls them cunning northern bastards. Sigmund looks Godin in the eye and asks if he remembers the teachings of their ancestors. Godin knows it by heart. Shove what you hold into your ship by any means, then use your freed hands to take what belongs to others. This is the survival code of the West. Sigmund says he has spent his whole life taking, breaking, and destroying under that banner. Gaidar is a house of pioneers. We may take, but we must never be taken from. He declares that the eagle's eyes will now turn to the north. Recover my son's sword, no matter what it takes. War is coming, and it's personal now. Winter has fully arrived in Sturma. Vlad is sitting with Vordan, the treasurer. He slides a small stack of coins across the table. Vlad blinks. For gold? Vordan sees the disappointment on Vlad's face and finds it hilarious. Vlad admits he thought knights got more than that. 4 gold is basically a Starbucks gift card level paycheck for a guy who killed a dragon. Vordan laughs. Still a rookie. Huh, now I get why Jair still keeps you close. He explains that a knight doesn't save money through a base salary. A knight follows honor, bears duty, and carries the responsibility that comes with it. Vlad is confused. What does that have to do with money? Vordan gives him the reality check. It's all about money. A full-bellied cat doesn't hunt mice. He reveals that the price of honor, his actual pays, is paid out as a special bonus at the end of the year based on accomplishments. Vlad asks about the price of duty and responsibility. Vordan reminds him he literally just brought back the Heinel treasure. He shouldn't be worried about being broke. Then, Vordan smirks. After Dragon Slayer, you've got a new nickname too, right? The Scoundrel of the North, the man who holds 2 handkerchiefs to his chest. Vlad's reputation as a ladies' man is growing faster than his sword skills. Vlad tries to protest, but Vordan tells him not to forget the little people when he becomes a high noble. Later, Vlad meets with Joseph Bayezid. Joseph is drinking tea, looking as calm as ever. He tells Vlad that as a knight, he needs to bear responsibilities fitting his rank. He's assigning Vlad a patrol zone. Vlad asks if he'll be by himself. Joseph says he'll assign some guards, but Vlad is the sole one in charge. This is a management test. The area is the back alleys. They would suit you, right? Vlad smiles. Yes, it feels like home to me. Joseph points out that Vlad will be short on manpower because the other knights, Riri, Maxim, Kadade, are already using the available forces, but Joseph is feeling generous. He'll fund the salaries for up to 4 people. He tells Vlad to try hiring his own people under him. This is a completely different role from being a mercenary leader. A knight leads from the front and represents his subordinates anywhere. Joseph is training Vlad to build a private army. Vlad is worried. The only people I know are back alley gang types. Won't that bring shame to you? Joseph tells him not to worry. He's not giving them official ranks under the Bayezid name. If I cared about shame, I wouldn't have pulled you out of the gutter in the first place. Joseph's belief in Vlad is the only thing keeping him in the game. He tells Vlad that using people is harder than cutting them down. He'll send one person he recommends to get him started. Vlad bows and leaves. Once the door closes, JR steps out of the shadows. He asks if Joseph is really thinking of assigning him to Vlad. Joseph grins. It's worth trying, because it's Vlad. He's going to trust in the boy's unpredictability to win over a person everyone else has given up on. Cut to the Rose Smile Tavern in the slums. Got sees Vlad and his eyes almost pop out of his head. For real, boss? He starts crying and screaming that he'll loyally serve Sir Vlad. Vlad tells him to shut up and stop being dramatic. Just do what you always do. Got is sobbing with joy. He's so glad he didn't run away during their mercenary days. He feels like he's finally being rewarded for all the hardship. He lists off his struggles, cleaning horse dung, getting bitten, following Vlad into weird situations. He's convinced that sticking to Vlad was his smartest life choice. Vlad asks, "A squire? Really? You're just a hired hand." Got's face goes blank for a second. Then he shrugs it off. "Hey, you never know!" The boss started as a merc too. Vlad decides he'll keep Got close. He talks too much and is a coward, but he gets the job done. The tavern owner, Rose, suggests he bring along Jay, too. Vlad is confused. Huh? Who? She points to a massive guy standing in the doorway. Him. Ah, Othar? Rose says his build is being wasted just working at a peaceful tavern. Vlad knows Othar is loyal and knows the allays well. That's 2 members for the squad. Vlad asks Rose if she'll be okay without her bouncer. Trouble always starts where there's booze. Rose just laughs. Who would dare? She looks at Vlad like he's an idiot. You still don't realize your own position, huh? She explains that Rose Smile is now the safest place in the back alleys. Business is booming, and everyone can drink in peace. And why do you think that is? Because it's where Sir Vlad stays. She tells him to bring anyone he wants to work with. It's a win-win. She gets the protection of a knight's name, and Vlad gets a home base. Vlad smiles. Sounds good. He says give and take should be clear, which is his version of a business agreement. He looks into his mug of ale. I just like that I can protect people now without drawing my sword. That's what I like most about being a knight. Rose smiles to herself. She realizes he's finally starting to realize his place in the world. Vlad thinks about the last spot on his team. It's gotta be that guy. Cut to a harbor. A man is drinking top-shelf booze and loving it. It's Harvin. He's making fun of the poison-like liquor the tavern boss usually brews. He and Vlad sit down. Harvin says it feels like just yesterday he was putting a young Vlad and Zemina to sleep. He jokes that you shouldn't raise black-haired beasts, Rut, but blonde ones are different. Vlad asks him about his dreams. Anyway, what brings you here? You didn't come just to hang out, right? Vlad asks if he's still studying navigation and the constellations. Harvin's expression darkens. I gave up a long time ago. Who would take a cripple as a navigator? Vlad reminds him that he said he wanted to sail, to leave this place and see the world. Harvin says people should know their place. Not everyone who dreams gets to hold it. He claims a back alley vagrant is lucky just to have what he has. Vlad stares at him. Do you really believe that? Harvin goes quiet. Harvin, did you know? A bird that's been caged too long forgets that it can fly. Harvin is speechless. Vlad realizes that Harvin isn't broken. He's just suppressed. He slams his hand on the table and stands up. I finally understand. This damn place was eating away at your dream. Vlad is about to give his friend the wings he lost. Our guy is back in the trenches, and he is not happy. One swing. That's all it takes to remind everyone that a dragon slayer is currently standing in a slum hideout. Harvin is caught in the middle of a scream, probably wondering if he's about to be collateral damage in Vlad's property renovation. The blue crystalline aura is absolutely overflowing. This isn't just a flex, it's a statement to every rat in the room that the king of the gutter is home. Outside, the Shawara back alleys are having a normal Tuesday, which usually involves carrying heavy sacks and hoping you don't get stabbed. Then, the wall explodes. Gang members are flying through the air like they just got hit by a truck made of light. The locals are losing it because that wasn't just any building, that was Captain Hoover's main hideout, and it currently has a new unplanned sunroof. One of the enforcers tries to take charge, screaming at everyone to make way, but you can see the sweat on his face. Captain Hoover himself looks like he just saw his life flash before his eyes, and the highlights were mostly him making bad decisions. The building is basically a skeleton now. Vlad didn't just break the door, he deleted the architecture. Hoover realizes he's in way over his head and starts bark orders to call the boss and the rest of the gang. He's thinking that things were finally supposed to get easy after the last money grubber died, but instead, he got a Knight of the Empire at his doorstep. The dust settles, and Vlad is just standing there looking like a Final Fantasy protagonist who wandered into the wrong neighborhood. Harvin is still on the ground, yelling at Vlad to explain what the hell he thinks he's doing. Vlad just looks at him. No jokes, no excuses. He calls the gang dogs and gets straight to the point. He tells Harvin that these people have been eating away at his dream, turning a guy who wanted to navigate the world into a slum enforcer. This is Vlad's version of a motivational speech. He's telling Harvin that the walls he's been living in are the only thing stopping him from seeing the river and the future he used to want. Harvin looks stunned. It's the first time someone has called him out on his own self-pity with this much power behind it. Vlad moves again, shattering the remaining structures that were blocking the view of the water. If you can't do it, I'll take it out for you. It's the ultimate bro move. Vlad is literally destroying the environment to change Harvin's perspective. Flashback time. We see the three of them, Vlad, Zemina, and Harvin, huddled under a single blanket in the snow. Vlad remembers how Harvin was the one who kept them from being consumed by the darkness of the Allies when they were kids. Harvin was the one who showed Vlad that a goal actually existed, that there was a world outside the trash heaps. Back in the present, Vlad puts everything into one final strike. The blue aura cuts through the air, clearing the path, clearing the debris, and clearing the fog in Harvin's head. The gang members are just background noise at this point, completely irrelevant to the main character moment happening in front of them. Hoover is frozen. He knows that if he even twitches, he's going to end up as a permanent part of the pavement. The silhouette of a legend. Vlad stands on the wreckage, the sun setting behind him, looking like the god of the slums. He tells Harvin to look. Just look. Your dream still flows. He's pointing at the water, telling Harvin that just because he got stuck in the mud doesn't mean the river stopped moving. Harvin looks up, and for the first time in years, the light is actually back in his eyes. The water is sparkling in the sunset. It's a beautiful moment that feels like it belongs in a different genre of Manhwa. Harvin finally lets it sink in. He admits that Vlad is right. I can finally see now. Harvin isn't just seeing the water, he's seeing a way out. Transition to night. The title card drops, because that was a peak chapter ending. Later that evening, Harvin and Vlad are walking through the streets. Harvin is joking about how being a knight must be great if you can just blow up a hideout and get a gift for it. Vlad holds up a bottle of Captain Q. He explains that the gang boss gave it to him hoping he'd drink it and die, because it's basically liquid poison. Harvin goes quiet for a second, admitting that it feels strange to actually be leaving the life he knew. He notes that even if the boss was a terrible brewer, he was the one who took Harvin in when no one else would. Vlad tells him not to worry. He knows Lord Joseph isn't the type to touch the beneficial pests of the economy. Harvin agrees, noting that Hoover's smuggling actually makes up about 30% of the back alley economy. Joseph is too smart to kill the golden goose. Harvin realizes that Joseph placing Vlad in charge of the slums was a test of Vlad's ability to manage people, not just kill them. Vlad realizes he might have accidentally passed a test he didn't even know he was taking. Harvin asks what he should do now, and Vlad just looks confused. I did? Harvin points out that Vlad just secured a surrender from a major boss without actually killing a single person today. That's leadership, even if Vlad calls it aggressive negotiation. Now Vlad needs to show the other bosses the new order of the back alleys. And he looks the part, fur-lined cloak, hand on the sword, looking like the protector Shora actually needs. Meanwhile, some random guy is chewing his thumb nervously. He's waiting for someone, looking around like he's expecting a hitman. He spots Vlad and Harvin approaching through the gloom. The guy sprints over, yelling that he's been waiting all day and asking where Vlad has been. Vlad is unimpressed. What's with all the fuss? The messenger says there's a guest waiting for him, and he's clearly terrified of whoever it is. Vlad tells him to just send the guest to Zemina since she's handling his administrative work now. The messenger sweats even harder. I think you have to meet him yourself, boss. We cut to a stable where a massive, demonic-looking horse is literally steaming through its nostrils. A man is standing there, looking at the horse like he's admiring a work of art. Vlad walks in and asks who invited this guy into the backyard, worried the horse might actually bite someone's head off. Vlad stops dead. He recognizes this man. It's Og. He's looking back with that "I'm cooler than you" barbarian energy. Vlad asks him what he's doing here. He isn't exactly thrilled to have a barbarian warrior standing in his base. Age smirks. The mayor's recommendation. He's here because Joseph Bayezid basically told him to be. We cut to Joseph sitting by a fireplace, looking like he's about to reveal the next phase of his master plan. Sir Jair is there too, asking if Age will actually bow down to Vlad. Joseph knows Age won't bow because he's forced to. He wants Age to realize that working with Vlad is the only move that makes sense. Jair asks what the next move is. He knows Joseph is never just doing one thing at a time. Joseph explains that since they have control over Diomar through Vlad, it's time to look north. They need to resolve the danger beyond the northern boundaries. Og belongs to the Budat tribe, which has massive influence over the other clans. Joseph is planning to use Og to control the barbarians through a proxy. For generations, these clans have challenged the Bayezid authority. Joseph is done with being challenged. He wants to secure his back so he can fight the other great houses without worrying about a northern invasion. JR asks the real question. Can Vlad, a guy who was just knighted a few months ago, actually handle the prestige of the north? Joseph's smile is razor sharp. The possibility is more than enough. He knows Vlad has already done the impossible. He rode the horse they deify. He hunted the dragon they feared. Joseph isn't just hoping Vlad succeeds. He believes only Vlad can sever the ever-long chain of hatred between the civilized north and the tribes. No pressure, kid. We open with Zemina looking at a room like she's trying to solve a crime scene. She's muttering about how things don't make sense. She knocks on a door. Vlad opens it, looking like he just woke up or is in the middle of thinking too hard. Zemina is just staring at him, clearly bothered by something. She peeks inside and asks why the room is empty. She shoves the laundry into Vlad's arms, catching him completely off guard. She says she can hear voices even though no one is there. Are you still talking to ghosts or something? She's referencing the spirit inside him, though she doesn't know the full details. Vlad looks caught. He is indeed talking to a ghost. The voice. Zamina isn't having it. She knows she heard someone talking. She tells him he's switching rooms. She wants him at the end of the hallway where no one else can notice him talking to himself. She adds that she's moving into the room next to him. You're not someone who can hide anymore. She's being protective, but also acknowledging that his status has changed. She tells him she's willing to be his accomplice, no matter what secrets he's keeping. Whether he's a slum rat or a shining knight, she's in his corner. She tells him he's always just going to be someone she worries about. She tells him to make sure he visits the church today. She starts tidying up, acting like his sister/manager/only friend who isn't scared of him. Vlad calls her name as she's leaving. He asks if there's anything she wants. He wants to buy her a gift with his new nightly salary. Zamina stops and thinks for a second, looking genuinely thoughtful. Take care of yourself, you idiot. That's her gift. She doesn't want jewelry. She wants him to stay alive. She tells him to at least carry some equipment if he's going out. She walks out, leaving Vlad standing there with a pile of laundry and a weird feeling in his chest. He smiles. He just wanted to ask. Suddenly, a head pops around the door. It's one of his new squad members. Everything's ready, boss. Vlad's expression shifts instantly. The nice guy is gone. The night is back. Then shall we go? We cut to a roulette wheel spinning. A hand places a chip. The wheel spins faster, the ball rattling around. We're in a high-stakes gambling den. People are yelling for odd or straight. Vlad is sitting at the table, thinking to himself that there's no better place to train his reaction speed and visual tracking than a casino. The voice agrees, noting that using aura reinforcement on your eyes makes this a literal training exercise. Vlad focuses. Everything slows down. He can see the trajectory of the ball perfectly. Suddenly, the ball moves in a way that defies physics. It's an outside prediction. Vlad looks at the dealer. The dealer looks back with a nothing to see here smile. Vlad realizes there's a trick. It's a gambling den, so of course they're cheating. The dealer blinks, feeling Vlad's gaze. Vlad's eyes are glowing. He's not looking at the wheel, he's looking through the dealer's soul. Perfect timing. Vlad needed an excuse to start some trouble, and he just found it. A man in a purple suit approaches and asks if Sir Vlad is enjoying himself. He says they would have welcomed him properly if he'd called ahead. Vlad doesn't even look up. That kind of sounds like you're saying I needed permission. The manager laughs it off, but his eyes are cold behind his glasses. He offers to escort Vlad upstairs to meet the boss. Vlad repeats the word waiting like it's an insult. He hates that the boss thinks he can just sit in a soft chair and wait for a knight to come to him. He stands up. Do I still look like a back alley vagrant to you? The aura flares. The room goes cold. The manager's smile evaporates. He realized too late that Vlad isn't here to gamble. A massive thug steps up, telling Vlad that even for a knight, he's going too far. Vlad doesn't even use a sword. He just kicks the guy's leg out. The thug hits the floor with a sound that suggests his career as a bouncer is over. The manager is sweating now. Going too far, you say? Suddenly, two figures step out of the shadows behind Vlad. It's Age and Othar. Age is holding his curved blade, asking if it's okay to start killing these guys yet. The manager recognizes Age as a barbarian and loses his mind. A barbarian in the middle of Shawara is a nightmare scenario for a gang. Vlad tells the manager to get his boss down here right now. As of now, this gambling den is shut down. The manager tries to protest, but Vlad isn't listening. I won't say it twice. Vlad sits down and slams his sword onto the table. Bring the ledger. He's going for the money. We cut to a beautiful mansion elsewhere. A large man with a magnificent beard is laughing. It's Sir Gregory. He's heard Vlad wiped out 2 gangs already. Vlad bows respectfully. He has a good relationship with Gregory. Gregory hands him a massive piece of meat, hamon, the pride of his family. Vlad mentions he shared the last piece with Lord Joseph, and Joseph loved it. Vlad accepts it, but asks the real question, why is Gregory giving him this? Gregory admits it's a bribe, but he's being very obvious about it. Gregory explains that there's something happening in Vlad's jurisdiction. He doesn't want to get involved directly because it would look like a personal business move. Vlad tells him to peek freely. He's listening. Gregory brings up a guy called Black Bear, who runs a butchery in the slums. Gregory says the guy is shady and was involved in a kidnapping recently. He asks if Vlad wants to hit him together. Vlad realizes this is what Gregory meant by personal appearance. He wants to use Vlad's legal authority to take out a competitor. Vlad's internal thinking, he wants order. Gregory wants to expand his family's meat business. Their goals align perfectly on the body of Black Bear. We see a terrifying silhouette of Black Bear holding a bloody cleaver. This guy looks like a final boss for a side quest. Gregory asks if it should be a warning or full suppression. He decides a warning is way too polite for a guy like that. Vlad agrees. He was already planning to deal with Black Bear anyway. Gregory is thrilled. He says he'll adjust his men's schedule and they can start in a few days. He tells Vlad to let him know if he needs anything else. Vlad asks for one more thing, a bottle of whiskey. I need to offer a bribe too. He's smiling, but you know this whiskey is for someone special. Night falls again. Vlad is standing in front of a blacksmith shop. He's carrying a bag with the meat and the whiskey. The door is closed. He knocks, wondering if the old man is off today. Sir, are you inside? He pushes the door open. It's dark. The shop is quiet. Too quiet. No sound of a hammer, no heat from the forge. Vlad's expression goes still. He walks through the shop, his boots clicking on the floor. He enters the back room. He stops at a doorway. His eyes are wide. We see a bed. A figure is lying there, perfectly still. I brought that good liquor and meat I promised. Vlad's voice is soft. He walks to the bedside. The old blacksmith is dead. He passed away in his sleep. Vlad looks down at the face of the man who helped him when he was just a kid with a dream. He doesn't cry. He just stares, his jaw tight. He starts telling the old man about his journey, like he's still listening. He talks about the northern border, the snow-covered peaks, the white fields. He talks about fighting the white dragon. He mentions how the sword the old man sold him, the cheap, nameless blade, protected him until the very end. He says there's so much he wanted to tell him, but in the end, one thing is enough. He places his hand over the old man's cold hands. Thank you for saving me. We see a flashback of the old man working the forge, full of life and fire. The sword he made was plain, but it was completed by the boy's hand and spirit. The star that hung toward the sky has finally returned to the old man's arms. The blade glows with light. In Vlad's mind, he sees them one last time, the blacksmith and the boy. We start at the monastery graveyard. Vlad is standing there with Harvin and Zemina. It's quiet, and you can tell the weight of the moment is hitting him. Harvin breaks the silence, pointing out that Vlad really is something else, spending his very first salary on an expensive gravestone near the monastery. Vlad just looks at the horizon. He wanted the old man to escape the back alleys, even if it was only for his final rest. The stone says, best blacksmith in Shawara. He was the man who made a sword that could cut down ghosts and stab dragons, but the world didn't even know his name. Vlad mentions he asked everyone, but nobody knew what the old man was actually called. He asks a heavy question. Is a name important? He decides it isn't. As long as Vlad remembers him, the man's legacy is safe. As they walk back into the city, the vibe shifts from somber to reality. Vlad notices something that makes him stop. A group of people are gathered under an archway, just staring. It's children, slum kids with hollow eyes and ragged clothes, looking like they've forgotten how to hope. Vlad notes that more and more of them have been appearing lately, just staring at him wherever he goes. He asks Harvin what's up with them, and Harvin looks at him like he's forgotten where he came from. We used to have eyes like that as well. Harvin's smile is sad, remembering their own days as candle boys. This winter is colder than the last one. Vlad's eyes soften for a split second. Harvin says a lot of these kids are going to freeze to death if something doesn't change. We see the group of them, ghosts in the mist, waiting for a miracle that usually never comes. Vlad thinks back to the single blanket they all shared as kids. He pulls out his coin pouch. Harvin warns him he only has 1 gold left from his salary. Vlad doesn't care. He tells Harvin to take it and buy blankets for all of them, and to tell them to pray for the old sir while they use them. Harvin smirks, noting that a prayer for a blanket is actually a pretty good bargain in this economy. Zemina adds that she'll tell Madam at the nest to fill their bellies too. You can't fight the cold on an empty stomach. Vlad watches them go. He realizes he can't fix the world overnight, but he can change it bit by bit. The old blacksmith's nameless sword might be buried, but the star he created is still brightening the back alleys. Even if the name and the form of the sword have changed into the man standing before us, the kids are cheering now, clutching blankets and bread like they just won the lottery. This is why we like this MC. Transition to the raid. The title card drops, and the tone goes from wholesome to time to break some skulls. A boot steps into a puddle of blood. Vlad, Gregory, and Ag are leading a full squad of soldiers into the heart of the butchery. Gregory is disgusted. He says the place is a far more terrible dump than he heard, and a literal epidemic could start here. He was originally planning to just close down the business, but now he thinks they need proper measures. That's night speak for burn it all. Vlad tells him there's no need to contemplate it. Black Bear himself is going to give them all the justification they need to wipe him out. Gregory looks at Vlad, realizing the kid has been planning for a total wipeout from the jump. Vlad's smile is chilling. He knows you can't go easy on the back alleys if you actually want to fix them. Gregory agrees. It's time to work. They reach the main building, which is decorated with skulls and chains. Very subtle. Vlad tells Gregory he's starting now. He takes a deep breath. IAM, Vlad off, Skora! He announces his arrival like a thunderclap, telling everyone he's here for Black Bear. He starts reading the charges: murder, scams, human trafficking. He demands Black Bear come out and receive fair judgment. The hideout is silent. Nobody is coming out with their hands up. It's a fight then. Gregory isn't surprised. Vlad notes that Black Bear just gave them the justification they needed by resisting. He tells his squad that Black Bear is likely preparing his fullest defense, because the man knows that if he gets caught, execution is the only thing waiting for him. Inside, the thugs are armed with cleavers and axes, looking ready for a bloodbath. Vlad calls out to his heavy hitters, Age and Othar. They take the lead, looking like absolute units. Ag asks what the plan is, if they're just scaring them like they did at the gambling den. Vlad's face is hidden in shadow. He tells them the final charge. These bastards sold a pregnant woman and her unborn child as ingredients for black magic. Ag's eyes flare with a murderous red light. Even a barbarian has standards, and this just crossed them. Age doesn't wait for another word. He tears through the front line like a whirlwind of red steel. The thugs are losing limbs before they even realize the fight started. Age stands in the middle of the carnage, his voice dripping with venom. Killing won't be enough then. The thugs are panicking. They didn't sign up to fight a Budat tribe warrior. Age corrects them. He isn't just a barbarian. He's a Budat. He leaps into the air, a literal demon of the north. The thugs scream to stop him, but it's like trying to stop a landslide with a toothpick. His arms are glowing with runic tattoos as he swings his blade. It's a literal bloodbath. He's moving so fast the panels are just streaks of red and steel. One of the thugs calls him a beast-like bastard, which is honestly a compliment at this point. Uther isn't staying behind either. He grips his twin axes. He leaps into the fray, a mountain of muscle falling from the sky. He slams into the ground, crushing anyone unlucky enough to be underneath. He's not as fast as Age, but every hit is a game ender. He decapitates a guy with a single, effortless swing. The room is carpeted in bodies. Age looks at Othar and admits the guy is pretty good. High praise from a guy who hates everyone. The remaining gang members try to rally, screaming that there are only two of them and they should surround them. A blue crescent of aura slices through the air. The leader's sword is snapped like a twig. Vlad has entered the room, and he didn't even draw his sword to do that. The leader is shaking, looking at the broken piece of metal in his hand. Vlad tells them that from this point forward, anyone still standing on 2 feet is getting cut down. He walks into the center of the room, and the remaining thugs literally start backing away in terror. Kneel! It's not a request. The aftermath is a sea of broken men kneeling in the dirt. The Bayezid soldiers have the perimeter locked down. Gregory tells Vlad they can leave the cleanup to the soldiers and head into the main office. Vlad's boots click on the wooden floorboards as he moves toward the final encounter. He reaches for the door handle. He throws the door open, flanked by Aggie and Gregory. His eyes are glowing. He's looking for Black Bear, but what he finds is much worse. Inside, a priest in white robes is placing a hand on Black Bear's head. The big boss is kneeling like a repentant child. The priest welcomes Sir Vlad without even turning around. Vlad asks the obvious, "Who are you?" The priest smiles, a greasy, self-important look, and says he's from the church, sent by order of the bishop. Vlad tells him he's here by order of the mayor and that Black Bear is a clear criminal. No. The priest's smile widens. He claims there are no sinners here anymore. He unrolls a scroll. It's a holy indulgence. In this world, the church can literally sell forgiveness that legally protects you from the law. The title card drops as the priest starts his sermon about how God is everywhere. But he adds a twist. God's light doesn't shine equally on everyone. It reaches the people at the top first, the rich and the powerful, and gives more to those who already have everything. The people at the bottom have always known the church is just a business for the elite. Vlad stares at the scroll. Then that man is now innocent? The priest says of course, noting that Bishop Pierre himself issued it. Gregory is stunned. It makes zero sense for a high-ranking bishop to give a slum boss an indulgence unless there's a massive conspiracy. Vlad is silent. You can practically hear his brain recalibrating his moral compass. He thinks about the women and children. A single piece of paper is supposed to wipe away the blood and the tears? Black Bear looks over his shoulder with a disgusting smirk. "I'm innocent now," he mocks Vlad, asking if being forgiven by God isn't enough for him. Vlad repeats the word forgiven like it's a curse word. The priest keeps talking, claiming sins can be forgiven with a sincere heart and some gold in the collection plate. Black Bear tells Vlad his trip here was pointless. He thinks he's won. Vlad is staring at him with a look that would make a dragon flinch. The world around him starts to blur. He sees the images of the women Black Bear sold off. They died in the dark, trembling in fear, while the man who drove them to their deaths gets to sit in a warm office and smile. How can you smile like that? Vlad's aura is turning dark. This is wrong. He turns his back on the priest. He asks one final question. Father, if you truly have a sincere heart, can anyone be forgiven? The priest, thinking he's won the theological debate, says yes. No matter the sin, anyone can be made innocent. I see. Vlad's voice is a whisper. He looks at Gregory and asks if he remembers what Gregory told him in the foggy village. If no one stands where they're supposed to be, if no one takes responsibility where it's needed, then you do it. Gregory realizes what's about to happen, and his eyes go wide. Vlad's eye is glowing with that predatory blue light. Gregory screams for him to wait, but it's too late. One strike. The discipline of the sword master. Black Bear's head leaves his shoulders before he can even finish his smirk. The head rolls across the floor. Vlad stands over the body, blood dripping from his blade. He just executed a man the church declared innocent. The priest is splattered with blood, his jaw practically on the floor. W-A-T-I-S-T-H-I-S? He screams in terror. Vlad slams his sword into the floorboards. I am a sinner. He tells the priest to grant him a chance to atone for his sins now. Since anyone can be forgiven, he just needs an indulgence for murdering Black Bear, right? We cut back to the Bayezid mansion. Joseph has his head in his hands. Did he really kill someone who received an indulgence? Gregory is there, sweating. He says he should have stopped him, but he never imagined the church would pull a move like that. Joseph realizes the bishop didn't just give the indulgence, he handed it to Black Bear specifically to trap Vlad. A small, dangerous smile starts to form on Joseph's face. They're making a fool of Bayezid. He asks where Vlad is now. Gregory says he's waiting in the office, staying out of sight. Joseph calls for Jaeger. Arrest Sir Vlad immediately. The charge is murder. The room goes silent. Joseph knows it was a foolish choice by Vlad, but he also thinks it's an understandable one. Joseph explains the strategy. The bishop was targeting Vlad to weaken Bayezid. By arresting Vlad himself, Joseph takes control of the narrative before the church can. Jaeger understands the play instantly. Gregory is still panicking, asking Jaeger to let him be the one to do it. He feels responsible for raising Vlad poorly. He thinks it's his fault for rushing things for his family's sake. Jaeger just stares at him with his one good eye. He tells Gregory to back off. Gregory is nearly in tears, blaming himself for putting a student in this position. Joseph starts writing a letter. He tells Gregory he is responsible, but not for the murder. Gregory agrees to take full responsibility. Joseph tells him to go to Barna immediately and deliver this letter to him. Gregory looks at the name on the letter and freezes. He realizes the scale of what Joseph is planning. I'll ride without rest. Joseph then starts barking orders. Bring the mage. Contact his father in San Rosino. He tells his officers to cancel all operations and select elite soldiers to stand by. He stands up from his desk. He expected this day would come, but he didn't think the church would act so blatantly. Bishop Pierre basically declared war using Vlad as bait. As a rightful Bayezid, I must respond properly. Joseph looks out the window. Maybe this is for the best. It's finally time to take it. A city fully under Bayezid's control, no longer bound by the corrupt strings of the church. The bishop is back in his high chair, and he's absolutely buzzing because he heard Vlad didn't just fight, he finished the job. He's flipping through the reports like they're a 5-star review, noting that Vlad is even bolder than the rumors suggested. He confirms that the old priest Andreas is still the one vouching for our guy. The bishop slams his book shut with a smirk. He's thinking he was right to rattle this cage, because if he's lucky, he's about to take out the knight and his lords in one go. He looks at portraits of his enemies, the pious cleric Andreas and Joseph Bayezid, the second son who thinks his bloodline makes him untouchable. And then there's Vlad, the street rat who climbed too high. To the bishop, this is just garbage disposal day. He decides there's no reason to stay idle. The bishop hits us with that classic, "My will is God's will" line, which is usually villain speak for "I'm about to do something terrible." He orders his lackey to tell the mayor that the foolish knight who ignored the indulgence must be handed over immediately. Then he tells them to prepare them, and we see a group of creepy, hooded figures carrying glowing blue orbs. He's been waiting for this since he arrived in Shawara. He's obsessed with the fact that Vlad was struck by black lightning. In this world, becoming a knight in under a year after a freak weather event isn't talent, it's a red flag for dark magic. He suspects there's a dark shadow dwelling inside our guy. He's not entirely wrong, but he's definitely the wrong guy to find out. If the truth comes out, the bishop wins everything. Anyone who vouched for the brat is going to be dragged down with him. The bishop looks like he's practicing his "I told you so" face. This man is a professional hater. The title card drops as we shift to the streets of Shawara. A silver boot hits the pavement. The church's soldiers are marching in formation, looking like they're ready to start a crusade in the middle of town. The commander raises a hand, signaling the troop to halt. They're standing outside a Bayezid-controlled building, and the atmosphere is pure standoff at the OK Corral. The commander starts screaming at the top of his lungs about the bishop's orders. He shouts that Sir Vlad has committed a grave act of blasphemy by ignoring the indulgence. He demands they open the gate or everyone inside is getting the heretic label too. Talk about a rough Monday. The gate creaks open, and Maxim steps out looking like he hasn't had enough coffee for this level of noise. The commander asks who he is, and Maxim doesn't even flinch. "I am Maxim, Knight of Lord Joseph." He informs them that House Bayezid is currently conducting its own investigation. The commander says that's beyond Maxim's jurisdiction because blasphemy is a church matter. Maxim tells him he's pushing it too far by calling a whole building heretics just because Vlad is inside. The commander warns him that there's a line between the nobility and the church. Maxim's expression goes cold. We're not the ones crossing it. The Bayezid soldiers step up, shields locking into place with a heavy metallic thud. The camera pulls back to show the two armies facing off. It's a literal wall of shields versus a wall of crosses. Maxim declares the place is sealed under legal authority. If the church wants in, they need to talk to the mayor. The commander is fuming, asking if a mere knight can bear the weight of defying the church. Maxim just smirks. "Guess I'll have to try." We see a brief vision of a dark, spectral figure. This is Maxim's internal drive. He's repaying a price for his life. He's not moving because he owes Joseph his soul. Repaying the debt of a life is the only thing that matters to a Bayezid knight. Meanwhile, we cut to the interior of the prison. Sir Yager is standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Vlad through the bars. He tells Vlad he warned him to be ready for what's next. Now, Lord Joseph has to clean up the mess. Vlad is sitting on a bench, head bowed. "I'm sorry." Yager admits Vlad is smart, but he failed to see the bigger picture. He fell for a cheap trick by the bishop. But then Yager's tone shifts. He says the problem wasn't Vlad's perspective. Vlad's been running non-stop since he became a knight, checking off missions like they're side quests in an RPG. Yager explains that Vlad simply didn't have the noble experience to understand the toxic political ties between the church and the aristocracy. He walked into a shark tank thinking it was a swimming pool. Bishop Pierre picked the perfect target, a guy with a strong moral code and zero political radar. Joseph is buying a week of time, but that's the limit. Vlad's going to have to testify soon. Vlad just says yes, looking completely drained. Yager turns to leave, his cape fluttering behind him. He mentions it's cold out and says he'll send in a thick blanket. It's a small gesture, but it's Yager's way of saying he's still on Vlad's side. He walks away, his footsteps echoing in the stone hallway. The narration reminds us, don't blame yourself. You did what needed to be done. Vlad is left alone in the silence. He thinks that even now, he doesn't feel like killing Black Bear was wrong, but the result, this political disaster, is still his fault. He clenches his hands. The world of the back alleys and the world of knights are just too different to reconcile. He remembers Jaeger's earlier lesson. A knight's sword, because it's sharp, it must also be heavy. He finally understands what that means. Every swing carries the weight of everyone behind you. Transition to the church. Snow is falling over the spires. The bishop is looking out the window, watching the crowds gather. He realizes Joseph bought a week specifically to stir up public opinion, and it's working. The people of the north are outside, and they aren't singing hymns. The crowd is screaming that the trial is wrong. They know what Black Bear was doing. They're yelling that the church gave a murderer an indulgence, and that Vlad did what had to be done. Sir Vlad is the pride of Shawara! The public is fully Team MC. They're even demanding a bishop with northern blood instead of a papal appointment. That is a massive political middle finger to the church hierarchy. The bishop sneers, calling them savages. He thinks public opinion is just a pitiful trick. He believes it will all cower before a righteous name. He's confident this trial will represent the will of the papacy. He's got an ace up his sleeve. We cut to the courtroom. Vlad is standing in the center, hands bound by a wooden block. Joseph is there in the pews, looking as stressed as a man with his level of cool can look. The herald announces the bishop's entrance. Everyone is ordered to rise. Joseph watches carefully. He's scanning for any opening in the bishop's armor. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. He sees something he didn't predict. It's the inquisitors. They're entering with the bishop, carrying those eerie blue orbs. The room starts whispering. An inquisitor at a normal trial? That's like bringing a nuke to a knife fight. Even witch hunts aren't this extreme. Joseph realizes the church is being ruthless. They plan to steer this into a heresy trial from the very start. He looks around for Gregory, but Gregory still isn't here. The lack of time is finally catching up to them. The herald tells Vlad to place his hand on the Holy Scripture and swear to tell the truth. Vlad complies. I will speak only the truth. As his hand touches the book, it glows with a blinding golden light. A massive magic circle ignites on the floor. The inquisitors hold their orbs high as the spell activates. Vlad is bathed in light. He looks like he's being interrogated by the sun itself. The observers are squinting, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the holy magic. The bishop explains that the oath seal is now active. If Vlad lies, the light in those crystal orbs will vanish instantly. Joseph is sitting in the shadows, his hands clasped tightly. He's preparing for the worst. This isn't a trial. It's an execution dressed up in a robe. The bishop wants to show everyone how powerless the northern bloodline is before a true name. The trial of Sir Vlad of House Bayezid will commence. Here we go. The bishop opens with the big one. Sir Vlad killed a man named Black Bear who had received an indulgence. Is this true? Vlad doesn't hesitate. It is. The crystal orbs stay bright. The truth is out there, and it's bloody. The bishop pounces. So you're admitting you went against God's word? Vlad is confused. I didn't defy God's word! He thinks justice and God's word are the same thing. The bishop doesn't let him explain. Next question. He's keeping the pace fast so Vlad can't build a logical defense. Joseph is seething. He knows these are petty leading questions designed to frame Vlad no matter what he says. The bishop plans to twist everything into God's will. He asks if Vlad believes every life he's taken was a righteous and just decision. Vlad thinks for a long second, then answers firmly, I do. Suddenly, one of the crystal orbs flickers. That's a lie. The bishop is beaming. He's caught him. Joseph sighs. He fell for it. Joseph breaks it down. Nobody can always make the right decision. By using vague, absolute terms like always, righteous, and just, the bishop forced Vlad into a technical lie. It's a linguistic trap. Vlad tries to argue that it's not a lie, but the bishop shuts him down. Next question. He shifts to the night Vlad was struck by the black lightning in the slums. Vlad's eyes go wide. This is the micro-mystery payoff. They know. Was that boy you? The bishop is staring into Vlad's soul. Vlad admits it. The bishop smiles like a shark that just found a wounded seal. So, you were accompanied by an ominous sign. Vlad tries to protest, but the pressure is mounting. The bishop hits him with the one we've all been waiting for. After being struck, did you start hearing any voices? Did you receive revelations from an unknown being? He's basically asking Vlad to admit he has a spirit living in his head. Vlad is frozen. If he says yes, he's a heretic. If he says no, the orbs will show he's a liar. The crowd is muttering. If Vlad is cursed, then all his achievements, the dragon slaying, the knighthood, are fraudulent. People are already starting to turn. In a world this religious, unholy is a death sentence for your reputation. Joseph is gripping the bench. This is going badly. He knows Vlad's growth has been abnormal, but he refuses to believe it's unholy. He's seen Vlad's sword with his own eyes. He remembers the brilliance unlike anything else. That didn't look like dark magic to him. The bishop demands an answer. Why are you staying silent? Vlad is panicking internally. What do I do? He realizes that no matter what he says, it's going exactly the way the bishop wants. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Say yes. It's Rimmon. Rimmon explains the play. Lying is more dangerous right now. He tells Vlad to say yes, but to blame it on the after effects of the lightning strike. It's a truth that sounds like a medical condition rather than a demonic pact. Ramon tells him not to worry. He has a way to keep his true identity hidden, even if the bishop keeps digging. Vlad is stunned. What are you? The bishop loses his temper. Wait, why can't Yayo you answer? Ramon's voice is calm. Trust me. Vlad prepares his mouth to speak. If you're asking whether I heard a voice, stop right there! A voice booms from the back of the room. The doors fly open. Joseph, the bishop, and even Vlad look toward the entrance. It's Father Andreas. He's being supported by a young acolyte and followed by Sir Gregory. Vlad is shocked. Father Andreas? The bishop is livid. He slams his hand down, screaming that Andreas isn't permitted to be here. Andreas doesn't care. I am the one who vouched for Sir Vlad! Andreas gives an absolute mic drop speech. He says he picked up the name Vlad of Shawara when it was still buried in the dirt. He placed that name before God's name himself. The bishop is backed into a corner by Andreas's sheer status. Very well, you may speak. Andreas bows respectfully, but his eyes are like flint. He walks down the aisle, the room falling into a dead hush. He stands next to Vlad. and looks at him with paternal pride. He places his hands over Vlad's bound ones. "You've done well. Leave it to me now." This is the companion humor moment where the veteran player finally joins the party. Andreas looks at Vlad, and for a moment, the heavy atmosphere of the trial just evaporates. Then Andreas turns to the bishop. "Please repeat the question. From this point, I will answer on Sir Vlad's behalf." The legal shields are up. The bishop repeats it. "Did the back alley boy hear voices or receive revelations from an unknown being?" Andreas takes a breath. Vlad is sweating, wondering if Andreas is about to accidentally doom him. Naturally, Andreas begins. "All of Sir Vlad's actions, now and forever, will be accompanied by that voice." The room goes into total meltdown. The crowd can't believe he just admitted it. The bishop is ecstatic. "Then that means it's something impure. That voice!" Andreas raises his hands to the sky. "Isn't that voice from God above?" The bishop's smile dies instantly. Andreas points out that Vlad cut through pitch-black darkness with dazzling light. He lists the deeds. He protected pilgrims from the remnants of a fallen dragon. He saved the lives of children from a profane being. These aren't the acts of a demon. They're the acts of a saint. He tells the bishop to consider how rare it is for a knight to be vouched for by both a high priest and the holy city of San Rosino. Andreas bows his head in prayer. The whispers in the crowd shift again. It wasn't unholy. It was the voice of God. Public opinion is doing parkour at this point. The bishop tries to salvage it, mocking the idea of God's blessing being given to a lowly back alley kid. Andreas counters with history. The founding king of the empire, Frausen, was from a fallen noble house and suffered countless hardships. He became a one-of-a-kind swordmaster. God's blessing is not about where one is born, but where one is heading. If this were a movie, the orchestra would be peaking right now. The bishop is vibrating with rage. Next question. He brings up the countless crimes Vlad committed in the slums. Andreas immediately calls it emergency relief. The bishop screams, "How can crime be considered relief?" Andreas looks him dead in the eye. "Your Excellency, have you ever seen the true state of the back alleys?" He describes it as a place where tragedy is the only way to survive. Stealing bread isn't a sin when the alternative is starvation. If the diocese had given them warm support, that entire chain of tragedies could have ended. He's literally blaming the church for Vlad's crimes. The bishop has heard enough. He says Vlad's growth isn't logically acceptable. Awakening aura and slaying dragons without training? It's impossible. Andreas remembers that day, a lone mercenary running through the night to fulfill his duty, splitting the night sky with a miracle-like white light. He says he wasn't the only witness to Vlad's shining world. The bishop demands a witness. "If there's no witness, it's just a claim!" Gregory finally steps up, holding a bundle of scrolls. "I will present evidence!" These are written testimonies from honorable knights. We see the names: Duncan of Henal, the Holy Knight Ustia of San Rosino, and the biggest one, Volkov Baranov, the heir to the ruling family of the North. Joseph stands up and unrolls them. He's been gathering receipts this entire week. The bishop is officially cooked. The bishop's fist is shaking. He realizes that despite casting the tightest net, he's lost the legal and public battle. Must I bring it out in the end? He looks like he's about to summon a demon himself. Bring in the seal. Footsteps thunder in the hall. 4 papal holy knights enter carrying a massive, ornate silver box with a golden cross. The crowd is terrified. What could possibly be so important that it needs 4 holy knights to carry it? Bishop Pierre stands up, his face twisted in a maniacal grin. He says he has one final question remaining, and I, rather than ask, will reveal the truth with direct action. The box clicks open. Andreas's eyes go wide. It's the mirror of Saint Mariello, a massive, swirling, liquid-like mirror that glows with an intense blue light. It's a sacred relic that reflects the absolute truth of whoever faces it. It doesn't listen to testimony. It looks at the soul. From this moment, the exorcism rite shall begin. The bishop is betting everything that the mirror will show the ancient spirit inside Vlad. The room is losing its mind. Father Andreas is screaming that this exorcism rite is an absolute circus since Vlad's innocence was already proven by the truth orbs. Bishop Pierre just sits there with his fingers steepled, looking like a low-budget Bond villain. He claims his only duty is to expose even the slightest doubt. Joseph is in the pews, seething. He knows this noble duty is just a PR script the bishop wrote to justify a public execution. He realizes the trap. If the rite proceeds, it doesn't matter if Vlad is innocent. The mere fact that he was exorcised creates a stain of disgrace that will follow him and House Bayezid for the rest of their lives. The truth is officially off the table. The bishop's only goal now is to ruin everyone who dared to vouch for a slum rat. This entire trial was just a legal loophole created to give the papacy justification to seize control of the northern territories. The inquisitors start chanting, and those creepy hoods definitely aren't helping the vibe. Andreas tries one last time to appeal to logic, asking how the bishop can treat a papal relic like a toy when the truth is already out. The bishop snaps. He starts barking about how the search for evil isn't trivial, which is rich coming from a guy who smells like corruption and expensive wine. He tells Vlad that if his soul is truly clean, standing before the mirror should be as easy as taking a selfie. Joseph clenches his jaw. He sees the move. By using evil as the justification, the bishop has made it so that refusing the right is the same as confessing to being a demon. It's a classic checkmate. Andreas turns to Vlad, his voice softening. He admits he can't stop the bishop from using the relic, but he looks our guy in the eye and tells him his faith is certain. He's seen Vlad's true self, and he isn't afraid of what a mirror has to say. Vlad is silent, the weight of the entire North currently resting on his shoulders. The bishop demands he stop hesitating and face the relic. The mirror of St. Mariello is glowing with a sickly, swirling blue light. Vlad stands in the center of the magic circle, looking small against the massive gold frame. Inside his head, the panic is rising, but a voice cuts through the noise. Riman tells him it's all right. He tells Vlad to step forward with pride, just like he's always walked toward the light since he was a kid in the gutters. Vlad looks up. Yes! He takes a step forward in the mental landscape, ripples spreading out from his feet. The world is roaring with lightning and cosmic energy. Vlad stops dead. He sees something, or someone he's never seen clearly before. A silhouette stands in the storm, a cape fluttering in the gale. Chapter 93 title card drops as we finally meet the man behind the voice. Vlad stares. He says he finally understands something. He realizes what that specific look was behind the old blacksmith's eyes whenever he looked at Vlad. The blacksmith knew his sword was shabby, and he spent his last days hoping that his lack of skill wouldn't hold Vlad back from reaching the stars. It was pure, selfless hope. Rahman turns around. He looks like a peak-level RPG character, reddish hair, golden eyes, and a face that says, "I've seen the beginning and end of time." He tells Vlad he's taught him everything he could, but to stay hidden from that mirror, I must descend deeper into the world. Vlad is confused. He doesn't like the sound of descending or hiding. Rahman explains the mechanics. A knight's world is an ocean. Until now, Vlad has just been dipping a toe in the surf. To survive the mirror's gaze, Rahman has to dive into the crushing depths where the truth can't reach. Vlad panics, yelling that he isn't ready for those kinds of depths yet. Rahman just gives him that proud mentor smile. He says that one day, Vlad will reach it on his own. It's time you do it alone now. He tells Vlad that only he can create his true world. Vlad argues it'll take a lifetime, that he might never manage it. Rahman's form starts to dissolve into starlight. He says he believes in him and promises to meet again in the deeper world. Vlad's blue eyes are trembling. He's losing his best friend and his greatest weapon at the same time. Until then, farewell. Rahman reaches out one last time as he vanishes into the cosmos of Vlad's mind. Vlad closes his eyes, the silence in his head suddenly feeling incredibly heavy. The ripples in the mental ocean settle. Vlad is standing before the mirror. The crowd is holding its breath. The bishop is screaming at him to open his eyes and look. He wants the reveal, and he wants it now. Vlad's face is cold. All right, he opens his eyes. I'll definitely come find you. This isn't for the bishop. It's a promise to the spirit that just dove into the abyss for him. The mirror reacts. It doesn't just reflect, it ignites. A blinding explosion of pure white light erupts from the glass. The bishop's jaw hits the floor. This wasn't in the script. He was expecting shadows, not a supernova. Everyone in the room is shielding their eyes. Joseph looks on in awe. Andreas is practically crying. He's seeing the physical manifestation of the faith he's held for Vlad. "Luke, it's white light!" The crowd is losing it. The mirror is glowing with the light of dawn, a purity so absolute it's supposed to belong only to someone without a single blemish of shame. Outside, the energy is so massive it creates a literal halo in the sky above the church. The people in the streets stop what they're doing. The bell tower is framed by a swirling vortex of white clouds. The market goes silent as the savages of the north look up at the sign of their hero's innocence. Even the ships in the harbor see the light reflecting off the water. Marcella and Zemina are watching from a distance, their faces a mix of terror and relief. Back inside, the bishop mutters, "Good heavens!" He looks like he just realized he's the one about to get canceled. Vlad stands there, bathed in the light. He thinks to himself that there's nothing showing he did anything wrong. Why do they keep picking at me and freaking out. Why are they all trying to take everything from me? The tears are finally falling. He screams it at the top of his lungs. I told YOU, I didn't do anything wrong. The building shakes. Lightning strikes the steeple as Vlad's raw emotion syncs with the holy magic. The mirror can't handle the output. It's a papal relic being overloaded by a street rat's righteous fury. The bishop is cowering, the narration telling us the final verdict: the boy has done nothing wrong. We see a montage of Andreas and Joseph, the people who believed in him. He merely survived. He only did what he had to do. The church bells start ringing on their own, the sound echoing throughout Shawara. The final witness wasn't a man or a book. It was the lingering voice that had always been with the boy, even in the depths of the abyss. The light fades, and we see the bishop's reflection, or what's left of it. The mirror of St. Mariello is shattered, cracked into 1,000 pieces. The bishop is staring at the wreckage, muttering about how ridiculous it is. A papal relic was just destroyed by reflecting the soul of a mere rookie knight. He frantically asks if anyone saw what was inside the soul. He's desperate for a crumb of evil to save his career. A priest points out that the lightning strike on the steeple suggests the being inside him was strong enough to affect the real world. The bishop is sweating. He can't tell what's what anymore. The light was too bright to be evil, but the energy was too fierce to be a standard blessing. He decides he has to report this oddity to the papacy himself. He's clenching his fist, already planning how to put Vlad on trial again on some other technicality. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in. Lord Bishop, San Legino has sent a notice. The lackey reads it, and his face goes pale. The higher-ups in the Holy City want Pierre to explain his relationship with Black Bear and why he was issuing indulgences to dark mages. The indulgence trap just snapped shut on the bishop instead. He's under official investigation. Pierre goes full villain mode, cursing the damn northern bastards. He realizes the North is sticking together, backed by the clans, and even the papacy's halo isn't enough to protect him here anymore. He orders a mage to be called immediately. I have to send a notice to Duke Dragonblood. He's calling in the big guns from the central faction. We cut to the Bayezid mansion. The news of the bishop's investigation is spreading fast. Joseph and Sir Jaeger are looking out the window. Jaeger notes that the papacy's mistreatment of the North is legendary, so the backlash was always going to be fast. Joseph smirks. The center's discrimination spares none. He's enjoying the bishop's downfall. He notes that getting the support of the Holy City wasn't easy, but now the balance of power has shifted. We see a vision of the future, the alliance of Northern Lords and San Legino. Joseph has successfully cut the Shawara Church out of the loop and made a direct line to the capital. Joseph asks how Sir Priest Mare is doing. The butler says he's stabilizing but needs bed rest. The old man ran through a literal snowstorm with his elderly body to save Vlad. Respect. Joseph tells them to treat Andreas exceptionally. He doesn't want him going back to the dangerous border of Varna this winter. He admits he used Vlad as an excuse to bring Andreas here, because Andreas is so famous that he could easily become a bishop himself if he wanted. In times like this, we have to have him in our hands. Joseph never does anything just to be nice. Everything is a resource. There's a knock on the door. It's Vlad. Vlad walks into the office, his posture stiff. He's flanked by Sir Jaeger and the butler. The atmosphere is tense. Joseph looks at him for a long time. What do I do with you? Vlad bows his head. I'm sorry. Joseph tells him he's a person who brings results through meticulous plans, but Vlad has been impossible to predict since day one. He's the RNG element in Joseph's grand strategy. He warns Vlad that the papacy will be watching him now because he got in the way of their business. Vlad apologizes again, looking like a kicked puppy despite just overloading a holy relic. Joseph brings up Andreas's claim that Vlad has God's blessing. That's probably not the case. Joseph is too cynical for that, but he adds that it doesn't matter, because I will make it so. He's going to manufacture a legend to protect his asset. Vlad blinks. What? Joseph points to a massive bag on the desk. Take that with you. It's special pay, a reward for his accomplishments. The butler whispers that it's the price for honor, provided at the end of the year. Vlad looks inside. It's over 300 gold. To a kid who used to fight over copper coins, this is enough to buy a small town. He's stunned. Why so much? Joseph says he calculated every day Vlad spent with him. Since he's a knight now, he has the right to claim his past accomplishments. Vlad lights up with the biggest, most genuine smile we've seen in chapters. Thank YOU! Joseph's face goes stone cold again. Be sure of this, you need a spot to take responsibility for. He repeats the bishop's charge. Vlad ignored an indulgence. Even if it was corrupt, it was still a mistake on paper. So, I will hold you responsible for that and exile Knight Vlad from Shawara. The light in Vlad's eyes just dies. What? Joseph stares at him, unblinking. Jaeger and the butler close their eyes. They knew this was coming. Vlad's brain is buffering. What is he talking about? He just got his squad, his money, and his reputation back. What do you mean, exile? Joseph says there's no other choice. If he leaves even a smidge of a mistake, the papacy will rear its teeth the second Joseph looks away. Sloppy generosity is poison. Joseph is teaching him one last ruthless lesson. Leave Shawara in a week. Our guy is getting kicked out of his home for his own safety. We cut back to the slums, years ago. A younger Vlad is mopping a floor. A group of older mercenaries are drinking, joking about what they'd do if they had 100 gold. One says he'd buy land and farm. The other laughs, saying he'd get a reasonable building and start trading. The mop keeps moving. Vlad is listening to everything. The mercs joke that trading is a fast way to go completely broke. One of them turns to the kid. What about you? What would you do with 100 gold? Young Vlad doesn't even look up from the bucket. Who's giving? The merc laughs at his sass, telling him it's just a what-if talk. Vlad thinks for a second. If he had 100 gold, he'd have to pay his debt back first. The merc is stunned. You owe a whole 100 gold? Our newbie's future is quite bleak. He asks if Vlad has a gambling problem. It's not a gambling debt. There are a few things I have to pay back. The mercs lean in, curious. Huh? What are they? Vlad is sitting in the inn, staring at his stacks of gold. Not much time left to leave. Marcella approaches him at the bar. She tells him she doesn't need the lodging fee. Vlad points out that she's spending a fortune taking care of the vagrants and turning the place into an inn. He tells her that Rose's smile needs to stay open. He slides a pile of coins over. A whole 50 gold, Marcella is shocked. Think of it as an investment. He tells her to return the profit to him later. Marcella sighs, admitting she'll have to work hard then, because she can't bring losses to her investor. Vlad jokes that he can't stand still and watch Rose's smile go broke. Marcella's expression turns bittersweet. Just when I was thinking you were finally back, you're leaving again. Vlad gives her a soft smile. I'll have a good trip this time too. She tells him to do his best as always. Vlad bows his head. Thank you, Marcella. She blinks. Huh? For what? He looks at her, the woman who provided the only kindness he knew for years. He thinks back to Jorge, the blacksmith, and everyone who kept him alive, for bringing back the color in my life full of ashen gray. He gives her one last beaming smile. Just for everything. The trial is over, the relic is broken, and the water is finally still. A young priest in training carries a bucket through the silent halls of the cathedral. He's struggling with the weight, nearly spilling it, when a hand reaches out to steady the load. He looks up and sees the man the entire city is talking about, Sir Vlad. Vlad takes the bucket himself, asking how Father Andreas is doing. The boy sighs, explaining the old priest is bedridden. Moving in this cold was already a lot, but a verbal war with the bishop was the final straw. Vlad just nods. He feels the weight of that sacrifice. He asks the boy if there's anything else he can do to help. The boy says no, because Joseph Bayezid is already handling the logistics. In this world, if Joseph is handling it, it's already done. Then the kid leans in with those wide, internet dweller discovering lore eyes. He asks if the rumors are true, did Vlad actually receive a literal blessing of God during the trial? Vlad's face says rumors are the original fake news. He tells the kid it's not what he thinks. The kid looks skeptical. In his head, Vlad is basically a living saint now. He mentions that Father Andreas was happy regardless, because Vlad has finally become a proper knight. Vlad just lets him have the win. Correcting a kid's hero worship is more work than fighting a dragon. The boy asks if he can brag to his friends that he once prayed with the dragon slayer. Vlad gives him the okay, even if he doesn't think it's a big deal. To him, it was just a Tuesday. He hands the bucket back and tells the boy to head inside. As the boy leaves, the high-energy main character vibes evaporate. Vlad wanted to say a proper goodbye to Father Andreas, but he isn't going to disturb a sick man's rest. He turns to walk away, and for a split second, he stops. The silence of the cathedral is deafening. Usually there's a voice in his head, Riemann, cracking jokes or giving unsolicited combat advice. But now, there's nothing. It's been so long since he was truly alone in his own mind that the feeling is actually unsettling. The silence is a reminder that the safety net is gone. He has to get used to it. He's flying solo now. Chapter 95. Time to settle the tab. Cut to a tavern. Sir Gregory is nursing a drink and looking like he's just finished a 12-hour shift in a toxic workplace. He and Vlad are having a quiet drink, reflecting on how every time they work together, it ends in some kind of punishment or political drama. Gregory asks when the exile officially starts. 5 days, maybe sooner if Vlad gets his bags packed early. The outcome of the trial wasn't great, in a legal sense, but Gregory admits they wrapped up everything they planned. The Black Bear Group is dismantled, meaning the Canner family's expansion into Shawara is basically a done deal. Joseph Bayezid has already signed off on the paperwork. Vlad smiles. It's a rare W in a week full of L's. Gregory gets serious. He tells Vlad he owes him a huge debt, and the head of the Canner family wants to repay that by supporting Vlad for life. Vlad jokes that he's basically won a lifetime supply of free sausages. Gregory chuckles, but then his face drops. He's not good at being cheesy, but he has something to say. He remembers the day Vlad fought. In a world where knights are just politicians with swords, Vlad's actions were the real deal. Gregory has lived a long time and seen a lot of heroes fail the vibe check. Most people care about religion, politics, or what's in their wallet. Seeing someone follow the swordmaster's code without looking at the price tag made Gregory feel ashamed of his own career. He looks at Vlad with genuine respect. He's proud of the kid. He tells Vlad to take care of himself out there in the wild. Vlad gives a genuine smile. This is why he does it. They clink glasses. One debt settled. The sun is setting over the harbor, turning the sky into a masterpiece. Vlad and Harvin are walking along the docks. Harvin is looking at the ships like a kid in a candy store. He points out a high-class ship, noting how the frozen river must be stressing the captain out. Vlad looks at another one, saying it's way too expensive. He asks Harvin if he still wants to sail, if he still wants to go past the borders of Shawara. Harvin says of course, but then pauses. He asks why Vlad is being so weirdly sentimental today. He's suspicious. Vlad doesn't just go look at ships for fun. Vlad points at a cog, a sturdy, reliable merchant vessel worth about 200 gold. He mentions it's the kind merchants use the most. Then he drops the bomb, so I bought it. Harvin's brain just stops. He's buffering. Vlad looks at him. This is for the guy who gave up everything to support Vlad and Jemina when they were just slum rats. Harvin has a limp on land, a permanent injury from their past. But on the open sea, a limp doesn't matter. Vlad holds out the ship certificate. Sign it! In your name! Harvin is trembling. This isn't just a gift, it's a dream realized by the kid he used to protect. The ship sits in the harbor, illuminated by the sunset. It's his. Harvin can't even find the words. He's trying to hold it together, but the weight of the gesture is hitting him. Vlad just waits. He knows. He places a hand on Harvin's shoulder. He's beaming. Captain Harvin. He's crying now, and honestly, we are too. The farewell tour continues. Vlad visits the grave of the old blacksmith. He thanks Sir Maxim and Sir Borden for their help. He has a quiet meeting with Gregory and Cade. One by one, he repays his debts. One by one, he lets go of the names in his mind. He stands before the cathedral one last time. There are some people he can never truly repay. Night falls. Time is moving too fast. Vlad is back in the tavern with Harvin and Othar. He's already setting up Harvin's first job. When the river thaws, Harvin is going to transport fish for the Canner family. It's not the Great Sea yet, but it's a solid first voyage. Harvin is impressed. Vlad already set up a trade route? The kid has learned a thing or two from Joseph. Vlad tells Othar to help Harvin with the business. Uthar's strength will be the perfect insurance for a new captain. Tomorrow is the day. Vlad is leaving at dawn. Harvin asks if he's greeted the mayor yet. Vlad shakes his head. The mayor is busy pressuring the bishop. In politics, even a hello could give the papacy a reason to strike. Harvin sighs at the damned justification of noble life. He asks if Vlad has met everyone he needed to. Vlad's gaze shifts. There's still one person left. Cut to a dark room. Jemina is curled up on her bed, the picture of pure misery. A knock on the door. Jemina, open up. She doesn't move. She's been in there for a week. Vlad is standing in the hallway. He's not doing the gentle night thing right now. He tells her he has something to say, and if she doesn't open it, he's going to break the door down. Jemina flinches. She knows he isn't joking. He starts counting. 1, 2. Jemina finally scrambles to her feet. The door flies open. She stands there, looking exhausted and angry. Say it and get lost, she snaps. They stare at each other for a long moment. The tension is thick enough to cut with a serrated greatsword. Vlad says he was going to wait patiently, but he's out of time. Jemina blinks. What? Suddenly, Vlad just hoists her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She starts screaming. Hey, what are you doing? Let go! Vlad's face is deadpan. He tells her he's taking her somewhere. He's the Dragon Slayer, the hero of the North, and he's currently kidnapping his best friend because she wouldn't come out for a walk. Night in the city. The moon is high. Jemina is still yelling for him to put her down. Vlad ignores the noise. He tells her he wasn't going to let her hole up in that room all week. He's leaving tomorrow. This is their last night. Jemina gets quiet. She tells him he should have behaved better if he didn't want to get kicked out. She points out that last time he ran away, but this time, he's being exiled like an idiot. She rests her head on his shoulder. At least you're not dead. Suddenly, the curfew bells start ringing. It's later than Vlad thought. He tells her they need to run. Jamina's eyes go wide. Vlad takes off, jumping through the air with a literal knight's agility. Jamina is screaming, "You crazy bastard!" as they fly through the rooftops. They vanish into the night at high speed. They land in front of a high-end shop. Jamina is dazed. Inside, there's a dress. A beautiful, elegant, expensive-looking dress. Jamina stares at it. She's forgotten to be angry for a second. The shopkeeper greets Sir Vlad, apologizing for the wait. He says he was just about to deliver it tomorrow. Vlad tells Jamina to try it on. Now. She's pointing at herself like, "Me? Are you serious?" Chapter 96. The Vow. A bit later. The sound of boots on the snow. Vlad says the dress Madam gave her before looked good, so he wanted her to have her own. We see red heels stepping through the white powder. Vlad turns around to look at her. He smirks. "Why are you acting so awkward?" Jamina is standing there in a stunning red and black gown. She looks like royalty. She looks incredible. Vlad mentions he had it made to her exact size since it doesn't look like she's getting any taller. She snaps back with a, "You wanna die?" But the blush on her face says otherwise. She looks at the necklace, the earrings, the shoes. She asks how much all of this cost. Vlad says it cost about as much as a high-quality sword. Jamina is horrified. The shoes alone must be over 5 gold. Vlad jokes that it would have been perfect if she'd gotten her hair done too. Jamina gets quiet again. She reminds him he's only in this mess because he got kicked out like an idiot. She asks when he's coming back. Vlad doesn't have an answer. Nobody told him anything. She's fidgeting with her hands. "It's not like you'll never come back, right?" Vlad teases her, asking if she's planning to come with him if he doesn't return. She flips out, saying she'd never leave her life behind. Vlad mentions that Madam wants to leave the inn to her eventually. Jamina is stunned. That's a massive responsibility. Vlad tells her she'd better come back before the place goes under. He's smiling. "Take care of our home." The words "our home" hit her like a truck. She watches him walk ahead. Vlad reaches into his cloak and pulls out a white cloth. He says he learned that nobles do this. Jamina asks, "Do what?" Vlad drops to one knee. "Lady Jamina, please, would you grant me your handkerchief?" Jamina is frozen. Her brain is short-circuiting. Now, you have to remember the lore from the Alicia arc. In the north, there are 2 ways a knight gets a handkerchief. One is on the tip of a sword during a tournament. The other is hand-to-hand in a quiet place. It's a proposal. Not necessarily for marriage, though in the north it often is, but it is a formal vow. The lady might not know the full weight of it, but the knight is willingly taking on a lifelong duty. It is a vow to protect her, always. The city is quiet as the snow continues to fall. Cut to the next morning. Horse hooves on the ice. A silhouette in the window watches the street. Inside an office, the morning light is cold. Vlad is mounted on his horse, ready to ride. He looks every bit the knight now. Someone is complaining about the noise this early in the morning. It's Got. He's shivering in a cloak, looking absolutely miserable. Vlad is confused. "What are you doing here?" Got claims he's the humble servant of a noble knight. Vlad tells him to stop the act. He's an exiled knight. Got should stay here and find his own path. Got isn't having it. He's invested in Vlad for too long to let it go to waste. He says the world is full of swindlers, and if Vlad goes out alone, he'll be stripped clean in a week. Got smirks. He knows how the world works better than any noble knight ever could. He asks if he'll get a ship one day too, like Harvin did. Vlad chuckles. "Sure, depends on how you do." Got asks where they're heading. Vlad's answer is simple. East. Got is baffled. "Just east? Out of nowhere?" Vlad looks at the gem in the hilt of his sword, the elf's amber. He remembers a golden tree in a field of wheat. "There's something I need to find there." Got shrugs. "Better than wandering aimlessly," he guesses. Vlad takes one last look back at the gates. The castle looms over the city. "Farewell, Shawara. Let's go." They gallop out of the city, their horses kicking up snow. 2 riders leaving everything they know behind. But they aren't unobserved. Someone is watching from a balcony. Joseph Bayezid. He comments that the air is cold as what's inside. He looks down at the tracks in the snow. He notes that Vlad didn't look back once. The kid has found his goal. Joseph turns to his right-hand man, Zayar. "We'll be busy from now on." He needs greater strength, enough power to never lose what's his again. Zayar vows to follow, but he asks if Joseph is sure about letting Vlad go. The kid is unpredictable. Joseph could have given him a task or a specific destination to control him. Joseph shakes his head. To someone who's followed orders his whole life, he can't take away the chance to act on his own will. He calls it a historic moment, a knight setting off with nothing but his own honor. Raised by Shawara, nurtured by Bayezid, a knight banneret bearing his own banner. Cut to the imperial capital, Brigantes. A red banner with a golden dragon hangs in a dark hall. A voice asks, "What do you think of Pierre's proposal?" The man kneeling, Duke Dragonblood, says it's a plan that gives them both justification and gain. The figure on the throne is obscured by shadows. They admit the old bishop came up with something clever. We will accept Pierre's proposal. The figure leans forward, eyes glowing with cold authority. Plant my banner in the north. The pieces are moving. Deep in the mountains of the central region, the atmosphere is heavy. We're in a place called Dobrikiti, and someone is currently having a total gamer rage moment. This is Baron Dalmatia. He's the local lord, and he is absolutely tilted because his farming sim is broken. He's screaming at his guards like they just failed a high-level raid. Apparently, every time they sow barley seeds, someone comes and digs up the entire field like they're trying to speed-run a starvation glitch. The guards try to explain that they stayed up all night watching, but they've got nothing to show for it. The Baron isn't interested in a patch notes update. He wants results. The guards just have to stand there and take the verbal abuse because in this region, the Lord's word is basically law. Dalmatia rubs his temples. He looks like a man who just realized his favorite MMO is shutting down and he spent all his money on skins. This territory is a dump. The soil is trash, and the climate is even worse. He's sitting there clutching a drink, realizing that if this harvest fails, he's going to be the poorest noble in the empire. They're already down to the wire. If they can't sow the barley now, the entire domain is going to starve to death by winter. The Baron gets so angry he literally chucks his drink at the captain's head. Professionalism is clearly not a requirement for nobility here. He tells them if they're short on manpower, they should just shackle the peasants and force them to guard the fields. He's convinced this is the work of monsters in the Dobrikiti forest. Gather every soldier! Protect those fields or don't bother coming back. The guards bow and head out. They know their boss is a menace, but they have to eat too. The Baron is left alone in the dark to stew in his own greed. He's actually considering hiring mercenaries, which is basically the pay-to-win option of medieval management. He looks out into the night, suspicious of every shadow. That damn forest. It's always been the source of the weirdest rumors in the domain, and the moon tonight isn't helping the vibe. It feels eerie. Chapter 97. Welcome to the side quest. Meanwhile, while the Baron is losing it, our guy Vlad is dealing with a much more relatable struggle: hunger. Got is going through their loot, pepper, salt, jerky, and finds Vlad's pilgrim certificate. This is basically a Vatican premium pass. It lets Vlad travel through religious lands without the guards checking his browser history. But Got is annoyed. He points out that Vlad packed high-end spices and holy documents, but didn't think to bring a single working flint. The Dragon Slayer of the North is currently sitting on the ground trying to start a fire by rubbing two sticks together, like a prehistoric NPC. Vlad tells him to shut up, claiming the flint Got brought was crappy anyway. Got loses it. I brought it! You're the one who smashed it to pieces! Vlad's defense is that it was defective. Got's response is that Vlad practically went out of his way to break it. Our hero is currently losing a fight against a piece of wood. He tells Got to hurry up and start rubbing, or they'll freeze. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes go sharp. The clumsy traveler act disappears instantly. He reaches for the hilt of his sword. Got flinches, thinking Vlad is about to duel him over the fire situation. He starts stuttering, You must be tired! I'll rub the sticks now! But Vlad isn't looking at Got. He's looking into the dark trees. Hey, you over there! If you have a flint, lend me one. Even the horse looks confused. Got is looking around like, who are you talking to? The trees? The forest is silent for a beat. Then, a massive guy steps out from behind a tree. Looks like you have sharp ears, kid. Got nearly jumps out of his skin. Bandits. And they're not alone. The leader is a huge dude with a mace. He tells Vlad he should have run the moment he noticed them. Vlad just stares at him with those glowing blue eyes. He isn't scared. He's actually just really annoyed. The bandits surround them, thinking they've caught two rich travelers with more gear than common sense. The leader smirks, commenting on Vlad's pretty face and how much he could sell him for on the black market. He asks which house Vlad is from, hoping for a fat ransom check. Vlad ignores the threats entirely. Do you have a flint or not? He looks the bandit in the eye with pure main character energy. The bandit leader thinks he's talking to a crazy person. Vlad closes his eyes for a second. He misses the voice in his head that would be roasting these guys right now. He looks at the bandit's necklace, made of human fingers. Okay, these aren't just hungry thieves. These are monsters in human skin. Vlad stands up and draws his sword. Never mind, why bother to look for it? He made a decision when he left Shawara. He isn't going to be a victim anymore. The bandits feel a sudden chill that has nothing to do with the winter air. Vlad's aura flares. He needs to regain the resolve he had at the very start of his journey. He tells the bandits to hand over everything they've got, including their lives, which he notes are worth less than animals. The bandit leader barely has time to blink before Vlad moves. A single scream echoes through the valley. It doesn't last long. Cut back to the village gates. The guards are on edge. They're whispering about nasty rumors in the forest, wishing they were anywhere else. A rustle in the bushes. They drop into a combat stance, spears ready. A silhouette emerges from the fog. It's a rider on a massive horse. The horse's face looks terrifying. It's been through hell and came back for seconds. It bares its teeth, looking more like a predator than a mount. The guards scream, A monster? Vlad pats the horse. Whoa, whoa, you can't bite them. He tells the guards to put their spears away. He isn't the enemy. He casually mentions he captured the bandits that have been causing trouble around here. The guards are stunned. The bandits? You mean the ones who massacred the nearby villagers? Then they see what's trailing behind Vlad's horse. A line of tied-up bandits, bloody and broken, shuffling through the snow. And for the ones that couldn't walk, the remaining bandits are carrying their heads as proof of purchase. The guards are absolutely horrified. This kid just did in one night what their entire garrison couldn't do in months. Vlad holds up his sword. I want to see the Lord. I am Vlad of Shawara, a knight of Bayezid. Flash forward to the manor. It's a decent building, but the budget for maintenance clearly went to the Baron's snacks. Baron Dalmatia is laughing now, his greedy little heart beating fast. Vlad bows politely. He's playing the role of the wandering knight to perfection. The Baron is laying it on thick, welcoming him and telling him to take a seat. Vlad sits across from him, while Gott stands behind, looking like he's already calculating the hourly rate. So, you captured 9 bandits, yes? The Baron asks. Vlad corrects him. 15, if we include the heads. A few got away. The Baron promises a handsome reward, but Vlad can see the lie in his eyes. The Baron pours some wine. He notes that since Vlad is carrying a banner, he must be looking to prove his honor. Vlad just nods. That's correct. As it happens, the Baron says, leaning in, there's something I'd like to ask of you. He thinks he's found a genuine knight, which in his mind means someone I can trick into working for free. Vlad's internal monologue is savage. He knows exactly what this guy is, but for now, he needs a reason to stay in the region. The Baron explains the missing barley situation. He says even with guards, the seeds vanish without a trace. He's trying to sound concerned, but he just sounds cheap. He mentions that the village elders think it's spirits living in the forest. Cut to the forest nearby. The trees look like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. We see a small hand reaching for wild berries. It's Nia. She's enjoying a snack, completely oblivious to the fact that she's in a horror movie prologue. She's filling her basket, thinking about how much her mom will like the berries. A deep, guttural growl vibrates through the air. Nia freezes. What in the... A massive shadow looms over the bushes behind her. 2 glowing yellow eyes pierce the fog. Nia starts to cry, realizing she's no longer the one doing the harvesting. A scream tears through the forest, scattering the birds. The bushes rustle violently. The basket is knocked over, berries spilling into the snow next to a massive dark pit that wasn't there before. The next morning, God is looking at the village, and his face says, I've seen better-looking slums. He tells Vlad this place is obviously dead broke. He doesn't believe the Baron has 2 copper coins to rub together for a bounty. God has spent his life reading people. He knows the Baron is the type to make up excuses the second it's time to open his purse. He complains that they should have taken in advance. Vlad just tells him, that's for you to handle. Vlad asks a simple question. Why does Joseph Bayezid keep a knight around who can't even use a sword? Gott guesses the sugar knight because the guy is always eating sweets. Vorden the swindler, Vlad corrects. Gott is shocked. That scruffy-looking guy is a legendary con artist? Vlad explains that Joseph values everyone's specific use. In a world of noble lies, a good swindler is worth more than 10 swordsmen. From now on, whether it's an advance or a bounty, you handle it. Vlad gives him a smirk. Show that Baron that northern tongue of yours that's been tempered by scams. Gott's face lights up. He finally has permission to play the game he's best at. They arrive at the barley fields. It's a wasteland. Vlad stares into the Dobrikiti forest. It has a heavy, ancient feel to it. The captain walks up and drops the bad news. A child went missing this morning. According to the locals, a deep pit was found near a wild strawberry thicket. Vlad listens to the captain ramble. He thinks the guy talks too much and has zero common sense when it comes to an ambush. But when the captain mentions how well-behaved the girl was, Vlad's eyes narrow. The captain is practically begging for help now. He's ashamed to ask, but they're desperate to find the child. Suddenly, Vlad reaches out and clamps his hand over the captain's mouth. Shh, Vlad whispers. The captain is terrified. He's never seen a look like that on a human face. Vlad looks like he's tuned into a frequency no one else can hear. The entire squad of guards goes quiet, watching Vlad. Vlad's blue eyes dart toward the ground. He heard something under the soil. He bolts. He's moving so fast he's basically a blur against the landscape. The captain screams for everyone to follow, but they're already lagging behind. Everyone follows Sir Vlad. He skids to a halt, dust kicking up everywhere. The captain catches up, panting, asking what he's doing. Vlad looks at the empty ground. We've been robbed. The captain is baffled. The seeds they scattered as bait are gone without a single trace on the surface. Vlad asks for a shovel. He isn't guessing anymore. He slams the shovel into the earth and starts digging like a man possessed. He notes that he definitely heard something, but there was no surface movement or footprints. He asks how far the missing child's pit is from here. The captain says it's very close. Vlad hits a hollow point. The dirt gives way. The guards gasp. Underneath the barley field is a massive tunnel. It's so deep they can't even guess where it ends. This wasn't dug by a human. Vlad's face goes cold. Captain, please lead the way. We need to go to where the child went missing. Back at the manor, the Baron is pacing. The captain reports that after visiting the site, Vlad is now gathering the village elders. The Baron is suspicious. The elders? Why? He's told Vlad is inquiring about the past and the traditions of the domain. The Baron sneers. He's afraid those old folks will start spouting bizarre nonsense that makes him look bad. He's worried they'll reveal something that could be used against him in front of an unknown knight. There was also the emblem of San Rosino on Vlad's banner. That means he has deep ties with the Vatican. The Baron realizes he can't tell Vlad to stop now because he was the one who made the request. But he's digging around too much, the Baron mutters. He orders the captain to assign someone to tail Vlad. Make sure he doesn't go prying into anything strange. Cut to the village tavern. Vlad and God are sitting with the elders. God is playing the sympathetic hero role, talking about the poor child seeking a helping hand. He's practically crying fake tears, imagining her sobbing silently in the darkness. The elders look uncomfortable. God is laying it on thick. Finally, one elder cracks. He mentions that barley has disappeared before, long ago. He explains that when they were young, they used to hold rites until the Vatican forbade it. Vlad leans in. What were the rites for? The elders look at each other. They're terrified of being snitched on. The silence in the room is heavy. Gott leans in. Sirs, what kind of rights? If you don't tell us, we won't be able to save the child. He points out that if the child freezes to death, it's on them. The oldest man whispers, it's for an earth spirit. In that forest lies an earth spirit. Vlad and Gott share a look. Vlad asks for more detail. Gott suddenly whispers to Vlad to step outside. No matter how young you are, you're still a knight with a Vatican emblem. The elders won't talk while a holy warrior is watching them. Vlad nods and walks out. Find out everything you can. Gott smirks. Leave it to me. As Vlad walks through the village, he notices someone following him. It's one of the Baron's guards. He asks if he can have a word. The guard tries to play it cool, saying the rites aren't anything strange. Vlad stops and looks at him. I'm aware that it's idolatry the Vatican has forbidden. The guard flinches. Vlad is speaking the language of power now. I understand that rules have been upheld here for a long time, Vlad says, his eyes glowing. So you're saying you didn't hear anything about earth spirits or rites here? Vlad places a hand on his chest. I swear to God, I'll focus only on finding the child and the barley thief. So you can stop watching me. Relay that clearly to your lord. The guard bows, terrified. Of course, I apologize for offending you. He scurries away. Vlad has officially cleared the annoying tail quest. Gott walks out of the tavern. Captain, did you find anything? Gott explains the lore. The earth spirit isn't exactly a ghost. It's more like a thing that makes the land fertile if you feed it. It digs deep into the ground, which the farmers loved because it tilled the soil for them. The spirit loves barley and lives underground. Vlad looks at the ground. Underground, huh? I bet it likes dark places too. He starts connecting the dots. Rites, earth spirits, offerings. Vlad realizes it's all just folklore names for the same thing, a monster. He turns to Gott. Go get some barley. Vlad smirks. I've pulled a monster out from underground before. I need you to set the stage once again. The trap is set. The moon is high, the air is cold, and the trap is set. God is whispering, sounding like a guy who's nervous about a first date. He asks if this is actually going to work. They've piled the barley on top of a massive rock instead of just scattering it on the dirt. Vlad explains his logic. When he was digging earlier, he felt solid stone underneath. Whatever is stealing the seeds probably can't phase through rock, so it has to come up through the soil nearby. God starts to argue, but Vlad cuts him off. It's here. The ground near the rock explodes upward. Something is moving fast under the surface, heading straight for the bait. Vlad and Got watch from the bushes as a dark shape nears the rock. The creature hits the edge of the stone and stops. Vlad's prediction was spot on. It can't break through the rock. Suddenly, a tiny dark clawed hand reaches over the edge of the stone. Vlad doesn't wait for a formal introduction. He draws his sword with that "let's end this side quest" energy. He lunges from the bushes, clearing the distance in a single heartbeat. He's got eyes on the target, and the terrifying earth spirit responsible for the famine and the missing children is a fat, glowing mole. The silence in the forest is absolute as the three of them just stare at each other. Got is the first to snap. He's screaming about how the village elders have gone senile, calling this thing a spirit when it's just a rodent. Vlad, however, isn't laughing. He notices something. He sees a flicker in the creature's eyes. This isn't just any mole. It's a shining mole. And in this world, if it glows, it's usually trouble. Chapter 99. The rabbit hole goes deep. Vlad dives for the little guy. The mole's eyes go wide, seeing its life flash before its tiny, furry eyes. Gotcha. Vlad scoops it up before it can dive back into the dirt. He's got a grip on it, but the mole isn't going down without a fight. It's puking at a volume that should be physically impossible. Suddenly, the mole starts to glow with an intense, blinding light. Vlad is forced to shield his eyes as the shining part of the name becomes very literal. Got runs over, asking if Vlad caught it, with Noir trailing behind looking bored. Got stops. Vlad is standing over a massive hole in the ground that definitely wasn't there 5 seconds ago. Wait, Vlad isn't standing. He's falling. Got and the horse share a moment of pure, unadulterated confusion. Got starts running around the hole like a frantic NPC, screaming for his captain. No answer. Noir just looks down the pit with that "I'm not paid enough for this" horse expression. Got looks at the abandoned barley on the rock. He realizes the ground here is basically Swiss cheese. He's having a minor panic attack because his meal ticket just vanished into the center of the earth. Meanwhile, way down, we see the view from the bottom of the pit looking up at Got. Vlad is falling through a massive, hollowed-out shaft. He's still holding the mole, which is currently acting as a very confused emergency light. He slams into something soft and fibrous at the bottom. It's a massive bed of roots and vines. Vlad sticks the landing like the pro he is, though his knees probably aren't happy about it. Dust and dirt settle around him as he stands up. He takes a breath, genuinely surprised he survived a fall that should have turned him into a pancake. He looks around. He's in a massive underground chamber. There's a clear passage leading deeper into the darkness. He looks at the mole and starts shaking it. "Where the hell did you bring me?" The mole looks like it's about to vomit. Vlad realizes that without Rahman, he's basically taking out his frustrations on a glowing potato. He decides to stay prepared. He doesn't know what's down here, but the vibe is final boss arena. His aura begins to flicker as he focuses. Even the mole gets quiet, sensing the change in Vlad's energy. He projects a small amount of crystalline aura to light the way. The mole just makes a small noise. It knows it's stuck with the scary blonde guy now. Vlad looks back up at the hole. Climbing back is impossible. The walls are too slick, and the height is insane. He closes his eyes, trying to sense his surroundings. There's a faint draft. That means this isn't a tomb, it's a tunnel that connects to the surface somewhere else. He tells the mole that if they aren't out by tomorrow morning, it's officially becoming breakfast jerky. He starts walking deeper into the cave system. The passage feels like it goes on for miles. It's unnaturally long for a natural cave. He keeps walking, but the darkness seems to swallow the light from his aura. He notices the mole's glow is fading. He tells it to light up while I'm asking nicely. The mole gives him a look of pure exhaustion. Then it flares up again, working as a literal organic flashlight. Vlad continues his trek. He notes that if the mole goes out again, it's getting a punishment. He reminds the creature that it's the whole reason he's wandering around in a hole in the first place. The mole kyuks back, probably complaining about the working conditions. Vlad stops. The draft is getting stronger, and he can hear something ahead. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. He sees it, an opening. He starts to run, thinking he's finally found the exit. But as he gets closer, he realizes the light isn't the sun. He stops at the edge of a massive underground grove. The mole starts trembling in his hand. It's terrified. It isn't afraid of Vlad anymore. It's afraid of what's in this room. Vlad feels it too, intense vibrations and a massive pressure being transmitted through the air. He decides to climb up a nearby ledge to get a better look at the situation. He's being cautious. The Dragon Slayer doesn't rush into rooms filled with incredible power without a plan. He peeks over the edge of a dirt mound. His eyes go wide. Down in the center of the grove, a massive creature is standing by a tree. It slams a giant, rusted axe into the ground. The impact shakes the entire cavern. This is a troll, but it's steeped in that purple, corrupted mana we've seen before. Vlad notes that this isn't a monster you ever see in the north. It's bigger, faster, and smells like ancient evil. He looks at the mole. So that's what you were afraid of. The little guy is practically a vibrating ball of fur at this point. Then, Vlad looks at the tree the monster is guarding. It's a golden tree. It's identical to the one in his memories, the origin of the spirit. Usually, Vlad would walk away from a fight that doesn't concern him, but this time, the monster is standing in the way of his past. He puts the mole in a safe crevice and tells it to wait quietly. He draws his sword and prepares to drop in. The secret to a one-strike kill? Surprise! Vlad drops from the ceiling like a falling star. The troll barely has time to look up before Vlad's blade is inches from its neck. The creature snarls, its eyes glowing with a feral hunger. It tries to swing its axe, but Vlad is already mid-air, redirecting his momentum. He knows an unexpected attack is the only way to crack a hide this thick. The troll's face is a mask of pure shock. Vlad's blue aura flares, cutting through the purple gloom. The blade connects. A massive spray of dark blood coats the grass. It's a clean hit. Vlad skids to a halt, expecting the monster to fall, but the troll just grins. The wound starts to knit back together with a sickening squelch, the purple aura sewing the flesh shut. Fuck, Vlad mutters. The monster raises its axe again. It's one of those immortal types. This is going to be a long night. Back on the surface, the comedy special is still running. Got is currently shouting into the pit, begging Vlad to say something, anything. He's kneeling by the edge, getting zero response from the abyss. He calls Vlad a bastard for leaving him alone with a killer horse in a cursed forest. A low, rumbling noise comes from the ground. Got's face goes pale. He's going nuts from the stress. He's debating whether he should go down there even though he knows he has the combat skill of a wet noodle. He talks himself out of it immediately. If Vlad needs to be pulled up, Got needs to be on the surface. He decides to head back to the village to borrow a rope. He turns to Noir, but the horse isn't there. Noir is already walking off into the trees. Got is screaming, "Where are you going?" Suddenly, a massive howl echoes through the forest. Got remembers what the elders said. Strange cries that weren't from a human or a beast. He realizes the legends were underselling how scary this place actually is. He looks at the pit, then at the horse vanishing into the fog. Damn it! He decides to follow Noir. If the horse is a predator, it's probably heading toward the source of the noise. He really doesn't want to go, but being alone in the dark is even worse. Downstairs, the troll is swinging a log-sized axe at Vlad's head. Vlad dodges by a hair, the wind from the swing nearly knocking him over. He slides under the creature's guard, his blade glowing with intense blue aura. He slashes across the troll's legs. It works. The monster stumbles, its mobility compromised for a split second, but the purple aura flares up again, healing the legs before the troll even hits the ground. Vlad's eyes go wide. What? The monster releases a burst of dark energy that sends Vlad flying backward. He slams into a wall, coughing up dust. He notes that the attack was steeped in a sticky, evil aura. It's exactly like the power used by the enemies Rahman used to fight. The troll's head is hanging at a weird angle, but it just snaps it back into place. It's literally reattaching its own skull. It stares at Vlad with eyes that have zero humanity left in them. The dark mana sizzles around its wounds. Vlad realizes half-baked attacks won't work. This thing has high-tier immortality. In that case, Vlad closes his eyes. He needs more power than his body can currently provide. He has to recall the sensation. The moment Rahman permitted him into the world, a bolt of blue lightning strikes his mental landscape. The sensation of two worlds touching, his and the ancient master's. The troll lunges. Vlad meets the charge head-on. His sword is no longer just a piece of metal. It's a conduit for pure crystalline intent. The troll swings the axe in a vertical arc designed to split Vlad in two. Vlad moves with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a human. The axe hits nothing but afterimages. Vlad appears behind the monster, his blade carving a trail of blue fire. He's moving like a northern gale. He lands a deep, punishing blow to the troll's spine. "I'll keep cutting you down until you die." Vlad's eyes are glowing like stars now. The moon is the only witness to the carnage. Dark blood and blue sparks fly through the air. The troll is screaming, its regeneration finally starting to lag behind the damage. Vlad keeps up the pressure, but he's running out of stamina. The troll catches his blade with its bare hand, ignoring the fact that its fingers are being sliced off. It headbutts Vlad, sending him sprawling. Vlad is struggling to stand. The monster is just too tanky. He's panting, his world starting to blur at the edges. The troll looms over him, its body glowing with a final, desperate surge of evil aura. Vlad is frustrated. He's cut off its limbs, sliced its back, and pierced its heart. He's even seen its intestines, yet the damn thing just won't stay dead. He wonders if his world is still too shallow, if he's just a kid playing at being a knight. He shakes off the doubt. There's no time for self-reproach when an axe is coming for your neck. He decides that if it won't die from cuts, he'll just have to rip it into 1,000 pieces. The troll lets out a mocking laugh. "Don't you dare laugh," Vlad growls. Suddenly, a flash of light appears at the edge of the grove. A high-pitched neigh echoes through the cavern. A dark shape charges through the trees at terminal velocity. "Noir?" The horse slams into the troll with the force of a battering ram. The impact is so violent the troll's jaw literally unhinges. Noir isn't done. He rears up and stomps the monster into the dirt. The horse is screaming with a fury that sounds more like a dragon than a mare. Vlad is laughing now. "How did you find this place?" He runs over to check on his companion, but he stops. He notices something strange about the troll's reaction. The monster is huddled on the ground, and for the first time, it looks terrified. Vlad realizes its wounds aren't healing where Noir touched it. He wonders if Noir has some kind of spirit power that acts as a natural counter to this evil aura. The troll is backed into a corner, its guard finally up. Vlad smirks. "I guessed right." The monster is officially out of tricks. Vlad mounts Noir. The final round begins. He looks at the golden tree. He thinks about the village girl. No matter how shiny or precious something is, if you don't have the strength to protect it, this world will just take it away. This world is full of predators who sit atop the tears they've stolen from others. Raising a sword in place of those who have no way to protect themselves is what the Swordmaster's Code calls a knight. Noir is currently operating at about 120% efficiency, coming down on this troll like a literal lightning strike. Our guy is basically just a passenger right now while the horse does the heavy lifting. The troll tries to swing that massive rusted axe, but Noir isn't just fast, she's predatory. The impact is absolute cinema, sparks, lightning, and pure physical disrespect. The beast is actually feeling it now. It's got that "wait, I'm the monster here" look on its face. One massive blast of blue energy sends the troll flying backwards. It hits the dirt, hard. The dust hasn't even settled yet, but you can tell this isn't over. The troll starts to push itself back up. These things have more health bars than a Dark Souls boss. Look at that regeneration. The purple blood is practically sewing the wounds shut in real time. It roars, completely unbothered by the fact it just took a horse-powered nuke to the chest. Vlad thinks they're making progress, but he knows they need a finisher before this thing adapts. The troll is breathing heavy, but it's smiling. That's never a good sign. It suddenly pivots, and Vlad realizes it's not looking at him anymore. "Stop, Noir!" Vlad sees the trap. The troll is standing right in front of the giant tree, the origin of the spirit. It's using the most important thing in the forest as a meat shield. If Vlad misses or goes too hard, he destroys the tree and kills the forest. The troll knows exactly what it's doing. It's a coward, but a smart one. It's basically daring them to attack. It knows Vlad is a knight, and knights are supposed to protect things, not blow them up. Vlad is genuinely impressed. He didn't expect a swamp-dwelling troll to understand tactical positioning. It realizes Noir is the only real threat in a straight fight, so it's forcing a stalemate. Vlad is stuck. He's clenching his teeth because he's out of easy options. The crossfire would be devastating. The tree wouldn't survive a single misswing of that blue aura. The troll just stands there, hands raised, like it's mocking them. Vlad is literally asking himself what the play is. Charge in and risk the tree, or wait and let the troll regenerate? Then, he feels a tug on his sword. It's the little mole. The guardian spirit just casually climbed up his arm like it's not in the middle of a war zone. Vlad is just confused. "When did you get here?" He tells the little guy to go hide in a hole because things are about to get messy. The mole just says "Kiwu" and starts glowing like a flashbang. The light is blinding. The elf's amber in Vlad's sword hilt starts resonating. Remember that gem? It's basically a hard drive for Ramon's memories. The power surging through the blade is different. It's not just Vlad's aura anymore. It's being amplified by the spirit of the forest itself. The troll's eyes go wide. It realizes the hostage just gave the hero a power-up. The whole atmosphere of the forest shifts. The darkness is getting pushed back. The tree itself is glowing now. pouring energy into the sword. The blade is vibrating with so much power it looks like it's going to melt. This is the spirit's blessing. It's a localized buff that basically turns Vlad into a god for 60 seconds. With this much output, Vlad knows he can cut through the troll's regeneration before it even knows it's been hit. The mole taps Vlad on the chin, like it's giving him the go-ahead. "I got you, little guy," Vlad says. The mole looks determined. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen right before a murder. Vlad flashes a confident smirk. The puzzle is solved. "Let's go, Noir!" They move so fast they leave a trail of light. The troll tries to swing, but it's like trying to swat a fly moving at Mach 1. It roars in pure desperation. Vlad's eyes are glowing. He sees the flow of energy. He sees the world. And for a split second, an image of a massive dragon appears behind him. The troll sees it too, and it's absolutely terrified. It knows it's cooked. Noir leaps into the air. The finisher, a vertical strike that looks like a dragon's maw closing shut. The troll is literally erased. Elsewhere, a single candle flame flickers in the dark. We're in a dark throne room. Very final boss vibes. The candle goes out. A woman with purple eyes watches the smoke rise. "The light of Doberkiti has gone out." She tells her subordinate to go confirm it. Meet Lamashtu. She's the one who's been poisoning the East, and she looks like she's about to make Vlad's life very difficult. She's confused because her curse was supposed to be unbreakable. Only someone who has surpassed their limits could have broken it, and she didn't think there was anyone like that in this backwater region. I wonder who it could be. She's interested now, and that is a very dangerous thing for our guy. Back in the forest, the light fades. Vlad looks exhausted. The forest is quiet again. Under a nearby tree, we see a little girl crying. This is the villager's kid who went missing. She's terrified, hearing voices in the dark. She hears people approaching and thinks it's the monsters coming back for her. She tries to call out, but she's frozen in fear. A hand reaches through the brush. She doesn't recognize the voice. She thinks it's bandits, or worse, that giant troll. Heavy footsteps. She covers her mouth, trying not to make a sound. Then, a figure looms over her. Vlad looks like a demon in this lighting, eyes glowing blue, covered in troll blood. "Found you!" And the kid absolutely loses it. She screams like she's seeing a ghost. Vlad is just like, "Wait, why are you screaming? I'm the good guy." She stops for a second and realizes, wait, this is the knight who saved her from the monster earlier. The mole pops out of Vlad's cloak, and it's holding a bunch of wild strawberries. It's trying to bribe the kid into stopping her crying. The kid is stunned. The waterworks start again, but this time they're happy tears. "Let's bring you back home, kid." Vlad holds out his hand. She runs to him. The sun starts to come up. The village is saved. The kid is back. We open with a flashback, or a legend. If you possess something that shines, you must know how to protect it. This looks like an ancient dwarf blacksmith. He's talking about ruin, about those who fail to protect what matters. We see a line of refugees. This is World Building 101. The price of weakness in this world is wandering forever. A massive forge fire. A lone figure stands before the eternal flame. A man in a white cloak approaches. The fire here hasn't gone out yet. The blacksmith says somebody needs to see it through to the end. The traveler says he's glad he wasn't too late. He's here for a commission. He looks like a high-tier warrior, but we can't see his face yet. The blacksmith is skeptical. Forging at this level isn't just about hammering metal, it's about soul. The traveler pulls out a bag of ingots. The blacksmith's eyes nearly pop out of his head. It's a metal that can only be tempered by the eternal flame. This is legendary tier material. Look at those bars. They're glowing with a blue crystalline light. Sound familiar? Forge it for me. Forge what exactly? The traveler pulls back his hood. The dragon-slaying sword. This is the red-haired man from Rimon's memories. The blacksmith is stunned. The traveler's eyes are cold. "I will slay the prime dragon of perfection." This is a massive lore drop. We're talking about a level of power that doesn't even exist in the current timeline. Back to reality. Vlad is sitting on a dock, reflecting. He looks troubled. Those memories aren't just pictures. He's feeling the emotions attached to them. God approaches him. "Captain?" Vlad says he slept terribly. He's been having those dragon dreams again. Got mentions how weird it was that the troll's corpse vanished like smoke. "Leave no trace." It was a professional cleanup job. Someone didn't want the evidence of their magic being found. Vlad knows it's connected to them, the dark mages or whoever Lamashtu is working for. Gott says they need to report this to Sir Joseph Bayezid back in Shawara, but there aren't any mages nearby to send a magical message. Gott suggests heading further east to Vitskaya County. Vlad agrees. They leave at dawn. Vlad stares at the water. The dream is slipping away like a mirage, but the weight of it stays. He sees the image of the forge and the red-haired man again. I will slay the prime dragon. Vlad is basically a human hard drive for a legendary hero's trauma. Slaying a dragon. The voice in his head, Rahman, is still quiet, but his memories are leaking. Vlad draws his sword and stares at his own reflection. He realizes he's still connected to the voice on a fundamental level. The red-haired man smiles at him through the memory. Let's meet again in a deeper world. Vlad grips the hilt. He knows he's going to find the truth, one way or another. Next morning, the Dobrkiti estate. Baron Dalmatia is trying to be hospitable, mostly because he's scared of Vlad. Vlad is ready to go. He's done what he came to do. The Baron is sweating. He was hoping to squeeze a bit more value out of a knight who works for free. God is just casually tossing a bag of gold. He probably drained the Baron's treasury for expenses. Vlad stares the Baron down. Don't forget what I told you yesterday. The Baron promises he won't burn the forest or cut down trees carelessly. He also promises to offer tributes to the forest. Vlad's social engineering is top tier. He's framing environmentalism as a religious duty. This is a tribute offered to God, who blessed my victory. The Baron is shocked. He thought Vlad was worshiping spirits, but Vlad just framed it as a prayer to the mainstream church's God. Now, the Baron can't touch the forest without committing heresy. Vlad just locked the region's ecology behind a religious firewall. The Baron bows deeply. He expresses his deepest gratitude. He's basically been outplayed, and he's thanking Vlad for it. The Baron and his guards watch them leave. Vlad gives a polite nod, and they're off. The village looks peaceful now. The flag of Dobrkiti flies in the wind. It's a tree. We see a vision of the forest's future. Vibrant and alive. Spirits need presence to live. The memory of someone who thinks of them. The forest is healing because someone cared enough to save it. Feelings allow spirits to exist. The mole is back at the tree, eating those strawberries. It stops and looks up. The villagers are coming to visit the tree. The little girl is leading the way. The spirits won't be forgotten anymore. A single bright star has returned to Dobrkiti. Meanwhile, in a snowy city, the church is on the move. These aren't local priests. These are the heavy hitters. A massive cathedral. A man watches from a high window. He's asking about Vlad. Did you find out who he is? The report comes in. He's the biological son of Duke Dragulia. That makes him the half-brother of Mircea Dragulia. The Dragulia banners are flying. A group of knights is riding in the snow. A high-ranking bishop welcomes them with open arms. A figure looms in the shadows. Meet Radu Dragulia. He's powerful. He's arrogant. Meet Radu Dragulia. If the red hair and the I'm better than you stare didn't give it away, this man is a problem. He's already slain countless dragons, and he's considered one of the strongest knights in the entire empire. He's basically the guy the final boss calls when he's scared. Joseph Bayezid is looking at the reports and realizes the power scale here is getting out of hand. Radu is supposedly even stronger than Rudiger, which is a terrifying thought. The real question is why the Dragon Killer Knights, the Empire's most elite unit, are suddenly pivoting toward the north. Joseph asks his informant if there have been any dragon sightings, like a Lindblum or a Deathworm. The answer is a big fat nothing. The border has been peaceful since Vlad decapitated the last dragon. Joseph is getting that spidey sense tingling. He knows he's missing a piece of the puzzle, and in his world, a missing piece usually means a knife in the back. Suddenly, an attendant bursts in with urgent news from Sturma. Bayezid's eyes, Joseph's intelligence network, have spotted suspicious movements throughout the entire northern region. Joseph reads the report, and the look on his face says everything. He realized his mistake. He thought the church was interested in political power or resources. He realizes now that he underestimated Bishop Pierre's fanaticism. The informant is confused, but Joseph sees the board clearly now. The northern churches aren't just moving, they are coordinating with the Dragon Killer Knights. They are all heading toward Mosham, the barony of Youthman. The informant's eyes go wide. He's starting to connect the dots, too. Joseph's eyes glow with a cold purple light. Bishop Pierre doesn't want land or gold. He wants a holy war. He wants to burn the north to the ground in the name of God. Meanwhile, back in the forest, our guy Vlad is currently busy winning a war against this bowl of soup. The mercenary captain, Stefan, is just watching him in disbelief. He tells Vlad to eat slowly because literally nobody is going to snatch his food. The other mercenaries are whispering about how long these two were lost in the woods. They look like they haven't seen a meal since the last expansion pack dropped. Empty bowl. Vlad finally takes a breath and thanks them. He's being genuinely polite, which is a rare sight for a guy who usually speaks in revenge. Stefan is actually taken aback. The whole camp goes silent for a second. Vlad's wondering why everyone is staring at him like he just grew a second head. Stefan asks if he's from the central region. Vlad says no, he's from the north. Vlad's worried he made a social mistake. Maybe saying thank you is illegal in this part of the country. Stefan laughs it off. He says it's just the first time he's ever met a northerner, let alone a polite one. He explains that people at the bottom, meaning mercenaries and commoners, never hear a word of thanks from anyone as high-ranked as a knight. Vlad realizes the hierarchy in the central region is way more toxic than back home. In the north, if you're a jerk, you just die in the cold. In central, being a jerk is a personality trait. Stefan asks where they are headed. Vlad tells him they're going to Tinobo in Vitskaya County. What a coincidence. Stefan and his crew are headed there too. Got is relieved. He was genuinely worried they'd end up as forest fertilizer if they kept wandering. He jokes about starving to death and Vlad just gives him the look. Vlad internally tells Got to shut up. He's annoyed that Got is already acting like they're best friends with these strangers. Vlad remembers Got saying they should look like bumpkins to avoid being targets of crime. Clearly, the Bumpkin Act worked too well. The captain introduces himself as Stefan of the Thorn Tree Mercenaries. Vlad almost introduces himself as Sawara's Vlad, but catches himself. He's technically in exile, so he just goes with Vlad. Stefan says it's an honor to travel with Sir Vlad. He's laying it on a bit thick. They finally arrive at Tinobo. It's a massive trade city, and the architecture is a lot flashier than the rugged stone of the north. This place is the hub for trading with the elves of the east. Mercenaries and merchants are everywhere. Vlad is taking it all in. He looks like a tourist, which is exactly what he wanted to avoid. Stefan is watching Vlad closely. He knows Vlad is a knight, and he thinks a few bowls of soup are a cheap price to pay for a connection with a guy like him. Stefan offers to help them find an inn, but Vlad says he has business with the lord of the city first. Stefan points them toward the count's estate. It's the biggest building in the city, which is usually how it works in these stories. Stefan tells them where his crew will be staying in case they need help later. Vlad gives a polite nod. They part ways, at least for now. Vlad and Got walk toward the manor. Vlad thinks about buying them a drink later to settle the soup debt. Got tells him he should buy them something expensive instead. He points out their equipment and how they breeze through the gate inspection. These mercenaries hold a high position in the central region. Got's scoundrel sense is tingling. These guys are more than they seem. Vlad agrees. Having powerful friends in a strange land is always a W. They look at the city skyline. The Count's manor is, well, it's not subtle. Got says it's obviously the one with the giant columns and the ego. They stand at the gate, and the scale of the place makes Vlad look like an ant. The guard at the gate tells them to state their business. Vlad stands tall. I am Vlad, a knight of Bayezid. He's back in night mode. He asks to borrow a mage telegram to contact his master. He even tries to be humble about it, asking for the Count's kindness. The guard tells him to wait and walks off. Got thinks they might get an invite inside. He's already dreaming of a real bed. Sunset, twilight, nightfall. They are still standing there. The Count is officially ghosting them. Vlad is getting that déjà vu feeling. He's been treated like garbage before, but usually it involves more shouting and less waiting. He asks the guard when they'll get a reply. The guard's attitude has shifted. He's no longer being professional. He tells Vlad he just needs to wait until the Count looks for him. The other guards are openly mocking him now. They're joking about the musty smell of a barbarian coming from the north. One guard says, "Who cares if he hears us? What's a northern vagabond going to do?" Vlad's face goes into shadow. This is the moment where the gutter law starts to override his knightly manners. He remembers Jorge's training. Flashback to the slums. Jorge is beating the brakes off a younger Vlad. Jorge explains that Central nobles think they are the literal center of the world. He tells Vlad to remember that Central's discrimination is colder than any northern blizzard. Back to the present. Vlad looks up. Am I a joke to you? The guard tries to play it off like he didn't say anything. Got hands Vlad a long, wrapped object. Vlad says he's waiting for a reply, not permission. He slams the pole into the stone ground with enough force to crack the pavement. He unfurls the flag. The guard starts screaming about disrespect and how it won't be tolerated. Then, he looks at the symbols on the flag. The dragon killer insignia. Vlad stands there, a lone knight with a banner that basically says, "I killed a dragon. What have you done today?" His eyes are glowing. I'm waiting. Cut to a fancy dinner. Figs, fresh greens, goat cheese, the works. Count Vitskaya is taking his time with his salad. He asks Vlad how old he is. Vlad is sitting right across from him. I'm 18 this year. The Count looks up. 18 and already a dragon slayer? Vlad corrects him. He was 17 when he did it. The Count mentions the insignia on the flag outside. He's trying to be intimidating, but he's basically just eating vegetables at a guy who decapitates monsters. Vlad confirms he used the insignia. The Count asks who gave him permission to use the crest of the Dragon Killer Knights. Vlad doesn't blink. He says Sir Mircea Dragulia, the captain of the Dragon Killers, gave him permission. The Count stops mid-bite. Internally, he's fuming. He calls Vlad a filthy barbarian in his head and thinks Vlad is lying about the Dragulia name. He tells Vlad that if he's lying, he'll meet his demise right here in the dining room. The Count's guards draw their swords. They're looking for any excuse to jump him. Vlad leans in. He repeats that he killed Lindblom and Mircea was a witness. His gaze is like ice. There are no lies in my words. The tension in the room is high enough to snap a wire. The Count realizes Vlad isn't flinching. A normal vagabond would have folded by now. He shifts gears. He asks if Vlad just came here to borrow a mage. He says there's no precedent for a Northern Knight using their telegram system and he'd normally refuse. But he's curious. He asks what's so urgent that a dragon slayer is in such a hurry. Vlad tells him about Dobrkiti. He mentions the wicked existence he found in the forest. He describes the troll, a monster that doesn't belong in the north but is popping up here. Vlad's voice gets dark. He mentions the curse, the fact that the thing wouldn't die no matter how many times he killed it. The Count looks genuinely disturbed for the first time. It won't die? Vlad connects it to the incidents in the north. He warns the Count that something unknown is beginning to stir. The Count's advisors think it's nonsense. They're typical bureaucrats who can't see a threat until it's biting their faces off. The Count takes a sip of wine and asks where this happened. Dobrkiti, of House Dalmatia. Vlad explains he came straight here because Tenobo is the closest hub. The Count is starting to respect Vlad's grit. He realizes Vlad isn't just a barbarian. He's a knight who went out of his way to warn a total stranger. The Count waves a hand. Lend the crystal ball to our guest. Vlad gives a short thanks. He's done being polite. He just wants to send his report. The Count actually apologizes for leaving him waiting outside. He claims he thought Vlad was just another knight seeking an audience, basically a fantasy clout chaser. Vlad bows and takes his leave. He walks out like he owns the place. The moment the doors close, the Count's demeanor changes. He tells his guards to find out at once. The guard thinks he means Dobrkiti, and the Count nearly explodes. Not that, you useless idiot! He wants to know everything about Vlad. Did he really kill a dragon? Is he really a knight of Bayezid? He kicks them all out of the room. He's alone now, staring at the empty table. He complains that everyone he gathers is an idiot. Typical manager behavior. He reflects on Vlad. He thinks Vlad is rough around the edges, but has genuine dignity. He likes that Vlad has the confidence to match his arrogance. He could come in handy. Translation: the Count is already planning how to use Vlad as a tool for his own schemes. Back to the mage's tower. We see the crystal ball. Vlad's face is a masterpiece of, I can't believe this. The mage explains that a magic telegram costs 1 gold per character. God is having a physical reaction. He screams that they barely squeezed 10 gold out of the last baron. The mage laughs. He says since Vlad is the Count's guest, it's free. Got's soul returns to his body. Oh, you should have said that first. The mage asks for Sawara's wavelength number. Vlad and Got just blink. What? The mage realizes these guys are literal cavemen when it comes to technology. He sighs and says he'll just look it up for them. They walk back through the manor. Got complains about how complicated everything is. Vlad is introspective. He realizes that simply swinging a sword doesn't make someone a knight. He knows he still has a long way to go to understand the complexities of the world outside Bayezid's fence. He tells Got that even though the start was unpleasant, it was good to meet the Count. Got asks why. He mentions that he asked the attendants about the manor's decorations. Vlad listens. The manor is filled with statues and art pieces, all of them gifts from elves. Elves don't just let anyone into their land, let alone trade with them. This means Count Vitskaya is one of the few people who can actually communicate with the elves. Later that night, Vlad is sitting in his room, meditating. His eyes are glowing. The gem in his sword starts to resonate. He's diving back into the world. The light is intense. He finds himself in a vision of a strange place, a massive, beautiful tree on a hill. It's powerful, but it looks sad. Vlad breaks out of the vision, covered in sweat. He realizes it's still hard to maintain that level of spiritual vision for long. He knows that if his world grows deeper, he'll finally be able to see the truth. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Sir Vlad, do you have a moment? He opens the door to find a group of the Count's knights. The leader of the group steps forward. He apologizes for interrupting his rest, then drops the bait. How about we have a spar? Vlad is just tired. The knight calls it a light warm-up. He says northern knights rarely visit, so they want to experience northern swordplay. Vlad stays silent for a long moment. The guards in the back are snickering. They think they're going to bully a kid. Vlad smirks. There's only one way to break discrimination and contempt. He agrees to the spar. He thanks them for the free telegram and the bed. It's only natural for me to pay a fair price in return. He's about to give them a lesson they'll never forget. The Count's head of security is currently delivering the worst performance review in history. He confirms that Vlad is definitely a Dragon Slayer tier threat and that his skills are the real deal. Here is the problem. Among all the knights the Count has left, not a single one can even touch our guy. The Count takes a sip of tea, trying to act like he isn't sweating. Oh, he's that strong? It gets worse. Of the 5 elite knights who decided to test Vlad earlier, 3 of them are currently in the hospital and won't be doing any missions for a long, long time. The Count puts his cup down. The Northern Barbarian just dismantled his entire security force in about 10 minutes. He asks the head of security what he thinks about the situation. The man goes quiet. He remembers Vlad's eyes, that cold blue stare that says, "I've already decided how many pieces you're going to be in." Flashback to the spar. Vlad is just standing there while the greatest sword of Tanobo looks like he's about to have a panic attack. The head of security realized he was outclassed the second Vlad drew his sword. Vlad is standing over the heap of unconscious guards like he just finished a light jog. The head of security tells the Count that 9 times out of 10, he'd win any fight. The Count is fuming. His greatest sword is basically admitting he can't guarantee a win against an 18-year-old. He jokingly asks if he should hang the guy by the neck as a warning to the rest of the guards. The Count realized he made a massive tactical error. He left a living legend standing out in the cold because he failed to recognize the actual main character. Now he's wondering if Vlad is smart enough to be manipulated or if he's just a walking disaster. Next day, we're in the garden gazebo, much more civilized. They're pouring tea, very expensive tea. The Count notes that Northern tea culture isn't exactly advanced. Vlad agrees, saying they'd rather drink liquor than boiled leaves. But this isn't normal tea. This is elven tea. It's specially processed and gathered from the far eastern edge of the continent. This is the Count's main flex. Dealing with elven specialties is how his family stays wealthy. Central nobles lose their minds over this stuff. There are even rumors that this tea can extend your lifespan. Vlad asks if it's really worth its weight in gold. The Count says he doesn't know about the immortality part, but it's amazing for the body, especially for coughs. Vlad's ears perk up. Coughs! He immediately thinks of Joseph Bayezid. He remembers his master's shoulders shaking during those long northern winters. He wants this tea. Vlad goes quiet for a second. The Count sees the opening. He thinks he just found Vlad's price. He asks if he should set some aside for Vlad. Vlad looks him dead in the eye. Kindness usually comes with a reason. He isn't falling for the free sample trap. The Count laughs. He likes that Vlad is bold and open to talking. He admits he has a job for Vlad. He knows Vlad is a mercenary at heart. He explains that because Vlad is a dragon slayer, he needs his specific skill set. Lately, a mystery man has been raiding the trade route and stealing elven goods. Vlad asks if it's just a bandit. The Count says definitely not. Every knight he sent to protect the caravans was taken down. Even Central Region knights couldn't handle this guy. The Count tells Vlad that humility becomes deceit when you're as strong as he is. He knows Vlad can handle it. He drops a massive bag of gold on the table. I'm the type who pays properly. He promises even more if Vlad drives the raider off. Vlad stares at the gold. He tells the Count that doing this alone might be too difficult. The Count is basically saying, look, you're a cheap rental knight for now. Just hold him off until I get someone famous. Vlad smirks. I understand. However, he wants something other than gold. He claims that as a wandering knight, he wants to see the wider world. He wants to enter the elven forest. Oh, and I'd like a box of that cough tea too. The Count is internally calling him a brat. He realized Vlad isn't just a meathead. He's drawing out exactly what he wants with zero friction. He wonders who the hell made this kid. He sees the shadow of Joseph Bayezid behind him without even knowing who Joseph is. The Count tries to push back, saying letting a human into elven land is a heavy burden. Vlad's eyes glow. Don't. The elves want their trade routes back too, don't they, Count? Vlad promises to resolve the problem. He's basically saying, give me the tea in the forest pass, or your economy dies. Cut to a dark, rainy night. A merchant is hiding under a carriage, trembling. The caravan is in ruins. The Count's knights are all face down in the dirt. It was a complete L for the central guards. A heavy boot steps into frame. The merchant screams. A massive, shadowed figure looms over him. The raider asks if there are elven goods inside. The merchant begs for his life. The raider ignores him and walks toward the back of the wagon. He opens the doors. He has one glowing blue eye in the dark. This guy looks like he walked out of a different anime entirely. Back to the present. Vlad and his new army are on the move. Stefan, the mercenary captain, is looking stressed. He realized Vlad only brought him along to be a buffer against the Count's actual knights. The Count's knights are riding behind them, glaring with enough heat to melt Vlad's cape. They're grinding their teeth. They still haven't forgiven Vlad for the hospital bills. Vlad tells Stefan not to worry. The spars were fair after all. Stefan notes that Vlad has only been in Tenobo for a month and he's already the most hated man in the city. He sighs. That's mercenary life for you. Vlad tells him he'll give him a cut of his personal share. Let's do this right. You won't get a job this big often. Stefan decides to trust his dear employer. He knows Vlad is a winner. Vlad internally notes that handling a seasoned mercenary is way better than working with the Count's salty knights. They'll arrive at the trade post within 3 days. In 3 days, Vlad will finally see the elves. The only clue he has about the voices in his head is something he can only get from them. The mission is officially on. Vlad is heading into elven territory to hunt a shadow. The carriage wheels are creaking. The atmosphere is heavy. The caravan moves through a dense forest. It looks peaceful, but in this manhwa, peace usually lasts about 4 panels. Stefan points out the trading place up ahead. It's a simple wooden building. The elves only allow humans entry up to this specific point. The elves should already be inside waiting. One of the Count's knights tells Vlad to stay back and guard the luggage. Vlad just gives him a blank stare. All right, do that. The knights ride off toward the trading post. Gott notes that they're being very obvious about keeping Vlad away from the elves. The trade route is the Count's lifeline, and he doesn't want a northern knight making his own connections. Vlad doesn't care. He tells everyone to rest. The raider isn't going to show up at a fortified trading post. His original plan was to enter the forest anyway. Once the mission is done, he can just walk in. He climbs on top of a carriage and lies down. By the way, the air is fresh. It's a clean, magical scent you'd never feel in the rugged north. Suddenly, we see a close-up of a golden eye. An elf maiden is watching the carriage from the trees. She's staring right at Vlad. Inside the trading post, the knights open a chest. They explain that because of the raider, this is all the gold they can pay for now. The elf negotiator is standing in the shadows, looking like he just smelled something rotten. That's not what was promised. The knight flinches. Negotiating with elves is like trying to bargain with a hurricane. The elf explains that turning Tuzan leaves into tea takes massive amounts of work. It's not something a few people can just do. The knight says they know that. Lady Baratus. The elf cuts him off. He knows there are raiders. He doesn't care about human problems. The knight realized the negotiation is falling apart. If they lose the tea trade, the Count is going to have their heads. The room goes dead silent. The elf asks if the tea is selling well in the human lands. The knight desperately tries to upsell. He says it's a massive trend and they just need a little more time. The elf asks about regions other than Central. Do the barbarians like it too? The knight says since Central likes it, everyone else will follow the trend. That's just how nobility works. The elf looks bored. He knows other lords will want to trade directly and skip the middlemen. The knight is panicking. This is your last chance. The elf isn't joking. He'll find another seller if the gold isn't right. The knights promise to get the remaining half of the gold as soon as possible. By the way, the elf's tone shifts. Who is the one that came with you? The knight is confused. Who are you talking about? The one lying on top of the carriage. The knight asks what the elf can see from this far away. The elf's eyes glow with a magical sigil. He's looking through the walls. It's a dizzying presence. He can't describe it clearly. It's unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. The elf looks intrigued for the first time in a century. He decides to treat the luggage guard to a cup of tea. He tells them to call the one on the carriage. Cut back to Vlad. He's out cold. A single red leaf falls into a pool of water. Vlad's eyes snap open. He's not on the carriage anymore. He's in a field of golden light. It's too vivid to be a normal dream. This is a spiritual resonance. The wind is blowing through golden grass. This place is, he sees it, the origin of the spirit, the massive tree from his visions. Flowers are blooming everywhere. He's mesmerized. White lilies are floating in the air. A white butterfly flutters past him. It's beautiful, ethereal, and completely peaceful. Vlad thinks, yeah, this really is a dream. He's relaxing for once. He watches the butterfly. Suddenly, the background starts to blur. The butterfly grows massive, filling his vision. Vlad realized this is the world Rahman remembers. This is the only place where the presence of the voice can be traced back to its source. Then, he hears it. Boss, boss! The vision shatters like glass. God is screaming at the top of his lungs. Vlad wakes up with a start. He opens his eyes and sees a giant golden eye staring back at him. An elf girl is literally pinning him down to the top of the carriage. Got and the mercenaries are frozen. They have no idea how to react to this. Vlad is just processing. What is this? The elf girl points at his chest. This one. She points at the elf's amber in his sword hilt. Then, she reaches out and taps him right on the nose. She looks him in the eye with a strange, knowing expression. And just like that, the white butterfly from his dream appears in the real world. Meet the elf princess. Golden eyes, silver hair, and a stare that feels like she's looking at your search history. Vlad is internally panicking. He's used to trolls and dragons, but small, silent elven royalty is a new boss type for him. Now there are two high-status elves in the room. Lady Baradas looks like she just saw a glitch in the simulation. The tension is unbearable. Vlad is just wondering when the hell the carriage is arriving so he can leave this awkward silence. Lady Baradas mentions a title, The Knight Who Protected the Children's Breath. She asks what that means. It's an oddly specific elven-sounding title for a guy from the slums. Vlad explains it's an inscription from the Northern Archdiocese. He mentions he saved some kids from a peculiar being back in Dobrikiti. The elven negotiator nods. Splendid. Vlad notices the girl is staring at his armor and the elf's amber in his hilt. He's starting to realize that elves and spirits have a Wi-Fi connection he's just now tapping into. Perfect timing. The carriage is ready, and an attendant brings in a fresh tray of tea. Lady Baradas pays her respects to Vlad. She doesn't care about his race. She cares that he stood up for the weak. That's high praise coming from someone who thinks humans are basically mayflies. Vlad bows. He's thinking that if this keeps up, he might actually get that backstage pass to the elven forest. The Count's knights take their cups with gratitude. They think they're finally getting the VIP treatment. The tea is served. It's steaming, fragrant, and probably costs more than Vlad's entire childhood home. Vlad takes his cup. He doesn't actually like tea, but he knows he needs to make a good impression here. He closes his eyes and takes a breath. The fragrance is nice, at least. He's about to take a sip when two white hands suddenly slam down on his cup. No! The little elf girl is practically lunging across the table to stop him. The room goes into a complete state of shock. The Count's knights are frozen mid-sip, looking like they just walked into a funeral. Lady Baradas is sweating. You know things are bad when the eternal race starts looking nervous. The girl stares Vlad down. You're not allowed to drink. Vlad is just baffled. Why? He's wondering if he just accidentally committed elven heresy. She doesn't explain. She just stares with those amber eyes that feel like they're weighing his soul. Then she just hides behind Lady Baradas again. Elves are weird, man. You just can't, she mumbles, while Vlad and the negotiator just stare at each other in total confusion. She kicks her feet under the table. She's acting like a child, but her eyes say she knows something Vlad doesn't. Vlad is mentally drained. No matter how much he thinks about it, he can't figure out where he screwed up. Outside, Got whispers to him to watch his expression. The elves are still watching them like hawks. The elven guard stands in a perfect line. This isn't just a trade hub, it's a border crossing. Got notes that the kid is definitely high status. All the other elves were treating her with formal courtesy, which usually means don't touch her or we'll delete your lineage. Vlad is frustrated. He thinks the forest pass is a lost cause now. Stefan tells them to move out. They need to cross the cliff before the sun goes down. Wait! The elves call out to them. The little girl is whispering something to Lady Baradas. The negotiator looks surprised, then composed. He coughs into his hand. I feel bad sending you off like this. He asks Vlad to forgive the mistake she has made. Vlad says it's fine. He's just happy he isn't being executed for looking at the tea wrong. The negotiator mentions he heard something happen in the carriage earlier, referring to the girl jumping Vlad. He looks a bit awkward about it. The girl is clutching his sleeve, hiding her face. He sighs. He walks toward Vlad. I'd like to see you again soon. To make up for our discourtesy. He holds out his hand. Vlad is stunned. This is a massive cultural shift. Elves don't readily offer handshakes to humans. It's their way of officially inviting someone into their world. The Count's knights are losing their minds in the background. They've been working for years to get this level of respect, and Vlad just unlocked it in 24 hours by taking a nap. Vlad accepts. The spirit's blessing vibe is back. Vlad says he'll gladly accept the chance to broaden his knowledge. The elf negotiator points at the sword. Also, be sure to bring that amber with you. He explains the girl has taken a strong interest in it. His eyes go sharp. And in you as well. This isn't a crush. This is a spiritual recognition. Vlad is officially on the elven radar. The girl waves as they ride away. She looks ethereal in the fading light. The caravan sets off. Vlad is deep in thought. He realizes he didn't even ask her name. Got jokes that she was pretty in an elvish way, but warns Vlad that she might be over 100 years old. Vlad just gives him a deadpan stare. 100 years old with that face? Yeah, fair point. One of the knights interrupts. Stay alert from here on out. The danger zone starts here. The forest, the cliff, and the bridge up ahead. The stone bridge is where they've lost the most carriages. It's a bottleneck, the perfect place for a high-level raider to camp. Vlad suggests spending the night here since the sun is setting. The knight shuts him down. If the elven tea leaves freeze, they lose the entire profit margin. They're going to be moving constantly. No sleep allowed. Vlad takes the lead. He tells the others to cover the sides of the carriage. The knights follow orders, but you can tell it hurts their pride to take directions from a northern drifter. They ride into the deepening shadows. Got whispers about how the guard's attitude flipped the second an elf invited Vlad. Vlad just tells him to shut up and watch the rear. He sends Stefan to the very back. He's setting up a defensive perimeter. Vlad thinks to himself, 6 knights, including him. No ordinary bandit would mess with this group. But he's got that walking into a lion's den feeling again. Night falls. The carriage wheels clatter on the stone bridge. Total silence, except for the horses. Everyone is on edge. Suddenly, Vlad sees a flash of light above them. Starlight? It isn't starlight, it's a projectile. Vlad draws his sword in a blur. The projectile hits one of the knights right in the chest plate. The impact is insane. It doesn't just dent the armor, it blows the guy off his horse like he got hit by a cannonball. The knight is screaming in confusion. What was that? Vlad didn't even see it properly. It was moving too fast. He looks at the ground. It was a pebble. A single pebble pierced through plate armor. That's not physics. That's pure aura manipulation. Over there! The raider has appeared. Vlad's eyes narrow. That man isn't a petty thief. He's a knight. A massive figure stands on the cliff, radiating pure blue starlight. The raider holds up another pebble. It's glowing with so much energy it looks like a miniature sun. He flicks it. The air literally screams as the rock turns into a beam of light. Another knight gets deleted from his saddle. The horses are panicking. The formation is breaking before the fight even starts. God damn it! The lead knight is losing his cool. He tells everyone to get off their horses and get into formation. Don't dismount! Vlad screams. The knight tries to argue. They're on a wide-open bridge. They're sitting ducks if they stay mounted. He thinks they're just becoming easy targets. Vlad realized the raider isn't trying to kill them yet. This is a warning. It's a predator's warning. I can take you down whenever I want. Vlad orders them to run at max speed. They need to get off this bridge before the raider stops playing around. Let's go, Noir! The black horse takes off like a rocket. The others follow suit. Stefan grabs his reins and prays to whatever god handles high-speed chases. They're charging through the dark, pebbles whistling past their ears like sniper rounds. The Count's knights are still asking what they should do. They're completely paralyzed by the skill gap. Follow them! The lead knight finally realizes that Vlad is the only one who knows how to survive this. The raider is watching from above. He looks like a bored god. He narrows his one good eye. Vlad is leading the pack, eyes scanning the cliffs. Here they come again! The starlight pebbles are raining down now. Vlad tells them to stop caring about the shots and just keep moving. A pebble flies straight for Vlad's head. He deflects it with his blade. The impact nearly numbs his arm. A massive explosion of blue energy as the pebble shatters. The caravan manages to clear the bridge, but they aren't safe yet. The raider leaps down from the cliff. The impact of his landing shakes the ground. Vlad thinks to himself, it works. He couldn't see the first attack, but his instincts are finally catching the rhythm. The knights are impressed. They didn't think anyone could block one of those shots. Run! Follow Sir Vlad! The raider is moving now. He's not throwing rocks anymore. He's closing the distance on foot. He's fast, terrifyingly fast for a man his size. They've crossed the bridge. Vlad thinks if they can just hit the forest, they can lose him. Then, he feels a chill down his spine. A massive wall of light erupts in front of them. The raider just performed a slash that looks like the Aurora Borealis. Everyone is blinded. Split yoop! Vlad screams as the energy wave hits. The impact sends horses and men flying in every direction. The forest is being torn apart by the residual energy. Vlad is face down in the dirt. He pushes himself up, spitting out blood and leaves. The carriage is wrecked, and the knights are groaning in the brush. The raider walks out of the smoke. He's praising Vlad's fast judgment and bold decisions. You're quite good. He admits he's impressed. He thought the Count only had bums working for him. Vlad gets back into his stance. He isn't done yet. The raider stops. He's looking at Vlad's posture. Vlad lunges. Steel meets steel, and the shock wave clears the fog for 50 yards. The raiders' expression changes from boredom to intense focus. They're trading blows so fast the other knights can't even see their swords. Vlad is pushing his aura to the limit. 5, 6, 7 exchanges. Vlad roars. The raider parries a strike that would have decapitated a dragon. The blue crystalline energy is clashing with the raider's starlight. The raider slides back, his boots carving trenches in the earth. Vlad leaps into the air for a vertical strike. The raider blocks it with a single hand on the back of his blade. "Who are you?" he asks. He wants to know how Vlad learned that swordsmanship. Vlad freezes. He knows. The raider mentions the voice's swordsmanship. "Depending on your answer, you'll have to give me your head." He's not joking. The raider radiates a killing intent that makes Rimon's presence in Vlad's head start vibrating. Vlad realizes they both have the same questions for each other. The raider says the path of a sword must be right and just. He says only a strike with no hesitation can open that path. That is, the raider blurs. It's the same technique Vlad uses, the principle of a guaranteed one-hit kill. Their swords fly out of their hands from the force of the final clash. The blades bury themselves in the dirt. Vlad is panting, a sword edge resting against his throat. The raider has him. "I'll ask you for the last time. Who are you? Who are you to be using the swordsmanship of the imperial court?" Vlad sees a vision of a kingly figure. This isn't just a raider, he's a ghost of the empire, and he just recognized the dead style in Vlad's soul. Back at the estate, the sun is hitting the walls just right, but the vibe in this room is anything but warm. Count Vitskaya is playing the part of the gracious host, telling Vlad he handled a difficult matter well. He's sipping tea, acting disappointed that Vlad couldn't bring back the raider's corpse. Vlad just sits there, eyes hooded. He's playing the silent night role, but his brain is currently replaying every second of that fight. He remembers that blade at his throat and the word that changed everything, imperial. The raider looked at him like he was an idiot for not even knowing the name of the style he was using. Vlad remembers the Count's other knights lying in the dirt, completely washed by one old man with some pebbles. The raider didn't finish him though. He just told Vlad they needed to have a long talk, a wait for me in Tanobo kind of talk. He gave Vlad a choice, honor or his life, and Vlad, being a graduate of the Gutter University, chose both. Back in the present, Vlad tells the Count he was just lucky to survive. The Count laughs it off, saying Vlad has no idea how much trouble that bastard raider has been causing. Vlad doesn't blink, he just calls it like it is. The raider was a high-tier master. The Count's regular knights were basically fodder compared to him. Vlad knows it, and he knows the Count knew it too. This is where the mask starts to slip. Vlad looks the Count dead in the eyes and asks why he didn't send a knight captain if the threat was this big. The Count sets his cup down with a clack. He says a leader always has to think about what comes after. Vlad pushes. "If I failed, who were you planning to call in?" The answer is a heavy one. The Dragon Killer Knights. Here is the political math. To get the Empire's elite dragon killers to help a local count, you need a massive justification. Like, say, a literal dragon slayer being murdered on your watch. Vlad realizes he wasn't just hired as a guard, he was hired as bait. If he died, the Count would have used his corpse as a political coupon to bring in a private army. The Count doesn't even deny it. He just smiles and pulls out a heavy bag of gold. He tells Vlad he put in extra, as a bonus, for actually resolving the issue. Since Vlad already has an invitation from the elves now, he doesn't even need the Count's recommendation letter anymore. Vlad takes the bag and stands up to leave. He's done with this guy. But as he walks toward the door, the Count drops the ultimate recruiter pitch. "Isn't it a waste for you to rot away in the north?" He mentions Vlad's exile. He says it's better to work for someone who recognizes his value instead of a lord who threw him away. He promises treatment and riches Vlad can't even imagine back in the insignificant north. Vlad stops. His jaw tightens. He takes a breath. "Count, thank you for the offer, but I want a lord I can trust." Ouch. The Count just takes a sip of tea to hide the fact that he just got flamed. He says it's a shame, but he has a feeling they'll meet again. As Vlad walks out, the Count sees a flash of something in Vlad's silhouette, a ghost of the world he saw during the duel. His hand shakes. The teacup shatters on the floor. Vlad doesn't look back. The Count is sweating. He just realized he didn't just fail to recruit a knight, he made an enemy out of a monster. Vlad exits the estate. He's not done with the Count yet. He's just waiting to collect a fair price for being used as a pawn. Later that night, the sun is setting over the trade city. Vlad is walking through the darker parts of town, the places where the gold of Tanobo doesn't shine. He's tracking something, or someone. He stops in a quiet alley. The silence is heavy. He scans the rooftops. He senses a presence, but he realizes No one is actually following him. At least no one he doesn't want to see. A pair of boots steps out from the shadows. It's the raider. He notes that if Vlad were a regular Vitskaya knight, he wouldn't have chosen honor over his life back in the woods. The old man looks much more relaxed now, his eye patch catching the fading light. He asks if Vlad is ready for a proper conversation. Cut to street food. Specifically, skewers. The raider is impressed Vlad found a place with good food in the back alleys. Vlad just shrugs. Slums are the same everywhere. The old man thinks Vlad is a strange one. He's got the dignity of a high noble at a glance, yet he blends into the gutter like he was born there, which, as we know, he was. The raider asks why Vlad isn't asking for his name. Vlad just says retired knights don't give their names easily. The old man is surprised Vlad clocked him as retired. Vlad looks at him and sees the ghost of Jorge. The skill, the unhurried air, even that specific way of looking at a student. The raider says he's half correct. He's only retired because he became one of the lowest ones. Vlad counters that on the lowest road, honor isn't something you steal. The old man sighs. He still has unfinished business. Retirement came earlier than he liked. The silence stretches. You owe me your life, don't you? The raider asks. Vlad simply says yes. Then I can collect a fair price. Vlad's eyes go wide. Using his own gutter law against him? This old man is a menace. Vlad agrees to help, but wants to hear what the job is first. The raider pulls out a small paper of dried leaves. Elf tea leaves, Vlad notes. The old man's expression turns cold. This isn't tea, it's a drug. Absalon. In the elven tongue, it literally means elf tea. It used to be a high-end luxury. The fragrance is like a forest. The taste is sharp enough to brighten your eyes. But lately, suicides among the young nobles in the central region have skyrocketed. Vlad asks if it causes hallucinations. The raider explains it's worse. High dependency. An absurdly strong awakening effect followed by a crushing depression that makes people want to end it all. And in an era where the empire is stagnating and the youth feel like they have no future, the drug found a perfect market. No one noticed the addiction because everyone was already depressed to begin with. Vlad asks the obvious question, why not just ban it? The raider laughs. It's the dark web of this world. Absalon's roots go so deep into the empire's treasury that a few deaths won't stop the trade. Absalon makes money, and money is power. The old power holders are literally getting rich off the deaths of the next generation. The old man's eye glows. Someone's misery is someone else's happiness. I'm going to put an end to that. Vlad stands on a hill overlooking Tanobo, thinking about what the old man said. The slum he saw earlier? It hasn't been there long. Tanobo is getting richer, and the Vitskaya family is becoming a powerhouse in the central region. But the common people aren't sharing those benefits. They're being pushed to the outskirts and forced to produce Absalon like slaves. That's why the raider and his people started raiding. For every bit of tea they stole, they could save a life from addiction. Noble, Vlad whispers. He remembers the glimpse he got of the raider's world, a place of pure, cold justice. He decides, I have to do this. Later, back at the inn, Vlad is looking at his payment, 20 gold. It's not enough to pay a life debt, but he'll count the rest as resentment towards the count. He calls out to Got, who is busy packing. He tosses Got some gold coins as pay. Got's eyes practically pop out of his head. 3 gold? Vlad tosses more. That's for expenses. Pay for our inn, and the old man's room next door too. Got is confused. Why the next room? We're traveling with him? For a while, yeah. Do you have a horse? Got realizes. The old man doesn't have a cent. Vlad hands over more gold. Get him a decent horse. No more than that. Vlad sighs, wondering if all masters are broke. He remembers Lord Lamund, who also wandered around without a single coin. He tells Got he's going to see Stefan, the mercenary leader. Stefan probably fell out of the Count's favor because Vlad failed the mission. Vlad feels he should repay that debt too. Plus, a mercenary group that doesn't run when things get ugly is rare. Vlad leaves the room, telling Got they'll head out as soon as he's back. Got just watches him go, stunned. He notices Vlad's shoulders look broader. He remembers when they first met, Vlad was just a wild punk from the gutter. Now, he really looks like a knight. The growth is visible in his stride. Fast forward to the road. Nighttime camp. A pot of stew is bubbling over the fire. The raider looks at Vlad and asks, You really don't know who your master is? Vlad says if he knew, he would have mentioned it when the raider had a sword at his throat. I came all this way, because I want to know too. The raider watches him. Vlad's eyes don't waver. He's telling the truth. This is troublesome. The old man wonders how this style could have leaked. Vlad asks if his style is really the Imperial Knight's swordsmanship. The raider corrects him. It's the Imperial sword, the principle of the one-strike kill. It's only passed down to a select few within the palace. Vlad is shocked. Is it that incredible? Then I'm not allowed to use it? The old man looks at him with a terrifying intensity. By any chance, is your father the emperor? The silence is deafening. Got, in the background, literally spits out his food. The raider isn't joking. He says Vlad might have imperial blood, or was extremely close to the royal family. Vlad just says, not at all. The raider sighs. This is a problem. The imperial sword belongs to the crown. People in the north might not recognize it, but the further south they go, the more people will know. Worst case, Vlad could be arrested for insulting the imperial family. Vlad and Got both look like they just saw a ghost. Then what should I do? Vlad asks. The raider says there's a way. He noticed Vlad's version is a bit dated. Your swordsmanship is closer to the original form. He points to the stew. If this bland stew is the version you use, he pulls out a fresh piece of meat. Got tries to protest, that was for tomorrow. The raider drops it in. Then this is the version the imperial family uses now. It's been 300 years since the empire was founded. The sword has evolved. It's become more refined, more flavorful. Vlad listens, captivated. The raider explains that the true one-strike kill comes from unpredictability, not just rules. Add your own ingredients to your swordsmanship, ingredients that would make even a palace knight tilt their head in confusion. It's time to walk alone. Only you can create your own complete world. Even if you share the same roots, bloom your own flower. That is the true path of the master. Meanwhile, far away in the heart of the elf forest, Aushrina, the world tree towers over the elven city, glowing with ancient mana. Two figures approach the sacred inner sanctum. Avaratus, the elven knight, tells the guards to open the doors. They obey instantly. Inside, the great elder stands waiting. The atmosphere is tense. The high priestess is floating in a trance, surrounded by starlight. The great elder notes that she has finally come to. Is it a revelation? Avaratus asks. Yes, the elder replies. It's been a long time. The priestess starts to scream, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Avaratus is worried. Is this really okay? The elder says it will be a burden. It's the first revelation since she took the role. Her eyes snap open. A massive burst of golden energy explodes from her. The elves are blown back. It's coming, she whispers. A dragon is coming. She sees a vision of a massive, red-eyed beast. The elves panic. What do we do? The dragon saw us! Avaratus tries to rush to her, but the great elder stops him. She's still young. I will offer my world instead. The elder slams his staff down, manifesting a field of protective mana. He asks the priestess what else she sees. She gasps out one word. The sword! The vision shifts. Deep in the roots of the forest, in a cave no elf has entered in centuries, a blue crystalline sword is glowing in the dark. It's waiting. The mystery of the imperial sword is out, but now we have an empire-wide drug conspiracy. The crew is deep in the woods, heading toward the heart of the elven territory. God is playing the skeptic, asking how they're actually going to stop the Absalon trade just by hitting caravans when the demand in the central region is so high. The raider just gives him that, young man, you have no vision look. He says he isn't just stopping sales, he's smashing the whole operation head on. He calls it the beehive. To find out what Count Vitskaya was really hiding, the old man used himself as bait. He's a tactical genius. If your tactic is, let them try to kill me and see who shows up, Vlad asks about the Dragon Killer Knights, specifically if the Count actually called them for help. The raider notes how suspicious that is. Usually there's a protocol, a chain of command. A local Count shouldn't have a direct line to House Dragulia unless something very fishy is going on. Vlad tries to push for more info, but the old man shuts it down. He tells Vlad not to dig too deep. Sometimes knowing the truth is just a fast pass to an early grave. Got points ahead, breaking the tension. They've arrived. Vlad gives a rare, confident smirk. There it is, an elven outpost hidden in the shimmering mist. Meanwhile, inside the elven sanctum, the lighting is a lot more Pinterest aesthetic and a lot less dangerous forest. The high priestess is lounging, looking bored but incredibly regal. Avaratus is busy doing paperwork. Even elves can't escape the grind. She gives him a look that says she is definitely not in the mood for titles. She asks if he's really going to keep calling her Holy Maiden when they're alone. The sibling energy is strong here. Avaratus just smiles. He's the stoic older brother type, who takes his job way too seriously. She huffs. Being the voice of a world tree sounds like a 24/7 customer service job with zero pay. She points to a basket of fruit and tells him to take it when he goes. Avaratus is confused. Take it where? She says she has a feeling someone is going to be hungry soon. Avaratus just blinks. The priestess's gut feelings are usually prophetic, so he doesn't argue. A guard knocks, interrupting the fruit basket debate. Humans are loitering at the forest boundary. Avaratus goes into full get-off-my-lawn mode and orders them driven out. But the guard hesitates. They aren't just loitering, they're asking for Avaratus, specifically. They're claiming they were invited. The name they give? Vlad of Shawara. Avaratus's stoicism just hit a brick wall. The priestess perks up immediately. The fruit basket mystery just got solved. Avaratus is literally processing the fact that his sister knew Vlad was hungry before he even arrived. The guard is just standing there, wondering if he missed a memo. Cut 2. Vlad's stomach. It is currently making sounds like a dying whale. The raider and God are looking at him like he's an embarrassment to the knightly profession. They are currently sitting in a very aesthetic, very uncomfortable elven jail cell. God is complaining about the elven hospitality, specifically the part where they fire warning shots at people they supposedly invited. The raider reminds Vlad he still hasn't paid for his life debt yet. Vlad just notes he got them into the forest, so that's a down payment. The old man is starting to realize that northerner is just another word for shameless. Vlad wonders why they even invited him if they were going to treat him like a trespasser. He looks out the bars. He senses it. The elven guards are jittery. They aren't just guarding, they're waiting for an attack. The cell door slides open. Avaratus walks in, looking every bit the elven captain. Vlad doesn't even stand up. He just mocks the jail cell welcome. Avaratus ignores the sass and hands over the fruit basket. He tells Vlad they have to stay there for 1 day. Procedures. He explains that everyone is on edge lately. Vlad asks if it's because of them. Avaratus looks him in the eye. It's not about Vlad. It's about the fact that they're bracing for a disaster. The priestess of the World Tree has taken notice of Vlad, and that's the only reason he's even allowed to breathe elven air right now. Avaratus thinks it's not a coincidence Vlad showed up now. He confirms the nightmare. A dragon is coming. The World Tree is about to bloom, and the sharpest dragon has always wanted that power. If the tree falls, the elves fall. Avaratus apologizes for the bad timing, but he's basically saying, stay in your cage while we prepare for the apocalypse. Vlad offers to help. Avaratus appreciates it, but you can tell he thinks a human is about as useful as a toothpick against a dragon. Inside, Avaratus is thinking about how most human souls are light and their mouths are rotten. He doesn't trust the species as a rule, but the spirits around Vlad are literally screaming. They say this man is a protector. He's got that main character aura that even the spirits can't ignore. Meanwhile, back at the Count's estate, the vibes are absolutely rancid. Count Vitskaya is sweating buckets. He's drinking tea, but his hand is shaking. Radu Dragulia is standing in the room like a natural disaster in a tailored suit. The Count is internally screaming. A noble like Radu, who even a duke would struggle to invite, just showed up because of a tea problem? Radu's eyes are like ice. He's not here for a chat. The Count tries to be a good host, offering him a seat. Radu sits down, radiating I am the apex predator energy. The Count offers tea. Radu says elf tea doesn't suit his taste. That's a polite way of saying, I know your business is trash. The Count backpedals so fast he might trip. He yells at his servant to bring the finest black tea instead. Radu cuts him off. He doesn't want drinks. He wants to know if the Absalon production is on schedule. He's heard reports about an unknown attacker. The Count lies through his teeth, saying it was resolved and everything is fine. Radu pushes. He heard the attacker was so skilled the Count's knights couldn't handle him. The Count admits they had to get help from an outsider, a knight from the north. Radu's interest just spiked. The Count calls Vlad a dog abandoned by Bayezid, but admits he had real skill. Then he starts trash-talking, saying Vlad was a barbarian who didn't know his place. He rants about lowly blood always showing itself. He thinks he's being relatable to Radu. He has no idea he's currently digging his own grave. Radu asks, very quietly, did he truly look that way to you? He's talking about bloodlines. He's talking about the fact that he can literally sense the power in Vlad's lineage. The room goes cold. The Count feels like he's being crushed by sheer pressure. Radu looks at him like he's a bug. He's realizing that the Count is too stupid to recognize a dragon even when it's standing in his living room. Morning in Oshrina. The Great Elder is looking at a massive, glowing tree. He's holding Vlad's sword, specifically looking at the amber gem. He asks where Vlad got it. Vlad says it's an heirloom of the Heinal family. The Elder's eyes soften. The Sword Master. He remembers the knights who followed the legendary hero. He remembers one specifically with watercolored hair and clear eyes. He's talking about Alicia's ancestors. Vlad asks if he knows where the maple tree inside the amber actually is. The elder freezes. How did you know the scene inside is a maple tree? Vlad realizes he just said the quiet part out loud. The elder stares at him with an intensity that could peel paint. He says the amber sparkles like starlight, but a human shouldn't be able to glimpse the world inside it. That's spirit tier perception. The other elves start whispering. Vlad is sweating. He doesn't want to lie, but explaining the voice in his head is a one-way ticket back to a heresy trial. The elder waves it off. The how doesn't matter as much as the what. He says the maple tree was in the west, in the greenest forest on the continent. Vlad is confused. The west is currently a literal wasteland. The elder sighs. There was our forest, Elvenheim. Flashback time. A paradise made of gold and green. And then the dragon. Fire everywhere. The original home of the elves was turned to ash. Cut to Vlad's guest room, which is basically a high-end treehouse. Vlad is sitting alone, brooding. He's wondering how he's supposed to find a tree that's been ash for centuries. The raider stands up. He's not a sit and brood kind of guy. He's going to examine the Absalon leaves they liberated. Vlad reminds him the elves told them to stay in their room. The raider just tells him to say he was there if anyone asks. The dragon prophecy has the elves so distracted they probably wouldn't notice a parade walking past. The old man hops out the window, claiming he did this plenty in his younger days. He's definitely a former rogue. He stops for a second. He tells Vlad one more thing about his master. He's sure the voice is connected to the imperial family. From what I see, it's certain. He mentions the founding king, Prausen, the man who stepped down from the throne to become the lowest one. He started a legend and then vanished without a trace. The raider thinks Vlad is connected to Prausen's unknown final chapter. Vlad's eyes go wide. The trail supposedly ends there, but the raider disagrees. This is just the beginning. If Vlad's master inherited Prausen's will, Vlad needs to follow the breadcrumbs. Vlad notes that no human knows Prausen's final moments. The raider gives a sharp grin. Humans don't, but the elves might. He disappears into the night. Vlad just watches him go. The old man is moving through the canopy like he's part of the shadows. He's gone in a heartbeat. Vlad wonders if the guy is actually a cat. He thinks about the amber and the scenes inside. A realization hits him. Maybe the voice didn't see Elvenheim directly either. Maybe it saw it through the amber, just like Vlad did. He leans back, his brain currently doing backflips. He decides he doesn't know anything, and he's tired of trying to guess. A knock on the door. The door creaks open. It's the high priestess. Vlad looks surprised. She asks if he has a moment. Cut to them walking through a glowing, bioluminescent tunnel. Vlad is internally cringing. He thinks he should have just stayed in his room. The silence is incredibly awkward. He finally asks where they are actually going. The two guards behind him give him a shut-up-and-walk stare. The priestess says there's something she wants to show him. That amber gem. She says she really wants to show it. Vlad is confused. Show it to who? The world tree wants to see its mother at least once. The maple tree and the amber was the mother of the current world tree? She explains that the world tree is about to bloom for the first time. It was anxious, and then Vlad arrived, carrying its mother's memory. It's like bringing a family photo to a dying relative. She stops at a massive wooden wall. Only a few elves can enter this place. It's the secret heart. She places her hand on the trunk. A blinding light erupts. The world turns into pure gold. Vlad's eyes go wide. Welcome, Vlad of Shawara. You are the first human to come this far. Vlad looks around, stunned. The elven guards look on with a mix of respect and envy. They nod. They know this is a historical moment. Vlad walks forward. The floor is made of spirit grass. The air itself feels like it's vibrating. Vlad feels the power of the tree resonating with his hilt. The priestess smiles. It seems happy that you came. There it is, the true world tree, a waterfall of light. But somewhere else in the forest, the dream ends. Elven scouts are lying in the rain. The atmosphere in the heart of the tree is thick enough to cut with a knife. Butterflies made of pure light are everywhere, and our guy is just standing there looking like he walked into the wrong dream. The priestess asks him if he's ready. He doesn't have a choice. He's the only one who can show the tree what it needs to see. She tells him he has to become the passage. He's the bridge between the dead world of Elvenheim and the new world of Oshrina. No pressure, right? Vlad takes a breath. He's about to give up the one thing that connects him to the voice. He says, "All right," and draws the blade. He drops to one knee. This isn't just a ritual. This is a sacrifice. He's offering the sword's heart to the tree. The light butterflies go absolutely wild. The resonance between the sword and the tree starts a chain reaction that lights up the entire sanctum. The amber on the hilt begins to glow with an intensity we haven't seen before. The priestess reaches out, her hand guided by the spirits. She becomes a silhouette of pure radiance. The amber shatters, not because it broke, but because it's finally being set free. And then it happens. The world tree responds. The memories inside the amber flood the current tree. It's like a massive download of ancient elven history. Vlad is stuck in the middle of this spiritual hurricane. He can feel the emotions of a forest that died hundreds of years ago. The tree literally screams with light. The energy spike is so massive that every elf in the forest can feel it. Vlad thinks to himself that he can feel it too, the countless possibilities the tree was holding back. The little ones that were forgotten, the spirits and flowers that didn't have a name yet, are all waking up. The priestess looks like she's witnessing the birth of a god. She's actually crying. She sees the vision of the mother tree embracing the child. The flowers are blooming. For the first time in an era, the world tree is complete. It's a beautiful moment. But let's not forget that Vlad is basically holding a live power line right now. Outside, the Grand Elder and the other elves are shielded by the light. The Elder looks like he's finally seen the one thing he lived for. He's waited his entire life for this spring to return to his people. Even Avaratus, the stoic king of shut up and walk, is stunned. The light reaches every corner of the forest. The elven farmers working the fields stop what they're doing. The scouts on the borders look up in awe. Got is just brushing a horse, probably wondering if this light show means he's getting a bonus or if he's about to be vaporized. The raider looks at the leaves in his hand. He knows what this means. If a young world is being born, someone has to protect it. That is the rule of the universe, and that someone is currently bleeding. Vlad's hands are shredded from gripping the blade through that much energy. The narrator text calls it a gift for the children being born right now. Spirits in the form of animals start popping out of the light like a Ghibli movie on steroids. The elves are celebrating. At last! Spring has come! The tree is now a pillar of golden fire. Vlad collapses. He's exhausted. He's given everything he had to this moment. His hands are a mess. Pure blood on pure spirit grass. The priestess rushes to him. She asks if he's okay. Vlad, being the absolute king he is, doesn't even mention his hands. He just asks, "The flowers, have they bloomed?" She tells him yes, and that they're saying thank you. He gives a tired smile. That's a relief. She looks genuinely guilty. She knows the cost he paid. He shuts it down immediately. It was my choice. Our guy didn't do this for the elves. He did it because it was the rightful price for the life he's living now. But let's look at that hand. That is a serious injury. He sacrificed the memory of Rahman to give the elves a future. The priestess stares at him like she's never seen a human like this. Because she hasn't. He looks at his hilt. The amber is gone. The socket is empty. He's internally panicking about how he's going to explain this to Alicia Heinel when he gets home. "Hey, honey, I used your family heirloom to water a tree." But then, the air changes. A new path opens in the roots. The priestess says the tree thinks it's okay to show him something else. Deep in the dark, something is shining. It's a sword. Not Vlad's sword, a different one. Vlad feels a chill. He says it's got a lofty light, but it gives him the creeps. He feels like the sword is literally raising its edge toward him. His blood drips onto the spirit water floor. The reflection in the water isn't him. He's looking at a vision of the sword standing alone. A voice echoes, "Don't come any closer." Vlad is hit by a wave of pure killing intent. He sees a silhouette, a man with long hair, standing behind the sword. "You little thing that can't even open your eyes yet. Disappear from my sight before I cut you down." Vlad snaps back to reality, gasping for air. The priestess is worried. She didn't see the vision. Vlad asks her what that sword is. She points casually. "Oh, that? That's the Swordmaster's sword." Vlad's face is priceless. The legendary hero's actual blade is just sitting in the basement? She says the Empire is trash, but the Swordmaster was a kind man. She explains the lore. That sword is a guardian that once protected someone, but it's also a sword of blood that massacred thousands. It's the dragon-slaying sword that pierced the heart of the prime dragon. Now, it's a talisman guarding the world tree. Vlad asks the obvious question. Guarding it from what? From those who seek to pry into the world tree's possibilities. And just like that, the tone shifts from beautiful nature documentary to horror movie. Nidhogg is here, and he looks like he's made of pure hatred and sharp edges. The morning light in the guest room is peaceful, which means something terrible is about to happen. Vlad is still asleep. In his dreams, the vision of the Shadow Master returns. The blue sword descends. The silhouette doesn't hesitate. He tells Vlad to disappear. He literal stabs Vlad in the chest in the dream. Vlad jolts awake, sweating and gasping. He's clutching his chest. That wasn't just a nightmare. That was a warning. He realizes that strange feeling wasn't his imagination. The killing intent from that sword was real. It was filled with endless hatred. He's wondering why a kind swordmaster's weapon would feel that way. The raider is sitting in the window, watching him. "Did you have a nightmare?" The old man points at Vlad's hands. Vlad's hands are wrapped in bandages so thick they look like boxing gloves. "What kind of crazy guy wrapped them like that?" Vlad ignores the roast and asks about the investigation. The raider gets serious. He found the tea fields. They were divided. The leaves sold to humans and the leaves the elves drink themselves are different. The ones sold to humans are mutated. There was intent from the beginning. Malice. He calls it the Empire's original sin. The elven hostility didn't start for no reason. The Empire pushed them to this. Vlad is processing this. The elves aren't just greedy. They're seeking revenge. Beneath the brilliant empire lies a mountain of bodies and elven tears. To the elves, humans are no different from the dragon that burned their original home. The dragon burned the tree, but the empire drove the elves out of the forest to die. The raider looks out at the blooming tree. He says, "It's complicated. A fading empire and a newly blooming world tree. Someday the empire will have to reap the seeds of sin it has sown." This is major foreshadowing. File that away for the series finale. The priestess comes in and starts fixing Vlad's bandages. She's struggling. She asks why he held the sword backwards during the ritual. Vlad makes an excuse. She hits him with the deadpan. People who make excuses aren't trustworthy. She admits it was her first time doing the ceremony too. She finishes the bandages. Vlad's fingers are currently blue from lack of circulation. She pulls out a medicine box. Vlad looks at her suspiciously. "You've never actually done this before, have you?" She says, "I've seen it from the side before." Vlad's soul is leaving his body. She takes his hand. She looks at the raw, bloody cuts on his palms. Her voice drops. "It must have hurt." Vlad tries to act tough. "Not really. It's just embarrassing for a knight to be cut by his own sword." She smiles. A real, warm smile. "It's something to be proud of. It's the mark of a protector." She reaches for a purple potion, but her hand starts shaking. Vlad notices. "Priestess!" A wave of dark energy hits the room. Vlad feels it. "This is..." He sees the vision of the dragon. The priestess's eyes go blank. "It's here!" Outside, a massive claw crushes the elven defenses. The elven knights under Avaratus are trying to hold the line. They're being literally swatted like flies. Nidhogg is a walking fortress. Elven blood is everywhere. The spring just turned into a slaughterhouse. Avaratus is watching his men get torn apart. A soldier screams that Nidhogg is much bigger than the prophecies said. Avaratus yells at them not to fall back. "Hold the line!" They need to buy time for the mages to finish a magic circle. The spearmen brace themselves. Nidhogg roars. The dragon charges. The sheer size of this thing is insane. It makes the elven knights look like ants. The archers fire a volley. The arrows just bounce off its scales. It's deflecting all of that? Someone spots a weak point. The neck is open. They stab it with everything they have. The spears hit and do 0 damage. The dragon's eye glows red. The knights realize they are completely cooked. Nidhogg opens its mouth. But then, a massive beam of blue mana hits the dragon square in the face. Nidhogg's head is snapped back. Avaratus has his bow drawn. Nidhogg is currently standing in the middle of the elven front lines like he owns the place. His eye is glowing red, which usually means someone is about to stop existing. The elven knights are shaking. They've spent centuries practicing for this, and they're still not ready. The mages scream that the magic circle is ready. Everyone on the ground needs to fall back or get vaporized. A massive, multi-layered geometric seal forms directly over the dragon. This is the elven equivalent of a tactical nuke. The spell hits. It's a concentrated pillar of elemental fire and light. The ground literally melts. The mana density is so high that the air itself starts to crackle. The explosion lights up the entire forest canopy. From a distance, it looks like a second sun just landed on Oshrina. Avaratus shields his eyes, the shockwave nearly blowing him off his feet. He whispers, "Did we get it?" Pro tip for any fantasy world: if you have to ask that question, the answer is always no. The smoke starts to clear. A single red light shines through the dust. Nidhogg is completely fine. He's got a few scratches, but he looks more annoyed than hurt. Avaratus realizes they're in deep trouble. This thing is a fully grown adult with magic resistance that breaks the game's balance. The knights are already talking about a retreat. They want to regroup with the main force, but they know they're too slow to outrun a dragon. Avaratus shuts that down. If they retreat, Nidhogg walks straight into the world tree. They are the only shield the tree has. He orders everyone to aim for the right blind spot. It's a desperate plan, but it's the only one they've got. Nidhogg just stares them down. He's waiting for them to realize how useless they are. The dragon turns its attention to the world tree. It can sense the new power blooming inside. The elven knights see the beast moving, and their morale just evaporates. Avaratus is swearing under his breath. The gap in power is just too wide. The dragon lunges. He isn't even using magic, he's just using raw physical mass to delete anything in his path. He sees the tree, the possibility that just bloomed, and he prepares to tear it all down. Back in the ritual room, the priestess is on her knees. She is begging Vlad for help. Her voice is trembling. She tells him the dragon is coming, not in the future, but right now. Vlad looks at her, then looks at his hands. He's still processing the spring he just created. 2 elven mages appear. They explain that this is a direct revelation from the world tree. The tree sees beyond what mortals can, and it chose the priestess to deliver this SOS. They admit that for the world tree to ask a human for help, it means it has seen hope only through Vlad. Our guy is currently the only win condition on the map. They beg him to protect this newly blossomed possibility. The elven knights literally kneel to him. This is a massive deal. Elves don't exactly have a high opinion of humans. The priestess grabs his arm. She's crying again. She's terrified that her people's new beginning is going to be an ending. Vlad looks over at the raider, who is just leaning against a wall like he's watching a boring documentary. Vlad asks him what he should do. The raider gives him a hard truth. I'm not your lord. I'm not your senior knight. Stop looking for orders. This is a growth moment. Vlad realizes that in this forest, the only person who can decide who he is himself. He reaches down and gently wipes the priestess's tears. He gives her his full name. No more brat. No more outsider. I, Vlad of Shawara, will fulfill my duty as a knight. Back on the battlefield, things have gone from bad to everyone is going to die. Nidhogg's tail is clearing whole squads of elven infantry. The dragon is a walking meat grinder. Elven civilians are running for their lives, but there's nowhere to go. Nidhogg is closing in on a group of survivors. Suddenly, a massive green magic circle slams into the ground between the dragon and the people. It's the Great Elder. He's finally jumped into the lobby. The elves look at him with a mix of relief and terror. They know he's pushing his limits. The Elder stands tall, his staff glowing with a forest's worth of mana. He yells at them to run. He's not here to win, he's here to buy time. The survivors scramble away, thanking the stars for the old man. He orders the warriors to reform the lines. He needs a perimeter. The knights find their courage again. If the elder is fighting, they're fighting. Nidhogg claws at the green barrier. The sound of his claws against the magic is like metal scraping on glass. The elder realizes Nidhogg is breaking through his ultimate defense way too easily. He understands why now. Nidhogg is a remnant of the perfect dragon. You can't trick its senses with illusions or standard barriers. He orders the mages to layer the circles. They need to stack their defenses like a high-level raid boss encounter. The priestess joins him, her hands glowing as she adds her power to the mix. Nidhogg roars. He's done playing with the ants. The dragon's aura turns into a physical pressure that shatters the surrounding trees. The layered magic circles start to crack. It looks like a windshield spiderwebbing under a sledgehammer. The mages are collapsing from the feedback. The elder is coughing blood. He's using his own life force to keep the barrier up. Nidhogg sees the weakness. He's staring directly at the old man. The dragon unleashes a roar that literally rips the magic circles apart. The elder is thrown back, a fountain of blood erupting from his mouth. The knights scream as their leader falls. The elder tries to stand, using his staff as a crutch. He looks at his withered hands. He knows he's done. The soldiers offer to sacrifice themselves to let him escape. He tells them no. If he can't hold it back, they'll die in seconds. He's frustrated. He waited centuries for the spring, and now he can't even protect the first bloom. Nidhogg prepares the final strike. He's going to erase the elder and the tree in one go. The dragon lunges forward, jaws open. Then the atmosphere changes. A new silhouette appears in a blur of motion. It's the raider. He's standing in front of the dragon and he looks incredibly bored. Well now, you're really damn ugly. He gives the dragon a cold stare that actually makes the beast hesitate for a microsecond. Don't you think so? He's taunting a prime dragon. The absolute balls on this man. And then the real heat arrives. A streak of blue light falls from the sky. It's Vlad. He's dropping in like a meteor, blade drawn, eye locked on the target. The old man just insulted a dragon's appearance, while our guy is currently attempting an orbital entry stab. Nidhogg might be immune to magic,